On a bustling pedestrian street, in a rather conspicuous corner, there knelt a man clad in a white shirt, his legs folded beneath him, muttering to himself, his gaze darting around as he incessantly shifted his body, rummaging through the ground. For those who cared to look closely, it would soon become evident what this man in the white shirt was engaged in. Indeed, at this moment, he was fervently searching for a ring. This man, named Zhu Bufan, had a father, Zhu Bufan, who, according to family lore, had named him with the hope that his son would never act foolishly, or be a fool himself. Thus, the name Zhu Bufan was bestowed. However, as time progressed to Zhu Bufan's generation, his father not only wished for him to avoid folly, but also aspired for him to lead an extraordinary life. After all, having toiled as a farmer his entire life, Zhu Bufan yearned for his son to rise above mediocrity. Yet, fate played a cruel jest upon Zhu Bufan. Despite enduring 3 attempts at the college entrance examination, Zhu Bufan failed to secure admission to any university. To add insult to injury, the attractive girlfriend he had finally found abruptly severed their relationship today. The cause of this heartbreak? A ring. Zhu Bufan and his girlfriend worked at the same company. Just days ago, while shopping together, she demanded that he buy her a ring priced at 8,888 yuan, promising that if he did, they would immediately obtain their marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, Zhu Bufan believed his fortunes had finally turned. He eagerly borrowed 10,000 yuan from family and friends and spent 8,888 yuan on the ring, intending to propose today in a grand manner. However, the outcome was far from what he envisioned. His girlfriend swiftly turned her affections toward her superior, revealing the extravagant 8-carat diamond ring he had no chance of competing with. With a mocking glance directed at the modest half-carat ring in Zhu Bufan's hand, she laughed and said, "Oh, Zhu Bufan, you actually managed to buy a ring? Did you truly think that by presenting this ring, I would marry you? To be honest, I've merely been playing around with you. You know how after indulging in a lavish lifestyle for too long, one inevitably craves something simpler. So I'm sorry, but haha." In that moment, hearing such words from the girlfriend he had dated for a month ignited a furious response within Zhu Bufan. He angrily tossed the 8,888 yuan ring aside and retorted with bravado, "Haha, Chunbisha, you must be mistaken. In truth, my interest in you for the past month has merely been a physical need." With that, he left, exuding a false sense of nonchalance. However, as he walked away, a sudden realization struck him. He smacked his forehead, lamenting, "What a fool I am. How could I have discarded the ring? That was borrowed money." Thus, we find Zhu Bufan, the man in the white shirt, sprawled on the pedestrian street, desperately searching for the lost item. At this moment, regret consumed him. Though he had felt a fleeting satisfaction at Chen Bixia's twisted expression, that momentary thrill had cost him dearly. How could Zhu Bufan not feel remorse? Damn it, she must have picked it up, he thought, having searched for nearly half an hour, even contemplating lifting the manhole cover to delve into the sewers. Yet, he had found not even a trace of the ring. Fine, even if it wasn't her, it has surely been claimed by someone else. Sigh, I deserve this misfortune, losing both love and money. After searching for a few more minutes without success, Zhu Bufan succumbed to utter disappointment. Yet, the thought of that woman ignited his anger, particularly when he remembered her with her superior, especially since they worked in the same company. Zhu Bufan wished for nothing more than to enact revenge, akin to the protagonists in the immortal novels he read, sneaking into their abode under the cover of night and striking them down as they lay entwined. But reality was, of course, starkly different. Zhu Bufan could not embody the heroic figures of fiction. All he could do was sigh in despair. Boy, do you wish to cultivate immortality? Do you yearn for revenge? Do you dream of stealthily entering the lair of that wretched couple and delivering a swift blow to their vile forms? Just as Zhu Bufan sighed to the heavens, an ancient voice echoed in his ear. Holy cow, a ghost! Initially slumped on the ground, Zhu Bufan was jolted by the strange voice that seemed to mock him. After a moment of bewilderment, he exclaimed loudly, drawing scornful glances from passers-by who had already disapproved of him. How absurd! A well-dressed man rummaging through the dirt, claiming to see ghosts in broad daylight. This fellow must be deranged. Huh, there should be no ghosts in daylight. Ignoring the disdain of others, Zhu Bufan attempted to regain his composure. Boy, do you wish to cultivate immortality? Do you yearn for revenge? Do you dream of stealthily entering the lair of that wretched couple and striking them down? I ask you, do you desire it? Just as Zhu Bufan began to settle down, the ancient voice resounded once more. Who is speaking? Who are you? Do we know each other? Zhu Bufan, no longer frightened, pressed for answers. Who am I? I am known in the realm of immortals as the Cultivation Maniac. The realm of immortals? Cultivation Maniac? What on earth is that? Zhu Bufan was momentarily taken aback by the response. Old man, do you think I am reading a novel? Can I not claim to be the immortal emperor of your so-called realm? Though he could not see the old man standing beside him, Zhu Bufan couldn't suppress a scoff. Boy, do not dismiss me lightly. Had I not been betrayed and cast down to your realm, do you know that with just your earlier words, I could have turned you into mincemeat? No, that's incorrect. I would have reduced you to ashes. Puffed, as if I would believe you. Enough of this nonsense. I've just faced a double loss, and I lack the spirit for this. Had he not read a few novels on cultivation, Zhu Bufan would have said nothing at all. Hey, don't go. Fine, you win. Actually, young man, I am the ring you bought earlier, which you then discarded. Holy cow, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhu Bufan froze, his foot hovering mid-step, a chill creeping down his spine. You don't believe me? Fine, just look at your feet. His feet. Zhu Bufan felt a sense of skepticism rising, yet the chill on his back intensified. Ultimately, he lifted his foot. Lo and behold, there was the ring. However, just as Zhu Bufan bent down to examine it, a speeding Porsche barreled toward his location. Beep beep. Inside the Porsche sat a woman, her face contorted with urgency as she frantically honked the horn. Alas, the fates were unkind, and fortune did not favor either party. In the blink of an eye, the Porsche tragically collided directly with Zhu Bufan. 3 days later, in a luxurious hospital room at Bian District Fengyan Hospital, a young man who appeared to be merely 23 lay motionless on a frigid hospital bed. At that moment, the door to the room was gently pushed open. A woman entered, adorned in a flowing blue gown, radiating beauty. Her visage exuded purity, and her long hair cascaded elegantly. Every subtle expression revealed her noble lineage. As she stepped into the room, her gaze fell upon the young man in the bed. It had been 3 days. Why had he not yet awakened? Could it be that he had truly succumbed to a vegetative state due to her actions? The woman's countenance darkened at the thought. The ordeal of the past 3 days had certainly taken its toll on her. She recalled that on the second day after his admission, the man had become engulfed in a noxious sweat, filling the room with an unbearable stench. At that time, she had been left with no choice but to assist him in cleaning up the mess. Alas, such misfortune had befallen her, after all. It was her fault that he had been injured. If he were to remain in this state, she would bear the responsibility regardless. With a furrowed brow, she murmured to herself. Just then, a plump, middle-aged woman entered the room, carrying a red handbag. Auntie, Lu Yin, look at the mess you've caused. What use are you? I do not recognize you. However, it is indeed you who brought me here, for I was struck by your vehicle. Since it was you who caused the incident, Lu Yanran felt it unnecessary to evade the truth, believing that Zhu Bufan, the aggrieved party, had the right to know what transpired. Thus, she spoke candidly, You hit me with your car? Zhu Bufan was taken aback, as his memory was merely of being gently pushed, not struck by a vehicle. Moreover, it was a beautiful woman who had done this. What astounded him most was that this woman chose not to flee from responsibility, but instead to reveal the truth. Yanran, I did not expect to find you here. In that moment of bewilderment, an incongruous voice interrupted, and a man clad in a blue t-shirt with stylish long hair entered the room, flanked by 2 men in suits wearing dark sunglasses, resembling bodyguards. Yanran, I truly did not anticipate your presence here. I am so delighted, haha. The man in the blue t-shirt approached Lu Yanran without any pretense of politeness. Chen Shiqing, what brings you here? Upon seeing Chen Shiqing draw near, Lu Yanran felt a flicker of distaste and subtly shifted her body closer to Zhu Bufan, expressing her annoyance. Haha, Yanran, I have come to resolve your troubles and take you home. Chen Shiqing noticed Lu Yanran's movement, yet maintained his disingenuous smile. Immediately, he pulled a stack of prepared bills from his pocket and declared to Zhu Bufan, Young man, I understand our Yanran's character well. Thus, this 10,000 yuan is to cover her medical expenses. Take the money and leave at once. Zhu Bufan was once again astonished. First, Lu Yanran claimed to have hit him, and now a man was offering him 10,000 yuan as compensation. Could it be that he truly had been struck by a car? Yet, he distinctly remembered only being pushed. What on earth was happening? Chen Shiqing. What nonsense are you spouting? We are merely classmates. Please conduct yourself appropriately. Yin Ran, do not be angry. I am merely helping you with your troubles. Chen Shiqing responded, his demeanor shifting to hostility. Hey, kid, do not be ungrateful. Were it not for Yin Ran, I would not give you a single cent. Seeing Zhu Bufan's stunned reaction, Chen Shiqing's countenance darkened. Upon hearing Chen Shiqing's outburst, Zhu Bufan glanced at Lu Yin Ran, then back at Chen Shiqing. In the next moment, he swiftly accepted the 10,000 yuan from Chen Shiqing and promptly stowed it away. A pitiable loser is indeed a pitiable loser. Chen Shiqing smirked derisively at Zhu Bufan's actions. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran felt a twinge of disappointment as she witnessed Zhu Bufan accept the money, an emotion she could not quite understand. After handing over the money, Chen Shiqing disregarded Zhu Bufan and turned to Lu Yanran, saying, Yanran, I have resolved the issue. Now let us return home. Home. Lu Yanran regarded Chen Shiqing with a cold gaze. Yanran, I have heard that you were cast out by your aunt and can never return to the Lu family. But fear not, for you have me. Rest assured, if you come home with me and become my woman, I will ensure you regain all that you lost in the Lu family. Is that so? Chen Shiqing, you are deluding yourself. Even if I were cast out of the Lu family and left to roam the streets, I would never become your woman. Oh, is that so? Chen Shiqing sneered. Yanran, I have already extended my courtesy. I once hesitated to act against you due to the Lu family's influence. But now that you have been expelled, do you think I still fear you? I am unafraid to say that I have come to take you home and make you mine, even if I must resort to extreme measures. With a mocking smile, Chen Shiqing continued, will you leave willingly, or shall I summon my men to assist you? You, Chen Shiqing, do not overstep your bounds. Lu Yanran's expression darkened at his threat. Indeed, as Chen Shiqing had stated, he had previously refrained from underhanded tactics due to her status. Now that she had been expelled from the Lu family, Chen Shiqing, with his family's power in Tianhai City, could forcibly take her back and claim her without consequence. In an instant, Lu Yanran felt as if she had aged several years. Yanran, have you made your decision? Chen Shiqing observed the fluctuating emotions on her face, internally reveling in his triumph. He thought back to when he had pursued her desperately, and she had not even spared him a glance. Chen Shiqing, do not push me too far. I assure you, even if it means death, I will never become your woman. Oh, is that so? Then I shall make it impossible for you. He commanded, attack. In the next instant, Chen Shiqing's cold shout caused the two bodyguard-like men to advance menacingly toward Lu Yanran. Wait. At that moment, a voice interrupted the tension. The two bodyguards paused, glancing at the speaker before turning to Chen Shiqing. Chen Shiqing was momentarily taken aback. He soon realized that it was the very young man he had dismissed, who had previously handed him 10,000 yuan and told him to leave. Young man, do you not realize that shouting like this could cost you your life? Chen Shiqing's gaze turned icy, laced with a hint of murderous intent, as he did not wish for anyone to disrupt the unfolding scene. Lu Yanran, witnessing the bodyguards advance towards her, felt an instinctive surge of panic. Despite her usual composure, she was overwhelmed with anxiety and fear. However, Zhu Bufan's shout steadied her heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed to Zhu Bufan's side, seeking refuge behind him, instinctively clutching onto him as though he were her lifeline. Oh, so you wish to be the hero saving the damsel in distress? Chen Shiqing seethed with anger at Lu Yanran's actions. At this point, he was filled with murderous intent. Make sure to beat this kid to a pulp. How dare he interfere with my woman? Yes, young master. Initially, Zhu Bufan had intended to leave after receiving the 10,000 yuan. However, he had his reasons for accepting the money, as he had been preparing to propose and had painstakingly gathered the funds, spending 8,888 on a ring. Yet, the proposal had failed, and now he could not even return the ring. Thus, he found himself at a loss, having lost both his love and his money. Now, with 10,000 yuan unexpectedly presented to him, how could Zhu Bufan refuse? After all, if they claimed he had been struck by a vehicle, accepting the money as compensation for medical expenses felt justified. Therefore, Zhu Bufan took the money. Thus, if you genuinely care for your uncle, you should ensure he can peacefully enjoy his twilight years and refrain from. Aunt I, the beautiful woman, believing this time would mirror the previous instances, thought that by merely lowering her head in silence and silently accepting blame, Aunt would refrain from further discourse. Yet, this time, and unexpectedly expelled her from the Lu household. Instantly, the beautiful woman collapsed to the ground, tears welling in her eyes. "Aunt, I was wrong. I was wrong. I implore you, do not cast me out of the Lu family. I beg you." "Humph. Lu Yinran, put away your pitiful tears. They are of no use to me. Here is 500,000. Consider it my final act of compassion as your aunt." The beautiful woman wept sorrowfully. Yet the portly woman remained utterly unmoved, even displaying a mocking smile upon her face. She then retrieved a card from her crimson handbag, one she had evidently prepared in advance, and casually tossed it towards Lu Yinran's face. The beautiful woman stared blankly, her expression entirely replaced by shock, as tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. "Aunt, I beg you, please do not expel me. Do not cast me out of the Lu family, please." Finally, Lu Yinran clung to the portly woman's leg. However, the woman remained indifferent, ruthlessly kicking her away before leaving the hospital room with a smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Hello, Lawyer Zhou. I have expelled that woman from the Lu family. Now, does this will belong solely to my son?" Chen Shiqing gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He had a fair understanding of his two bodyguards. If they encountered a dozen ruffians with these two by his side, he would have faced them without a hint of concern. Yet now, astonishingly, both bodyguards had been incapacitated, one of them in a rather bizarre manner. As one of the bodyguards lay defeated, Zhu Bufan did not immediately turn his aggression towards the other bodyguard, who was covering his groin, but instead adorned his face with an innocuous smile and addressed the other bodyguard. "Are you still going to fight?" However, Zhu Bufan's gaze subtly shifted towards the area the bodyguard was guarding. The bodyguard instinctively recoiled, clearing his throat. "Cough. I concede. I admit defeat." In the next moment, he hurriedly approached Chen Shiqing, exclaiming, "Young master, we must leave at once. Wu Shuai and I are no match for him." Earlier, the urgency of the moment had prevented Zhu Bufan from prying Lu Yinran's hand away, but now that the urgency had dissipated, he naturally did just that. Truth be told, Zhu Bufan had no desire to release Lu Yinran's hand. After all, it was a stunning beauty clinging to him, and the sensation of her chest pressed against his back was undeniably pleasurable. Nevertheless, Zhu Bufan had his own intentions. At this moment, Chen Shiqing watched as Zhu Bufan approached him step by step, his eyes ablaze with fury. The opportunity he had long awaited was being thwarted by a frail, impoverished figure clad in a hospital gown. Chen Shiqing seethed with anger. "Young master, we must go? Look at his pathetic moves. He may seem inept, but he is truly a master, beyond our current capabilities." The bodyguard urgently counseled Chen Shiqing to retreat. Yet, Chen Shiqing was unwilling to leave. He had waited far too long for this chance. In the past, he had expended vast sums of money and effort to win Lu Yinran's affection, sacrificing both dignity and face in the process. Yet, his efforts elicited no gratitude. Instead, he faced repeated humiliations. This had driven Chen Shiqing to vow to possess this woman, and in an extremely drastic manner. Today, as fate would have it, Lu Yinran had just been cast out of the Lu family. He would seize this opportunity, first shattering her spirit with humiliation, then taking her home to enact his twisted desires, reminiscent of certain videos from an island nation. He envisioned recording the entire ordeal. Consumed by these thoughts, Chen Shiqing felt an exhilarating thrill. However, these plans were being dismantled by a mere boy in a hospital gown. How could he possibly concede defeat? "Humph," Chen Shiqing scoffed. "Do you know who I am? Do you realize whom you have offended today? Let me tell you." He began, but before he could finish, Zhu Bufan struck him across the face. "You dare to hit me?" Chen Shiqing was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure, glaring at Zhu Bufan with wide eyes filled with disbelief. In that moment, his face reflected sheer shock. Yet what Chen Shiqing had not anticipated was that Zhu Bufan, after that initial slap, would follow up with 3 more. The first slap was for Lu Yinran. The second was also for her. The third was for myself. And the reason is simple. I'm displeased. As for the 4th slap, I haven't quite decided on a reason yet. It seems you've taken 2 slaps on one side of your face and one on the other, which is rather lopsided. So this 4th slap is simply to balance things out. What absurd justifications. To think he would strike simply for symmetry, did that mean he should land 3 slaps on one side to make it even? Chen Shiqing was utterly flabbergasted. His bodyguards were wide-eyed, their mouths agape in disbelief. Even Lu Yinran, now regaining her composure, appeared stunned. "You're finished. Do you understand? You're dead," Chen Shiqing shouted, his hands covering his face, exuding an expression of fury directed at Zhu Bufan. "Oh, is that so? It seems you haven't grasped the reality of your situation. Very well, I shall strike until you do." Zhu Bufan remained unfazed by Chen Shiqing's furious outburst, instead wearing a chilling smile. What? What do you intend to do?" I must inform you, I am," Chen Shiqing stammered. But the sinister smile on Zhu Bufan's face filled him with an inexplicable fear. "Well, what do you think?" Zhu Bufan chuckled. At that moment, one of the remaining bodyguards shouted, "Listen here, you brat. You'd best refrain from any reckless actions. He is the young master of the Qin family." However, before the bodyguard could finish, Zhu Bufan's slaps rained down upon Chen Shiqing's face once more. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps it was because Chen Shiqing's face had become unrecognizable, or maybe Zhu Bufan had simply grown weary of striking him, but eventually, Zhu Bufan ceased his assault. At this point, Chen Shiqing bore no resemblance to the affluent young master he had been moments ago. His hands still covered his face, but tears now streamed from his eyes. His visage was swollen and crimson, akin to that of a pig, and he struggled to articulate his words, his sobs emerging as strained sounds from between his clenched teeth. After delivering his blows, Zhu Bufan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just recently, he had lost his girlfriend to such wealthy individuals, and now witnessing Chen Shiqing's pretentious demeanor ignited his fury, prompting him to unleash a flurry of slaps. Yet, Zhu Bufan held no regrets for striking Chen Shiqing. Such people deserve punishment, even if the incident with his girlfriend had not occurred. Encountering a man who bullied women would have compelled Zhu Bufan to confront him fiercely. Moreover, with the mysterious power he had acquired, he felt invincible. "Have you come to your senses yet?" Zhu Bufan inquired, observing Chen Shiqing's reaction. At that moment, Chen Shiqing no longer dared to confront Zhu Bufan. After the question was posed, he quickly nodded. I understand now. This was my fault. Please, spare me." The bodyguard, whose arm had been rendered useless by Zhu Bufan's earlier strike, stood frozen in disbelief. He could not fathom the reality of what he was witnessing, having only ever seen Chen Shiqing bully others. Of course, the reason he refrained from intervening was that his arm was incapacitated, and he knew any attempt to fight back would cost him his life. Thus, he chose to remain passive. In the grand scheme of things, life outweighed wealth, especially since he was merely a hired hand of the Qin family. "Spare you?" Zhu Bufan squinted his eyes. Yes, big brother. You can treat me as a worthless fool and just let me go." Chen Shiqing replied earnestly. "Is that so?" Zhu Bufan revealed a hint of contemplation. Chen Shiqing was taken aback. In the next moment, he quickly added, "Big brother, rest assured, as long as you release me, I will never trouble you again." Observing Zhu Bufan's expression, Chen Shiqing assumed that Zhu Bufan was afraid he would retaliate after being set free. Although Chen Shiqing had every intention of killing Zhu Bufan after this encounter, at this moment, his life was in another's grasp, so he chose to humble himself, leaving the future uncertain. Thus, Chen Shiqing hastily spoke up. Zhu Bufan nodded. Seeing this, Chen Shiqing believed Zhu Bufan had consented, instantly feeling a sense of relief, while secretly vowing that once he was out the door, he would ensure Zhu Bufan's demise. However, his joy was short-lived. "No, that won't do." Zhu Bufan shook his head decisively. Big brother, what more do you want? Rest assured, I will never seek revenge, I swear it." Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's change of heart, Chen Shiqing's face turned pale, though the swelling on his face obscured that shade of green. "What more do I want?" Zhu Bufan looked at Chen Shiqing's bewildered expression and smiled. "It's quite simple, really. I'm not afraid of your vengeance. On the contrary, if you wish for me to release you, I would simply like to borrow some money." "Borrow some money?" Chen Shiqing was taken aback. The implications were clear. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, realizing that he, a distinguished young master, was brazenly extorted by a man in a hospital gown. Chen Shiqing's expression darkened as he gazed at Zhu Bufan's half-smiling face. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Fine, I will lend it." Zhu Bufan was not surprised by Chen Shiqing's agreement. At that moment, Chen Shiqing's life was in his hands. How could he refuse to lend? "How much do you need?" Chen Shiqing asked, his eyes shut tightly, the words barely escaping through clenched teeth, revealing his seething anger. However, compared to that, Chen Shiqing was desperate to leave this place, deeming it a stroke of bad luck. Nevertheless, he vowed to reclaim his honor. He had always been the one extorting others. Today, however, he was the one being extorted, and by a mere pauper at that. This was unacceptable. Thus, Chen Shiqing swore that once he escaped, he would immediately have Zhu Bufan eliminated. How much? Not much. Considering your arrival, let's say. I will borrow 1 million. What? Chen Shiqing nearly collapsed upon hearing Zhu Bufan's demand for 1 million. Initially, he thought this impoverished man would only ask for a few thousand, but Zhu Bufan had audaciously asked for 1 million. This. Chen Shiqing found himself in a predicament. Why not lend it? It's not that I won't lend it. It's just that I don't have that much right now. Chen Shiqing cursed under his breath. 1 million was not an insurmountable sum for his family, yet it was still 1 million. How could he lend it out so casually? Truly, Zhu Bufan was a shameless pauper, seizing the opportunity to extort him. Oh, is that so? Zhu Bufan's eyes narrowed, an icy glare piercing through. Really, I'm not lying. In this situation, I wouldn't dare deceive you. Chen Shiqing felt a shiver run down his spine as he observed Zhu Bufan's rapid change in demeanor. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and fury. How could this impoverished man be so capricious? Oh, fine. How much can you lend me now? Chen Shiqing gazed at Zhu Bufan, frozen in place, terrified that this pauper might retaliate violently. He was uncertain if Zhu Bufan might resort to brutal physical harm. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Bufan finally spoke, and Chen Shiqing let out a long sigh of relief. I can offer you a maximum of 300,000. Chen Shiqing said, trembling. The difference between 1 million and 300,000 was substantial. Yet, to his surprise, Zhu Bufan promptly responded, all right. Will it be through a certain app or another? At that moment, Chen Shiqing had no inclination to ponder further. Let us use that certain app, he replied, closing his eyes in resignation. Shortly thereafter, Chen Shiqing transferred the money to Zhu Bufan. Now, may I leave? Zhu Bufan observed Chen Shiqing's timid demeanor, suppressing laughter, though he maintained an indifferent facade. Upon hearing that he could finally leave, Chen Shiqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He promptly made his way towards the exit. To his surprise, just as he reached the door, Zhu Bufan's voice rang out once more. Hold on, big brother. What more do you want? Chen Shiqing felt a surge of frustration. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wanted to inform you that I recorded everything, especially the remarks you made earlier. So, do not entertain any thoughts of alerting the authorities. Besides, I am merely borrowing money, not extorting it. Do you understand? Of course. You can report it, but next time, I won't be asking for just 300,000. Yes, I understand. Chen Shiqing felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. He had envisioned reporting the extortion of 300,000 to the police and then arranging for Zhu Bufan's demise. This way, even if he succeeded in eliminating Zhu Bufan, the police would never suspect him, as he could craft a narrative of a violent dispute over unequal shares. Now, however, that plan seemed futile. Nevertheless, for Chen Shiqing, the priority was to escape this place. In the next moment, he hurriedly fled. Once Chen Shiqing had left, Zhu Bufan donned his original attire, the hospital gown still clinging to him. He owed thanks to Lu Yin and for placing his belongings beside the hospital bed. It was not that he refused to change, but rather, there was a woman present, making it inconvenient. As for Zhu Bufan's motivation to extort Chen Shiqing, it stemmed from 2 reasons. First, Chen's surname was the same as that of the woman he had kicked to the curb. Second, as a man, Chen Shiqing's treatment of a woman was intolerable to Zhu Bufan. The second reason was that Zhu Bufan was indeed in need of funds, as cultivating required financial resources. Moreover, the spirit that guided him had indicated that upon awakening, it would lead him to a place where he must procure essential materials for his cultivation journey. Now, Zhu Bufan has awakened, and from everything that is transpiring, it is evident that all of it is indeed real. Thus, Zhu Bufan finds himself in dire need of money. And unfortunately, he is devoid of any financial resources. Fortunately, the wealthy Chen Shiqing has offered assistance. How could Zhu Bufan possibly refrain from acquiring some funds? After dressing himself, Zhu Bufan cast a glance at the still-dazed Lu Yanran and then proceeded directly out of the hospital room. At that very moment, Zhu Bufan's phone rang. Looking at the number displayed on the screen, an inexplicable pain surged within him. Hello, what do you want? Zhu Bufan eventually answered the call, his voice icy. It's nothing significant. I just wanted to inform you that you need not come to the company anymore, as you have been terminated. By the way, I've arranged for your salary to be transferred, and the extra amount can be considered compensation for the time I've spent playing with you. Came the chilling voice on the other end. Indeed, the caller was none other than Chen Bixia, the woman who had unceremoniously dismissed Zhu Bufan. After ending the call, Zhu Bufan's expression turned cold, and his heart ached. Despite his previous nonchalance, Chen Bixia had been the first woman he had truly fallen for, leaving him in profound sorrow. Yet, it was not long before Zhu Bufan found solace in his resolve. "You may look down upon me now, but one day, I shall make you regret it," he silently vowed. Without a trace of hesitation, Zhu Bufan hastily exited the hospital room. At that precise moment, a woman hurriedly followed him. Meanwhile, in another location, after hanging up the phone, Chen Bixia shed 2 tears. Zhu Bufan was not surprised by his dismissal from the company. Given Chen Bixia's affair with his superior, his departure was merely a matter of time. What did shock and humiliate him was the fact that Chen Bixia had personally called to convey the news. Was this merely a display of her betrayal? Had she truly toyed with his emotions during their time together? Zhu Bufan had deeply loved Chen Bixia, as she was the first to penetrate the walls of his heart. Consequently, the moment she cast him aside, Zhu Bufan vowed never to trust a woman with his affections again. Nevertheless, adhering to traditional values, he might seek a woman in the future for the purpose of continuing his lineage. Yet, at present, he had no desire to entangle himself with any woman, no matter how beautiful. Lu Yanran was no exception. Under normal circumstances, had Zhu Bufan displayed a hint of masculinity towards her, he might have found her succumbing to his charms. However, at this moment, Zhu Bufan had no such intentions. Fully aware that Lu Yanran was trailing him, he shook her off the moment he stepped out of the hospital. Left bewildered and somewhat hurt, Lu Yanran was taken aback. Typically aloof and proud, she had been pursued by nearly every man in her circle, yet this seemingly ordinary man disregarded her entirely. Women can often be quite persistent. The more one ignores them, the more they strive to showcase their allure. Staring into the direction Zhu Bufan had vanished, she silently vowed, "The next time we meet, I will ensure you cannot escape." After parting ways with Lu Yanran, Zhu Bufan did not return immediately to his modest rented room. Instead, he resolved to visit a herbal medicine shop to procure materials for his cultivation. Although his unconsciousness lasted merely 3 days, the cultivation spirit had imparted an abundance of knowledge upon him, transferring a lifetime of wisdom into his mind. Thus, despite being a novice, Zhu Bufan could already be regarded as a master of cultivation, a figure renowned as a cultivation maniac, possessing expertise in arrays, alchemy, and refining. Imparted his accumulated knowledge and experiences to Zhu Bufan. Even a novice could be hailed as a master of cultivation under such circumstances, a clear indication of inheritance akin to having an extraordinary advantage. However, Zhu Bufan found it perplexing that such a formidable figure as the cultivation maniac had been reduced to a mere spirit. When he inquired about the circumstances surrounding this downfall, the cultivation maniac vaguely recounted, "I was too arrogant and solitary, often annihilating entire families and sections. Eventually, the entire cultivation world united against me, and the formidable beings from various sects conspired to eliminate me, leading to my demise." Thus, he cautioned Zhu Bufan to establish his own power on the path of cultivation. Though Zhu Bufan hailed from humble beginnings and possessed limited abilities, he was not naive. The anger and pain reflected in the cultivation maniac's memories hinted that his fall was far from a simple matter. Perhaps it was connected to a woman. This realization only solidified Zhu Bufan's determination never to falter because of a woman. According to the cultivation maniac, the path of cultivation is divided into several major realms: body training, soul training, unification of soul and body, path training, pseudo-immortal, and true immortal, each further divided into 9 minor realms. The progression is as follows: first layer of body training, second layer, and so on, culminating in the grand perfection of the 8th layer. Before his fall, the cultivation maniac had reached the 8th layer of true immortality, boasting immense power, and had faced several opponents at the pinnacle of true immortality. The cultivation maniac had long since grasped that beyond true immortality lay the realms of pseudo-emperor and emperor, and he aspired to transcend true immortality before confronting the pseudo-emperor. Regrettably, he was ambushed by the various powers of the cultivation world before achieving grand perfection, leaving him with a lingering regret. At this moment, Zhu Bufan could only be considered a beginner in body training. This initial stage is merely the foundation of cultivation. If a mortal cannot even achieve this, they have no hope of progressing further. According to the cultivation maniac, Zhu Bufan would have been deemed incapable of cultivating at all. His entry into this realm was solely due to the cultivation maniac's forceful impartation of knowledge. When Zhu Bufan inquired why such forceful importation was necessary, the cultivation maniac replied simply, "I desire it. It brings me joy." In truth, Zhu Bufan vaguely sensed it might be due to his unique constitution. Yet the cultivation maniac refused to elaborate, no matter how persistently Zhu Bufan pressed. Having dismissed Lu Yanran, Zhu Bufan made his way to the herbal medicine store. Based on the vast amount of knowledge in his mind, he understood that in order to progress from the beginner stage of body training to the first layer, he required a special medicinal liquid to open his meridians, necessitating the use of herbs. In this modern society, very few individuals ventured into herbal medicine shops. So when Zhu Bufan stepped into a store named Huang's Herbal Medicine Shop, he noticed the sign beneath the name proclaiming, "We buy and sell various herbal medicines." As Zhu Bufan stepped into the traditional Chinese medicine shop, he immediately noticed 4 individuals present: a plump woman, a middle-aged man, an elderly gentleman, and a child of 7 or 8 years. The plump woman was adorned in a very fashionable manner, with jewelry draping her hands and ears, clearly indicating her affluent status. The middle-aged man appeared to be the proprietor of the establishment. In contrast, the elderly man and the child were dressed in worn garments, their shoes caked with mud, and dew still clung to their clothes, suggesting they had just descended from the mountains. Before the middle-aged man and the elderly pair lay a piece of black medicinal material. "Are you selling this?" "The price is fixed, just as it is in other shops," the middle-aged man declared impatiently without even glancing at the black material. "I suggest you hurry up. Can't you see I'm here to negotiate with the owner?" The plump woman interjected disdainfully. "What good medicine could you country folk possibly bring? The owner is offering you 1,000 yuan out of pity. Don't push your luck. Could you possibly offer a bit more, boss? My grandson and I have had a tough time." The elderly man hesitated, his face a mix of distress and resignation. It was evident that the price offered by the middle-aged proprietor fell short of the elderly man's expectations. "Grandpa, didn't Grandpa Wang at the village head say our item was worth 3,000? Why is this uncle only offering us 1,000 then?" At that moment, the innocent child turned to the elderly man with wide, trusting eyes. "Ah, Boss Wang, others have inquired, and they say this item is worth 3,000. No wonder they linger here. You're taking advantage of them." The child's words elicited a scoff from the plump woman, her face twisting in disdain. "Oh, is that so? Clearly, my price is too low. From now on, don't bother bringing your goods to me. If my price doesn't meet your expectations, I won't accept your items." The proprietor of the shop, Boss Huang, narrowed his eyes and coldly dismissed the elderly pair, gesturing as if to shoo them away. "Please, Boss Huang, don't be angry. My grandson is still young and doesn't understand. Let us not hold this against him." Yazi apologized to Boss Huang. The elderly man, realizing the gravity of the situation, urged his grandson. However, Boss Huang and the plump woman remained unperturbed, looking down upon the elderly pair with a sense of superiority. "Grandpa, I didn't say anything wrong. Why should I apologize to this uncle? Grandpa Wang from the village said our item is worth 3,000. The boy insisted stubbornly, his innocent eyes fixed on the plump woman, showing no sign of remorse. Seeing his grandson's defiance, the elderly man's face reflected helplessness. It was clear he understood the calculations Boss Huang was making, but alas, as villagers, they lacked the means to contend with such city folk. Others might refuse your goods. And it could very well be true, he thought. Besides, there were no other shops nearby that would buy medicinal materials, and even if there were, they would likely offer even lower prices. If Boss Huang truly refused their goods, how would they manage? My, such a bold tongue for one so young. "Boss Huang, should you feel that you are at a loss, I, Li Lan, will compensate you for any losses incurred by this pair of beggars." "It seems they've caught the ire of my esteemed friend," the plump woman retorted, her anger flaring as she observed the boy glaring back at her. "Li, your business with me compensates for what these two could earn in a decade. Now that you've spoken, I shall no longer accept their goods." Boss Huang immediately acquiesced after the plump woman's declaration. "Now, you two, be gone from my shop. How dare you offend my valued customers? You truly have a lot of nerve." Boss Huang commanded, his tone sharp. "Please, Boss Huang, let us discuss this calmly. Don't drive us away." "Yazi, quickly apologize to this lady. Say you were wrong," the elderly man pleaded, sensing the urgency of the situation. Yet before the boy could respond, the plump woman erupted. "Old beggar, who are you calling lady? Am I so old? Open your eyes and see. I am still a youthful 18. Who do you think you're addressing?" The elderly man's expression froze at her outburst. "My dear young lady, I apologize sincerely. I'm just old, and my eyesight is failing. Please forgive my oversight. Yazzie, quickly apologize to this sister. Apologize. Humph. Old beggar, mark my words. This matter is far from over. Who said I am old? The plump woman was unyielding. The elderly man was caught in a dilemma, realizing the situation was rapidly deteriorating. Today, if you do not compensate me with 1,000 yuan for emotional distress, neither of you shall leave this shop. Upon hearing her demand for money, the elderly man felt a wave of darkness wash over him, collapsing to the ground. Grandpa, what is wrong? The young boy, alarmed at his grandfather's unsteady state, rushed to support him, his voice filled with worry. At that moment, the plump woman and Boss Huang exchanged glances, sharing a moment of satisfaction. Zhu Bufan, having entered the shop, quickly grasped the unfolding drama. Surprisingly, he discovered that the black medicinal material brought by the elderly man was precisely what he needed. This herb, referred to in the cultivation world as lian tier, was known in this realm as gochier. While the price was modest, it was notoriously difficult to find. Yet, it was essential for Zhu Bufan, as it was a key ingredient for concocting a special elixir. He had initially thought he might not acquire this herb today, yet fate had led him here. This serendipitous encounter filled him with joy. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he hesitated to act. For he understood the ethics of commerce. He could not disrupt a transaction occurring within another establishment. Reflecting on the elderly pair, Zhu Bufan was reminded of his own grandfather, recalling fond memories of their time together on the hills tending to cattle. With the boy's support, the elderly man remained upright. You cannot treat us this way. How can one demand 1,000 yuan just for a word? The elderly man steadied himself and protested. Oh, a mere word? Old beggar, let me inform you that with that one statement, I can accuse you of defamation and ensure you spend your remaining years in a police station. 1,000 yuan for emotional damages is merely a token of my sympathy. Pay up quickly, or I shall indeed pursue defamation charges. Very well. If you agree to compensate Li with 1,000 yuan, I shall act as a mediator, and we can conclude this matter. Boss Wang feigned a conciliatory tone. You are nothing short of robbers. Upon hearing this, the old man pointed at the overweight woman. At that moment, he trembled with rage. And had it not been for his grandson by his side, he might have fainted on the spot. Alas, I am merely assisting you. He sighed. Humph. You old beggar, remove your filthy hands. I shall tell you today that I am indeed robbing you. What can you do about it, you decrepit beggar? Believe it or not, I could have someone eliminate you. Oh really? I am keen to see just how you plan to rob today. Zhu Bufan finally could no longer tolerate the scene. Upon hearing his voice, Boss Huang and the plump woman, Li, were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gazes toward Zhu Bufan, who had already approached the elderly pair. Not only do you intend to purchase these herbs, but you also wish to swindle some money. What a clever calculation you have. Zhu Bufan remarked sharply. What nonsense are you spouting, boy? I run a legitimate business. What clever calculation? I don't understand what you're saying. If you are not here to buy herbs, but to cause trouble, then kindly leave my shop. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous. Boss Huang was initially flustered by Zhu Bufan's words, but after a brief moment, he regained his composure and retorted rudely. Oh, a legitimate business? Others sell these herbs for 3,000, yet you only offer 1,000? What a ruthless profit you're making. Is this a legitimate business? Or are you simply taking advantage of their rural ignorance? Furthermore, even a child knows the fair price, yet you still attempt to haggle. Are you even human? Has your conscience been devoured by her? Zhu Bufan sneered, completely disregarding Boss Huang's admonitions, instead pointing at the overweight woman, Li. You, boy. One can eat a meal recklessly, but one cannot speak recklessly. In our industry, it is a matter of mutual consent. If she believes my price is too low, she is free to decline and seek another buyer. Huang Boss, growing increasingly agitated, interjected, Oh really? Don't think you're clever. By offering this price, you are ensuring she won't sell, and thus you both have orchestrated this charade, preparing for a direct robbery. You're talking nonsense. Li, the plump woman, began to panic. She and Boss Huang had partnered many times before, each venture proceeding smoothly without issue. Originally, she was merely an unemployed wanderer who stumbled upon this place to buy herbs. After her first collaboration with Boss Huang, where she not only saved money but also received a kickback, she had readily participated in their schemes at his beck and call, earning around 1,000 each time. Little did she expect that today someone would publicly expose their scheme, causing her to feel a twinge of panic. Boy, let me reiterate. If you are here to buy herbs, you are welcome. If you are here to disrupt and cause trouble, I must ask you to leave. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not be kind. At this moment, the composed boss Huang noticed the plump woman's distress, his expression darkening as he shot her a glare. And you, if you refuse to sell, please vacate the premises. Do not obstruct my business dealings, correct, Li? Indeed, if you refuse to sell, do not hinder me from conducting business with Boss Huang. And you two old beggars, do not think you can leave so easily. You have insulted me. And if you do not produce 1,000 yuan, you shall not leave Tianhai City today. Feeling the pressure from Boss Huang's glare, Li's heart sank. She was well aware that while Boss Huang appeared to be the owner of a herb shop, he was, in fact, a thug. If this scheme fell apart, not only would their future collaborations be in jeopardy, but she might also face severe repercussions. Thus, she decided to adopt a more aggressive stance. The old man felt utterly cornered. He had come to sell the herbs to cover his wife's medical expenses. Yet now he was being demanded to pay 1,000 yuan before he had even sold anything. It was as though his very life was at stake. Young lady, I am just a poor rural man. I cannot possibly come up with 1,000. How about this? I can give you 200, and we can consider the matter settled? However, the old man understood that he could not afford to provoke the plump woman. If it were just him, he would not fear a beating. After all, he was old and could recover from a few bruises. But today, with his grandson accompanying him, he could not allow him to witness such violence. Thus, he resolved to settle the matter peacefully. After speaking, he reached into his inner clothing pocket. After a lengthy search, he finally produced an old, tattered wallet. He then extracted 200 yuan in coins and offered it to the plump woman. Huh, old beggar. Do you think you can dismiss me with this paltry sum? The plump woman did not accept it. Instead, she swatted the money from his hands. Instantly, the coins scattered across the floor. The old man's face reflected helplessness and pain as he hastily bent down to collect the scattered change, revealing that these coins had been painstakingly saved over time. Grandpa, humph, rural folk are just that rural. The plump woman looked down at the old man collecting the coins, her eyes filled with disdain. Seeing that you cannot produce 1,000, this herb shall be considered. She then approached the counter and seized the practice ear that the old man had brought, intending to claim it as compensation for her supposed emotional distress. Her calculations were shrewd. If one had connections, the practice ear could fetch as much as 4,000 yuan. Yet she intended to use it as a mere substitute for the 1,000 yuan she demanded. However, her scheme was thwarted by Zhu Bufan. Before the plump woman could utter another word, Zhu Bufan swiftly moved. With a resounding slap, he struck her across the face. This time, he did not temper his strength. The impact sent the 300-pound woman flying, crashing into a shelf laden with herbs, which collapsed with a loud crash, shattering completely. The plump woman lost consciousness on the spot. Seeing the plump woman seize the practice ear, Boss Huang had initially smirked, thinking, this woman is somewhat clever, otherwise, I'd break her leg. But in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. He never anticipated that Zhu Bufan would dare to strike, and do so within his own shop. Enraged, he shouted, Boy, who gave you the audacity to strike my customer in my establishment? Are you tired of living? Huh, strike your customer? Not only will I strike your customer, but I shall also strike you. Zhu Bufan chuckled coldly. At that moment, the old man wore an expression of shock, staring blankly, while the young boy clapped his hands enthusiastically, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, Hooray! Hooray! You deserve that for bullying my grandpa. Well done. Zhu Bufan's cold laughter resonated, his demeanor commanding and filled with an icy resolve. Chen Shiqing looked at Lu Yanran with a smile that was not quite a smile, and said, Lu Yanran, will you walk away on your own? Or shall I summon my subordinates to assist you? You, Chen Shiqing, do not go too far. Upon hearing Chen Shiqing's blatant threat, Lu Yanran's expression darkened. Indeed, as Chen Shiqing had pointed out, in the past, he might have refrained from any underhanded actions due to her status. But now she had been expelled from the Lu family by her aunt. Given the Chun family's influence in Tianhai City, even if Chen Shiqing forcibly took her back and claimed her, she would be powerless to resist. In that instant, Lu Yanran felt as though she had aged several years. Lu Yanran, have you made your decision? Chen Shiqing observed the changing expressions on Lu Yanran's face, feeling a surge of satisfaction and secretly laughing to himself. How ironic it was. Back when he had fervently pursued her, she had not even spared him a glance, and now. Chen Shiqing, do not push your luck. I assure you, even in death, I will never be your woman. Oh, is that so? Then let it be as you wish. Seize her. In the next moment, with a cold roar, Chen Shiqing commanded the two bodyguard-like men to advance towards Lu Yanran. Hold on. Just then, a voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. The two bodyguards paused, glancing first at the speaker and then at Chen Shiqing, who was equally taken aback. However, he soon realized that the voice belonged to the insolent young man who had previously dismissed him and even offered him 1,000 yuan to leave. Boss Huang, after all, is a ruthless individual accustomed to grand spectacles. At this moment, he suppressed the fear bubbling within him. Did you not see that he is but a single man? There are 4 of us. Let us charge together. Yes, the boss is right. He stands alone against us 4. Together, we shall surely defeat him. Indeed, a word of encouragement proved invaluable, for as soon as Boss Huang spoke, one of his burly underlings echoed his sentiment. All right, brothers, seize your weapons and charge. With his subordinates' morale ignited, Boss Huang swiftly issued commands. Instantly, 3 muscular men were galvanized, raising their iron rods and machetes as they lunged toward the steadily approaching Zhu Bufan. Humph, courting death. Observing the trio of hulks rushing toward him, Zhu Bufan's lips curled into a cold smirk. Bang, bang, clang. Half a minute later, the 3 strong men lay groaning on the ground. At that moment, where was Boss Huang's presence within the shop? Upon closer inspection, a figure could be seen sprinting away a short distance from the entrance, resembling him. The 3 men on the ground wore expressions of utter disbelief. Yes, from the very beginning, Boss Huang had resolved that Zhu Bufan, capable of sending a 300-pound woman sprawling with a mere slap, and who could dispatch Xiaobiao in an incredibly brief time, rendering him gasping for breath, was not someone he could contend with, even with the assistance of his 3 underlings. Thus, fleeing was his sole option. He had initially incited his underlings to buy him time to escape, leading to this unfolding scenario. However, despite Boss Huang's cunning, he encountered Zhu Bufan today. A mere 30 meters from his store, a figure appeared, blocking his path with unwavering precision. You run quite swiftly, don't you? Zhu Bufan regarded the fleeing Boss Huang with a cold gaze. I merely. Upon seeing Zhu Bufan materialize before him, Boss Huang was taken aback, his heart racing with fear. Brother, let us speak calmly. There is no need for violence. After all, we bear no grudges against one another. I can offer you money, whatever amount you desire. A twisted smile adorned Boss Huang's face as he attempted to broker peace with Zhu Bufan, offering compensation. But would Zhu Bufan be inclined to negotiate? Before Boss Huang could complete his plea, Zhu Bufan seized him as effortlessly as one would a small chicken, dragging him back to Huang's medicinal store. Although Zhu Bufan bore murderous intent, he managed to suppress it. As a law-abiding youth educated in the present, taking a life is not an act one can easily commit. Thus, Xiaobiao merely sustained severe injuries, and the 3 hulks only had their limbs broken. Entering the medicinal store, Zhu Bufan flung Boss Huang onto the floor. Ouch! Crashing onto the ground, Boss Huang was momentarily dazed. Yet, he paid no heed to his pain. He scrambled to his feet and, without hesitation, knelt before Zhu Bufan, addressing him with utmost respect. Brother, no, young master. I was blind to your worth and inadvertently offended you today. I sincerely apologize. Allow me to offer you 100,000. Let us consider this matter resolved, shall we? After speaking, he cautiously observed Zhu Bufan's reaction. However, he soon sensed something amiss and hurriedly added, Rest assured, young master. I will cover the medical expenses for that old beggar. I will also provide him with a substantial sum. Furthermore, I promise to purchase his medicinal materials at premium prices in the future. What do you say? Is that so? Zhu Bufan replied with a cold smirk. Had he possessed overwhelming strength, he would have undoubtedly eliminated Boss Huang and his thugs today. Yet, he had only just stepped onto the threshold of cultivation. He was not yet a true cultivator. Most crucially, could he evade bullets? However, this incident served as a profound warning to Zhu Bufan. Had it been his parents, relatives, or friends in danger, what would he have done? Thus, what does Zhu Bufan require now? He desires power, the ability to look down upon all. If he were sufficiently formidable, would that old man have faced such brutality? If he were powerful enough, would he have struggled with the moral dilemma of whether to kill these scoundrels? Strength is paramount. In that moment, the pursuit of cultivation became Zhu Bufan's singular ambition. Very well, given your earnestness, let us consider this matter settled. However, I must forewarn you, should there be a next time, I shall not spare you. As Boss Huang awaited Zhu Bufan's response, a chill gripped his heart. He believed he was doomed, yet unexpectedly, Zhu Bufan acquiesced. This left Boss Huang momentarily stunned. What? You seem displeased with the compensation? And no, not at all. Since I have wronged you, it is only right that I provide compensation. Though perplexed, he felt his life had been spared. Hence, he dared not hesitate. In an instant, he transferred the money to Zhu Bufan and arranged for the old man to be taken to the hospital, even providing him with an additional 50,000 in cash. Naturally, Zhu Bufan also acquired the medicinal materials he required from Boss Huang. Having obtained the necessary ingredients, Zhu Bufan did not accompany the elderly pair to the hospital. His assistance had been casual, and he bore no obligation to see it through. Now, with the materials in hand, his primary task was to concoct the special elixir. Thus, Zhu Bufan returned to his rented abode without a moment's hesitation. The special elixir, known as Gathering Spirit Liquid, serves its purpose well, as its name suggests. It is primarily used to gather spiritual energy. If one cannot accumulate or absorb spiritual energy, what is the point of cultivation? Cultivation relies on harnessing spiritual energy to achieve training effects and transcend realms. To absorb spiritual energy, one must activate the body's absorption function, and the Gathering Spirit Liquid is essential for this, alongside the integration of a cultivation method. Upon returning to his rented space, Zhu Bufan promptly began the process of refining the Gathering Spirit Liquid. This elixir is a common yet essential item in the cultivation realm, and its preparation is straightforward. As long as one adheres to the recipe step by step, it can be successfully concocted. Once inside his rental, Zhu Bufan fetched a large iron basin and commenced the refinement process. Since the Gathering Spirit Liquid is a simple concoction in the cultivation world, the preparation proceeded smoothly. And in just 1 hour, Zhu Bufan successfully completed it. After the refining was completed, Zhu Bufan immediately sensed a wave of comforting energy filling the room he rented. This sensation enveloped his entire being, imparting an unparalleled relaxation akin to being caressed by a gentle spring breeze. Glancing at the large basin of dark liquid, a sly smile crept across his lips. Indeed, this was a remarkable substance. However, upon concocting the spirit-gathering liquid, Zhu Bufan did not hastily immerse himself in it. Relying solely on this liquid to activate his body's spirit absorption capabilities would be insufficient, as he needed the support of a cultivation technique to achieve this. Transitioning from the basics of physical training to the first layer of physical cultivation essentially entails using spiritual energy to enhance one's physique. The primary function of the spirit-gathering liquid is to surround his body with spiritual energy during cultivation, allowing him to absorb it effectively and unlock his innate spirit absorption abilities. The technique Zhu Bufan was about to practice was known as the Great Luo Body Refining Method, specifically prepared for him by the spirit of a fervent cultivator. It is said that upon reaching a certain level of mastery in this method, one could attain a state impervious to blades and fire. Legend has it that this technique was created by a great Luo true immortal. Furthermore, it was acquired by the fervent cultivator through a fortuitous encounter. According to the tale, after this great Luo true immortal broke through to the true immortal realm, he effortlessly dealt with 5 true immortals of the same rank who attempted to ambush him, ultimately vanquishing them. This illustrates the formidable and dominating nature of the Great Luo Body Refining Method. Most notably, this is a technique that can evolve as one's cultivation level advances. As for how this Great Luo True Immortal ultimately met his demise, that remains a mystery. Nonetheless, it is undeniably a remarkable technique. Within the realm of cultivation, methods are generally categorized into 3 main tiers: heaven, earth, and humanity, each of which is further divided into 3 substages. For instance, the human tier comprises primary, intermediate, and advanced cultivation methods. However, this classification is merely a preliminary overview of the cultivation world. Once a cultivator reaches the Taoist realm, they cease to practice conventional techniques, instead embarking directly on the path of the Tao, and upon achieving the pseudo-immortal state, they engage in the cultivation of immortal arts. It is said that when an immortal technique is unleashed, an entire planet can be obliterated with a mere wave of the hand. With his eyes closed and his body motionless, Zhu Bufan sat in the large basin filled with spirit-gathering liquid, his hands gracefully executing a series of rhythmic movements. Time drifted by, 1 second at a time. Finally, after a day and a night, Zhu Bufan opened his eyes. He had successfully broken through to the first layer of physical cultivation. Casually executing a technique, he unleashed a strike that produced a sharp whooshing sound, accompanied by spiraling spiritual energy. In an instant, a cup situated approximately 3 meters away shattered into pieces. Observing the damage inflicted by his technique, Zhu Bufan smiled, murmuring to himself. The next moment, he rose. It occurred to him that he hadn't eaten in a day and a night. He felt a twinge of hunger and patted his stomach. Just as he prepared to step out for a meal, a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock. Surprised by the sudden visitor, Zhu Bufan found it odd. Typically, no one would come to visit him in his 2-bedroom apartment, save for Chun Bixia, who had abandoned him. Could it be that Zhu Bixia had returned to retrieve items she had left behind? Zhu Bufan pondered. Nonetheless, he decided to open the door. Ah, little Zhu, you're still here. I thought you had moved out since I couldn't reach you by phone and hadn't seen you for several days. Upon opening the door, a voice filled with mild reproach greeted him. Standing at the threshold were a middle-aged woman and a young girl dragging a suitcase. The middle-aged woman blocked the view of the girl behind her. Zhu Bufan was momentarily taken aback. Then he recalled that his rent was overdue. In his efforts to gather money to buy a ring for Zhu Bixia, coupled with subsequent events, he had neglected to pay the rent on time. It seemed he was already 3 or 4 days past due. Little Zhu, it's not that Aunt Zhang is being unreasonable, but you have not honored your commitment. I'm here to inform you that this apartment has been rented out to someone else, and today, she's moving her belongings in. Since you're here, please pack your things and vacate the premises, the landlord stated directly. Upon hearing this, a hint of helplessness crossed Zhu Bufan's face. However, he acknowledged that this was a consequence of his failure to uphold his end of the agreement, making the landlord's request to vacate reasonable, especially with the new tenant arriving. All right, Aunt Zhang, it's my fault for not keeping my word. I'll pack my things right away, Zhu Bufan conceded, choosing not to argue further. Just as he turned to gather his belongings, a voice interrupted. Is it you? Huh? Earlier, the landlord had obscured Zhu Bufan's face from view, and likewise, he had not seen the young girl. As Zhu Bufan agreed to pack up, the landlord stepped into the apartment, revealing Zhu Bufan to the girl, Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran was taken aback. She had not anticipated encountering the man she had been searching for. Zhu Bufan was equally astonished to discover that the person coming to rent his apartment was the very woman who had claimed to have bumped into him. Little Zhu. Little Lu, do you know each other? The landlord asked, bewildered. I suppose so, Zhu Bufan replied nonchalantly, keeping his emotions in check as he turned to continue packing his belongings. Seeing Zhu Bufan, Lu Yanran felt a surge of joy and resolved internally that this time she would not let him slip away. However, Zhu Bufan's indifferent demeanor left her perplexed. Did she not possess beauty? Why was he so aloof? Hey, Zhu Bufan, must you be this way? We are acquainted after all. Observing Zhu Bufan's coldness, Lu Yanran felt a tinge of annoyance. Yet she dismissed it and boldly stepped in front of him. Miss, we are not familiar. Kindly step aside. I need to pack my things. Were you one to be able to move in today? Zhu Bufan's expression betrayed his exasperation. He could not fathom why this woman insisted on entangling herself in his affairs. After all, he had only saved her once after their collision. Not familiar? Yes, we are not. But from this moment on, we shall be. Come, let us shake hands and be friends. Lu Yanran responded, momentarily taken aback by Zhu Bufan's words. However, upon reflection, she realized they were indeed not well acquainted. But that was inconsequential. After all, as the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. Moreover, this serendipitous meeting further affirmed her belief in their destined connection. Therefore, Lu Yanran displayed a radiant smile, extended her hand, and grasped Zhu Bufan's, sealing their newfound friendship. On this sweltering summer day, Lu Yanran donned only a long dress. Yet her figure was strikingly ample. In this moment, she exerted considerable effort, her heart racing with anxiety and fear. This elicited a covert thrill in Zhu Bufan. It is worth noting that aside from his ex-girlfriend Chun Bixia, who had unceremoniously cast him aside, he had not laid eyes on another woman. Moreover, Lu Yanran was a goddess in his eyes, an unattainable dream. The excitement of the moment was indescribable. However, as he observed Chen Shirqing's 2 bodyguards advancing toward him with clenched fists, Zhu Bufan was compelled to relinquish his momentary delight, fully aware of the peril that loomed, either being severely beaten or worse. He turned to Lu Yanran and said, "Excuse me, beautiful lady, would you kindly let go of me? Your tight embrace is hindering my performance." At that moment, Lu Yanran felt a slight easing of her internal turmoil, yet it did not compel her to release Zhu Bufan. On the contrary, she clung to him even more tightly, genuinely fearing that his words were merely a pretext for escape. Generally, women, regardless of their usual aloofness stemming from their beauty, tend to lose their composure when faced with threats of absolute danger. Lu Yanran was a perfect embodiment of this truth. At that juncture, the two bodyguards, having received explicit and lethal instructions from Chen Shiqing, approached Zhu Bufan with lethal intent. One aimed a punch at his temple, while the other targeted his heart. Their speed was incomparably swifter than that of typical street brawlers. At that moment, Zhu Bufan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He could see two colossal fists hurtling towards his temples and heart, while Lu Yanran showed no inclination to relent. Zhu Bufan silently cursed, "Damn it." They say women are extravagant spenders, and it seems to hold true. Initially, Zhu Bufan was already uncertain, but this situation exacerbated his trepidation. However, at this juncture, it mattered little whether he felt grounded or not, for the fists of others would not pause merely because of his inner turmoil. "Damn it, I'll fight back. I hope the dreams I've had these past few days are not in vain." As the fists approached, Zhu Bufan gritted his teeth and struck back. In truth, he was unaware that he had undergone a significant transformation in various aspects. His mindset, observational skills, and reflexes had all improved, including the strength and explosiveness of his punches. Naturally, in such a tense moment, he would not recognize these changes. Accompanied by a low growl, Zhu Bufan thrust out his hands. One fist clenched tightly to shield his temple, while the other reached swiftly toward a point near his heart. The speed of his response astonished even himself. The next moment was even more unbelievable. The punch he had thrown upward successfully intercepted a blow from a bodyguard. Of course, the sound of impact was a detail Zhu Bufan overlooked, for he was oblivious to what that noise signified. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhu Bufan is undeniably aware that he is in the right. Hence, Old Hua revealed his identity. Aiming to intimidate Zhu Bufan while genuinely harboring the intent to compel him to bear the consequences of his own actions. However, the reality unfolded contrary to Old Hua's expectations. Not only did Zhu Bufan show no fear of his reputation, but it appeared that he was also disregarded by others. Consequently, Old Hua was filled with anger. This time, he was genuinely furious. Throughout his career, he had always been the one to underestimate others, and encountering Zhu Bufan marked the first instance where he himself was belittled. Initially, Chen Shiqing had sought his assistance, offering a sum that was merely sufficient for him to incapacitate someone. Yet Zhu Bufan's demeanor compelled Old Hua to contemplate directly rendering this audacious youth incapable of self-sufficiency. Naturally, in Old Hua's eyes, even if he were to disable Zhu Bufan's legs, the youth would still be able to manage on his own. "You are indeed impressive," Old Hua mused. "The most audacious young man I have encountered. Even after I have disclosed my identity, you remain so nonchalant as to eat your meal without uttering a word. You truly stand out. However, it is unfortunate that soon, not only would you lose the use of your legs, but I will also ensure that you become utterly dependent on others." Lu Yanran, though frightened, maintained a clearer head this time compared to the last. You are the infamous lame leg Hua." Upon hearing this, she was instantly taken aback. Having come from the influential Lu family, she possessed some understanding of the underworld, and she had indeed heard of lame leg Hua. This revelation terrified her. "Chen Shiqing, I never imagined you would resort to enlisting the notorious lame leg Hua just to win me over. Are you not concerned about your family facing retaliation from others?" However, she soon regained her composure. "Oh really?" Chen Shiqing, unfazed by her words, chuckled. "Lu Yanran, you truly are a naive woman. Do you not realize that once I eliminate him and keep you as a mere tool for my own gratification, who would ever know I sought the help of lame leg Hua?" He laughed heartily. Lu Yanran was left speechless, astonished by the cold-bloodedness of Chen Shiqing. However, she recognized the formidable reputation of lame leg Hua, and despite her knowledge being merely hearsay, she understood the gravity of the situation. She glanced at Zhu Bufan, who remained unfazed and continued to eat calmly, which nearly drove her to the brink of fury. Is he really that hungry? Yet this time, a flicker of sympathy arose within her. "Chen Shiqing, everything I said earlier was a lie. As you know, he is just a destitute loser. My dining with him was merely an act of gratitude. Therefore, I implore you to spare him. I am willing to be your woman." Finally, Lu Yanran shot a glance at Chen Shiqing, gritted her teeth, and rose to speak. "Oh really? Chen Shiqing responded with a smirk. Is that so? It seems I am quite fortunate. Will you? Lu Yanran, undeterred by his mocking laughter, coldly inquired. Will you? Chen Shiqing scoffed. Lu Yanran, you truly overestimate yourself. Let me assure you, securing you is merely a matter of time. Do you believe I would let him go? That would be absurd. After all, he dared to humiliate me and even borrow money. Do you think I could overlook such an affront? The incident at the hospital marked the first time Chen Shiqing had ever faced defeat. There was no way he would allow Zhu Bufan to escape unscathed. The very thought was preposterous. You. Lu Yanran felt a swell of desperation and helplessness. What about me? You filthy wretch. I'll tell you to be quiet, or else, once I have my way with you, I'll bring a dog to do the same. Chen Shiqing's contempt for Lu Yan and was palpable. Had it not been for her, he would not have suffered humiliation at the hospital or endured the borrowing of funds. The root of all his grievances lay with this woman. Would Chen Shiqing be courteous to her? Of course not. Lu Yanran was merely a fallen woman cast out by the Lu family, a fleeting amusement for him. Upon hearing Chen Shiqing's words, Lu Yanran's complexion turned icy, realizing how vile and sordid he truly was. At that moment, Zhu Bufan, seemingly satisfied, stood up, stretched, and let out a hearty burp. Nonchalantly, he glanced at Chen Shiqing and said, Young Master Chen, it appears you are quite straightforward, knowing that I am in need of money and hastily offering it. I must express my gratitude, young Master Chen. As Zhu Bufan spoke, he clasped his hands together in mock reverence, as though genuinely thankful for the monetary gift. Chen Shiqing's expression darkened immediately, his face contorting with fury. Previously, Zhu Bufan had warned Chen Shiqing in the hospital, stating that next time, 30,000 would not suffice. Now, it seemed Zhu Bufan had taken it upon himself to be a cash cow. Chen Shiqing's lips curled in a fierce tremor. Zhu Bufan, do not get ahead of yourself. This time, I will ensure your demise. You're quite impressive, maintaining your composure in front of lame Leg Hua. Engaging in jest, Old Hua remarked coldly, his eyes filled with fury as he regarded Zhu Bufan. This audacious young man not only showed no fear, but also appeared to disregard him entirely. Zhu Bufan, you must leave at once. I know you are capable, but this lame Leg Hua is not someone you can contend with. He is a practitioner of the mystical arts, a force to be reckoned with. I have witnessed such power once within the Lu family, Lu Yanran cautioned, moved by Zhu Bufan's willingness to stand up for her. Yet, despite her feelings of gratitude, she resolved not to involve this man in her troubles. Stop, Miss Lu, I believe you are overthinking this. I am not familiar with you. The reason I have not left yet is that I wanted to finish my meal. Additionally, I am quite displeased at being disturbed during my meal. And thirdly, since someone has come to offer me money, how could I possibly refuse? Disregarding Lu Yanran's well-meaning advice, Zhu Bufan interrupted her. You, Zhu Bufan, are a fool. Lu Yanran exclaimed, exasperated by his indifference. Enough. Do not flaunt your antics before me. Chen Shiqing's expression darkened as he observed their exchange. Old Hua, I implore you to take action. Very well, Old Hua declared. I have already granted you a chance. Do not blame me for using my advantage over you. In a moment of introspection, a phrase echoed in his mind. The weak cannot script their own lives, for they lack the vitality to endure. Only the strong, those who truly live, possess the power to author their destinies. This revelation jolted Zhu Bufan awake. Now that he recognized himself as a formidable force, it was only natural that he would effortlessly dominate those he deemed inferior. Ah, how pitifully feeble you are. Initially, he had anticipated a more playful encounter. Yet, two bodyguards, still reeling from shock, remained in a state of disbelief. One of them, ensnared by Zhu Bufan's grip, struggled to regain his freedom, yearning to retract his captured hand. However, the strength of Zhu Bufan's hold rendered any attempt futile. In his desperation, the bodyguard had contemplated using his other hand to retaliate, but at that moment, Zhu Bufan's voice cut through the air, momentarily stunning him. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Bufan struck with a swift kick. A sharp crack echoed, followed by an excruciatingly comical sight. Indeed, it was a moment of genuine discomfort, for Zhu Bufan had aimed his kick squarely at the bodyguard's groin. You just accused us of being weak and unamusing, claiming to be a master, he mused, only to resort to such a base attack. The bodyguard, whose hand had been incapacitated, stood in stunned silence, instinctively covering his groin with his uninjured hand. Chen Shiqing gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He was well aware of the capabilities of his two bodyguards, Had they encountered a dozen ruffians, he was confident that with these two by his side, they would have had no trouble at all. Yet now, astonishingly, both of his bodyguards had been subdued. What was more perplexing was that one had been incapacitated in a rather bizarre manner. Zhu Bufan, having taken down one bodyguard, did not immediately turn his attention to the other, who was protectively covering his groin. Instead, he wore an innocuous smile and addressed the remaining bodyguard, inquiring, "Are you still going to fight?" However, his gaze lingered on the area the bodyguard was shielding. The bodyguard, sensing the scrutiny, quickly recoiled and stammered, "Ahem, I concede. I won't fight anymore." In an instant, he dashed to Chen Shiqing's side, exclaiming, "Young master, we must leave at once. Neither Wu Shuai nor I stand a chance against him." Earlier, the urgency of the situation had prevented Zhu Bufan from prying Lu Yanran's hand away. But with the immediate threat now diminished, he had naturally released her grip. In truth, Zhu Bufan had no desire to separate from Lu Yanran. After all, it was a stunning beauty who clung to him, and the sensation of her chest pressed against his back was undeniably pleasurable. Nevertheless, Zhu Bufan had his own intentions. At that moment, Chen Shiqing watched as Zhu Bufan approached him step by step, his eyes ablaze with fury. Steadying himself, Zhu Bufan finally discerned that the one who had suddenly attacked him was a middle-aged man, whose face bore the characteristics of a traditional square visage. Clad in a black shirt, the man stood calmly 3 meters away. Upon gazing at this individual, Zhu Bufan felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping his entire being. He maintained his composure, his eyes relentlessly swirling with contemplation. "Kid, there's no need to ponder. You are not my match at this moment." "Oh, really? I concede that I am not your adversary right now. However, if you intend to take my life, surely there must be some cost to be paid." Zhu Bufan replied with a chuckle. "Haha, you have spirit. I admire that." The middle-aged man laughed heartily at Zhu Bufan's demeanor. "Nevertheless, do you believe that resolving this matter will rid you of trouble? Look at that fire that has yet to extinguish," he remarked, glancing at the still-burning flames. "That's none of your concern. Who exactly are you? If your intent is to avenge him, then spare me the chatter and act." Zhu Bufan retorted coldly. "Haha, avenge him? You overestimate yourself, kid. I came here for him indeed, but since you have ended his life, I see no need to intervene further. My time is limited, so let us dispense with the pleasantries. Here, take this." As he spoke, the middle-aged man casually tossed 2 indistinct objects towards Zhu Bufan. Zhu Bufan, momentarily taken aback by the man's actions, managed to catch the items. They were a green notebook and a military insignia emblazoned with a black dragon. "Congratulations, young man. You are now a member of our hidden dragon group." "Huh." Zhu Bufan was momentarily bewildered. "Well, I've given you the items, and now I must take my leave. Oh, by the way, these 2 items will assist you in addressing the troubles you are about to encounter. Take care of them. I shall return, and at that time, I will present you with a tremendous opportunity. I hope you will not disappoint me." With that, the middle-aged man vanished without a trace. Once the man had disappeared, Zhu Bufan examined the military insignia closely. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and the black dragon appeared almost lifelike, instilling in him a profound sense of righteousness. Upon opening the green notebook, he found that its contents were not dissimilar from standard military credentials, detailing official member of the Hidden Dragon Group, Zhu Bufan. Rank, Major. Following this were some basic personal details, culminating with a prominent red stamp indicating military affiliation. A military insignia and an identification booklet left Zhu Bufan astounded. Could it be that this middle-aged man was affiliated with the national forces? He had heard of the Air Force, Navy, and Army, but the Hidden Dragon Group was a name he had never encountered before. "Uncle, was it worth it?" At that moment, on the opposite side of the mountain, a young woman in a blue dress was speaking to a middle-aged man beside her. "Worth it? Xiaona, when I brought you into the organization, I explained why we are called the Hidden Dragon Group. The Hidden Dragon symbolizes a concealed giant with immense explosive power. This kid possesses that potential. Do you think it is worth it?" The middle-aged man responded after glancing at the girl. "Oh." The young woman, upon hearing her uncle's response, promptly stuck out her tongue. "I understand now, uncle. Is he truly at the master level? He seems to be around my age. How could he have reached such a realm? You often tell me that the youngest masters are at least 30, yet he..." The middle-aged man shook his head at the blue-dressed girl's words. "Xiaona, you are still too young. The reason I say this is to prevent you from rushing ahead. You must build your foundation step by step." "I understand, uncle. However, I still wish to know if he truly is at the master level. Please, just tell me." He is not, but I predict that this young man is likely to become the youngest master ever. Huh, I knew it. The blue-dressed girl beamed with pride upon hearing her uncle's assertion. Uncle, let us hurry. I want to return home to see grandfather soon. At that moment, Zhu Bufan had returned to the apartment complex he shared with Lu Yanran. Shortly after Zhu Bufan had left, Lu Yanran had rushed back to their rented accommodation. Initially, she was filled with trepidation. The image of Zhu Bufan obliterating the head of the legless man replayed in her mind, causing waves of nausea. Such a scene was something she had only ever witnessed on television, and even then, it had been censored. Now, however, she had witnessed it firsthand, leaving her heart in turmoil. After some time, she found herself sitting on the sofa in a daze. Zhu Bufan's act of killing was, in essence, a consequence of her actions. Had it not been for her, Zhu Bufan might have never taken a life. In an instant, feelings of regret and guilt washed over her. She glanced at the room that Zhu Bufan had once occupied, and tears began to flow. I'm sorry, Zhu Bufan. I have brought you this misfortune. Where are you now? Have you fled? Lu Yanran murmured through teary eyes. Initially, Zhu Bufan had no intention of returning, aware that he had committed murder, even if it was against a villain. Surely, the police would come seeking him. Yet, he now felt emboldened and unwilling to evade responsibility. Therefore, he chose to return. As he opened the door to the apartment, a figure lunged toward him. Before he could react, he heard the sound of weeping. Zhu Bufan, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have killed anyone. I'm so sorry. Caught off guard by Lu Yanran's sudden embrace, Zhu Bufan felt a mix of confusion and sympathy. Yet, he could not push her away at that moment. To claim that his actions bore no relation to Lu Yanran would be impossible. However, he did not hold her accountable. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but are you Zhu Bufan? At that instant, a voice called out from behind him. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yanran regained her composure and immediately released Zhu Bufan. She was unaware of her own actions. Upon seeing Zhu Bufan open the door, she had instinctively rushed to him. I am. Zhu Bufan turned to find 3 uniformed men standing behind him, fully armed, their weapons pointed directly at him. Ah, Zhu Bufan, you are currently implicated in a homicide case. We are here under orders to apprehend you. Please accompany us immediately, or we shall treat this as a forcible arrest and will not hesitate to use lethal force. The officers spoke with a wary demeanor, their attitude far from cordial. Very well. Zhu Bufan regarded the armed officers with a calm expression. In truth, he had sensed their presence the moment he stepped into the complex. What do you want? Before Chen Shiqing could finish his words, Zhu Bufan delivered a resounding slap to his face. You dare strike me? Chen Shiqing was momentarily stunned by the blow, but he quickly regained his composure. Staring at Zhu Bufan with eyes wider than those of an old bull, his face reflecting intense shock. He could hardly believe that a mere impoverished wretch had the audacity to slap him. However, what astonished Chen Shiqing even further was that, after the initial slap, Zhu Bufan proceeded to deliver 3 more, all the while proclaiming, the first slap was for Lu Yanran. The second was also for her. The third, however, was for myself. And the reason is simple. I am dissatisfied. As for the 4th slap, well, I haven't quite decided on a reason yet. It seems you've taken 2 slaps on one side of your face and 1 on the other, which is rather asymmetrical. So let this 4th slap be for symmetry. What absurd reasoning. To think that symmetry could justify such a blow. Does that mean I should strike you 3 times on one side to balance it out? This was utterly unexpected and left Chen Shiqing completely dumbfounded. The 2 bodyguards stood by, their eyes wide open and mouths agape, as if they had just seen 2 eggs. Even Lu Yanran, at this moment, appeared somewhat taken aback, though she had regained her composure and was no longer as fearful. Kid, you are finished. Do you understand? You are doomed. The interrogation room was dimly lit, with a solitary desk lamp casting a lonely glow. At this moment, seated directly across from Zhu Bufan were the 3 officers responsible for his capture. Do you understand why we have apprehended you? The lead officer inquired with a fierce expression. I know. I was instructed to be taken in. Zhu Bufan retorted. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? If you continue this way, do you believe I won't simply execute you on the spot? One officer, visibly enraged by Zhu Bufan's reply, slammed his hand on the table and shouted. They were already abusing their authority, and if their superiors became aware, the consequences would be dire. Execute? Is that so? Zhu Bufan scoffed. What? You don't believe me? As he continued to mock them, one officer drew his firearm and tossed it onto the table. Now do you believe it? So, kid, you better cooperate. or I might just shoot you right here." How audacious, to threaten execution before the interrogation even begins. Who granted you such power and audacity? Zhu Bufan remained unfazed by the officer's display of weaponry. "Looks like I need to teach you a lesson before you decide to cooperate," one officer said, advancing towards Zhu Bufan with his gun raised, ready to strike him on the head. The other two officers merely watched, their faces betraying an indifferent, almost amused expression. "You're in for it now." The officer expected to easily draw blood from Zhu Bufan, given that his hands and feet were shackled. However, just as the gun was about to make contact with Zhu Bufan's head, he moved. In a split second, he stood up, seized the weapon from the officer's grasp, and gripped the officer's neck with his other hand. You. The officer's face displayed sheer disbelief, mirrored by the expressions of the other two officers. "Do you often execute others? I assume you have never experienced the sensation of being shot, have you? Well, today, I shall grant you that opportunity." Zhu Bufan's gaze turned icy. At that moment, Zhu Bufan chose to break his silence. Initially, he had complied with the arrest out of a fundamental respect for the law. But upon entering this room, he realized that everything was amiss. Since they operated in such darkness, why should he extend any courtesy to them? Thus, he took action. "Release our Vice Director Tian immediately. Do you understand that this is assaulting a police officer? Assaulting an officer is a grave crime that could warrant immediate execution." Despite their clear disadvantage, the two officers, having served for many years, quickly regained their composure and shouted at Zhu Bufan. "Is that so?" Zhu Bufan sneered. The next moment, he pulled the trigger safety off the gun. What are you doing?" Panic gripped the two officers. I must inform you. This is a crime." The officer whose neck Zhu Bufan held was particularly frantic. "What do you think I'm doing? I told you. I'm giving you a chance to experience what it feels like to be shot." Zhu Bufan smirked coldly. "No, you can't do this." Bang. Before the officer could finish his protest, the gunshot rang out. The sound sent shockwaves through the two officers, rendering them weak-kneed and unsteady. In the next instant, they fell from their chairs, unable to fathom that Zhu Bufan would actually fire the weapon, and even more so, within the police station itself. This shattered their understanding of the situation. Ultimately, Zhu Bufan refrained from directing the shot at the officer's head, instead firing it into the ceiling. Nevertheless, the officer was instantly paralyzed by fear, losing control of his bodily functions. With the gunshot echoing, the interrogation room fell silent, but the entire police station erupted into chaos. What happened? Where did that gunshot come from? In an office, a middle-aged man in uniform inquired of an officer. "Report, Director, it came from the interrogation room." The officer responded. "The interrogation room?" The middle-aged man was taken aback. "What exactly is going on?" Vice Director Tian was interrogating a suspect, but somehow, a gunshot was heard. The officer explained. "That Tian Jintao, abusing his position as usual, but now he dares to execute a suspect in the interrogation room." The middle-aged man seethed. "Let us go see." However, upon reaching the door of the interrogation room, he found it surrounded by his armed subordinates. "What is going on here?" The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. "Report, Director, the suspect seized Vice Director Tian's gun and fired it." "What?" The middle-aged man was stunned. "What is the current situation? Why haven't you charged in to subdue the criminal?" "Director, the suspect claims to be Zhu Bufan, stating he is a person of high importance and that Vice Director Tian is colluding with criminals intending to harm him. He has already subdued Tian. So we are waiting for your arrival before taking action," the officer explained. "Zhu Bufan?" The middle-aged man paused, the name sounding vaguely familiar. In an instant, he recalled receiving a notification that very morning regarding Zhu Bufan. It stated that Zhu Bufan was affiliated with a covert government agency and had acted against a notorious criminal. This incident had already garnered significant attention, and he was preparing to investigate it. Just as he was about to assign someone to the task, he received notification from above. Before he could act on that notification, Tian Jintao had already apprehended Zhu Bufan. Now, the situation had escalated to this point. The middle-aged man suddenly felt his thoughts spiraling. Director. What is it? What shall we do now, Director?" "Oh, it's all right. Withdraw everyone. I will go in to see him." "Withdraw." One officer was taken aback. "But Vice Director Tian is still in the hands of the suspect." "I know. What? Is my authority as director not enough?" The middle-aged man's expression darkened at the officer's words. "Yes, Director." The officer, seeing the change in the director's demeanor, dared not protest further. The middle-aged man was named Niu Shou. He had a characteristic approach to work, He always liked to keep a backup plan. Not long ago, Zhu Bufan lost his girlfriend to a group of wealthy individuals. Thus, upon encountering Chen Shiqing, who was exuding arrogance, he was consumed by rage and struck him without hesitation. However, Zhu Bufan felt no remorse for his actions, for individuals like Chen Shiqing deserved such treatment, even without the matter of the girlfriend. Had Zhu Bufan encountered a man who bullied women, he would have fought valiantly against him. Moreover, Zhu Bufan had recently acquired something mysterious, which further bolstered his confidence. Do you recognize the situation now? Zhu Bufan inquired, gazing intently at Chen Shiqing. In that moment, Chen Shiqing dared not stand his ground. After Zhu Bufan's question, he immediately nodded. I understand now. It was my fault. Please, spare me. The bodyguard, who had previously raised his arm, stood completely stunned at the side, unable to fathom the reality before him, as he had only witnessed Chen Shiqing bullying others. Of course, the reason he refrained from intervening was that his arm had been rendered useless by Zhu Bufan's strike. He believed that should he attempt to act once more, his life would be forfeit in the next moment. Thus, he chose not to engage. When faced with the choice between wealth and life undoubtedly held greater significance, especially since he was merely a hired hand of the Chen family. Spare you? Zhu Bufan narrowed his eyes. Yes, big brother. Just consider me an insignificant nuisance, and let me go. Chen Shiqing replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. Is that so? Zhu Bufan revealed a moment of contemplation. Chen Shiqing was taken aback. In the next instant, he hastily declared, Elder brother, rest assured, as long as you release me, I will certainly not trouble you. Observing Zhu Bufan's expression, Chen Shiqing assumed that Zhu Bufan feared he would seek revenge upon his release. Although Chen Shiqing had every intention of eliminating Zhu Bufan after this encounter, at this moment, his very life hung in another's grasp, compelling him to lower his head. As for the future, that was uncertain. Thus, Chen Shiqing quickly reassured him. Indeed, Zhu Bufan nodded. Upon witnessing Zhu Bufan's acquiescence, Chen Shiqing felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, secretly vowing that once he escaped this predicament, he would ensure Zhu Bufan's demise. However, before he could fully relish this joy, Zhu Bufan abruptly shook his head. Elder brother, what more do you desire? You can trust that I will not seek revenge, I swear it. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's change of heart, Chen Shiqing's countenance turned ashen, though his swollen features obscured any hint of his dismay. What more do I desire? Zhu Bufan observed the bewildered expression on Chen Shiqing's face and couldn't help but smile. In truth, it is quite simple. I am not afraid of your revenge. On the contrary, if you wish for your release, I would like to borrow some money for my expenses. Borrow money for expenses? Chen Shiqing was utterly flabbergasted. Borrow money for expenses? The iceberg, year-round, resembled an area of extreme cold, with temperatures plummeting to the lowest extremes. However, curiously, the two mountains not only stood in close proximity to each other, but the vegetation upon them thrived rather than perished. Remarkably, the volcano had never belched flames, and the iceberg had never displayed ice. According to the memories of the fervent cultivator, this phenomenon could only be attributed to one explanation. Either these two mountains harbored rare celestial materials, or they concealed unparalleled divine weapons. Otherwise, such an oddity would not exist. Whether it be celestial materials or extraordinary weapons, for Zhu Bufan, a cultivator, it was imperative that he explore this place. Although currently sealed off by authorities, Zhu Bufan, as a cultivator, felt compelled to venture there. Of course, he was acutely aware that this journey would not be an easy one. Since he began his cultivation journey, Zhu Bufan had realized that this world was far different from the one he once knew. Just as Zhu Bufan set off towards this extraordinary location, two women conversed elsewhere. Yao, do you truly believe Zhu Bufan has been exonerated? Indeed, my father mentioned that it was a mistake made by the police. They apprehended the wrong person. Oh, I see. That's a relief. One woman finally exhaled in relief. I say, Ran, you're not developing feelings for this Zhu Bufan, are you? I've never seen you so anxious about a man before. No, Yao. Don't say such things. I've told you, he saved me. Haha, why are you so flustered? I merely jest, but your reaction, well? Oh, Yao, you're trying to tease me. Just wait until I get back at you. This peculiar location was discovered on the border of Yunnan and Guizhou. Once found, it was swiftly secured by the government. No one was allowed to approach, under threat of being treated as a criminal. Zhu Bufan became aware of this place during his recent detention at the police station. The 7 burly men in the temporary holding cell had been apprehended from this extraordinary sight, and the deputy director, upon seeing their formidable stature, had arranged for them to provide a lesson to Zhu Bufan. Little did he know, these 7 muscular men ended up learning a lesson from Zhu Bufan instead. The leading bald man, upon witnessing Zhu Bufan's exceptional skills, immediately regarded him as a practitioner of the mystical arts, thus revealing the existence of this place to him. Naturally, they had their own motives, hoping that Zhu Bufan could facilitate their release. Tianhai City was not far from the Yunnan-Guizhou region. By plane, one could arrive in just a few hours. However, Zhu Bufan had no intention of flying, given that the area was under strict surveillance. It was uncertain whether he could even purchase a ticket, and even if he could, he feared that he might end up in a prison upon arrival. Taking a train or a bus was also out of the question. The only option left was to either drive or rent a car. Driving was not feasible for Zhu Bufan, as he neither possessed a vehicle nor a driving license. Thus, he was left with the sole choice of renting a car. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, he made his way to a rental agency named Freestyle Rentals. Upon entering, a young man with an old, worn backpack was greeted by Zhang Guoqiang, the agency's owner, who immediately remarked, "Young man, what brings you here? If you're handing out flyers, please leave. We do not accept solicitors." Zhang Guoqiang's demeanor was somewhat cold, as he seemed to harbor a slight animosity towards young men passing out flyers. "Sir, I'm not here to distribute flyers," Zhu Bufan responded, somewhat speechless, though he recognized that his appearance did resemble that of a flyer distributor. "Not here to hand out flyers? You wish to rent a car?" Zhang Guoqiang was taken aback, scrutinizing Zhu Bufan again. "Although my agency isn't high-end, the minimum rental rate is 180 per day. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Bufan felt insulted upon entering. He was dismissed as a mere flyer distributor, and now he was being treated with disdain. Although he was usually mild-mannered, repeated derision was testing his patience. "Calm down, young man. That's not what I meant. It's just that nowadays, youngsters often rent cars to show off, only to subsist on instant noodles for the rest of the month. What is the point of that?" Zhang Guoqiang hastily clarified upon noticing Zhu Bufan's irritation. "So, are you sure you want to rent?" Zhu Bufan paused, realizing that the owner had a good heart. "My apologies, sir, for my earlier tone. I'm not renting to show off. I have some business to attend to on a long trip. By the way, do you allow both vehicle and driver rental? You want to hire a driver?" Zhang Guoqiang was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Zhu Bufan nod, he pressed on. "Where are you headed?" "The Yunnan-Guizhou region." Zhu Bufan replied nonchalantly. "The Yunnan-Guizhou region?" Zhang Guoqiang's expression shifted immediately, though he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, I see. I'm curious. Are you going there for leisure or business? I've heard that area has been rather unstable lately. If you're going for leisure, I'd advise you to wait a bit. If it's for business, and it's not urgent, it might be wise to postpone as well." "Oh." Zhu Bufan narrowed his eyes, observing Zhang Guoqiang's reaction closely. "Did you just imply that you're aware of the recent happenings there? If you truly do, then you're certainly not just an ordinary rental agency owner." "Ah, it's like this, sir. I'm heading there because a friend asked me to discuss a business deal. You know how it is nowadays. Making a living is tough, and when an opportunity arises, one must seize it. But why, may I ask, has the Yunnan-Guizhou region become unstable recently? What is going on?" "Well, it's not really anything serious. You see, we're a rental agency and our drivers travel all over the country. Those who have returned from the Yunnan-Guizhou region report that it's been rather unstable, with many areas being cordoned off." "I see. Do you still accept jobs for that area? I could offer a higher price." Zhu Bufan scrutinized Zhang Guoqiang closely, yet the latter's expression remained unchanged since his initial reaction. "Of course, I've been wanting to go to the Yunnan-Guizhou region for a while. Let us go together." Just as Zhang Guoqiang was about to speak, a female voice interjected. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan noticed a beautiful girl clad in a sky-blue t-shirt, roughly his age, walking directly toward him. "Xiao Jing, don't be ridiculous." Zhang Guoqiang immediately reprimanded her upon her approach. "Dad, I'm grown up now. It's time for me to explore the world. Besides, you can't look after me forever. I need to learn to face society independently." The girl paid no heed to her father's admonition. "It is impossible. No matter what I say, I cannot let you go," Zhang Guoqiang stated. "Young man, I'm sorry, but I fear I cannot fulfill your request at this moment. Perhaps you should seek another car rental service." My apologies. Observing the proprietor's reaction, Zhu Bufan realized that this owner was undoubtedly formidable, yet it was of no concern to him. Very well, boss. I shall seek another rental service. My apologies for the inconvenience. After speaking, Zhu Bufan departed directly. Ultimately, Zhu Bufan rented a vehicle from another car rental service. Given the reasonable price he offered, the rental agency provided him with an experienced driver. Soon, he set off for the Yunnan-Guizhou region. Young man, it will take at least 3 hours to reach the Yunnan-Guizhou area. You should rest for a while. I will wake you upon arrival, the driver said. Zhu Bufan responded. All right, I shall take a nap then. Thank you. Brother, not feeling the need to be overly polite, he closed his eyes, knowing he wouldn't be driving and had matters to attend to upon arrival. However, shortly after he had shut his eyes, a sudden hard break jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the driver had exited the vehicle, and in a daze, he saw a girl in front of the car. I believe I have seen this girl before. Zhu Bufan chose to remain inside the vehicle. Then, he heard a commotion outside, and the next moment, the car door swung open. Hey, handsome, do you remember me? A beautiful face appeared as the door opened. Zhu Bufan was taken aback. How is it her? Hey, handsome, don't you recognize me? I am the girl from the car rental service. She exclaimed. By the way, don't worry, I'll pay my share. Since you've already paid a lot, let us split it. Without waiting for Zhu Bufan's response, Zhang Lingjing plopped down into the car. Zhu Bufan, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that she had already entered, and it was impossible for him to eject her. Furthermore, he was curious to see if her destination aligned with his. All right, we can go together. You can consider it a ride. No need to worry about the payment. As he watched Zhang Lingjing fiddling with her wallet, opening and closing it repeatedly, Zhu Bufan finally spoke up. But how can you not pay? You're really kind, handsome. Thank you. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's insistence on not needing payment, Zhang Lingjing promptly put her wallet away. Zhu Bufan was speechless. If she truly wished to pay, why the incessant opening and closing of her wallet? The vehicle swiftly departed Tian'ai City and entered the Tianjin Expressway. While on the road, Zhu Bufan did not inquire how Zhang Lingjing managed to escape from her father, and she, too, seemed content merely to be a passenger, refraining from asking him any questions. The car continued its steady pace. However, after an undetermined duration of travel, just as they were nearing the Yunnan-Guizhou region, another vehicle suddenly veered out, colliding directly with the car Zhu Bufan had rented. If it weren't for the driver's seasoned experience, the vehicle might have flipped over. Nevertheless, the situation was still dire. While the car did not overturn, it nearly plunged over the edge of a cliff. Get out, the driver urgently commanded, finally managing to bring the vehicle to a stop. Yet, the driver of the incoming vehicle seemed relentless. The next moment, it charged towards them once more, evidently intent on sending Zhu Bufan and his companions over the precipice. Seeing this unfolding scene, Zhu Bufan, Zhang Lingjing, and the driver had no time for hesitation. They immediately leapt from the car. Just as they escaped, the vehicle Zhu Bufan had rented was struck and sent tumbling off the cliff. The driver, now terrified, sat down on the ground in shock. Meanwhile, the vehicle that had suddenly appeared noticed that Zhu Bufan and the others had avoided the impending doom, and it swiftly turned towards them. Handsome, who have you offended? They are trying to kill you. At this moment, Zhu Bufan recognized the occupants of the approaching vehicle, as did Zhang Lingjing. Hearing her exclamation, Zhu Bufan did not respond, but instead quickly jumped onto a high embankment by the roadside. His swift movements allowed him to evade the car's impact. Standing atop the embankment, he realized the vehicle could not ascend due to the lack of a path. Consequently, the occupants were momentarily at a loss, and the vehicle came to a halt. In the next moment, 4 individuals emerged from the car. Zhu Bufan, you have caused me to lose my job and will never tread the path of authority again. Today, I will have your life. One of them declared as he brandished a handgun and fired a shot at Zhu Bufan. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the area. Observing this, the driver, who had been paralyzed with fear, wasted no time fleeing the scene. Handsome, do you need my assistance? However, the fare for the ride you offered is insufficient despite the peril surrounding them. Zhang Lingjing did not flee. Instead, she approached Zhu Bufan and spoke. Having narrowly evaded the bullet, Zhu Bufan's expression darkened upon hearing her words. This woman was indeed intriguing. Well then, how much do you want? Zhu Bufan replied, staring at the enigmatic woman. He had already sensed her complexity at the rental service. Do you think I lack money? She countered. What do you desire? What do I want? My request is quite simple. You are no ordinary person coming to the Yunnan-Guizhou region, so I want you to collaborate with me. Zhu Bufan's brows furrowed at her proposition. It seemed this woman had come here with intentions of acquiring something significant. What if I refuse? He queried. Refuse? Zhang Lingjing was momentarily taken aback, then continued, let me tell you, handsome, that thing is likely known to others as well. I understand that these 4 individuals may not pose a significant threat to you, but do you believe you can handle the other forces alone? Upon hearing her words, Zhu Bufan's frown deepened. He had come to this place merely to break through to a higher realm and, of course, to search for valuable items. However, it appeared that this location was far more complex than he had anticipated. The way she spoke hinted that the item in question held considerable allure. By the way, handsome, should you choose not to cooperate, I would not mind joining forces with them. After all, if collaboration fails, they become adversaries. In this case, an enemy's enemy can indeed be a friend, and I have no qualms about aiding a friend. Noticing Zhu Bufan's prolonged silence, Zhang Lingjing quickly added, Are you threatening me? Upon hearing Zhang Lingjing's words, Zhu Bufan's expression darkened considerably. Haha, this hardly qualifies as a threat. I am merely assisting you in making a decision. Oh, is that so? Zhu Bufan's demeanor turned somewhat frigid. After a lengthy pause, he ultimately acquiesced to Zhang Lingjing. The rationale behind his agreement stemmed from 2 factors. First, his current strength was rather lacking, and in such circumstances, finding a partner for collaboration was indeed a prudent choice. Second, Zhang Lingjing's tone suggested that she had meticulously prepared for this moment. Thus, Zhu Bufan consented. However, while he agreed, he resolved internally that once he fortified his own capabilities, he would definitely seek retribution for the indignities he felt at Zhang Lingjing's hands. Zhu Bufan, cease your evasion. Today, it is either your demise or mine. If you possess any courage, emerge now. After firing several rounds without hitting Zhu Bufan, Tian Jintao was instantly enraged. Were it not for Zhu Bufan, Tian Jintao could only imagine how much he would be relishing this moment. Yet, because of Zhu Bufan, he had not only lost his position but also had all his hard-earned assets seized. The mere thought of this filled Tian Jintao with a seething desire for vengeance against Zhu Bufan. Today, upon learning that Zhu Bufan intended to venture into the Yunnan region, Tian Jintao gathered his 3 subordinates and pursued him without hesitation. Fortune smiled upon him as he finally caught up with the vehicle Zhu Bufan occupied at a highway exit just before reaching the outskirts of Yunnan. Importantly, that area lacked surveillance cameras. Without delay, he slammed his car into Zhu Bufan's, intending to send him plummeting into the abyss. However, Zhu Bufan narrowly escaped the impending disaster. As soon as he exited his vehicle, he fired at Zhu Bufan. Eliminating Tian Jintao and his companions was not an insurmountable task for Zhu Bufan, though it was not a trivial one either. The reason he had refrained from engaging previously was twofold. First, he was not yet in a position to disregard the relentless gunfire of his opponent. Second, he had recognized Zhang Lingjing's formidable nature from the outset and wished to avoid prematurely revealing his own strength. Thus, he remained passive. At this juncture, Zhu Bufan found it prudent to refrain from action. Since Zhang Lingjing had offered to assist in resolving his current predicament, why should he sully his hands when he had free labor at his disposal? This also presented an opportunity to gauge the true extent of Zhang Lingjing's capabilities. Upon receiving Zhu Bufan's agreement, Zhang Lingjing displayed neither surprise nor joy. Instead, her countenance remained composed, as if Zhu Bufan's compliance was entirely anticipated. Having agreed, should you not now fulfill your promise? Zhu Bufan crossed his arms, adopting a posture that suggested he would merely observe. Zhang Lingjing regarded him with narrowed eyes and replied, Certainly. However, your aspirations may soon be dashed. Without waiting for Zhu Bufan's reaction, she produced a handgun designed for women. A lady's pistol? Indeed, she is astute. Zhu Bufan observed her without revealing his thoughts. As soon as the weapon was drawn, Zhang Lingjing acted decisively. In the next moment, the echoes of gunfire rang out. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Each shot precise and unhesitating, akin to slaughtering poultry. This woman, Zhu Bufan felt a chill coursing through him. Despite his previous display of ruthlessness when dispatching the crippled-legged Hoa, he had still experienced an inner tumult, though he masked it adeptly. In stark contrast, this woman seemed to take lives as casually as one would partake in a daily meal. How ruthless is she? How many lives has she claimed? Your troubles are now resolved, and we may proceed. Remember, from this point forward, Our relationship is one of collaboration. Do not attempt to betray me behind my back. Or else. Zhang Lingjing cast a cold glance at Zhu Bufan before entering the vehicle previously operated by Tian Jintao. Zhu Bufan observed her retreating figure, letting out a sigh before following suit. At this moment, they were still some distance from their destination, necessitating vehicular travel. Otherwise, the journey would take several days on foot. As Zhang Lingjing navigated the highway with Zhu Bufan seated in the back, an unspoken understanding seemed to envelop them, with not a word exchanged. Time slipped by. And after nearly an hour of travel, an official temporary checkpoint emerged before them. Upon sighting this checkpoint, Zhu Bufan felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Hello, please pull over. Hello, may I inquire if you too are en route to the Icefire Mountain? As Zhang Lingjing halted the vehicle, an armed soldier approached them. Indeed. Very well, please exit the vehicle and follow me for a brief procedure, after which you will be permitted entry to the Icefire Mountain. Zhu Bufan was taken aback. He had been informed that this area was under strict control by authorities, prohibiting any approach. Yet, Zhang Lingjing had already disembarked. Having no choice, Zhu Bufan followed suit. Upon exiting the vehicle, both he and Zhang Lingjing trailed behind the soldier. Along the route, military tents were visible at every turn, with armed soldiers patrolling the vicinity. Their expressions were stoic, their demeanor indifferent, showing no reaction to the arrival of Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing, as if their presence was an everyday occurrence. The sight of all this deepened Zhu Bufan's confusion. Soon, the soldier escorted them to a large military tent. You too may enter. Upon reaching the tent, the soldier halted, pulled open the flap, and gestured for them to proceed. Zhang Lingjing simply thanked him before stepping inside, and although Zhu Bufan found the situation peculiar, he followed her inside. Upon entering the tent, Zhu Bufan discovered it was arranged like a grand conference hall. Presently, numerous individuals had already gathered, an estimated 300 men and women in attendance. There are 2 seats over there. Let us go, Zhang Lingjing indicated. All right. As they settled into their seats, Zhu Bufan noted that most attendees were of a similar age to himself. Ah, Miss Lingjing from the Tsangsong sect has arrived. I heard your father was reluctant to let you come here. Now that you have, does he not cherish you? Are you not afraid of perishing in this place? Exclaimed a man in a shirt seated nearby. Gu do you, silence your foul mouth. If you do not speak, no one will assume you are mute. Zhang Lingjing's expression remained unchanged despite the man's comments. Humph. Zhang Lingjing, do not be so smug. As long as we enter the Icefire Mountain, if no one else kills you first, I shall be the one to strike you down, said Loneliness Feather. Is that so? Then let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Zhang Lingjing retorted with a cold laugh. Everyone, please calm down. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all of you for responding to the government's invitation to come to the Icefire Mountain. Since you have arrived here, I trust that each of you is exceptionally capable and powerful individuals. However, before officially entering the Icefire Mountain, I must remind you that your lives could be at stake. Therefore, if anyone wishes to leave, I will not prevent you. Should you choose to remain, you will need to sign a life and death contract before entering the Icefire Mountain. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared on the podium. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he began to speak. Upon seeing him, Zhu Bufan was taken aback. Why is it him? Zhu Bufan thought in surprise. He never expected to encounter this middle-aged man here. Indeed, this man was Long Aogu, who had given Zhu Bufan the Hidden Dragon military insignia and identification. After finishing his speech, Long Aogu gazed at the 300 individuals seated below. When his eyes fell on Zhu Bufan, a peculiar smile graced his face, as if he had anticipated Zhu Bufan's presence. This smile left Zhu Bufan even more astonished. Approximately half an hour later, as no one chose to leave, Long Aogu gestured for the soldiers standing at the podium to distribute the life and death contracts to everyone present. Zhu Bufan received one as well. Now that the life and death contracts are in your hands, if you are still unprepared, you may choose to leave. However, I must inform you that once you sign this contract, it signifies your agreement to participate in this trial and selection process. By agreeing, you accept that your life and death are no longer the responsibility of our officials. Therefore, I urge you to think carefully. All right, everyone can now sign the contract as required. After signing, please hand it to me, and you may leave this place. After you depart, designated personnel will escort you into the Icefire Mountain. Life and death contract? Trial and selection? What exactly is going on here? Zhu Bufan was in a daze. Zhu Bufan, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and sign. We had an agreement. Do you not wish to enter the ice-fire mountain? Are you afraid? Zhang Lingjing spoke up while Zhu Bufan was lost in thought. Oh. Zhu Bufan came to his senses, saying, You sign first. After you finish, wait for me outside. I have some other matters to attend to. All right, I understand. Zhang Lingjing said nothing more. With the smile Long Aogu had given, she was certain her gamble had paid off. Thus, she signed the life-and-death contract and handed it to Long Aogu before promptly exiting the military tent. Once Zhang Lingjing left, Zhu Bufan did not rush to sign. Instead, he remained in his seat, quietly waiting. About half an hour later, most people had left the venue. Zhu Bufan then stood up and walked towards Long Aogu. Kid, what a coincidence, we meet again. Long Aogu immediately spoke as Zhu Bufan approached. Yes, it is indeed a reunion. However, I suspect this encounter is not as fortuitous as you claim, Zhu Bufan replied, eyeing Long Aogu. Ha, I know you have many questions. Ask away, and I will tell you all that I can. Hee, what more is there to ask? From the very beginning, you have been leading me on, scheming against me. Do you think you can disclose anything that should remain unsaid? Zhu Bufan looked coldly at Long Aogu. Haha, kid, you are quite clever. However, your arrival here cannot be entirely attributed to my manipulation. You must remember that you have taken a life. Is that so? Kid, consider this. Coming here is also greatly beneficial for you. At the very least, you can enhance your strength and gain broader insights. I believe that is precisely your intention, which is why you followed my lead to arrive here. Zhu Bufan remained silent. To be honest, if I had not seen your boundless potential and decent strength, I would not have assisted you. By the way, that hidden dragon military insignia and identification I entrusted to you are merely temporary. Should you fail to survive this ordeal, I will reclaim them. Conversely, if you manage to come out alive, you will gain far more than those two items. You are aware of magical artifacts, correct? This time, our officials are offering 30 magical artifacts as rewards, which are incomparable to those available in the trading market. So, kid, you stand to gain immensely. Gain? I hardly think so. If you are capable of presenting such formidable magical artifacts, this situation must not be as simple as it appears. Haha, kid, you are certainly sharper than others. Very well. Since you are a candidate for the hidden dragon group that I have chosen, I might as well reveal this. Indeed, we will select 30 individuals from those participating in the Ice Fire Mountain trial for a special mission. As for the specifics of the mission, I cannot divulge that now. Only if you survive this trial and secure a position among the top 30 will I disclose the details. Is that so? Then I shall choose to forfeit. Zhu Bufan coldly laughed, tossing the life-and-death contract into Long Aogu's hands before turning to leave without a hint of hesitation. Hey kid, don't go. Can't I at least tell you more? Long Aogu had initially schemed against Zhu Bufan, and now he was withholding the true purpose of this endeavor. Zhu Bufan saw no reason to remain and be manipulated any longer. Recently, our officials discovered a remarkable location. Why is it remarkable? Because only cultivators under the age of 25 can enter. If one exceeds that age, they will be immediately crushed by a mysterious force. Consequently, after discussions among higher-ups, it was ultimately decided to select a group of civilian cultivators for exploration through this trial. That is the basis of our current situation. Exploration? You view us as cannon fodder. Zhu Bufan sneered upon hearing Long Aogu's explanation. Long Aogu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words. In truth, the plan indeed resembled that. Nevertheless, I have agreed. Is that so? Then that is splendid. With that, Zhu Bufan signed the life-and-death contract and exited. Captain, I believe he is merely a mid-stage qi refining warrior, a soldier remarked as Zhu Bufan exited the military tent. Xiao Wu, your perspective is flawed. One's potential cannot be judged solely by their current realm, Long Aogu said, gazing thoughtfully at the entrance of the military tent. An extraordinary feat. Only those who have attained the master level can unleash their internal energy. What is most remarkable, however, is that what he released was not mere internal energy, but something entirely unprecedented. How could one not regard such an individual with the utmost seriousness? Upon exiting the military assembly tent, the group was led to an expansive open square. By the time Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing arrived, 300 individuals stood in the square. At the forefront, 3 elderly gentlemen awaited them. Each appeared to be around 60 years of age. One had a stern expression, another exuded warmth, and the third was beaming with a smile. The 3 elders possessed an extraordinary aura as they faced the 300 young cultivators before them. Their formidable presence made it evident that they were masters of their craft. "I believe all esteemed friends have gathered," spoke the stern-faced elder. "Today, we respond positively to our nation's call, hence the formation of this training and selection process. I trust all of you are well aware of this." After a brief pause, he continued, "I shall not bore you with further details. Let me outline the rules of this exercise. First, the duration of training within the ice and fire mountains is limited to 3 months. Second, the primary objective of this expedition is to hunt the ferocious beasts within the ice mountain. If you have any personal vendettas to settle, feel free to do so. Furthermore, should anyone fail to remain for the full 3 months and choose to exit prematurely, we will consider you a deserter, which implies a voluntary forfeiture of this training and selection process, rendering your subsequent ranking irrelevant. Lastly, your ranking will be determined by the number of beast fangs you submit upon exiting after 3 months. The greater the number, the higher your rank. With that, he concluded, I wish you all the best of luck. At that moment, the amiable elder added, now that Master Ma has briefed you on the general rules, I shall now assign groups. After he spoke, the warm elder continued, those who cultivate primarily with yang energy, please stand on my side. While those who focus on yin energy, please align with Master Qi. Upon hearing this, everyone began to move, but Zhu Bufan remained rooted in place, perplexed. He was uncertain whether his cultivation leaned towards yang or yin energy. Glancing at Zhang Lingjing, he initially assumed that, being a woman, her cultivation would favor the yin aspect. However, she promptly positioned herself beside Master Niu. After some contemplation, Zhu Bufan recalled that he practiced the De Luo body refining technique. Given that it was a method focused on body refinement, it undoubtedly inclined towards yang energy. Thus, he eventually joined Zhang Lingjing's side. Observing that Zhu Bufan did not immediately follow her to stand beside Master Niu, Zhang Lingjing was taken aback. Logically speaking, as a man, Zhu Bufan's cultivation should have aligned with yang energy. Therefore, upon Master Niu's announcement, he should have instinctively moved to stand beside him, rather than hesitating before following her. Could it be that his cultivation leaned towards the yin aspect? Zhang Lingjing pondered inwardly. Soon, the grouping was completed. A total of 178 individuals stood beside Master Niu, while 122 aligned with Master Qi. Since Master Niu's group focused on yang energy, it was predominantly comprised of men. Zhang Lingjing, had you chosen to enter the Fire Mountain first, I might have allowed you an extra month of life. However, since you've opted for the Ice Mountain, I'm afraid I will be the first to eliminate you. As Zhu Bufan settled beside Zhang Lingjing, a mocking voice rang out. Is that so? Do you know why I chose to enter the Ice Mountain first? Zhang Lingjing retorted with a smile. Lonely, you remained silent. Because I intend to kill you. Zhang Lingjing declared fiercely, her eyes blazing with intent. Haha, did I hear that correctly? This Zhang lady claims her purpose for entering the Ice Mountain is to kill you. A stout man remarked. She may wish to kill me, but the question is whether she possesses the capability. Lonely, you scoffed, dismissing her threat. Well then, since everyone has made their choices, let us commence our journey into the mountains. Master Niu and Master Qi exchanged glances, then glanced at the time before speaking in unison. In the next moment, the group of 300 was divided into two, each heading in separate directions. The Ice Mountain and Fire Mountain were not far apart, merely separated by a regular mountain peak. Zhu Bufan and his companions swiftly arrived at the base of the Ice Mountain. Upon arrival, the first sensation that struck them was an overwhelming cold, an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. Yet, despite the frigid atmosphere, there were no signs of snow or ice. In contrast, the entire Ice Mountain was lush and verdant, teeming with life and abundant spiritual energy. It seems my journey here was not in vain. Zhu Bufan mused, snapping his fingers in delight. His purpose for coming was to harness the abundant spiritual energy for cultivation. He paid no heed to the trivialities of training and selection or any tasks and artifacts. At that moment, the exterior of the Ice Mountain was fortified by a tall city wall, patrolled by fully armed soldiers. Upon seeing Master Niu's arrival, they all saluted with precision. Esteemed friends, this is the gateway to the Ice Mountain. Please proceed to collect a backpack over there, Master Niu instructed. This backpack is crafted from a unique material, making it impervious to fire and water. It is provided for your convenience in collecting the fangs of the ferocious beasts. Additionally, inside the backpack, you will find a water bottle for your hydration needs. Now, you may set off. Remember, in this frigid climate, your priorities are to hunt ferocious beasts and seek out water sources. There is a water source located 10 kilometers from the entrance. Good luck. In the next instant, all 178 individuals moved towards the grand entrance. Once everyone had passed through, the gate closed behind them. Upon entering, an intense chill assaulted Zhu Bufan from every pore. Nevertheless, he felt no discomfort. At that moment, he was fully engaged in circulating the Deluo body refining technique, continuously absorbing spiritual energy to counteract the external cold. To survive in the ice mountain for 3 months, water was undoubtedly essential. However, where there is water, ferocious beasts are sure to follow. The young men and women who entered alongside him were all cultivators, unafraid of the beasts. Thus, they all headed straight for the water source. Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing were no exceptions. Zhang Lingjing. Just then, a voice pierced through the air. Lon Yu, what do you want? For the woman Qin Bixia. Zhu Bufan indeed harbored profound affection, for she was the first to penetrate the depths of his heart. Thus, the moment Qin Bixia severed their connection, Zhu Bufan vowed never to invest his love in a woman again. Nevertheless, adhering to the traditional values of Huaxia, he might seek a woman in the future, primarily for the purpose of continuing his lineage. Yet, at present, he harbored no desire to entangle himself with any woman, no matter how alluring she might be. Lu Yin exemplified such a woman. Following the conventional script, Zhu Bufan could have exhibited a modicum of masculine charm towards Lu Yanran, perhaps even compelling her to surrender to his embrace. However, at this moment, Zhu Bufan had no intention of pursuing that course. Fully aware that Lu Yanran was trailing behind him, he resolutely discarded her as he exited the hospital doors. The rejected Lu Yanran felt a twinge of confusion and disappointment. Once imperious and aloof, she was accustomed to the attention of every man in her circle, yet this seemingly ordinary man dismissed her entirely. Women, at times, can be quite tenacious. The more indifferent one is, the more they strive to reveal their presence and allure. As Lu Yanran gazed in the direction from which Zhu Bufan had vanished, she silently vowed, "The next time we meet, I shall not allow you to evade me again." After parting ways with Lu Yanran, Zhu Bufan did not immediately return to his modest rented abode. Instead, he resolved to visit an herbal shop to procure materials for his cultivation. Although Zhu Bufan had only been in a coma for 3 days, the spirit of the cultivation madman had imparted a wealth of knowledge about cultivation to him, even transferring his entire life's learning and experience into Zhu Bufan's mind. Thus, at this moment, despite being merely a novice, Zhu Bufan could indeed be regarded as a master of cultivation. He had received guidance from a man known in the cultivation world as a madman, one who excelled in arrays, alchemy, and artifact forging. Such a person, having bestowed upon him the essence of his lifelong endeavors, could elevate even a novice to the status of a master. This was clearly a form of inheritance, akin to wielding a cheat code. Zhu Bufan's fortune appeared to be extraordinarily favorable. However, he found it perplexing that such a formidable figure as the cultivation madman had been reduced to a mere spirit. When he inquired about this, the madman provided a vague and ambiguous explanation. He had lived a life marked by arrogance and isolation, often annihilating entire families and sects at a whim. Ultimately, the entire cultivation world united against him, and the formidable elders from various sects and hidden factions banded together to bring about his demise, leading to his tragic downfall. Thus, the cultivation madman cautioned Zhu Bufan on the importance of establishing his own power in the realm of cultivation. Although Zhu Bufan hailed from a rural background and was not particularly gifted, he was far from foolish. From the madman's recollections, filled with indignation, anger, and subtle pain, Zhu Bufan discerned that the madman's fall was far more complex than he had portrayed. Perhaps it is precisely because of women that Zhu Bufan becomes increasingly resolute, vowing not to falter in the presence of femininity. According to the words of the cultivation madman, the realm of cultivation is divided into several significant stages: body refinement, soul cultivation, the unification of soul and body, Tao practice, pseudo-immortals, and true immortals. Each major stage further encompasses 9 minor realms, denoted as first layer of body refinement, second layer, third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer, sixth layer with a first transformation, seventh layer with a second transformation, eighth layer with a third transformation, and ultimately, the grand completion of the body refinement. This pattern continues accordingly. Before his downfall, the cultivation madman had just reached the 8th layer of the true immortal's third transformation, a level of power that could be described as extraordinarily formidable. It is said that he was besieged by several true immortals who had achieved grand completion as well. Initially, the cultivation madman had comprehended that beyond the realm of true immortals lay pseudo-emperors and emperors, and he aspired to transcend true immortal grand completion to challenge the realm of pseudo-emperors. Regrettably, before he could attain grand completion, he was overwhelmed by the various factions within the cultivation world, leading to his demise, a profound regret for the cultivation madman. At this moment, Zhu Bufan can only be regarded as a novice in body refinement. This initiation into body refinement signifies the very beginning of cultivation. If a mere mortal cannot even achieve this foundational step, then the pursuit of immortality is beyond their reach. Moreover, as per the cultivation madman's assertions, Zhu Bufan is fundamentally incapable of cultivating. The sole reason Zhu Bufan was able to breach the threshold of cultivation was due to the forceful importation and unblocking by the cultivation madman. When Zhu Bufan inquired why such a rigorous intervention was necessary, the cultivation madman simply replied, "It pleases me. It brings me joy." In truth, Zhu Bufan faintly discerned certain truths due to his unique constitution, though the specifics of this constitution remained unspoken by the fervent practitioner of immortality, who offered no answers despite Zhu Bufan's persistent inquiries. After parting ways with Lu Yanran, Zhu Bufan hastened directly to the traditional Chinese medicine shop. According to the knowledge he had gathered in his mind, in order to progress from the initiation of physical training to the first level of body refinement, he required not only diligent practice, but also a special medicinal solution to unblock the meridians within his body. The preparation of this solution necessitated the acquisition of specific herbs. In the modern reality of society, there are few individuals who venture into herbal shops to procure medicinal ingredients. Thus, as Zhu Bufan stepped into a shop named Huang's Traditional Chinese Medicine Store, he noticed a sign beneath its name stating, "Buying and selling various herbal medicines." Upon entering, he observed 4 individuals within: a stout woman, a middle-aged man, an elderly gentleman, and a child of around 7 or 8 years. The stout woman was dressed in a notably fashionable manner, adorned with an array of jewelry that signified her affluent status. The middle-aged man, by appearance, was evidently the proprietor of the herbal shop. As for the elderly gentleman and the child, their attire bore signs of wear, with muddy shoes and dew still clinging to their clothes, indicating they had recently descended from the mountains. At that moment, a black herbal substance lay before the middle-aged man and the elderly duo. "We do not engage in sales for that price. You will find the same elsewhere," the middle-aged man declared impatiently, casting not even a glance at the black herb. "Could you hasten your pace? Do you not see that I am here to discuss business with the proprietor?" The stout woman, pinching her nose in disdain, uttered with palpable irritation, "With your rural origins, what quality herbs could you possibly offer? The boss is only giving you 1,000 yuan out of pity. Do not take advantage of his generosity." The elderly man hesitated, his expression revealing a mix of discomfort and helplessness. Clearly, the price proposed by the middle-aged proprietor fell short of his expectations. "Grandfather, did not Grandfather Wang at the village entrance say that these items could fetch 3,000? Why is this gentleman only offering us 1,000? At that moment, the young boy, no more than 7 or 8, gazed innocently at the old man. "Ah, Boss Wang, others have inquired and confirmed that these items are indeed worth 3,000. It's no wonder they linger here. Your offer is an affront to their value," the boy exclaimed. Immediately, the stout woman scoffed, her face a mask of scorn. "Oh, is that so? It appears my pricing is indeed inadequate. Henceforth, do not bother bringing your wares here. My prices will never meet your expectations," the proprietor snapped, his eyes narrowing as his demeanor shifted to one of cold dismissal. "You may take your leave. Do not obstruct my business." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he made it clear he wished to expel the elderly duo. "Please wait." Zhu Bufan lowered his head, gazing longingly at the roasted meat, eagerly awaiting its readiness. This substantial piece of gorilla meat was indeed a delectable delight. Even without the usual seasonings, oil, salt, pepper, vinegar, or garlic, this piece of gorilla flesh, in the strictest sense, could be regarded as spiritual meat. In his memory, spiritual meat was far more exquisite and savory than ordinary types of meat. Even devoid of any auxiliary spices, it was remarkably delicious. Moreover, consuming this spiritual meat would greatly benefit Zhu Bufan's cultivation. Thus, he was filled with anticipation. At that moment, however, Zhang Lingjing remarked that she was feeling quite hot. What could be the reason for this? "Oh, are you feeling hot? then just move back a bit. Zhu Bufan assumed Zhang Lingjing was being overheated by the fire and casually responded. After uttering this phrase, a sudden realization struck him. He immediately lifted his head, and upon doing so, he was met with a bewildering sight. Zhang Lingjing's face was flushed with a deep crimson, her hands fervently pulling at her clothes. At this point, she had already removed her outer garment. Upon noticing Zhu Bufan's gaze, she cast him a captivating glance, as if he were the tender meat in her eyes. Faced with Zhang Lingjing's alluring look, Zhu Bufan felt a jolt run through him. Was this a sign of desire? This woman was indeed quite troublesome. Observing Zhang Lingjing in such a state left him speechless. Nevertheless, he couldn't deny that she possessed a commendable figure. Her assets were quite impressive. As he beheld Zhang Lingjing, now clad only in her undergarments, he couldn't help but swallow hard. As a normal man, few could resist such temptation from a woman. Zhu Bufan was just a man, and a normal one at that. Having reached this age, his only intimate encounter had been with Chun Bixia, who had been cast aside, and he had never engaged further with any other woman. The comfort derived from such intimacy was something any man would cherish. Thus, as he looked at Zhang Lingjing, he too found himself entranced. Should he yield to her, or should he resist? His heart was in turmoil. In the midst of his internal struggle, Zhang Lingjing suddenly lunged at him like a frenzied creature. Once she reached him, she clung tightly, nipping at him fervently. Indeed, the comparison of her to an agitated animal was not unfounded. Zhu Bufan was left speechless by her relentless advances. Yet, he found himself somewhat clearer-headed now. With a sudden resolve, he pushed Zhang Lingjing away. However, she was entirely consumed by the intoxicating effects of the aphrodisiac, her mind clouded. She would not relent to his dismissal. After being pushed away, she immediately pounced on him once more, continuing her fervent assault. Zhu Bufan was deeply troubled by this treatment. Although he was tempted to yield to her, given her extraordinary attributes, he was determined to avoid complications. Furthermore, since embarking on his journey of cultivation, his mindset had undergone profound changes. Despite Zhang Lingjing being a practitioner herself, she was far from comparable to him. As the saying goes, differing paths lead to divergent goals. Thus, Zhu Bufan was resolute in his decision to refrain from pursuing her. What was the essence of cultivation? It was the nurturing of one's true heart and the pursuit of the Tao. He had no emotional foundation with Zhang Lingjing. To engage with her so directly would be no different from the basest of animals. Their union would be devoid of any emotional connection, merely a physical act. Zhu Bufan refused to reduce himself to that level. Moreover, should he pursue Zhang Lingjing, how heartbroken would she be upon regaining her senses? Resolute in his decision, Zhu Bufan pushed her away once more. Yet, after several attempts, he realized that this approach was not the most effective solution. The optimal course of action would be to address the root of the problem. After another push, he began to delve into his memories for a solution. Initially, he intended to consult the spirit of the cultivation demon, but it had not appeared since its initial manifestation, regardless of his calls. He had even suspected that it might have perished, but according to the usual patterns, it seemed to have exhausted its divine energy and fallen into slumber. Since he could not awaken the spirit, he decided to search through the memories implanted by it. Fortune smiled upon him as he unearthed a particular memory regarding a divine healer. Within this memory was a detailed account of the effects of the aphrodisiac. The symptoms exhibited by those afflicted mirrored Zhang Lingjing's current state. Zhu Bufan quickly disregarded this portion and focused on the remedy. According to the healer's recollections, there were two methods to restore an afflicted person to normalcy. First, to engage in a vigorous physical encounter with a partner of the opposite sex, which would naturally resolve the issue after a night. Second, to perform acupuncture using spiritual energy. The latter method required the practitioner to be a cultivator, as the process necessitated the infusion of spiritual energy. In this regard, Zhu Bufan was quite suitable. However, he soon found himself in an awkward predicament. The first embarrassment was that there were no needles available. The second was that, in addition to the crucial acupuncture points on the front and back of the afflicted individual, it also required treatment of the inner thighs. Upon reviewing the remedy, Zhu Bufan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What sort of method was this? Was the divine healer not a lecherous figure? Why not simply attack the lower regions directly? Nevertheless, faced with Zhang Lingjing's relentless advances, which grew increasingly forceful and frenzied, Zhu Bufan had no choice but to comply with the healer's instructions. Spiritual acupuncture. The first step required a needle, and the absence of one posed a significant challenge. However, A smile soon crept across Zhu Bufan's lips as he spotted an object in Zhang Lingjing's hand. Without hesitation, he seized it and dismantled it. In a matter of moments, the issue of the needle was resolved. With that settled, the next step was to administer the acupuncture. As Zhang Lingjing lunged at him once more, Zhu Bufan shook his head in exasperation. How could he perform the procedure like this? In an instant, he acted decisively, delivering a powerful blow to the back of her head. In the next moment, she collapsed into unconsciousness. As he gazed upon her, Zhu Bufan felt a pang of regret wash over him. Bossly, based on your words, the profit from our business together could easily surpass what this grandfather and grandson duo has sold over the past decade. Now that you have spoken, I shall cease to accept their goods henceforth. Upon hearing the plump woman's statement, Boss Huang immediately expressed his stance. In the next moment, he turned to the elderly pair and exclaimed, "Now, you two, get out of my store at once. How dare you offend my esteemed client? You truly have audacity. Please, Boss Huang, let us discuss this calmly. Do not drive us away." The grandfather pleaded. Yazzie, quickly apologize to this lady. Tell her you are young and did not understand, and that you were in the wrong. However, before the 7 or 8-year-old boy could utter a word, the plump woman erupted, "Old beggar, who are you calling auntie? Am I that old? Open your eyes and see clearly. I am still a youthful maiden of 18. Who are you calling auntie?" Upon hearing the woman's furious outburst, the old man and Apos' expression instantly stiffened. Young lady, I sincerely apologize. I am simply old and my eyesight is poor. I mistook you for someone else. I truly am sorry. Yazzie, quickly apologize to this sister. Apologize? Humph. Old beggar, let me tell you, this matter is far from over. When did I ever appear old? The plump woman was unimpressed. The old man found himself in a dilemma. Old beggar, I am telling you today, unless you hand over 1,000 or so as compensation for my emotional distress, you and your grandson shall not leave this pharmacy. Upon hearing the demand for money, and a sum as considerable as 1,000 yuan, the elderly man was struck with a sudden darkness, collapsing to the ground. "Grandfather, what is wrong?" exclaimed a young boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, as he rushed to support his swaying grandfather, worry etched across his face. At that moment, a plump woman and a yellow-clad owner exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. As Zhu Bufan stepped into the shop, he quickly discerned the underlying dynamics at play. To his astonishment, the black medicinal herb brought by the elderly man was precisely what he required. This herb, referred to as Lian Ti Air in the realm of cultivation, was known in this world as Dog Chi Air. Although not particularly expensive, this herb was notoriously difficult to procure. Yet, it was essential for Zhu Bufan at this juncture, as it was a requisite ingredient for concocting a special elixir. In contrast, other herbs like Old Mountain Ginseng and goji berries, though somewhat more costly, could be found in nearly every traditional Chinese medicine shop. However, the elusive Dog Chi Air remained a rarity. Initially, Zhu Bufan had resigned himself to the possibility of not acquiring this herb today, but fate had led him to discover it here, filling him with genuine delight. Having encountered this indispensable herb, Zhu Bufan refrained from making an immediate purchase. After all, there is a certain code of conduct even among thieves, and he was in another's establishment. Yet, what he witnessed upon entering this scene was profoundly impactful. Observing the bond between the grandfather and grandson, Zhu Bufan was reminded of his own grandfather. "Let us venture forth." "Very well. You have ceased your tears, which is indeed a positive development." Zhu Bufan is naturally inclined to acquiesce. The sounds of conflict were not far from Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing. Thus they arrived at the scene of the incident with only a brief passage of time. Upon their arrival, Zhu Bufan beheld a squad of 8 men encircling a smaller group of 5. Among the 8, he discerned 3 individuals of formidable strength, while within the 5, only one possessed the capability to match the prowess of the trio. The 5 formed a tight circle, while the 8 stood menacingly around them, the atmosphere charged with tension. "Shen Xiaolong, Panda Hai, Hiyun, we have all come to partake in the Ice Mountain trial together. Why must you resort to such extremes? We not only face ferocious beasts, but also the most ruthless of exiled criminals. Why can we not unite?" Spoke the leader of the 5. "Tianxiao, we understand your perspective. Yet we are now divided into 2 factions. Why do you insist on being so obstinate?" Hiyun replied, his face marked with resignation. "Mu Tianxiao, you are well aware of my character. This time, I refrained from delivering a lethal blow solely because of your presence. Otherwise, it would have been different. Now, if you simply hand over your bags, I shall allow you to leave unharmed." Should you continue to resist stubbornly, I can only express my regrets. Shen Xiaolong declared. Indeed, Tianxiao, you once proclaimed us as sworn brothers outside these walls. I warned you to make the right choice, yet you ignored my counsel. You cannot fault us for that, added Panda Hai, his tone urgent. Hasten, and relinquish your bags, or I shall show you no mercy. Indeed, do it swiftly, lest you face dire consequences. Shen Xiaolong, Panda Hai, and Yun had transformed into something unrecognizable. How could you all change so drastically? Mu Tianxiao exclaimed, exasperated. Ha, changed. Mu Tianxiao, do you not recall why we entered this trial? We seek the magical artifacts. Look at me, merely 2,000 steps in, and I have effortlessly acquired over 1,000 large fangs. How many have you secured? I have always maintained that the Plunderer Alliance suits us best, while you foolishly chose the Hunter Alliance. Do you know what that makes you? Foolish. Shen Xiaolong laughed derisively. You, Hunter Alliance? Plunderer Alliance? What are these factions? We have only been in the Ice Mountain for 2 days. Have they truly united? Long Xiao, why waste time conversing with them? Let us eliminate them swiftly to avoid unnecessary delays. I fear we might soon encounter a band of exiled criminals, Panda Hai whispered urgently to Shen Xiaolong. But Yun hesitated, still clinging to sentiment. But what? Did you not see how Mu Tianxiao now regards us as brothers? Since he is heartless, we must be devoid of loyalty, Panda Hai responded coldly. What say you, Long Xiao? Very well, let us proceed as Hai suggests. Yun, I understand your reluctance, but this is not the time for sentimentality, Shen Xiaolong declared. However, enough, Mu Tianxiao. I shall handle this with Hai. You deal with the others. Shen Xiaolong commanded. In the next instant, he issued the order to attack. Zhu Bufan, shall we assist those 5? As the impending battle loomed, Zhang Lingjing spoke up. Zhu Bufan was taken aback. One of them is my dear sister. I do not wish for her to come to harm. Zhang Lingjing implored, eyes beseeching. I realize I am imposing, but... Very well. Zhu Bufan cast a glance at Zhang Lingjing before stepping forward. Initially, she had intended to persuade him further, but Zhu Bufan's decisive action left her momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, seeing him advance, she followed suit. What a lively scene we have here. Zhu Bufan bellowed as he emerged. The two factions preparing for battle halted in their tracks upon hearing his voice. Hey, kid, who do you think you are? One burly man from the 8-member squad shouted, clearly displeased by Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing's interruption. If you wish to live, scram, or I'll make you the first to die? Who am I? I am your grandfather. Asking your grandfather to scram seems rather impolite, Zhu Bufan retorted. Instantly, the 5 from the smaller group erupted in laughter. How dare you seek death? The burly man, humiliated, turned a shade darker and charged at Zhu Bufan. However, before he could reach him, he was sent flying backward. Gasp! As the burly man soared through the air, everyone inhaled sharply. It's him, it's really him. Someone recognized Zhu Bufan. The crowd fell silent, turning their gazes toward the one who had identified him. Inner Chi outwardly projected, it is indeed him. Do you remember when we first entered the Ice Mountain and a single individual disabled Li Guangtou's legs with just 2 punches? Could he be that master? Indeed. It is he. What? How could we encounter him here? Jingjing. Shuangxue, are you alright? Zhang Lingjing rushed to the side of an exquisitely beautiful girl. The stunning girl, though surprised, felt comforted to see her dear sister. I'm fine, Jingjing. How have you fared these past few days? Zhang Lingjing had followed Zhu Bufan out and immediately approached the 5-member squad, engaging in conversation with one of the women, a clear indication of her allegiance. Instantly, the morale of the 5-member squad surged, especially a slender young man, who wiped the blood from his mouth and immediately shot a proud, provocative look at the opposing 8. At that moment, his demeanor seemed to challenge. Weren't you just very arrogant? Show me your bravado now. Before the master, you are nothing. At that instant, the expressions of Shen Xiaolong, Panda Hai, and their group turned grim. Among the 8, the strongest was Shen Xiaolong. However, his strength was merely at the late stage of Qi training, not even reaching its pinnacle. How could he contend against a master? In an instant, all members of the 8-member squad began to waver. Esteemed senior, it seems you must have gotten separated from us upon entering, which is why you did not join our alliance. However, if you were to join the Plunderer Alliance now, I believe the position of vice leader would undoubtedly be yours. Shen Xiaolong's expression darkened. Initially, he had been skeptical of Zhu Bufan's mastery, but having witnessed Zhu Bufan's earlier prowess, he quickly adopted a tone of deep respect, stepping forward to address him. Indeed, esteemed senior, should you choose to join our Plunderers Alliance, you would undoubtedly ascend to the position of vice leader. Pan Dehai stepped forward, eager to curry favor. Despicable. Mu Tianxiao, witnessing Shen Xiaolong and Pan Dehai attempt to court Zhu Bufan, could not contain his disdain and exclaimed, Senior, please disregard the words of these two. Their Plunderers Alliance is nothing but a band of robbers. Do not acquiesce to them. Truly, their alliance is devoid of humanity. They neither hunt fierce beasts nor contribute, but instead come to pillage from us. This alliance is nothing short of a bandit league. Indeed, esteemed senior, do not place your trust in them. In an instant, the two teams engaged in a war of words. Shen Xiaolong, Pan Dehai, Mu Tianxiao, and others turned their gaze toward Zhu Bufan, all awaiting his decision. Even Zhang Lingjing regarded Zhu Bufan with uncertainty, wondering if he would truly side with her. To be a vice leader? Zhu Bufan regarded Shen Xiaolong and Pan Dehai with a bemused expression. Yes, esteemed senior, I assure you, should you align with our Plunderers Alliance, you would most certainly become our vice leader. Shen Xiaolong responded with confidence. Oh, and how many members does your Plunderers Alliance currently have? In response, we now boast a total of 30 members. That seems rather respectable. Zhu Bufan nodded in approval. Upon seeing Zhu Bufan's acknowledgement, Shen Xiaolong and Pan Dehai breathed a sigh of relief, while Mu Tianxiao's expression darkened considerably. Initially, Mu Tianxiao's team was already weaker than Shen Xiaolong's. If Zhu Bufan were to join them, Mu Tianxiao's 5-member team would be easily obliterated. This cannot be. Mu Tianxiao immediately addressed Zhu Bufan, Senior. While I cannot guarantee that you would become vice leader in our Hunters Alliance, I assure you that we are no less formidable than the Plunderers Alliance. Please consider this carefully. Mu Tianxiao's tone was earnest. Come now, Mu Tianxiao, your Hunters Alliance is led by someone merely at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. How could you possibly compare to our Plunderers Alliance? If it weren't for your leader still finding some utility in you, you would have been extinguished long ago. Don't you agree? Pan Dehai mocked. You. Mu Tianxiao fumed. What? In this icy domain, strength reigns supreme. Moreover, not only are there fierce beasts, but also powerful exiled criminals. I have heard that some of these exiles are masters of the realm. Have you not considered the implications if... Are you referring to us? Before Pan Dehai could finish his sentence, a hearty laughter erupted. Who? At the sound of that laughter, everyone immediately grew wary. In the next moment, a figure appeared before them, followed by several others. Exiled criminals. Someone exclaimed in shock. Instantly, all were taken aback. However, at that moment, the first figure unleashed a punch at the one who had shouted, sending him hurtling backwards, blood spewing forth as he fell unconscious. What? Internal energy unleashed. A master of the realm. At that instant, everyone present was left dumbfounded. Serves you right for being so mouthy. After the exiled criminal struck down one individual, he chuckled menacingly, but it matters not. I came here to kill you all, and you knowing this changes nothing. Seeing this scene, panic gripped everyone. An exiled criminal of master-level prowess had appeared. In the next moment, who dared to remain? Flee! Someone shouted. At that instant, everyone began to scatter, including Shen Xiaolong and Pan Dehai. A master-level expert could easily overpower 10 at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Aside from Zhu Bufan, who stood at the master level, who else could contend with such a threat? Moreover, Zhu Bufan was not affiliated with either alliance. Who could predict whether he would come to their aid? Thus, the best course of action was to escape. In a fleeting moment, all began to flee in different directions. Yet, was it truly so simple? Do you think you can escape? The leader of the exiled criminals observed the fleeing figures. A murderous smile spreading across his face, and in the next heartbeat, he sprang into action. Bang! Bang! Two who lagged were met with fatal blows. Their heads crushed under the force of the leader's fists. With the leader attacking, the other exiled criminals followed suit. In an instant, a chaotic chase erupted. The leader of the exiled criminals was a bald man, clad in tattered clothing with weeds clinging to him. Despite his disheveled appearance, he emanated an oppressive aura. After dispatching two fleeing individuals, he ceased his attacks, staring at Zhu Bufan, as if he recognized him as the strongest among the group. At this moment, Zhu Bufan remained motionless, equally fixated on the bald leader of the exiled criminals. Listen well, young man, I grant you a chance. If you sever your own hands and feet, perhaps I might take pity and spare your life. Otherwise, your demise will be most gruesome. After an extended silence, the bald exiled leader spoke. Is that so? Zhu Bufan chuckled, responding, "You are the third person to utter such words to me. The others who spoke thus have long since become mere fodder for the earth. I trust your fate will not be far behind." "Oh, you possess quite the bravado. But it matters not, for in the face of absolute power, all is futile," the exiled leader declared. In the next moment, he chose not to waste further words with Zhu Bufan and launched his attack. A punch hurtled toward Zhu Bufan, exuding potent internal energy, engaging him in a direct confrontation. "Young man, do not struggle. All your efforts will be in vain." The leader of the exiled criminals unleashed his internal energy, enveloped in an enigmatic force. His punch reaching its zenith. His bald head glinted like a beacon in the icy expanse as he bellowed, "You insolent wretch, perish." At that moment, the aura of a master-level expert was unmistakably revealed. Observing the incoming punch, Zhu Bufan's expression grew solemn. This was, without a doubt, the most formidable adversary he had ever faced. With no time for contemplation, Zhu Bufan struck back, unleashing a punch to meet the leader's blow. One punch was infused with internal energy, while the other was charged with spiritual force. In an instant, their fists collided with a resounding impact. She and Mr. Huang have collaborated many times, each instance proceeding with remarkable smoothness and devoid of any issues. Initially, she was merely an idle wanderer who stumbled upon this place while seeking herbal medicine. After her first collaboration with Mr. Huang, not only did she save money on the herbs, but she also received a commission. Henceforth, with just a phone call from Mr. Huang, she would promptly come to perform, earning around 1,000 yuan afterward. However, this time, someone publicly unveiled their scheme, causing her a flicker of anxiety. "Listen here," she warned. "If you come to purchase herbal medicine, you are most welcome. But if you intend to disrupt, I must ask you to leave. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." At that moment, the composed Mr. Huang noticed the plump woman's unease. His countenance darkened instantly, and he shot her a fierce glare. "And you lot," he added, "if you refuse to sell, I kindly ask you to vacate the premises and not obstruct my business. Understood, Mr. Li? Indeed, if you choose not to sell, do not hinder my dealings with Mr. Huang. Furthermore, you two beggars, do not think you can leave so easily. You have just insulted me. Unless you produce 1,000 yuan, you shall not depart from Tianhai City today." The glare from Mr. Huang tightened the plump woman's heart. She was well aware that while Mr. Huang appeared to be merely the proprietor of an herbal shop, in reality, he was a figure of the underworld. Should this affair go awry, the prospects of future collaborations would dwindle, and she might even find herself on the receiving end of a severe beating. Thus, she immediately adopted a formidable stance. The old man found himself in a rather difficult predicament. He had initially come to sell the medicinal herbs to gather funds for his wife's medical expenses. Yet before he could make a sale, he was being demanded to pay 1,000 yuan. This was quite literally a matter of life and death for him. "Young lady," he implored, "look at me. I am merely a rural old man. How could I possibly produce 1,000 yuan? Perhaps we could settle this with 200? Let us consider this matter closed." However, the old man was acutely aware that he could not contend with the imposing figure of the hefty woman before him. Were he alone, he would not have feared a confrontation. At worst, he would endure a beating, and as an old man, he could withstand such a thing for a couple of months. But today, his grandson was accompanying him, and he could not allow his beloved grandson to suffer any harm. Therefore, he resolved to placate the situation. With that, he reached into his inner pocket. After a prolonged search, he finally retrieved a tattered wallet. From it, he extracted 200 yuan in loose change and offered it to the hefty woman. "What? Are you trying to dismiss me with such a paltry sum, you old beggar?" However, the hefty woman did not accept the money. Instead, she swatted the old man's offering away. Instantly, the coins scattered across the ground. A look of helplessness and anguish crossed the old man's face as he hurriedly bent down to collect the fallen coins, which were evidently the result of his long savings. "Grandfather," he sighed, "in the early stages of cultivation, practitioners predominantly rely on the ethereal energies of the heavens and earth to enhance their realms. Consequently, Zhu Bufan's breakthroughs occur at a pace faster than that of his companions. Of course, his rapid advancement can be attributed to the wisdom gleaned from others' experiences, for the memories within Zhu Bufan's mind are far from inconsequential. At present, the ferocious beasts surrounding the stalactite cave have been nearly hunted to extinction. Therefore, if Zhu Bufan, Zhang Lingjing, and Li Shuangxue wish to continue their pursuit of these beasts to obtain their formidable fangs, they must venture elsewhere. Otherwise, It would be impossible to find any more beasts in this vicinity, unless they seek out some of the more formidable creatures nearby. However, these powerful beasts are not adversaries that the trio can contend with at this juncture. Just a few days prior, they had dared to test their mettle and had barely made it back. Thus, to challenge the more daunting beasts near the stalactite cave at this moment would indeed be an unwise decision. Having adequately prepared and gathered sufficient water, the trio set out to explore another corner of the icy mountain. Yet, the instant they stepped out of the cave, the ground trembled violently beneath them. Before they could comprehend the situation, a series of thunderous roars echoed in their ears. "What is happening?" Zhang Lingjing exclaimed, managing to grasp a nearby tree to steady herself as her body swayed precariously. Li Shuangshue's expression mirrored her confusion. This must be the convergence of the icy mountain and the volcanic mountain. Observing the chaos, Zhu Bufan steadied himself, his gaze penetrating as he looked into the distance. "Indeed, I have heard that when these two mountains merge, the earth will shake violently," Li Shuangxue affirmed, gripping the tree tightly to prevent herself from being tossed about by the quaking ground. "Brother Zhu, it seems our plans to change locations are thwarted. For the time being, we may have to remain within this cave," she remarked, glancing toward the horizon. The earth continued to tremble violently. Zhu Bufan remained silent. After approximately 5 hours, the tremors gradually subsided. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the ground finally ceased its tumultuous shaking. "Ah, it has finally stopped." Li Shuangxue and Zhang Lingjing exhaled deeply, relieved that the upheaval had come to an end. However, the tranquility was short-lived as distant roars and the sound of thundering footsteps soon erupted. Roar, thud, thud, thud. The three exchanged glances, fully aware that these roars and the sounds of running were produced by the ferocious beasts. Once the two mountains merged, they would create a spiritual spring, drawing these creatures to absorb its abundant energies. Thus, the cacophony they heard was undoubtedly from the beasts converging upon the spring. "Since all the beasts are heading towards the spiritual spring, our quest to hunt them for their fangs will certainly be futile now," Zhu Bufan stated. "We should return to the cave. It would be unwise to face the collective wrath of these beasts," Li Shuangxue lamented. Zhu Bufan did not respond. While other practitioners might instinctively choose to remain in place, he perceived the spiritual spring differently. Given its nature as a gathering place for the energies of heaven and earth, it promised an abundance of vital energy. Zhu Bufan's cultivation relied heavily on such energies, and the richer they were, the more beneficial it would be for him. The prospect of witnessing the spiritual spring became increasingly alluring. "Brother Zhu, you cannot be contemplating a visit to the spiritual spring, can you?" Li Shuangxue exclaimed, noticing his unwavering gaze fixed on the direction of the spring. Though others may be unfamiliar with its nature, she had a profound understanding of it, as her father had ventured there many years ago and had never returned. "Brother Zhu, please do not entertain thoughts of approaching the spring. Its dangers are beyond our comprehension. While I acknowledge your strength, the peril it poses is far more formidable than you might imagine," she implored. "Are you truly considering going to the spiritual spring?" Zhang Lingjing added, a sense of urgency creeping into her voice. "Zhu Bufan, I must insist that you do not. Rest assured, I shall not act impulsively." Zhu Bufan replied with a reassuring smile, momentarily diverting his gaze from the spring. Hearing his words, the two women felt a wave of relief wash over them. Over time, they had unconsciously come to regard Zhu Bufan as their steadfast anchor, making it difficult for them to envision a life without him. Typically, when a man becomes a woman's anchor, it signifies a deep-seated affection. "Very well, let us return to the cave. In the coming days, I suspect we shall find ourselves with little to occupy our time," Zhu Bufan declared. "Indeed, but I wonder how long the spiritual spring will remain open." Li Shuangxue mused as they retraced their steps back to the stalactite cave. Perhaps due to the merging of the icy and volcanic mountains, the cave felt considerably warmer than before. The stalactites above began to drip incessantly, creating a soothing symphony of water droplets. "Stop!" At that moment, 3 elderly men stood on a military square, their gazes fixed with profound intensity in one direction. "Yes, it has ceased. How many do you think will survive this time?" "Who can say? I only hope for a few more to make it through." As dawn broke, illuminating the sky with a soft glow, Zhu Bufan awoke from his slumber. He calculated the passage of time before rising to his feet. 3 days had elapsed since the convergence of the icy and volcanic mountains. During this time, he had occasionally accompanied Zhang Lingjing and Li Shuangxue to gather wild fruits and catch fish by day, while dedicating his nights to diligent cultivation. Yet, one thought persisted in his mind: the need to gaze upon the direction of the spiritual spring. It is time to visit the spiritual spring, Zhu Bufan murmured to himself. In the next moment, he sprang into action, gathering his belongings. Once prepared, he turned to glance at Zhang Lingjing and Li Shuangxue, still lost in slumber. Without hesitation, Zhu Bufan departed the cave. The spiritual spring lay at the convergence of the icy and volcanic mountains, at the terminus of the icy mountain. Given his current pace, it would take Zhu Bufan the better part of a day to reach it. Thus, after half a day, Zhu Bufan arrived at the terminus of the icy mountain. Upon reaching this point, he discovered a vast cavern at the junction of the ice and fire mountains. At this moment, a rich flow of spiritual energy was continuously emanating from the cavern's entrance, so abundant that even from a distance, Zhu Bufan could distinctly feel its presence. It seemed that the spiritual spring lay within this cave. Observing the cave, which was exuding such vitality, a smile crept upon Zhu Bufan's lips. In the next instant, he hastened towards the cave's mouth. However, just as he took his first step toward the entrance, an invisible pressure descended upon him, crushing him with immense force. Could this be the legendary mysterious power? Zhu Bufan pondered internally. Nevertheless, he had no intention of retreating. Thus, he pressed forward. 10 steps, 11 steps, 12 steps, 13. As he neared the 13th step, a series of cracking sounds resonated from his body, followed by a wave of pain that surged into his consciousness. Inhaling sharply, Zhu Bufan gasped for breath as the pain felt akin to running against a strong wind, compressing his entire being and causing excruciating agony. Yet, he remained undeterred. At this moment, an inexplicable voice within him seemed to beckon him to venture further into the cave. 14 steps, 15 steps. Whoosh! As Zhu Bufan took 2 more steps forward, blood suddenly erupted from his body. Damn it! You reckless fool, wake up! Just as he was about to take his 16th step, a powerful, ancient voice echoed in his ear. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan awakened. The pain coursing through him elicited groans of torment. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed. You still dare to ask? If you wish to live, retreat this instant. The voice admonished. Cultivation Maniac. Upon hearing this voice, Zhu Bufan was momentarily taken aback, but the next moment, he dared not hesitate and quickly retreated. You have quite the audacity, daring to intrude upon the sacrificial array. Are you not afraid? Your level has indeed reached the 5th stage of body refinement. No wonder. Wait, this isn't right. Have you truly entered the realm of cultivation? As he returned to his original position, the cultivation maniac began to jest. Sacrificial array. Zhu Bufan was left bewildered and confused at this term. What is this? Tell me, have you entered the realm of cultivation? The cultivation maniac inquired urgently. No. Zhu Bufan responded, puzzled. Really? Do not deceive me. If you have not entered the realm of cultivation, then explain to me the nature of this sacrificial array. I truly do not understand what you mean by sacrificial array, but I can assure you that I am still in my own world. Are you certain? The cultivation maniac seemed skeptical. Absolutely. Zhu Bufan replied, somewhat exasperated. Very well, as long as that is the case. Otherwise, given your current strength, entering the realm of cultivation would spell your doom. The cultivation maniac appeared somewhat relieved. Then, what is this sacrificial array you mentioned earlier? Zhu Bufan asked. You dare to inquire? Do you comprehend how terrifying this sacrificial array is? And yet, you still dare to venture here? Do you not fear death? The origin of the sacrificial array traces back to the orc race. The orc race is a hybrid of beast and human, inherently formidable, capable of assuming both human and beast forms. Due to their innate beastly nature, they are naturally combative, waging wars across various planets. On one such occasion, while conquering an unknown star domain, they stumbled upon a tome of formations that contained the details of the sacrificial array, a notoriously bizarre and malevolent formation. From that moment forth, the orc race began to study the sacrificial array, ultimately mastering its practices. Consequently, whenever the lifespan of an orc chieftain drew near, they would select an outer planet to encase their chieftain in ice, thereby evading the cycle of reincarnation. When the need arose for these chieftains, they would summon them back using the sacrificial array. Additionally, during the entombment of these chieftains, they often took along exceptionally gifted and powerful younger members of their kind to serve as guardians. Thus, many years later, these guardians gained immense strength. When the orc race faced adversity, they would first summon these guardians. As for the entombed chieftain, they would not be summoned until the entire orc race was on the brink of extinction. After all, to summon a powerful chieftain required sacrifices on the order of billions of lives. Conversely, summoning those gifted and formidable guardians necessitated far fewer sacrifices. Therefore, under normal circumstances, what one typically observes is the summoning of the orc race's guardians through the sacrificial array. This sacrificial array may be considered unique to the orc race. The core of the sacrificial array requires a heavenly grade artifact known as the Spirit Guiding Pearl, which is exclusive to the orc race. Hence, upon encountering the sacrificial array, the Cultivation Maniac's immediate reaction was to assume that Zhu Bufan had entered the realm of cultivation. Given the scale of the sacrificial array at the Icy Mountain, it was evident that it was designed to summon a guardian of the orc race. However, based on the current state of the sacrificial array, it would take at least a century to successfully summon such a guardian. The number of spiritual beasts in the icy and fiery mountains barely exceeded 100,000. While summoning a guardian from the orc race required a minimum of 80 million lives. Even considering past sacrifices, the number absorbed by the array was scarcely over 10 million. Thus, within a century, the guardian of the orc race could not descend upon Earth. Yet, the critical question remained: how could this desolate planet, Earth, devoid of spiritual energy, possess such a bizarre and malevolent sacrificial array? Earth is merely a unique planet with scarce spiritual energy, rendering it nearly inhospitable for practitioners of cultivation. Yet, this sacrificial array had appeared here. What could this possibly signify? For a moment, the Cultivation Maniac found himself at a loss. However, at this juncture, he had no time to ponder such matters, for he had his own intentions. Listen well. Although I cannot fathom why such a nefarious formation as the sacrificial array exists on your planet, I must caution you. Despite the lack of spiritual energy, formidable individuals abound. So it would be prudent for you to act discreetly. Otherwise, you may find yourself unaware of the manner of your demise. All right, young one. Encountering this sacrificial grand array is not entirely a misfortune. At the very least, the spiritual energy here is at least 20 times more abundant than that outside. Such a rich source of spiritual energy is indeed rare to find even in the realm of cultivation, making this place exceptionally suitable for training. Alas, perhaps this was all predestined. Back when I infused memories into your mind, I withheld a superior cultivation technique, intending to bestow it upon you once your strength became formidable and you entered the realm of cultivation. However, it now appears that imparting this prestigious technique to you for your cultivation is an excellent choice. The Cultivation Madman sighed as he spoke. Through his conversation with the Cultivation Madman, Zhu Bufan found himself engulfed in profound shock. He had never anticipated that such a sinister array existed in this world. The slaughter of countless beings as a sacrifice to summon a revered elder, a clan leader. This was utterly madness. When Zhu Bufan heard the Cultivation Madman recount how, in the realm of cultivation, the orc clan had mercilessly annihilated thousands of cities and their inhabitants to summon a peerless genius clan leader, his heart surged with uncontrollable fury. While Zhu Bufan was not an extreme idealist, these were living lives, after all. In the midst of his outrage, a piece of information directly entered Zhu Bufan's mind. Basic introduction to the superior technique, the peerless eye, elements of cultivation, in an environment rich in spiritual energy. One can cultivate through the heart method of the peerless eye. Once mastered, it grants the ability to see through objects and to capture souls, turning them into one's puppets. At its pinnacle, the eyes can unleash the peerless true fire, capable of annihilating everything, even slaying a true immortal with a single glance. Note: up until now, no one has reached the pinnacle of this technique. Most individuals only achieve a minor success before being unable to progress further. Master Cultivation Madman, is the peerless eye truly as formidable as it sounds? Upon seeing the information in his mind, Zhu Bufan was instantly astonished. The ability to see through and capture souls. Such fantastical elements from novels truly existed. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan found himself overwhelmed with excitement. Young one, do not rejoice too soon. I have never cultivated this superior technique myself. I merely obtained it by chance from a celestial orb in the possession of a celestial farmer. As for whether this technique is as powerful as described, I remain uncertain. Now that I have awakened, and you have this opportunity, I shall lend you my assistance. As the words of the Cultivation Madman echoed, Zhu Bufan had yet to respond when a wave of dark, demonic energy enveloped his entire being. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Bufan found himself at the entrance of the spiritual spring. Young one, for the time to come, you need only cultivate the peerless eye at this entrance. Remember, do not wander about recklessly, or you shall perish here. And worry not, judging by the current situation. The spiritual beasts within this cave will likely not emerge for at least 2 months, so you need not be concerned. Before Zhu Bufan could express his astonishment, a faint and weakened voice from the Cultivation Madman reached him. Master Cultivation Madman, are you all right? Noticing the Cultivation Madman's weakened tone, Zhu Bufan felt a surge of concern, realizing that this exertion had taken a toll on him. I am fine. It's just that I expended considerable soul energy to assist you, and I shall likely fall into a deep slumber for quite some time. So remember, do not stray. In 2 months, regardless of how well you have cultivated the peerless eye, you must leave this place, or you will perish, the Cultivation Madman insisted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his voice faded into silence once more. Zhu Bufan understood that the Cultivation Madman had once again succumbed to slumber. Standing at the cave's entrance, Zhu Bufan found himself free from the mysterious force's attack, perhaps due to some means employed by the Cultivation Madman. He shook off his body. With such abundant spiritual energy, it could not be wasted. Without hesitation, Zhu Bufan sat down and began cultivating the peerless eye. Meanwhile, within the stalactite cave, after Zhang Lingjing and Li Shuangshu awoke to find Zhu Bufan missing, they immediately began searching for him. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in a corner of the ice mountain, a young man spoke to himself. Ah, it seems the blockage in its blood vessels led to its leg becoming useless. Well then, since you are my test subject, I shall mend your ruined leg. In the next instant, the young man concentrated spiritual energy in his right hand and struck a young ice beast. Miraculously, the once injured ice beast began to run. 2 months had passed, and it appeared he would not obtain the so-called magical artifact. After healing the ice beast, the young man felt no joy. It was time to leave this place. With that, the young man departed from the ice mountain. As he left, the previously healed ice beast halted its running and gazed at his retreating figure. Perhaps Zhu Bufan himself had not anticipated that this rehabilitated ice beast would not only save his life in the future, but also become his extraordinary steed. Meanwhile, in the first-class cabin of a flight to Tianhai City. Excuse me, miss, may I have your number? What is your name? The man asked. But the woman turned away, ignoring him. Yet, he persisted, what is your QQ? Your WeChat? Still, she paid him no mind. Just then, a sweet voice interrupted, sir. Your water. The man turned to see the flight attendant, a sly grin forming on his face, when suddenly the woman screamed, Ah, what are you doing? At that moment, Zhu Bufan awoke from his slumber. Following the source of the commotion, he was taken aback. The flight attendant possessed an extraordinarily perfect figure, tall and graceful, with a waist as slender as a willow, particularly her bosom, which seemed to defy gravity, standing proudly. Wow, what a stunning figure! Zhu Bufan exclaimed in admiration. As the woman turned, shaking the water off her clothes, she unexpectedly caught Zhu Bufan's lecherous gaze fixated on her chest, igniting her anger. I truly apologize, miss. It was unintentional. Let me help you dry off, the buzzcut man said, reaching out with his wicked hands toward the woman. Ah, pervert! The flight attendant exclaimed in outrage. What perversion? I'm merely helping you dry off. The buzzcut man feigned innocence, yet his eyes were fixated on the flight attendant's chest, exuding a distinctly sinister aura. The man sported a buzz cut and was covered in tattoos, exuding an aura that suggested he was far from virtuous. He seized the hand of a beautiful flight attendant, a lascivious grin spreading across his face as he leered. Darling, I'm merely attempting to help you dry off. What are you afraid of? Let go of me. The flight attendant protested, struggling against him, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Her reaction only intensified the man's desire as he clutched her arm with one hand, while the other brazenly reached for her chest. Ah, what are you doing? The flight attendant's voice trembled with panic as her expression shifted, urgently seeking assistance from those around her. Unfortunately, most of the passengers were merely spectators, pointing fingers in fear of the man's fierce glare. The majority were affluent individuals, confirming the adage that those with wealth often harbor a greater fear of danger. Listen up. Anyone who dares to meddle in my affairs will find themselves in grave peril once we disembark. The buzzcut man bellowed, his eyes glinting maliciously at the onlookers. Just as his hand was about to violate the flight attendant, a swift hand descended upon his own, striking it away. How dare you think this beautiful place is within your reach? A calm voice entered the fray. It was Zhu Bufan who had intervened. The buzzcut man was momentarily taken aback, confronted by a young man who appeared disheveled, yet towered over him with an air of authority. Seeing Zhu Bufan come to her aid, the flight attendant, Lu Yi, felt a wave of gratitude and instinctively stepped behind him. Who do you think you are? Interfering in my business? The buzzcut man retorted, his arrogance palpable. Known as a local bully, he was accustomed to deference from those around him. What's it to you? I'll take on a fool like you any day, Zhu Bufan nonchalantly remarked, dismissing the man's threats. Do you seek to provoke him? Lu Yi whispered. Concern etched on her face, realizing the potential consequences of Zhu Bufan's defiance. The surrounding passengers watched with keen interest. Curiosity etched on their faces as they reveled in the unfolding drama. Do you even know who I am before you dare to lay a hand on me? The buzzcut man seethed. Do you think you're someone important? Why would I need to know you? Zhu Bufan scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. You're courting death, thinking a mere laborer can interfere in my affairs and play the hero. The buzzcut man shouted, fury in his eyes. I have no interest in meddling. However, you are targeting my girlfriend, and that is unacceptable, Zhu Bufan declared. Lu Yi's face flushed crimson at his words. And she muttered, who said I was your girlfriend? Dream on. Yet, recognizing Zhu Bufan's intentions to protect her, she refrained from further protest. Huh, you think you have such a beautiful girlfriend? I refuse to believe it. The buzzcut man sneered. Is that so? Allow me to prove it, Zhu Bufan responded, turning to Lu Yi, cupping her face in his hands, and suddenly leaning in to kiss her lips. Lu Yi's eyes widened in shock, momentarily stunned by the audacity of the act. You, she stammered, a mix of anger and disbelief flooding her. It was her first kiss, stolen by this insufferable man, and they had only known each other for a mere 20 minutes. How could he dare? As Lu Yi readied to unleash her fury, Zhu Bufan quickly covered her mouth, addressing the buzzcut man with a calm smile. So, do you believe me now? If you're wise, you'll clear out. You'll pay for that. The buzzcut man roared, his rage boiling over as he lunged at Zhu Bufan with clenched fists. Everyone witnessed that he initiated this. I am merely acting in self-defense, Zhu Bufan proclaimed, raising his voice for all to hear. With that, he sprang into action, moving like a flash of lightning, closing the distance between them in an instant. You're asking for it, Zhu Bufan shouted, landing a powerful slap across the buzzcut man's face. Despite not harnessing his internal strength, the force sent the man sprawling against the seats, his teeth shattered. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Witnessing a mere slap send a man weighing over 130 pounds flying was a sight to behold. You dare strike me? The buzzcut man stammered, struggling to rise, shock evident on his face. Without hesitation, Zhu Bufan delivered another resounding slap, causing the man to spin in place. Stars dancing in his vision. Yes, I did. What of it? Zhu Bufan retorted with a cold laugh. You'll regret this. The buzzcut man growled, rising once more. His fists clenched like a cornered animal. Zhu Bufan effortlessly seized the man's arm, twisting it until a chilling scream erupted from him, followed by a desperate cry for mercy. Eventually, he succumbed to unconsciousness, issuing a final threat. You'll pay for this when I find you after we land. Zhu Bufan dismissed the threat entirely, returning to his seat as if nothing had transpired. An hour later, Zhu Bufan arrived at Luohong Airport in Tianhai City, looking disheveled yet content. It's good to be back, he sighed, arms outstretched, inhaling deeply. He hadn't seen his parents in quite some time. It was undoubtedly time for a visit. Moments later, he exited the airport and, instead of returning to his rental, hailed a taxi headed for the bus station. Zhu Bufan's hometown lay in a small mountain village in Gali County, Tianhai City, known as Zhujiakan, named for its predominantly Zhu surname residents. The village also housed a few families of different surnames, said to be refugees taken in by the villagers long ago. However, it was rumored that among these families, one or two held considerable power, though their reasons for residing in such a remote village remained a mystery. Zhujiakan was still rather underdeveloped, with the road leading into the village completed only 5 years prior. Yet, with the new road, the village had seen some changes. The old earthen walls had been replaced by modern brick houses. Zhu Bufan's family fared relatively well. Although he had repeated several years of school at great expense to his family, his father, Zhu Buchuan, had managed to build a small 2-story house through diligent work and helping others. As he sat on the bus, Zhu Bufan reminisced, recalling how much he adored the dumplings his mother made. Just the thought of that taste made him yearn to return home immediately. Do not frighten me, oh dear. Please, do not scare me. With a heavy blow from an iron rod, the elderly man immediately collapsed to the ground. Had it not been for Zhu Bufan's timely support, the old man would surely have fallen flat. Grandfather, oh dear. Grandfather, what has happened to you? The young man knelt on the ground, weeping. Zhu Bufan gazed at the weeping youth and the injured elder, a surge of grief and indignation swelling within him. He then procured a nearby chair for the old man to lean against, and, drawing upon the memories in his mind, staunched the flow of blood before finally rising to his feet. Listen, young one, heed my words. If you were to immediately cripple your own legs, I would grant you the chance to crawl away. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your fate is far worse than that of this old wretch. At that moment, Boss Huang and his entourage watched Zhu Bufan and the elder, along with the young man, their faces adorned with disdain and mockery. Two burly men, grinning, flattered the muscular thug, exclaiming, "Well done, Brother Biao, you are formidable." Zhu Bufan rose, a chill emanating from him. "Oh really?" He scoffed coldly, his eyes ablaze with a crimson fury. At this juncture, an overwhelming desire for vengeance consumed Zhu Bufan. What once may have merely been a fleeting thought of violence now transformed into an urgent need for action. Thus, Zhu Bufan sprang into motion, charging towards the muscular thug with astonishing speed, his fist poised to strike. Originally, the burly man, whose face bore a hint of disdain coupled with a trace of a smile, felt an inexplicable surge of fear as he saw Zhu Bufan charging towards him with remarkable speed. Instinctively, he raised his iron rod, intent on striking Zhu Bufan just as he had struck the elderly man moments before. But before he could bring the rod down, a powerful punch landed squarely on his chest. In the next instant, he was overwhelmed by a searing pain radiating from his chest, feeling his body propelled backward through the air. Indeed, it was yet another punch that sent the burly man flying. However, this time, Zhu Bufan did not relent after the blow. He sprinted towards the direction in which the man was sent tumbling. As he ran, he unleashed a flurry of punches, bang, 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 until a resounding crash and a cry of agony pierced the air. There lay the man known as Xiao Biao, sprawled on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, mingled with fragments of shattered lung tissue. Shock enveloped the onlookers, disbelief etched on their faces, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. Despite incapacitating Xiao Biao, Zhu Bufan showed no signs of halting his advance. He strolled towards the remaining three burly men and Boss Huang with an ominous calm. Upon witnessing the approaching figure, Boss Huang's composure shattered. He no longer perceived a mere youth but a harbinger of death, a killer whose presence sent tremors through his very soul. Zhu Bufan's eyes glowed with a crimson hue, his expression cold and merciless, as his fists cracked ominously with each tightening grip. He moved with deliberate precision, step by step, towards the location where Boss Huang and his associates were situated. However, this seemingly simple yet furious action struck profound terror into the hearts of Boss Huang and his companions. In their eyes, the current Zhu Bufan was no longer the inconspicuous young man they had previously dismissed. He appeared as a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of hell. Panic ensued for Boss Huang, and his three burly companions were equally alarmed. Typically, they were the ones instilling fear, but now they had transformed into helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. Calm down. Boss Huang, a ruthless individual accustomed to high-stakes situations, struggled to suppress his rising fear. Can't you see he is just one man? There are four of us. Let us take him together. Yes, the boss is right. He is all alone, and we are four. They rallied in agreement, emboldened by his encouragement. All right, brothers, seize your weapons and charge. With a surge of newfound confidence, Boss Huang instantly took command. In an instant, the three muscular men were invigorated, raising their iron rods and knives as they charged towards the advancing Zhu Bufan. Humph, seeking death. A cold smirk crept across Zhu Bufan's lips as he observed the three formidable men rushing toward him, brandishing their weapons. Upon hearing his superior speak, the two brash individuals with yellow hair snapped back to attention and immediately directed their words towards Zhu Bufan, saying, "Indeed, boy, if you know what's good for you. Come with us, otherwise, we might just pay a visit to your parents." Although their words were filled with arrogance, their demeanor had noticeably subdued compared to earlier. It seemed that Zhu Bufan's earlier kick had left a lasting impression on them. Oh, is that so? Originally, upon hearing Zhu Liang's words, Zhu Bufan had contemplated following them, for as he had previously stated, The troubles he had stirred were his to resolve. However, the mention of harming his parents ignited a genuine fury within him. What did they mean by trouble does not extend to family? How dare they threaten his parents in his presence? It was tantamount to courting death. In an instant, Zhu Bufan's gaze hardened, and he sprang into action, launching 2 punches directly at the 2 yellow-haired thugs. The next moment, their screams filled the air as they found themselves incapacitated, each having suffered a broken leg. This was beyond belief. Despite merely witnessing Zhu Bufan flail his fists, how could they have ended up so grievously injured? Zhu Liang, unable to fathom the situation, was incredulous. Yet, since Zhu Bufan had inflicted harm upon his subordinates right before his eyes, this was the second time. It was impossible for Zhu Liang to swallow this affront. Even if he could suppress his anger, he could no longer maintain his authority in front of his subordinates. Thus, Zhu Liang bellowed at Zhu Bufan, "Bufan, what have you done? Do you realize you are courting death? Do you have any idea how many members my Zhu family gang commands? I'll have you know we number 200 strong." However, before Zhu Liang could finish his tirade, Zhu Bufan struck again, delivering a resounding slap to Zhu Liang's face. You dare hit me?" The shock rendered Zhu Liang momentarily speechless as he clasped the side of his face that had just been struck, staring at Zhu Bufan in disbelief. "Why should I not?" Zhu Bufan replied with a cold smirk. In the next heartbeat, another slap landed on Zhu Liang's face. This one delivered with such force that it drew blood from the corner of his mouth. "You, Zhu Bufan, I will make you pay for this. I will ensure your parents suffer alongside you." The sound of slaps echoed incessantly as Zhu Bufan continued his relentless assault. Zhu Liang had anticipated that his fury would compel Zhu Bufan to recognize his grave error and beg for mercy, but instead, Zhu Bufan intensified his onslaught. The relentless barrage soon left Zhu Liang's face a grotesque mess of blood and flesh. Please, Zhu Bufan, I beg you to stop. If you continue, my face will be utterly ruined." At that moment, Zhu Liang was truly terrified. The person before him was no longer the Zhu Bufan he once knew. He had transformed into a veritable demon, a fiend of slaps. As Zhu Liang's face bled profusely, Zhu Bufan finally ceased his assault. "Zhu Liang, let me make this clear. I will spare you today. However, if you ever show disrespect towards my parents again, do not blame me for taking your life." With a glint of menace in his eyes, Zhu Bufan issued his warning, though his intentions had turned lethal. Had it not been for the fact that Zhu Liang had grown up in the same village as him, Zhu Bufan might have broken his neck at that very moment. To harm Zhu Bufan was one thing, but to threaten his family was an entirely different matter. "Why, yes." Zhu Liang nodded fervently at Zhu Bufan's admonition. "Take your men and leave with that." Zhu Bufan took a deep breath and shouted, "Get out of here." At that instant, Zhu Liang had no choice but to flee. He quickly ushered his 3 yellow-haired associates to escape. Wait, however, just as Zhu Liang was about to cross the threshold, Zhu Bufan's voice stopped him once more. What now?" Upon hearing that voice, Zhu Liang trembled, as did the 2 thugs with broken legs. "Return to the Qin family and tell them that Zhu Bufan will be paying them a visit in a couple of days, understood?" "I will ensure they are informed, dear brother. Let us converse with civility. There is truly no need for hostility. We bear no grievances towards one another. So why resort to violence? I am willing to compensate you. Name your price, and I shall provide it." A contorted smile spread across Boss Huang's face as he sought reconciliation with Zhu Bufan, prepared to offer some monetary compensation. However, at that moment, would Zhu Bufan truly entertain the idea of reconciliation? Before Boss Huang could finish his sentence, Zhu Bufan seized him, lifting him effortlessly as one would a chick, and carried him back to the Huang medicinal herb store. In truth, Zhu Bufan harbored murderous intent, yet he managed to suppress it. As an educated, law-abiding youth living in the present, the act of taking a life is something most would find inconceivable. Thus, the burly man merely suffered severe injuries at Zhu Bufan's hands, while the 3 other strong men merely had their limbs broken. Upon entering the herb store, Zhu Bufan forcefully tossed Boss Huang to the ground, where he landed with a thud. Ouch! As he lay on the floor, dazed and disoriented, Boss Huang quickly disregarded his own pain. He scrambled to his feet and, in the next moment, knelt before Zhu Bufan with a face full of respect, saying, "Brother, no, esteemed sir, it is my lack of discernment that has led to this unfortunate encounter today. I sincerely apologize. Allow me to offer you 100,000. Let us consider this matter settled, shall we?" After speaking, He cautiously regarded Zhu Bufan with a gaze filled with trepidation. However, he soon sensed something amiss and immediately remarked, "Well, young man, rest assured. I will cover the medical expenses for this old beggar, this old gentleman, and I shall also provide him with a substantial sum of money. Furthermore, as long as he brings me medicinal herbs in the future, I guarantee I will purchase them at a premium price." "You see, is that so?" Zhu Bufan sneered. If he were immensely powerful, unafraid of anyone, he would undoubtedly eliminate this boss Huang and his burly henchmen today. Yet, he had merely just stepped into the threshold of cultivation. This hardly constituted true immortality. Most importantly, could he evade bullets? Thus, this incident served as a profound warning to Zhu Bufan. If it were his parents, loved ones, or friends in danger, what would he do then? Therefore, what does Zhu Bufan require now? What he needs is strength, the kind that allows one to look down upon all else. If he were formidable enough, would that old man endure the blow of that iron rod? If his power were sufficient, would he even hesitate to deal with such scoundrels? Thus, strength is paramount. At this moment, the pursuit of immortality became Zhu Bufan's singular aspiration. Very well, considering your sincerity, let us settle this matter here. However, I must convey to you that should there be a next time, I shall not spare you. Boss Huang gazed at Zhu Bufan, who remained unresponsive for an extended period, feeling an overwhelming chill in his heart. He believed this time would mark his end, yet to his astonishment, Zhu Bufan acquiesced. This unexpected agreement left Boss Huang momentarily dumbfounded. "What is this? You appear reluctant to compensate?" "And no, that is not the case. Since I have wronged you, it is only right that I provide compensation. Odd though it may seem, at least my life is spared." Thus, Boss Huang dared not hesitate any longer. In an instant, he promptly transferred the funds to Zhu Bufan and arranged for the elderly gentleman to be taken to the hospital, discreetly slipping 50,000 yuan in cash to him. Naturally, Zhu Bufan also collected the medicinal herbs he required from Boss Huang. Having secured the necessary herbs, Zhu Bufan chose not to accompany the elderly gentleman and his grandson to the hospital. His assistance was merely a casual gesture. He bore no obligation to see it through to the end. Now that the herbs were in his possession, his foremost task was to concoct the special elixir. Hence, without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Bufan returned to his rented abode. The special elixir, known as the spirit-gathering liquid, serves its purpose as the name suggests, to concentrate spiritual energy. If one cannot gather and absorb spiritual energy, what then is the purpose of cultivating immortality? Cultivating immortality relies on harnessing spiritual energy to achieve progress in one's cultivation and thereby transcend realms. To absorb spiritual energy, one must activate the body's ability to draw on such energy. The elixir of spiritual concentration is essential for this activation, and it must be harmonized with the appropriate cultivation techniques. Upon returning to his rented abode, Zhu Bufan immediately set to work on concocting this elixir. In the realm of cultivation, the elixir of spiritual concentration is a commonplace and straightforward substance, thus its preparation is not particularly challenging. One merely needs to follow the recipe step by step to successfully create it. Once inside his rental accommodation, Zhu Bufan first procured a large iron basin and commenced the brewing process. Given that the elixir is a simple concoction within the cultivation community, the preparation proceeded smoothly. In just 1 hour, Zhu Bufan had successfully crafted the elixir. Upon completion, he was immediately enveloped by a comforting aura that filled the room, instilling an unparalleled sense of relaxation and refreshment, akin to basking in a gentle spring breeze. Gazing at the dark, voluminous basin of liquid, a smirk crept across his lips. Indeed, this is a fine substance. However, after preparing the elixir, Zhu Bufan did not plunge into it immediately. Relying solely on this elixir to activate his body's ability to absorb spiritual energy would be insufficient, for the activation of this function also requires the support of cultivation techniques. Progressing from the initial stage of body refinement to the first level of body cultivation essentially entails refining the body through the absorption of spiritual energy. The primary function of the elixir of spiritual concentration is to facilitate the surrounding of one's body with spiritual energy during the practice of cultivation techniques, thereby enabling the body to absorb it effectively. Thus, the purpose is to awaken the body's spirit absorption capabilities. The cultivation method that Zhu Bufan is about to practice is known as the Great Luo Body Refinement Technique. This technique was specifically prepared for Zhu Bufan by the spirit of the cultivation fanatic. It is said that upon reaching a certain level of mastery, This technique grants invulnerability to blades and firearms, as well as immunity to fire and water. Legend has it that this technique was created by a great Luo true immortal. Moreover, the cultivation fanatic acquired the great Luo body refinement technique by chance during an extraordinary event. It is rumored that after breaking through the true immortal realm, this great Luo true immortal was able to effortlessly fend off an attack from 5 true immortals of the same realm, ultimately vanquishing them. This illustrates the formidable and tyrannical nature of the great Luo body refinement technique. Most importantly, it is a cultivation method that can be upgraded along with one's progress in realms. As for how the great Luo true immortal ultimately met their demise, that remains a mystery. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that this is an exceptional technique. In the realm of cultivation, methods are categorized into 3 main divisions: heaven, earth, and humanity. Each of these divisions is further subdivided into 3 smaller stages. For instance, within the human tier, the techniques are classified into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Of course, this is merely a preliminary classification within the cultivation world. Once a practitioner reaches the Dao refinement stage, they no longer practice mere techniques, but begin to cultivate the great Dao directly. Upon attaining the pseudo-immortal realm, one engages in the practice of celestial laws. It is said that the emergence of such celestial laws could annihilate an entire planet with a single strike. Zhu Bufan sat motionless with his eyes closed in a large iron basin filled with gathering spirit liquid, his hands rhythmically executing a series of meticulously crafted movements. Time slipped by, minute by minute. At long last, after a full day and night, Zhu Bufan opened his eyes, having successfully broken through to the first level of body refinement. Casually, he unleashed a strike that sliced through the air with a whistling sound, accompanied by spiraling spiritual energy. In that fleeting moment, a cup situated approximately 3 meters away shattered into pieces. Observing the devastation wrought by his strike, a smile crept across Zhu Bufan's lips as he murmured to himself. In the next instant, Zhu Bufan rose from his seat. Oh! After a day and night without sustenance, he felt a twinge of hunger. Rubbing his stomach, he remarked to himself. He was just about to venture out for a meal when a sudden knock echoed from outside. Knock, knock! Startled by the unexpected visitor, Zhu Bufan found it peculiar. In his 2-bedroom apartment, it was rare for anyone to seek him out, save for the one who had abandoned him, Chen Bixia. Could it be that Zhu Bixia had returned to retrieve belongings left behind? Zhu Bufan speculated. Nevertheless, he proceeded to open the door. Ah, little Zhu, you and Appos. Still at home. I thought you had vanished. Came a voice tinged with reproach as soon as the door swung open. I couldn't get through on the phone. And I haven't seen you for several days. Immediately, a middle-aged woman and a young girl dragging a suitcase were seen standing outside the door. The middle-aged woman blocked the entrance, obscuring the young girl's appearance. The landlord? Zhu Bufan was taken aback. However, in an instant, a realization struck him. His rent seemed to be overdue. Zhu Bufan had previously borrowed money to purchase a ring for Zhu Bixia, and subsequent events had delayed his rent payment. Upon reflection, it appeared that he was already 3 or 4 days late. Little Zhu, it is not that Aunt Zhang lacks compassion, but rather that you have failed to uphold your commitments. Therefore, I am here to inform you that I have rented this house to someone else, who conveniently is moving in today. Since you are here, I kindly ask you to gather your belongings and vacate the premises, the landlord stated directly. Upon hearing the landlord's words, a flicker of resignation crossed Zhu Bufan's face. However, he acknowledged that this was indeed a consequence of his own failure to honor his obligations, and thus, it was only reasonable for others to request his immediate departure. Moreover, the new tenant had already arrived. Very well, Aunt Zhang. It is indeed my fault for not being trustworthy. I will pack my things at once. Zhu Bufan conceded, unwilling to argue further. He prepared to turn and collect his belongings. Just then, a voice interrupted, "Is it you?" Earlier, the landlord had blocked the doorway, preventing Lu Yanran from seeing Zhu Bufan's face, just as he had not seen hers. As Zhu Bufan agreed to pack his belongings, the landlord entered the room. Upon entering, Lu Yanran naturally caught sight of Zhu Bufan. To her astonishment, the man she had long sought appeared before her unexpectedly. Zhu Bufan was equally taken aback. He did not anticipate that the person renting his property would be the very woman who had claimed to have collided with him. Do you two know each other? The landlord inquired, momentarily surprised. Well, sort of, Zhu Bufan replied casually, maintaining a composed demeanor despite Lu Yanran's sudden presence. He then turned away to continue gathering his things. Seeing Zhu Bufan filled Lu Yanran with joy, and she silently vowed that this time, he would not escape her grasp. However, Zhu Bufan's indifferent behavior left her perplexed. Was she not attractive? Why else would he treat her so coldly? Hey, Zhu Bufan, must you be this way? After all, we are acquainted. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at Zhu Bufan's aloofness, Lu Yanran quickly resolved to confront him, stepping directly into his path. Excuse me, miss, but we are not familiar with each other. Please step aside. I need to pack my things, or else you one and oppose. Be able to stay here today. Zhu Bufan, confronted by Lu Yanran's obstruction, felt a wave of exasperation. He could not fathom why this woman insisted on entangling herself in his life. Is it merely a case of him colliding with her, thus saving her once? There is no need for such formality. Ah, not familiar? Indeed, we are not acquainted. But from this moment onward, we shall be. Come, let us shake hands and become good friends. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's response, Lu Yanran was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, she realized that she and Zhu Bufan were, in fact, not familiar with one another. Yet, it mattered little. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds comfort. Moreover, this serendipitous encounter only served to affirm the connection she felt with Zhu Bufan. Thus, would Lu Yanran remain reserved? No, she immediately broke into a smile, extended her hand, and clasped Zhu Bufan's firmly. Caught by surprise at Lu Yanran's directness, Zhu Bufan found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated such boldness from her. The moment their hands met, Lu Yanran's cheeks flushed crimson. This was her first time being so forward with a boy. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure. Ahem, Zhu Bufan. Now that we are friends, this apartment conveniently has 2 bedrooms and a living room, and I am renting it all. Therefore, you need not move out. I am looking for someone to share the rent. Why not let it be you? Aunt Zhang, the landlord. Observed Zhu Bufan and Lu Yanran with a sense of curiosity. If they were familiar with one another, Lu Yanran should have known that Zhu Bufan resided here. Yet, judging by Zhu Bufan's demeanor, it seemed as if Lu Yanran had once wronged him. This realization brought her clarity. After all, every young person has a past worth pondering. With that thought, Aunt Zhang felt a sense of understanding. Let me show you what it means to be paralyzed by fear. The 6 slashes of the mad demon. With a thunderous roar, the aura surrounding Zhu Bufan surged upward, and in an instant, the spiritual energy from all directions began to converge upon him. The next moment, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy formed above his head. What kind of peculiar technique is this? Witnessing this sudden transformation, the members of the Chen family were engulfed in astonishment. They had never before encountered such an extraordinary maneuver, not even Chen Zhanrong. At this moment, Chen Zhanrong's brows furrowed even deeper. However, being a master at the late stage of his realm, he was not easily intimidated, despite having never seen such an unusual technique. Thus, he bellowed, just a trivial skill, and unleashed another palm strike. As he did so, the dark tidal wave intensified, becoming more ferocious and violent. In an instant, the ethereal demonic wave materialized, its expression transforming into a more grotesque snarl. It lunged towards Zhu Bufan, seeking to engulf him. Enhanced. This is splendid. As the dark demonic wave approached, Zhu Bufan not only remained unafraid, but let out a hearty laugh. The next moment, a massive sword appeared above his head. With the emergence of the great sword, an overwhelming aura rippled through the air, accompanied by an invisible pressure. The members of the Chen family gazed in disbelief at the sight of the gigantic sword. How could such a sword materialize? Unfortunately, no one could provide an answer. At this point, Zhu Bufan shouted, "Slash!" Instantly, the great sword descended upon the dark, demonic wave. Crack! A resounding noise pierced the air. The dark, demonic wave was shattered into oblivion by Zhu Bufan's strike, vanishing without a trace. What? Witnessing this spectacle, the Chen family members were left with expressions of utter disbelief, staring blankly as if they could not comprehend what had transpired. In this moment, Zhu Bufan raised his voice again. 6 slashes of the mad demon, second slash the monsters. Before the Chen family could react to the sudden demise of their patriarch's dark demon, they beheld the great sword above Zhu Bufan transform into a colossal black sword. Several times larger than before, its momentum having multiplied exponentially. The black sword hurtled towards Chen Zhanrong and the others. "Run!" Chen Zhanrong shouted urgently. Alas, it was too late. The next moment, cries of agony erupted. In an instant, Over a dozen members of the Chun family fell victim to the Black Sword's descent. You. At this moment, Chun Zhanrong found both his arms severed, blood gushing from every orifice, his appearance a horrific sight. What? Rest in peace. You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Qin family. I have backing. In this moment, Chun Zhanrong was genuinely terrified. He had never encountered an individual of such formidable strength, and the adversary was not even 25 years old. Desperate, he sought to plead for mercy, hoping to intimidate Zhu Bufan with the power behind him. Unfortunately, his calculations were flawed. After uttering rest in peace, Zhu Bufan struck again, appearing before Chun Zhanrong in an instant and delivering a devastating punch. No, accompanied by Chun Zhanrong's anguished cries. A rain of blood and flesh fell from the sky. The once mighty Chun Zhanrong had been obliterated by Zhu Bufan's power. Meanwhile, within the villa, not far from the entrance, a middle-aged man stood among a group of Chun family members, paralyzed with shock and fear as they beheld Zhu Bufan at the door. None dared to utter a sound, not even to breathe. In their eyes, Zhu Bufan resembled a malevolent demon, and they trembled at the thought of being his next targets. Thus, they remained frozen in place, too terrified to move. Father. Witnessing Zhu Bufan shatter his father's body, Chen Shiqing let out a heart-wrenching wail. At this moment, despair etched itself onto his face as he curled up in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Chen Shiqing was overwhelmed with regret, lamenting why he had dared to provoke such a powerful killer. Given the chance to start anew, he would unhesitatingly choose to avoid trouble with Zhu Bufan after their initial encounter at the hospital. Alas, it was all too late. Despair consumed his features, and a sense of desolation filled his eyes. He slowly closed them, awaiting Zhu Bufan's impending judgment. Upon leaving the Chun residence, Zhu Bufan returned to the Shangping Hotel. As for Chen Shiqing, Zhu Bufan ultimately could not let him go. There is an old saying, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Zhu Bufan wished to avoid a path of regret, hence he ended up killing Chen Shiqing. Afterward, he departed from the Qin family, sparing the lives of the remaining members, for as he had initially stated, his intent was solely to eliminate Chun Zhanrong and Chen Shiqing, deeming it unnecessary to annihilate the entire clan. At this moment, in room 315 of the Shangping Hotel, a middle-aged man sat on a sofa not far from Zhu Bufan. Young man, you are quite formidable. Chen Zhanrong, the head of the Qin family, a master of the late stage, and you defeated him with just 2 strikes. The middle-aged man remained expressionless as he gazed at Zhu Bufan. Upon the unexpected arrival of this man in his hotel room, Zhu Bufan's face was filled with caution. Director Long, I wonder what brings you to visit me so suddenly. Zhu Bufan settled onto the bed, facing Long Aogu. Zhu Bufan, you ask what my sudden visit is for. In recent days, you have taken down a total of 23 individuals, including the thugs and the Qin family members. What do you think my purpose is for coming to see you? Long Aogu's eyes turned cold, and in the next moment, he stood up from the sofa, glaring at Zhu Bufan with an intent to strike. Oh, is that so? I have felt as though a pair of eyes has been watching me these past few days. Initially, I thought it was merely my imagination, but today, I have come to believe otherwise. I wonder what your intentions are for keeping such a close watch on me, Director Long. Facing Long Aogu, who seemed ready to act, Zhu Bufan displayed no fear. Instead, he spoke with a calm demeanor, remaining seated on the bed without a hint of concern. You really are not afraid of me capturing you? Long Aogu observed Zhu Bufan's demeanor, and instead of anger, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Leader Long, you jest. If you truly wish to apprehend me, I doubt you would have waited until now. Pray tell, what is the reason for your sudden visit? I find it hard to believe that you seek to inquire about the ferocious beast's fangs or the hidden dragon military insignia. Young man. I indeed did not misjudge you. Long Aogu laughed heartily, then reclined back onto the sofa. Indeed, my purpose for coming this time is neither to capture you nor to demand anything from you. Rather, I propose a transaction that will be of utmost benefit to you, with no detriment whatsoever. A transaction? Zhu Bufan was taken aback. Precisely, a transaction, Long Aogu affirmed. Do you know why I was able to present you with the hidden dragon military insignia upon our first meeting? Zhu Bufan remained silent. It is because I sensed an affinity between us, a kinship that tells me we are of the same ilk. Long Aogu continued. Of the same ilk? Zhu Bufan queried. Perplexed. Indeed, of the same ilk. Long Aogu reiterated. Allow me to enlighten you about a special group that exists in our world, the ability cultivators. Ability cultivators? Zhu Bufan's confusion deepened. Ability cultivators originated from a meteor shower 10,000 years ago. In that distant past, a vast forest on the eastern continent was inhabited by a community of simple, hard-working humans. One day, however, a deluge of black meteors rained down from the sky for 3 consecutive days, annihilating all flora and fauna within that forest. Remarkably, a handful of humans survived, and from that point on, these survivors acquired extraordinary abilities unknown to ordinary men, which I refer to as abilities. The ability cultivators are those who, through the cycles of great paths and the passage of time, have emerged as powerful beings capable of cultivation and endowed with these abilities. Long Augu explained. In the next moment, he casually flipped his hand. Abilities manifest in various forms, with the most common being water, fire, metal, wood, and earth, alongside others such as wind, thunder, electricity, and ice. My own ability is of the wind type. With a flick of his wrist, a gentle breeze swept through, shattering a glass placed on the television cabinet into countless fragments. What? Zhu Bufan was rendered speechless. He had not even perceived how Long Augu had executed the act. And yet the glass lay in ruins. With the rapid advancements of modernity, ability users have been categorized into 2 types, innate and artificial. Innate ability users awaken their latent powers without any external assistance, while artificial ability users are created through modern technological means, such as genetic recombination. To stimulate the potential within individuals, Long Augu continued. After Long Augu's elucidation, Zhu Bufan realized that these ability cultivators were indeed a formidable group, possessing extraordinary powers and formidable martial skills. However, following a series of transformations, the number of ability users had dwindled significantly, making the ability cultivators all the more rare. Consequently, artificial ability users had become exceedingly valuable. Many nations aspired to create artificial ability users, as such individuals could drastically enhance a nation's combat prowess. If artificial ability users were deployed en masse within the military, the resulting destructive capacity would not merely multiply 10-fold or 20-fold, but could potentially increase by hundreds or even thousands of times. Thus, artificial ability users became a coveted asset for every nation. Fatefully, in Tianhai City, there existed a renowned geneticist who had made monumental breakthroughs in this field. He successfully created an artificial ability user, leading to his newfound fame. Numerous nations sought to acquire the geneticist's research to produce legions of artificial ability users for their own states. Consequently, agents from various countries infiltrated the Huaxia nation, intent on obtaining the geneticist's research and the geneticist himself. As a result, our country deployed substantial personnel and resources to safeguard this esteemed geneticist. However, during the escort of this geneticist to the capital, a traitor emerged within the escort team, leading to the tragic demise of the geneticist and the loss of his research to H Nation. Due to the betrayal within the escort team, a stern directive was issued to all members of the Hidden Dragon Group to recover the geneticist's research before H Nation could produce artificial ability users, or if recovery was impossible, to ensure its destruction. We could not allow H Nation to threaten our nation's interests, or indeed, those of the entire world. Thus, for many years, the members of the Hidden Dragon Group have tirelessly labored toward this goal. Unfortunately, as H Nation prioritized the geneticist's research, despite the relentless efforts of the Hidden Dragon Group, they have yet to reclaim the geneticist's findings, let alone destroy them, or even come close. However, despite these challenges, the Hidden Dragon Group uncovered a little-known secret. H Nation lacks the means to create artificial ability users. The reason? Although H Nation has acquired the geneticist's research, the geneticist had retained a crucial element. In the creation of an artificial ability user, a unique genetic recombination enzyme is indispensable. Without this essential enzyme, the creation of artificial ability users is impossible. Thus, H Nation is, now and forever, incapable of producing artificial ability users, even with the geneticist's research in their possession. Yet, H Nation is not to be underestimated. They somehow learned that this unique genetic recombination enzyme resides within the daughter of the geneticist. Consequently, H Nation's quest to produce artificial ability users has led them to target the geneticist's daughter. Over the years, numerous elite operatives have infiltrated Huaxia with designs on her. But each time, they have been thwarted by Long Augu and the members of the Hidden Dragon Group. Initially, the state intended to relocate the daughter of this esteemed geneticist to the capital for protection. However, she insisted on remaining in Tianhai City, stating that the unique genetic recombination enzyme was located there, and she wished to uncover it to contribute to her country using her father's legacy. Thus, the state, eager to secure this vital genetic recombination enzyme, consented to her staying in Tianhai City and enrolled her in Tianhai Medical College. Long Aogu's visit to Zhu Bufan was to enlist his aid in safeguarding the daughter of the geneticist for a year. In exchange, Long Aogu offered Zhu Bufan the opportunity to enter the special realm previously mentioned, accessible only to cultivators aged 25 and under the guise of a member of the Long family. During this period, Zhu Bufan's actions were not to be scrutinized, and the higher authorities could directly intervene to resolve the conflict between Zhu Bufan and the Qin family. In Tianhai City, the Qin family does not constitute a prominent clan. However, their roots are entrenched in the esteemed Qin family of Kyoto. The Kyoto Qin family is one of the 5 great families, boasting formidable power and influence that is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. It is rumored that the Kyoto Qin family possesses significant clout in both commerce and politics, and their ancestral figure has reached the pinnacle of a sage's late stage. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, a master at this level commands respect even from the nation's leaders. Thus, the Kyoto Qin family is not to be underestimated. Although the Tianhai City Qin family is merely a minor branch of the Kyoto Qin family, it is nonetheless affiliated with it. Therefore, if one were to eliminate the head of this branch and its young scions, it is only reasonable for the main family to dispatch formidable individuals for retribution, regardless of their perception of the branch's significance. Consequently, Zhu Bufan may find himself on the path of escape, for the Kyoto Qin family is not an entity that can be trifled with. However, should Zhu Bufan embark on such a fugitive journey, it may be of little consequence, given that he is a cultivator with immense potential. Yet, has he considered the fate of his parents? They are of advanced age and are not cultivators. Can they survive the wrath of the Kyoto Qin family's members seeking vengeance? This fundamental concern is the basis upon which Long Aogu sought to negotiate with Zhu Bufan. Through their discussions, Zhu Bufan came to a profound realization of this truth, though he did not immediately acquiesce to Long Aogu's propositions. The impression he garnered from Long Aogu was that the situation was likely far more complex than it appeared on the surface. There were undoubtedly elements unknown to him. Thus, Zhu Bufan requested a 3-day period for contemplation. Lu Yanran spoke without regard for Zhu Bufan's agreement and walked out the door. Zhu Bufan, observing the strikingly beautiful Lu Yanran as she departed, shook his head in resignation. The apartment he rented was conveniently located near the university, with an abundance of dining options nearby. Outside the community, there were restaurants, noodle shops, and snack stalls. Zhu Bufan paid no heed to Lu Yanran following him. He exited the complex and made his way directly to a restaurant, where he found a seat and proceeded to order 3 dishes and a soup for himself. At that very moment, in a different location, a man furiously smashed a glass onto the floor, shattering it into countless pieces. Damn it, pretending to be a saint in front of me, yet now she resides with some pathetic loser. He cursed. Just wait, you wretched woman, I will ensure you suffer. A sinister smirk crept across his face. You're out for a meal? You should have said so earlier. I'm hungry too. Seated opposite Zhu Bufan, Lu Yanran naturally ordered 2 dishes. However, Zhu Bufan did not respond to her, leaving Lu Yanran feeling somewhat disheartened. How could he ignore her when such a beautiful girl was dining with him? Her heart sank, and for a fleeting moment, she questioned whether she had become less attractive recently. However, casting a glance at the other male patrons in the establishment, Lu Yanran soon felt a sense of relief. It was merely a brief passage of time before the proprietor brought forth the meal. As the dishes were presented, Zhu Bufan prepared to serve himself a bowl before indulging in the feast. To his surprise, Lu Yanran swiftly seized the opportunity to fill her own bowl and immediately began to eat. You ignore me, and I shall ignore you, she seemed to declare. Zhu Bufan shook his head at her behavior, then proceeded to serve himself a bowl as well. How could that fellow behave in such a manner? To dine with such a stunning beauty, yet not offer a serving to another, insisting that they serve themselves. What a disgrace to manhood. Indeed, it was exasperating. Why must such a splendid dish be squandered on swine? Observing Zhu Bufan's actions, the other males erupted into a cacophony of jeers. Upon hearing their comments, Lu Yanran's face immediately brightened with a smug smile. This will teach you to disregard me. Alas, when she glanced up at Zhu Bufan, disappointment washed over her. At that moment, he seemed utterly oblivious to the jests of the onlookers, engrossed in his meal as if he had not eaten in days, resembling a beggar. This. Humph. Witnessing Zhu Bufan's behavior, Lu Yanran could not help but stamp her foot in frustration. Oh dear. It appeared that the two of them were rather enjoying their day together. At that moment, a voice filled with anger and mockery resounded through the air. Shortly thereafter, Chen Shiqing entered, accompanied by a group of followers and an elderly man. Hearing the voice, Lu Yanran instinctively looked up, her body trembling slightly, revealing the lingering effects of her recent ordeal at the hospital. Chen Shiqing, what brings you here again? Have you not learned your lesson from our last encounter? Lu Yanran's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Zhu Bufan, only to find him feigning ignorance. Although irritation flickered within her, the presence of Zhu Bufan provided her with some solace. Chen Shiqing, I am now Zhu Bufan's girlfriend. I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing us in the future and do not entertain any improper thoughts. Otherwise, my boyfriend Zhu Bufan will not let you off easily. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Yanran's words, a flicker of rage crossed Chen Shiqing's face. The next moment, his expression darkened. You wretched woman, after all this time I have pursued you, you choose to be with a country bumpkin? Humph. Rest assured, after today, I will treat you well. Chen Shiqing's face contorted with malice as he spoke. After casting a fearful glance at Zhu Bufan, who was still engaged in his meal, he turned to the elderly man accompanying him and said, Old Hua, that young man is in your hands now. Young Master Chen, do not worry. Since I have accepted your money, I will ensure that your wishes are fulfilled. The elder known as Old Hua, after listening to Chen Shiqing's words, did not cast a glance at him and simply remarked, Very well. With Old Hua's assurance, I feel at ease. With Old Hua's guarantee, Chen Shiqing instantly regained his confidence. In the next moment, he bellowed to his group of subordinates behind him, Expel all these people. Today, I shall put an end to this pair of scoundrels. In an instant, his subordinates sprang into action. In truth, the moment Chen Shiqing made his entrance, those with timid dispositions had long fled the restaurant. Now, only those with a bit more courage, or those with a mindset of spectating, remained inside. Hey, didn't you hear our boss order you to leave? One of the subordinates shouted. Damn it, if you don't scram, I'll beat you too. Just then, the restaurant owner emerged, immediately raising his voice in protest. However, before he could finish, a yellow-haired lackey pressed a watermelon knife against his neck. If you shout again, I swear I'll give you a taste of this. Instantly, the owner was paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, covering his mouth, and scurrying back into the kitchen, swiftly shutting the door behind him. Soon, only Zhu Bufan, Lu Yanran, and the group, led by Chen Shiqing, remained in the restaurant. At this moment, the venerable Mr. Hua finally spoke. Young man, I have heard tales of your prowess. Yet displaying such skill before my crippled legs is utterly insufficient. Therefore, let me not appear overly harsh. I shall grant you an opportunity. Should you choose to sacrifice your own legs and crawl out of here, I will take it upon myself to spare your life. Mr. Hua's expression was one of profound disdain, as if resolving the matter of Zhu Bufan was merely a matter of lifting a finger for him. At this juncture, Lu Yanran had rushed to Zhu Bufan's side, grasping his arm tightly with both hands. After all, Lu Yanran was but a woman, and when faced with true peril, fear inevitably gripped her. Nevertheless, she exhibited considerably more composure than in previous encounters. Zhu Bufan, overwhelmed with frustration and indignation, found himself in a dire predicament. He had not eaten for an entire day and night. Finally, he had the opportunity to dine. And the mere presence of Lu Yin and alongside him had already pushed him to his limits. Just as he managed to enjoy a couple of bowls of rice, Chen Shiqing, that insufferable wretch, had the audacity to bring trouble upon him. In that moment, Zhu Bufan was genuinely incensed. However, in light of his hunger, satisfying his appetite took precedence over the antics of Chen Shiqing and the elderly Mr. Hua. Upon finishing his statement, Mr. Hua raised his head, awaiting Zhu Bufan's self-imposed sacrifice of his legs, anticipating that he would crawl away from before him. Yet, after several minutes of waiting, Zhu Bufan remained utterly unmoved. Reality unfolds in such a manner that if one possesses status and exceptional prowess, others are bound to regard them with trepidation. However, Zhu Bufan is not the type to intimidate the weak while fearing the strong. Thus, he spoke candidly. Ah, so you do not intend to lay hands on us? Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, the three individuals were momentarily taken aback. Yet, they promptly responded, Big brother, you need not assist us. We shall handle it ourselves. Just give us 3 minutes. Merely 3 minutes will suffice. In the next instant, the trio busied themselves with gathering their belongings. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, and by that time, Hua Chenyu, Lu Tao, and Haozi had successfully removed their possessions along with their subordinates from room 520. Consequently, room 520 was left with Zhu Bufan alone, surveying the spacious confines of room 520. He couldn't help but note its considerable size, significantly larger than the dormitory he recalled from high school. This room was equipped with a television, air conditioning, a water heater, a sofa, and a water dispenser, everything one could desire. Aside from the addition of 3 extra beds, the amenities in this dormitory were akin to those in a one-bedroom apartment. Goodness, these 3 truly know how to relish their university life. Zhu Bufan mused internally, unable to suppress a mild expletive. While many assert that university life surpasses that of high school, the configuration of room 520 was not merely an improvement, but rather an exponential enhancement. Nevertheless, this was Zhu Bufan's inaugural visit to university, and he remained unaware of the general standard, as perhaps Tianhai Medical College possessed such facilities. Thus, he refrained from dwelling on it further. In the ensuing moment, he casually selected a bed to place his belongings upon before stepping out of room 520. At that moment, in a convenience store located at the entrance of Tianhai Medical College, Zhu Bufan was engaged in haggling with the store owner. "Boss, considering the bulk of my purchase, could you not offer a discount?" "Young man, I truly cannot lower the price. I earn my living by mere pennies. If I were to give you a discount, it would be for naught. Furthermore, I have been here by the gates of Tianhai Medical College for many years, and I have never offered anyone a discount. Come on, I'm just a poor student. Grant me a small concession as a contribution to the nation's charitable endeavors." As Zhu Bufan continued to negotiate with the store owner, a sensational piece of news erupted within the confines of Tianhai Medical College. "Hey, Zhou, have you checked the campus forum? What happened? What is going on? I must inform you that something monumental has transpired at our school." "What monumental event?" Lu Shangshan exclaimed incredulously. "Stop keeping me in suspense. Just speak plainly. Don't you see I still have a report to write?" Zhou Ming replied, growing impatient. "All right, it seems you really are oblivious. Here, take a look." As Lu Shangshan spoke, he opened the campus forum on his phone and handed it to Zhou Ming. "What is it? Honestly, just tell me instead of making me look." Zhou Ming grumbled, but the next moment, his expression shifted to one of shock. "What on earth is this? Lu Shangshan, where did you find this?" Upon inspecting the information on the phone, Zhou Ming appeared uncertain. "Where did it come from? Does it not say right here? It's from our campus forum. However, whether this information is genuine, I cannot confirm," Lu Shangshan explained. "I suspect it is mostly true. Look, there are even pictures. Indeed, I too believe it to be genuine." At that moment, within Tianhai Medical College, the majority of students were engrossed in discussions surrounding a significant revelation on the campus forum. A newly admitted special recruit had decisively defeated the notorious Hua Chenyu. Who is Hua Chenyu, you may ask? Every student at Tianhai Medical College is somewhat familiar with his name, for he is known as a bully, particularly towards special recruits. Naturally, the defeat of such a notorious figure sparked fervent discussions throughout the institution. Soon, nearly all students at Tianhai Medical College were apprised of the incident, and the prevailing sentiment among the majority was one of elation, excitement, and delight, especially among the special recruits who had previously suffered at Hua Chenyu's hands. Many were so overjoyed that they rushed to purchase alcohol, planning to celebrate on the rooftop that evening. While some reveled in joy and jubilation, others wore expressions of fury, their faces contorted in displeasure. Following their expulsion from room 520, Hua Chenyu, Lu Tao, and Haozi made their way to a dormitory on the 3rd floor, which housed only special recruits. The reason for their arrival was clear. Having been ousted from room 520, they had no choice but to occupy this new space, forcibly evicting its current residents. Once they had displaced the occupants, they intended to settle in. However, at that moment, one of their underlings rushed in to inform them that news of their defeat at the hands of Zhu Bufan had spread across the campus forum, and nearly the entire student body was now aware. Consequently, the 3 of them sat in room 321, their expressions grim, silence punctuated only by the sound of cigarette smoke. This incident marked one of the most humiliating moments for Hua Chenyu, Lu Tao, Haozi, and Su Tianchao. Not only had Su Tianchao gained notoriety, but he had also found himself in the school hospital. "Hua Xiao, are we really going to let this slide?" After a prolonged silence, Lu Tao finally spoke, his face a mask of indignation. Let it slide. Lu Tao, you overestimate that special recruit. I, Hua Qinyu, have never endured such humiliation in my life. How can I possibly let it go? Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, Hua Qinyu scoffed coldly. But Hua Xiao, this special recruit, is unlike the others. He is exceptionally skilled. We lost to him, and what are we to do now? Lu Tao argued. Skilled? Lu Tao, this world is rife with strong individuals. If he is formidable, we shall simply find someone even stronger. If we do that, surely we can exact our revenge. Hua Qinyu took a drag from his cigarette, his eyes narrowing with determination. Hua Xiao, you aren't considering seeking out Wu Xiao, are you? Haozi interjected, realizing the implication of his leader's words. In unison, both Hua Qinyu and Lu Tao affirmed, indeed. We shall go find Wu Xiao. This fellow may be skilled, but I doubt he can hold his own against Wu Xiao. Absolutely. Thus, Chen Shiqing sought the formidable figure of the legless Hua to intervene. Naturally, in enlisting Hua's assistance, Chen made it abundantly clear the nature of Zhu Bufan's situation. Having elucidated the matter, Hua was left to deduce that Zhu Bufan was either affiliated with the underworld or a member of the Martial Arts Association. Given his proficiency in martial arts, regardless of which category he fell into, it was evident that Zhu Bufan was acutely aware of his own righteousness. Consequently, Hua introduced himself, aiming to intimidate Zhu Bufan, while simultaneously harboring an intention to compel Zhu to disable his own legs without resorting to violence. However, the reality unfolded contrary to Hua's expectations. Zhu Bufan not only exhibited indifference to Hua's reputation, but also seemed to disregard him entirely. This infuriated Hua profoundly. It was a rare occurrence for him, who had always looked down upon others, to be so underestimated, marking Zhu Bufan as the first to do so. Initially, the remuneration offered by Chen Shiqing was merely sufficient for Hua to incapacitate another's legs. Yet, Zhu Bufan and Appo's demeanor prompted Hua to consider that he would directly render this audacious youth incapacitated. Of course, in Hua and Appo's perspective, even with his legs disabled, one could still maintain a degree of autonomy. Young man, you possess remarkable courage. You are the most audacious individual I have encountered. To remain so composed while I introduce myself and yet not utter a word as you dine. Indeed, you are truly exceptional. Very well, indeed. However, it is unfortunate that soon, not only will you be rendered legless, but I shall also strike you down to the point of utter dependence. Although Lu Yanran felt fear, this time, in contrast to the previous occasion, her mind remained clear. You are the infamous legless Hua? Upon hearing the old man's words, she was immediately taken aback. The Lu family she once belonged to was a prominent clan, and she had, to some extent, garnered knowledge about the affairs of the martial world. Coincidentally, she had also heard whispers of this notorious legless Hua. In that moment, Lu Yanran truly began to feel fear. Chen Shiqing, I never anticipated that in your pursuit of me, you would summon this infamous legless Hua. Are you not afraid that your family will be targeted by others? However, she soon regained her composure. Is that so? Chen Shiqing, upon hearing Lu Yanran's words, paid no heed. Instead, he chuckled softly. Lu Yanran, you are indeed but a fragile woman. Do you not realize that once I eliminate him and confine you as a mere tool for my gratification, who would ever suspect that I had hired legless Hua? Haraha. As Chen Shiqing finished speaking, a wave of laughter erupted from him. Lu Yanran was rendered speechless. She had not foreseen that Chen Shiqing could be so malevolent. Yet, in comparison, legless Hua was undeniably formidable. Although Lu Yanran had only heard of him, such matters were not to be trifled with. She cast a glance at Zhu Bufan, who remained as composed as ever, calmly enjoying his meal. Lu Yanran was nearly exasperated to the point of fury. Had he truly gone hungry for so long? Yet this time, a flicker of compassion emerged within her. Chen Shiqing, everything I said earlier was a fabrication. You are well aware that he is merely a penniless wretch, and my dining with him was solely an act of gratitude. Therefore, I implore you to spare him. I am willing to be with you, to be your woman. Ultimately, Lu Yanran shot a glance at Chen Shiqing, gritted her teeth, and stood up to declare. Oh, is that so? Then it seems I, Chen Shiqing, am indeed fortunate. Chen Shiqing chuckled once more upon hearing Lu Yanran's words. Is that acceptable? In response to Chen Shiqing's sneer, Lu Yanran remained silent. Her demeanor icy as she retorted, Is that acceptable? Lu Yanran, you have quite the inflated opinion of yourself, don't you? Let me enlighten you. In this situation, acquiring you is merely a matter of time. Do you think I would let him off the hook? Quite the contrary. After being humiliated so thoroughly and borrowing money, do you believe I would show him mercy? The incident at the hospital was Chun Shirqing's first experience of such humiliation. How could he possibly let Zhu Bufan go? To do so would be utterly preposterous. Lu Yanran found herself increasingly flustered and helpless. What do I mean? You vile wretch. I tell you, for heaven's sake, be quiet. Or else, once I have my way with you, I shall bring a dog to do the same. As for Lu Yanran, Chun Shirqing harbors a deep-seated resentment. Had it not been for this woman, he would not have been assaulted by Zhu Bufan in the hospital. Nor would he have been borrowing money. The root of all this turmoil lies with her. Would Chun Shirqing be courteous to her? That is a jest. Lu Yanran is merely a destitute woman cast out by the Lu family, and Chun Shirqing is merely indulging in a fleeting amusement. Upon hearing Chun Shirqing's words, Lu Yanran's expression turned icy, as she could hardly fathom that he could be such a despicable and sordid individual. At that moment, Zhu Bufan appeared to have finally satisfied his appetite. Rising from his seat, he stretched and let out a hearty belch, nonchalantly glancing at Chun Shirqing before leisurely proclaiming, "Young Master Chun, it seems you are quite a straightforward person. Knowing that I am in need of funds, you hastily come bearing gifts. I must thank you, indeed, thank you, young Master Chun." As Zhu Bufan spoke, he clasped his hands together in a manner that truly resembled gratitude for Chun Shirqing's monetary offerings. Witnessing Zhu Bufan's antics, Chun Shirqing's expression darkened considerably. Previously, in the hospital, Zhu Bufan had warned Chun Shirqing at the moment of his departure that if there were a next time, 30,000 would not suffice. It now appears that Zhu Bufan has entirely taken it upon himself to regard Chun Shirqing as a veritable cash cow. Li Tongtian, do you truly misunderstand my words? Or do you genuinely believe that I am inclined to take action against you, with your uncle being able to shield you safely? After Long Na uttered this sentence, she did not even spare a glance at Li Tongtian. Yet, at this moment, although Long Na's gaze was averted, her expression was imbued with a chilling aura. Cough. No, that is not what I meant, Miss Long. Please do not be angry. I will leave immediately. Upon perceiving the frost in Long Na's demeanor, Li Tongtian grasped the gravity of the situation. Long Na had not come to witness his reprimanding of Zhu Bufan, but rather to defend Zhu Bufan. With this realization, Li Tongtian dared not provoke Zhu Bufan any further. Thus, after uttering these words, he promptly turned and made his way towards the classroom exit. Stop! Did I grant you permission to leave? However, just as Li Tongtian had taken a couple of hurried steps, a voice resonated loudly. Who is speaking now? Instantly, everyone's curiosity was piqued. She commanded you to depart, but for your own benefit, you choose to offend me? Do you intend to walk away as if disregarding my presence, Zhu Bufan? Indeed, it was Zhu Bufan who raised his voice. Zhu Bufan had initially intended to use Li Tongtian to further his own plans. If he simply allowed Li Tongtian to leave, his scheme would be in vain. Moreover, Li Tongtian was a person who deserved to be dealt with, and Zhu Bufan could not let him slip away easily. The answer was clear. Zhu Bufan would not let this pass. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel as if my mind is insufficient to comprehend this? The school beauty stands up for a special student, and now, as the special student fails to retreat, it seems he has every intention of dealing with Li Tongtian. Does this imply a peculiar relationship between this special student and the illustrious Long Na? Consequently, the onlookers began to speculate amongst themselves. However, at this moment, Long Na paid no heed to the murmurs around her. Instead, she gazed at Zhu Bufan with astonishment. Though her actions were not intentionally aimed at aiding Zhu Bufan, they inadvertently served to bolster his position. Yet, to her surprise, Zhu Bufan did not seize the opportunity. Long Na, the esteemed daughter of the Long family, was decisive in her actions and possessed an icy demeanor. Nevertheless, she harbored a fondness for attending Professor Feng's lectures. Today was indeed one of those classes, so she arrived punctually. Yet, upon her arrival, she found students bullying one another. While student altercations were commonplace, she found them unremarkable. However, this particular class was taught by Professor Feng, who disdained disruptions. As the class approached, with Li Tongtian and Zhu Bufan still embroiled in conflict, Long Na's ire was ignited. How dare they disrupt my favorite class and show disrespect to the esteemed Professor Feng? Such behavior is intolerable for me, Long Na. Thus, she stepped forward. Long Na had heard of Li Tongtian's reputation for bullying those without powerful connections, emboldened by his uncle's position as the school's director. Consequently, She confronted Li Tongtian directly. One must know when to cease while ahead. That is the hallmark of wisdom. Otherwise, Long Na's gaze turned icy as she regarded Zhu Bufan, a hint of frost gracing her features as she began to issue a warning. What will you do? Yet, Zhu Bufan disregarded her warning and, rather than retreat, boldly challenged Long Na. Why should I not confront you? You are disrupting my plans. You. Long Na felt a surge of indignation, her countenance growing even more frigid as she looked at Zhu Bufan. What about it? I assure you, matters concerning me, Zhu Bufan, are resolved by myself alone, without the need for external intervention. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from meddling. Long Na's expression, already frosty, grew even colder at Zhu Bufan's words, nearly pushing her to the brink of fury. Ultimately, however, she managed to restrain herself. Very well, you wish to resolve this on your own? I shall grant you that opportunity. With an intense glare, Long Na directed her ire towards Zhu Bufan and Li Tongtian. Come back, Li Tongtian. I will no longer involve myself in this matter. Moreover, you best ensure that this individual is thoroughly defeated and cast out of Tianhai Medical College. Or else it will be you who faces that fate tomorrow. Understood, Miss Long. I, Li Tongtian, promise to execute this beautifully. Just watch. Initially, when Long Na had commanded him to leave, Li Tongtian had been bubbling with frustration. However, now that Zhu Bufan had the protection of the illustrious Miss Long, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and depart. Yet, what he did not foresee was that Zhu Bufan was a fool, unable to recognize that Long Na had merely offered him incidental assistance. Instead, he stubbornly sought to create trouble for himself. Now, he had succeeded in provoking the wrath of the esteemed Miss Long. Therefore, Li Tongtian was determined to exact a painful price from Zhu Bufan. After all, Zhu Bufan had kicked Li Tongtian without consequence. At this moment, Li Tongtian was positively elated, while the surrounding students were utterly bewildered. What is happening? This is not following the script at all. I truly cannot comprehend. However, what left the students even more perplexed was that, just after Long Na finished speaking, Zhu Bufan took immediate action. At this moment, Li Tongtian was lost in his euphoria, his face radiating delight, as he envisioned his own narrative unfolding. According to Li Tongtian's script, the sequence of events would unfold as follows. Next, Li Tongtian would leap forward, delivering slaps to Zhu Bufan's face, followed by a kick to his abdomen, sending Zhu Bufan flying. Subsequently, Li Tongtian would turn, dramatically tossing his striking hair towards Long Na, who would then gaze at him with admiration, exclaiming her infatuation. Finally, Zhu Bufan would kneel before Li Tongtian, begging for mercy and compensation. Yet, this was merely Li Tongtian's personal script. At this moment, however, Li Tongtian found his body inexplicably rising uncontrollably. What is happening? Before he could fully comprehend his own narrative, he was abruptly lifted into the air, eliciting a startled exclamation of confusion. Lu Yanran, disregarding herself, spoke in such a manner that instantly filled her with an overwhelming fury. Enough. Do not flaunt before me any longer. Chun Shiqing observed the interaction between the two, and his countenance transformed into one of evident displeasure. Old Master Hua, I beseech you to take action. Very well, young man. I have already afforded you an opportunity, so do not blame me for resorting to the advantage of age over youth. Old Master Hua replied. Is that so? To compel others to crawl before you on their own legs, and should they do so, you would grant them leniency? I presume that even if I were to crawl before you, you would not spare me either. Tell me, would such an opportunity truly be considered an opportunity? However, fret not, for the last person who uttered such words in my presence has been thoroughly incapacitated. This time shall be no different for you. Is that so? Young man, do not revel in mere rhetoric. Prepare yourself. In an instant, Old Master Hua made his move. He produced a black box, which was square and adorned with peculiar, intimidating engravings that evoked a sense of dread at first glance, as if one's very soul were being ensnared. As the black box emerged, an eerie, ominous aura enveloped the entire restaurant. In that fleeting moment, everyone within felt an overwhelming and chilling pressure that rendered them nearly breathless. Thus, they began to feel somewhat dazed. Normally, Professor Feng was merely a diligent teacher wearing a pair of large reading glasses. However, today, consequently, the two of them began to speculate whether this was indeed the Professor Feng they were accustomed to seeing. Yet, upon a closer examination of Professor Feng's countenance, they remained convinced that this was indeed the Professor Feng they encountered regularly. After all, The visage of the current Professor Feng was identical to the one etched in their memories. Nonetheless, at this moment, both individuals were filled with profound respect for Professor Feng. Therefore, the next instant, they promptly responded with utmost reverence. Subsequently, they swiftly carried the moaning Li Tongtian away. At this juncture, Zhu Bufan stood motionless, his heart profoundly shaken as he stared intently at the amiable Professor Feng, who stood upon the podium wearing those large reading glasses. Zhu Bufan had actually noticed this sudden appearance of Professor Feng long ago. However, he found himself utterly unable to thwart Professor Feng's intervention. Just moments earlier, the palm strike unleashed by Professor Feng had effortlessly dissolved his control over Li Tongtian. Moreover, Professor Feng's speed in rescuing was astonishingly swift, nearly surpassing Zhu Bufan's ability to act again. Thus, Zhu Bufan became deeply vigilant. Despite Professor Feng's seemingly affable demeanor, Zhu Bufan could not ascertain the professor's true intentions. Confronted with such a formidable figure, Zhu Bufan felt compelled to remain on guard. After all, the moment Professor Feng appeared, he had liberated Li Tongtian from Zhu Bufan and Apos' grasp. Zhu Bufan, there is no need to be so anxious. I merely require you to come to my office and provide an explanation for your actions in my classroom. At this moment, Professor Feng spoke once more. Is that so? Very well, I shall accompany you to your office. In response to Professor Feng's renewed request, Zhu Bufan furrowed his brow but ultimately acquiesced. He then followed Professor Feng directly out of the classroom. Professor Feng's office was located on the 5th floor of the Business and Political Building. Zhu Bufan trailed behind Professor Feng, who remained silent. Observing Professor Feng's reticence, Zhu Bufan also chose not to speak. Thus, they swiftly arrived on the 5th floor. Inside an office on the 5th floor, upon entering, Zhu Bufan discovered that an elderly gentleman was already seated within. This elder, bearing a square face and graying hair, appeared to be over 60 years of age. At this moment, he sat calmly in a chair. Upon noticing Professor Feng's entrance, the elder spoke. Old Feng, you have arrived. Yes, old Xia. I have brought the person you requested. Thank you, old Feng. No trouble at all. It was merely an incidental task. However, old Xia, I must advise you to invest some time managing the affairs of the school. Just look at the state of our institution now. Old Feng, I wish I could, but alas. Never mind, I shall take my leave now. Very well. The next moment, Professor Feng exited the office with a weary demeanor. Come, young man, do not just stand there. Come take a seat. Once Professor Feng departed, the elder beckoned Zhu Bufan, who was still in a state of bewilderment. Although Zhu Bufan harbored numerous questions, he refrained from being overly courteous to the elder. Thus, he approached and sat down. You are Xiao Zhu, correct? What tea would you like? I have tiguanyin, pu'er, and red dates. As soon as Zhu Bufan settled down, the elder inquired. Oh. In response to the elder's question, Zhu Bufan felt somewhat perplexed, genuinely unsure of the elder's intentions. However, he was not intimidated by the elder's antics. Therefore, he casually replied, Let us go with pu'er. I have heard it is quite delightful. Very well, pu'er it is. The elder replied without any change in expression. Then, to Zhu Bufan's surprise, the elder turned to prepare the pu'er tea. But just as he turned, he did not move from his spot. Instead, he swiftly pivoted and pressed down on Zhu Bufan's chair. Zhu Bufan, you possess quite the audacity. You come to my school and cause chaos. Do you not owe me an explanation? The elder's gaze bore down on Zhu Bufan, suggesting he was ready to act at any moment. In the face of the elder's sudden aggression, Zhu Bufan displayed no fear, instead responding with a nonchalant smile. You are Principal Xia, correct? Indeed. Yes, I am Xia Jigu, the principal of Tianhai Medical College. What is this? Is it because I, as an elder, did not personally welcome you, that you felt entitled to wreak havoc in my institution? Principal Xia and Apos' brow furrowed, his expression shifting dramatically. Ha, Principal Xia, you jest. I did not act out in your domain due to your absence, but rather because one of your students prompted my actions. Ha, prompted your actions? Your prompting resulted in injuring over 20 students and crippling Director Zhao's nephew. That is quite the prompting indeed. Oh, does Principal Xia believe that no matter how I explain, you will remain unconvinced? Indeed. Principal Xia's expression darkened. In that case, feel free to act. I shall receive whatever you choose to unleash. Do you truly believe that just because you are sent from above, I would hesitate to act against you? I tell you. Principal Xia's temper began to flare. The next instant, he assumed a stance as if ready to engage in combat. All right, Elder Xiao, I have played along with your charade long enough. Let us dispense with the pretense. Tell me, what is the true purpose of Professor Feng bringing me here? Haha. So you are indeed someone sent from above. You recognized it so swiftly. Principal Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment, and he promptly retrieved the pu'er tea, brewing 2 cups. You see, Xiao Zhu, you have been here at our school for nearly a day, and I trust you have witnessed some aspects of our institution. Since you are someone sent from above, I hope you will collaborate with me to eliminate certain malignant influences plaguing our school. Principal Xia returned to his previous seat, took a sip of the freshly brewed pu'er tea, and then spoke earnestly. Haha, Principal Xia, your calculations are quite shrewd. You aim to utilize me to purge the influences within the school. Are you so certain that I will assist you? Principal Xia's earnest demeanor did not escape Zhu Bufan's comprehension. It became clear that Principal Xia sought to leverage Zhu Bufan's influence to rectify the school's issues and eradicate the adversarial forces that had long entrenched themselves at Tianhai Medical College. Cough, cough. Xiao Zhu, is it not true that you are someone sent from above? As the ominous black smoke threatened to engulf Zhu Bufan, Old Hu finally spoke. Heh, is that so? Let me offer you a piece of advice. Do not flaunt yourself so ostentatiously, for the outcome of such arrogance may very well be your own demise. Haha, is that so? I am curious to witness how you intend to bring about my end. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's retort, the crippled leg Old Hu was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into hearty laughter. At that moment, Zhu Bufan took action. He lifted his right hand, transforming it from an open palm into a clenched fist. In the next instant, he launched his fist towards the dense black smoke. Humph, such overconfidence. Observing Zhu Bufan's movement, Old Hu's face immediately contorted into a mask of derision. However, in an instant, that derision froze on his features. For Zhu Bufan and Appo's seemingly unremarkable punch had effortlessly dispersed the encroaching black smoke. You have reached the master level. In a fleeting moment, the crippled leg Old Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, after delivering that punch, Zhu Bufan did not cease his assault. He threw another punch, this time aimed directly at the swirling black box suspended in the sky. Master, wait. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the crippled leg Old Hu grew anxious. If Zhu Bufan were to land this blow, it would spell disaster. Thus, in the next moment, he hastily called out in an attempt to halt Zhu Bufan's advance. All right, I am not exaggerating. At this moment, you are simply no match for me. Thus, I, Zhu Bufan, reiterate, if the so-called Wu Xiao you speak of intends to trouble me, kindly have him approach me directly. If not, please convey to him that he ought not to be used as a pawn by others. At this point, Zhu Bufan merely cast a casual glance at the stunned member of the Martial Arts Society a few meters away, and the next moment, he spoke up. After uttering this statement, Zhu Bufan paid no mind to whether the Martial Arts Society member remained in shock. He simply walked into the dormitory building. Just as he entered, atop one of the teaching buildings at Tianhai Medical College, 2 elegantly dressed men were engaged in a secret discussion. Brother Yuan, I have recently heard that our school has produced a remarkable figure. Indeed, a truly remarkable individual has emerged. And, Brother Situ, you might be utterly astonished by his identity. What is his identity? He is a special recruit whom we all disdain. A special recruit? Precisely, he is indeed a special recruit. However, Brother Situ, do not underestimate this special recruit. Do you know? Upon entering the dormitory, he single-handedly defeated over 20 of Huachunyu's subordinates, and subsequently, he publicly interrupted the legs of the teaching director Zhao Aigua's nephew during Professor Feng's class, and he even audaciously rejected the advances of the campus bell. Most importantly, after all this special recruit suffered no repercussions. Do you truly believe he is merely an ordinary special recruit? Indeed, to dare cause a ruckus in Professor Feng's class and to emerge unscathed thereafter is sufficient evidence that his identity is likely more complex than that of a mere special recruit. I suspect his arrival is closely related to that incident. Are you referring to? Exactly. I suspect he has come for that very matter. Then, Brother Yuan, should I directly have someone eliminate him? No, Brother Situ. Do you not think that having such a person to engage with us would alleviate our solitude? Ha ha. Brother Yuan, you are absolutely right. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhu Bufan immediately contacted Long Aogu. Through this communication, he learned that the identity of Principal Xia was not merely that of the principal of Tianhai Medical College. However, Long Aogu did not divulge excessive information. He merely advised Zhu Bufan to cooperate with Principal Xia to the best of his abilities when necessary. After ending the call with Long Aogu, Zhu Bufan glanced at the time. It was just about dinner time. Thus, he stepped out of the dormitory once more. Zhu Bufan chose not to dine in the school cafeteria. Instead, he exited the school and quickly resolved his meal at a local restaurant, ordering 3 dishes and a soup. His purpose for coming to Tianhai Medical College was solely to fulfill his agreement with Long Aogu, not to genuinely pursue studies here. Moreover, his current aspiration was not academic, but rather to cultivate immortality. Therefore, Zhu Bufan would not forsake his training merely to honor his agreement with Long Aogu. The reason Zhu Bufan opted for dinner outside the school was that he intended to find a quiet and secluded place for his cultivation afterward. After finishing his meal at the local restaurant, Zhu Bufan departed from Tianhai Medical College. This place seems quite suitable. The concentration of spiritual energy here is quite decent, he concluded, selecting a location. After nearly 2 hours of searching for a suitable cultivation spot, Zhu Bufan finally discovered an area in a corner of a park. At that moment, perhaps due to the early hour, a few elderly individuals were still active within the park, although they were sparse, with only an occasional sighting of an elderly man or woman sitting on a bench to enjoy the cool breeze. Upon entering the park, Zhu Bufan paid no heed to the elderly individuals. Instead, he selected a relatively secluded and tranquil spot beneath a large tree and began his cultivation. After continuous training, Zhu Bufan was nearing the 7th level of body refinement, yet he had recently found himself stuck at this stage, unable to make any progress despite his efforts. This frustration was palpable. Nevertheless, even in the face of such setbacks, Zhu Bufan remained undeterred in his training. Ever since he embarked on his journey of cultivation, he had come to the profound realization that in order to protect his family and friends from being bullied, he must strengthen himself. Therefore, seated beneath the tree, Zhu Bufan initiated the Great Luo body refinement technique. As Zhu Bufan delved into his cultivation, time seemed to pass unnoticed. Suddenly, he faintly heard a woman's voice. "Grandfather. It seems someone has occupied our space today." The tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Sil, no worries. Since someone else has taken it. We simply won and oppose. Tea practice there tonight. No way, grandfather. You come here every evening to practice. Just wait here. I and oppose. LL go ask that person to leave. Sil, don't be foolish. That spot is not ours. Since someone arrived before us, we have no reason to ask them to leave. But grandfather. All right, Sil. No need to say more. Although Zhu Bufan had closed his eyes in meditation, he overheard the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter with perfect clarity. Could this elderly man also harness spiritual energy for cultivation like himself? A wave of curiosity surged within Zhu Bufan. Thus, he opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he saw an elderly man, likely around 60 years old, dressed in traditional attire, and a girl around his age clad and athletic were standing not far from him. The old man was performing a set of martial arts forms that Zhu Bufan had never seen before. Although unfamiliar, it was evident that this martial art was also a form of training. Yet, it could not harness spiritual energy. Zhu Bufan glanced at them, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to find someone akin to himself for a meaningful exchange, especially since his own progress had stagnated recently. However, it was clear that this elderly man was not a kindred spirit. Yet, despite the disappointment, Zhu Bufan did not lose heart. In the realm of cultivation, while communication is vital, ultimately, one must rely on self-discovery. Checking the time on his phone, Zhu Bufan realized that he had been cultivating here for 3 hours without any tangible gains. After another glance at the elderly man and the girl, he decided that since they had come to this spot and he was achieving little, he would graciously vacate the area. Thus, the next moment, Zhu Bufan turned and departed. It is impossible, utterly inconceivable. Lu Yanran was left dumbfounded, as was Chen Shiqing, and the group of ruffians stood in stunned silence. Old man, do you now believe my counsel? The collective disbelief held them in place until Zhu Bufan finally spoke, prompting everyone to regain their composure. Zhu Bufan, you. Lu Yanran snapped back to reality, her breath caught, her words tangled in confusion. Regrettably, Zhu Bufan paid her no heed. Instead, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon the crippled elder, Hua. Master Zhu, I concede. This time, I have acted without due regard for your esteemed presence, and for that, I am truly at fault. Allow me to withdraw immediately from this matter, and further, I offer you the entirety of my possessions accumulated over the years, contained within this card. I implore you, Master Zhu, to spare me this one occasion." Watching his treasured artifact shattered by Zhu Bufan's hand inflicted deep sorrow upon Hua. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. Before a master-level powerhouse, he was but a mere shadow of significance. In a heartbeat, should Zhu Bufan desire to extinguish his life, Hua would stand no chance of resistance. Reflecting on Zhu Bufan's previous displays of prowess, Hua was suddenly overtaken by a desperate urge to find a block of tofu to end it all. It was not mere indifference that others displayed towards him. Rather, it was disdain, for the crippled Hua was not worthy of the esteem that Zhu Bufan commanded. As Hua felt the piercing gaze of Zhu Bufan upon him, he swiftly produced a bank card, presenting it with utmost reverence. "Oh," Zhu Bufan mused, casting a discerning glance at the card offered by the crippled Hua. Without hesitation, he accepted the card. The password? Upon receiving the card, Hua exhaled a sigh of relief, and in an instant, he divulged his password. After revealing the password, he wiped the perspiration from his forehead, preparing to cautiously inquire whether he was permitted to depart. However, to his astonishment, before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhu Bufan took decisive action. With a casual yet forceful punch aimed at Hua's head, a resounding crack echoed through the air. In the next moment, an explosive sound reverberated as Hua's skull erupted, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Within moments, blood saturated the earth beneath him. "I lack integrity. Huh. When did I ever claim that I would spare you?" Zhu Bufan observed Hua's fallen form with not a trace of pity. A practitioner who employs the souls of others to forge his own treasures, such a nefarious individual. Could Zhu Bufan possibly allow him to escape? From the very beginning, Zhu Bufan had earmarked the crippled Hua as a target for extermination. However, after he had dispatched Hua, a twinge of regret washed over him. For Hua had just mentioned a realm of which Zhu was unaware, the Master Realm. Initially, Zhu had intended to inquire further. Yet his impatience had led him to strike down Hua without hesitation. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. Zhu was confident that encountering a practitioner like Hua would not be a singular event, as he was now on the path of cultivation. His journey would undoubtedly diverge from that of ordinary mortals. Thus, he could afford to delay his questions for another time. "Ah, a life has been taken." At that moment, a shout erupted from an unknown ruffian. In the next instant, those ruffians discarded their weapons and fled recklessly from the restaurant. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun Shiqing came to his senses. Zhu Bufan's remarkable display of prowess had left him utterly astonished, particularly after Zhu had slain old Hua, rendering him a mere puppet, standing frozen in place. Now fully aware, Chun Shiqing dared not oppose Zhu Bufan any longer. This man was nothing short of a demon. Consequently, he too bolted for the exit. But as Chun Shiqing attempted to flee, would Zhu Bufan allow him to escape? It is evidently an impossible situation. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan swiftly positioned himself before Chun Shiqing. What do you intend to do?" I must inform you that I am the heir of the Qin family. Our family possesses power surpassing yours. You cannot kill me." As Zhu Bufan stood in front of him, Chun Shiqing was engulfed by a profound fear. He yelled at Zhu Bufan while his body instinctively retreated step by step. "Huh. The title of heir of the Qin family holds no threat for me. I was unafraid the last time, so what makes you think I would be now?" Zhu Bufan blocked Chun Shiqing's path without striking him, merely observing the latter's gradual retreat with a faint smile gracing his lips. "What do you truly desire?" "Zhu Bufan, let me remind you, you are merely a capable yet impoverished youth, while I am the heir of the Qin family. Should you dare to take my life, you would invoke the wrath of an entire lineage." As Chun Shiqing continued to back away, Zhu Bufan advanced steadily, inching closer to him. Chun Shiqing was overwhelmed by terror. He had already found himself cornered with no escape left. "Is that so? Heir of the Qin family?" Zhu Bufan glanced at Chun Shiqing, who had crumpled to the ground. Yet he refrained from making a move, simply chuckling softly. "Zhu Bufan, what do you truly want from me?" The fear in Chun Shiqing's eyes deepened at Zhu Bufan's smile. Given another chance, he would certainly avoid provoking him again. "What do I desire? Huh, did I not inform you previously? However, this time, I must impart a profound lesson upon you. Otherwise, you shall return again." "What?" Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, Chun Shiqing was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it did not take long for him to comprehend that the profound lesson Zhu Bufan spoke of entailed rendering his legs useless. "Ah, my legs. My legs. With his legs incapacitated, Chen Shiqing immediately let out a piercing scream. As for why Zhu Bufan did not eliminate Chen Shiqing entirely, it was due to his lingering apprehensions. Although Zhu Bufan harbored no fear of the Chen family that Chen Shiqing mentioned, he still had family members to consider. Should he kill Chen Shiqing, it would undoubtedly provoke the Chen family's wrath, which could then be unleashed upon his own loved ones. That would lead to his own regret. A family that has managed to endure possesses immense hidden power. At that moment, Zhu Bufan lacked the formidable strength to contend against an entire family. In simpler terms, he did not possess the capability to effortlessly extinguish a clan. Thus, he remained cautious. In order to prevent this debauched young master, Chen Shiqing, from causing him further trouble, it was imperative to deliver a significant lesson. Hence, he chose to incapacitate Chen Shiqing's legs. Otherwise, Zhu Bufan would have directly eliminated Chen Shiqing. For a family, the loss of legs is certainly something that can be remedied, albeit at a cost of time and resources. However, in comparison, they had no need to make an enemy of a cultivator, especially since Zhu Bufan had previously dispatched a legless cultivator with a single punch. Zhu Bufan was confident that the head of the Chen family would make the right decision. Zhu Bufan was indeed taken aback. He had not anticipated that this object could be of such immense value. Nevertheless, he resolved to part with it without hesitation. Of course, Zhu Bufan harbored deep skepticism regarding the claimed worth. If it truly possessed such a high value, he would never consider relinquishing it. It would be absurd to bestow a gift worth millions upon an unfamiliar woman, regardless of her enchanting beauty. Zhu Bufan had no intention of spending such an extravagant sum to win someone's affection, especially since his current pursuits did not revolve around women. Hence, he expressed himself in such a manner. Observing Zhu Bufan's composed demeanor, inexplicably, Su Fangfang began to believe that Li Mayan's assertion might indeed be true. The hairpin was genuinely worth a fortune. She contemplated removing it, but hesitated, fearing that doing so in front of so many would embarrass Zhu Bufan. Thus, she lifted her glass in readiness for a toast. Yi Fei interjected with a sardonic laugh. What are we drinking tea for? If we're to drink, let it be wine. We have singing to attend to shortly. We can drink afterwards. Su Fangfang responded, very well. With her words, Yi Fei had no choice but to reluctantly raise his glass for a toast, as the others extended their well wishes to Su Fangfang. After the meal, Yi Fei eagerly insisted on settling the bill and cast a triumphant glance at Zhu Bufan. Zhu Bufan merely smiled lightly, unfazed. He had no particular connection with Su Fangfang. And besides, his presence here was not voluntary. He had been coerced by Li Mayan into accompanying her. Therefore, Zhu Bufan remained indifferent to Yi Fei's jealousy. Fangfang, I've reserved a private room at the Shengshi dynasty. Let us head there to sing, Yi Fei announced upon exiting. Su Fangfang frowned slightly. Fully aware of Yi Fei's intentions, yet she found it difficult to accept. She had previously declined his offer to cover the bill, and now he was suggesting such an extravagant venue. Just as she was about to refuse, Yi Fei added, don't worry about the cost. My sister works there and provided me with a 5,000 yuan voucher, which is sufficient for our expenses tonight. It would be a waste if we don't use it before it expires. Very well. Su Fangfang finally nodded in agreement. Upon seeing her acquiescence, Yi Fei and Appo's heart soared with joy. After feeling humiliated by Zhu Bufan earlier, he had been seeking an opportunity for revenge, and he envisioned a scenario where his cousin could publicly humiliate Zhu Bufan at her establishment. Such a plan seemed all too simple. An hour later, the group arrived at the venue known as Shengshi Dynasty. This establishment boasted a grand hall spanning 4 stories, adorned with a chandelier made of 999 crystals, which alone likely cost several million. The marble floors added to the opulence, and the entire hall radiated brilliance, accentuated by the presence of numerous uniformed attendants. Impressive, isn't it? Upon entering, Yi Fei noticed the awestruck expressions of the crowd, instantly bolstering his confidence. However, when he spotted Zhu Bufan standing nonchalantly beside Su Fangfang, his spirits sank, leaving him deflated. Was there truly no hope for him? At that moment, Yi Fei heard someone calling his name. He looked up to see a woman in her 30s approaching, and his face lit up with delight. Sister. The newcomer was Yi Fei and Appo's cousin, Jiang Shuyan, the manager of this establishment. Are these your classmates? I've reserved a medium-sized room for you. Should be no problem, Jiang Shuyan said with a professional smile. Glancing over the group before her gaze lingered briefly on Su Fangfang and Li Mayan, showing little interest otherwise. To her, Even a handsome man like Zhu Bufan was merely a boy among many, not worth her attention. Yes, that's sufficient. Yi Fei nodded repeatedly and introduced the group. This is my cousin. Cousin, this is. All right, we're in the hall now. I'll let you introduce everyone later. Xiaolu, take them to room 702. Remember to apply the 15% discount on drinks. Jiang Shuiyan wasted no time and quickly summoned a KTV hostess to escort them to their room. Ah, sister. Wasn't it supposed to be free? Yi Fei pulled Jiang Shuiyan aside, speaking quietly. He had previously claimed there was a voucher, but in reality, she had promised him free entry to entice him to come. The room fee is waived, but drinks cannot be covered. Don't worry, with your sister around. The costs won't be excessive. Now go on and enjoy with your friends. I'll find you later. Jiang Shuiyan replied, striding toward a portly man approaching her. Her face brightening with a radiant smile. This interaction contrasted sharply with her treatment of Zhu Bufan and the others, though the rest of the group remained oblivious. Still in shock. Only Zhu Bufan and Li Mayan noticed the disparity, but Zhu Bufan chose not to comment. Li Mayan remarked with a huff, Yi Fei, your cousin truly has a narrow view. Yi Fei chuckled bitterly, Mu Yin, she's still my cousin. Could you speak a bit more kindly? Besides, at least she got us a 15% discount. 15%? Didn't you mention a voucher? Su Fangfang interjected. Well, the voucher covered the room fee. And the discount applies to the drinks. Fangfang, don't worry, we won't drink excessively. It won't be too costly. Let us head inside. Yi Fei hastily clarified. All right. Su Fangfang sighed, silently resolving to insist on paying the bill later. Hey, Manager Jiang, when did you get such new talent? You didn't even notify me. Just as the group was about to proceed to the private room, the portly man, Mr. Wang, approached Jiang Shuiyan, his eyes immediately fixated on Su Fangfang and Li Mayan. Su Fangfang, clad in a flowing blue gown with her black hair cascading down, appeared both elegant and lively, while Li Mayan, donning a school uniform, exuded a fresh, youthful charm that far surpassed the artificial allure of the women around them, making it nearly impossible for them to go unnoticed. Sensing Mr. Wang's lascivious gaze, Jiang Shuiyan quickly interjected, Mr. Wang, you misunderstand. These are my cousin's classmates. They are here to enjoy themselves. Your cousin's classmates? What a coincidence. Tell them that all their expenses today are on me. They should come over for a few drinks later. Mr. Wang declared grandly, waving his hand. Jiang Shuiyan's expression darkened. She was well aware that Mr. Wang was notorious for his lecherous behavior. Allowing the two young women to accompany him could lead to trouble. But she understood that his status was not something she could afford to offend. After careful consideration, she decided to greet her younger brother and allow the few young ladies to accompany Mr. Wang. However, before she could utter a word, she overheard one of her cousin's companions, a girl clad in a school uniform, coldly scoff. Who do you think you are, daring to ask this young lady to drink with you? You should take a look in the mirror. Previously, the indifference shown by Yi Fei's cousin had already irked Li Mayan, the young lady in question. Now, this rotund, pig-like individual dared to request her company for a drink? At that moment, Li Mayan could no longer contain herself and erupted with indignation. As the third young lady of the Li family, given their status in Tianhai City, she feared no one. Yet, her true identity was unknown to all present, including Su Fangfang, who remained oblivious to Li Mayan's real background. Thus, when Li Mayan boldly confronted the portly man, everyone was taken aback, frozen in shock. Witnessing Li Mayan's outburst, Zhu Bufan felt a sense of helplessness. This young lady truly knew how to throw a tantrum. Did she not realize that her actions were inciting chaos? Nevertheless, Zhu Bufan did not chastise Li Mayan for her behavior. On the contrary, he shared her disdain for the corpulent individual. Yi Fei stood in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how Li Mayan had the audacity to openly berate someone of such apparent stature. Given his cousin's previous attitude toward the man, Yi Fei understood that the portly fellow's identity and status were beyond their imagination. What could possibly come of Li Mayan's direct insult? Surely, he would not let this slide. And was she not intentionally provoking trouble? Although Yi Fei found the man repulsive, especially since Su Fangfang had been his longtime crush, reality was harsh, and he felt utterly powerless. In that moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Su Fangfang, equally stunned, was of a gentle disposition. Despite her dissatisfaction with the man's disrespectful remarks, she was reluctant to react and had only resolved to leave early, never considering to escalate the situation. Yet, Li Mayan's words had escalated things beyond measure. What were they to do now? The most shocked among them was Jiang Shuiyan, who had initially contemplated how to communicate with Yi Fei and his companions to defuse the situation, perhaps even persuading Mr. Wang to allow them a few drinks. However, no one could have anticipated that a single remark from a girl on her cousin's side would completely sever all avenues for retreat. This was a girl who clearly did not understand the gravity of the situation. How could her cousin have brought such a disaster along? If Mr. Wang were displeased today, her job, which paid a handsome monthly salary, would be at stake. How dare you speak like that? Mr. Wang is graciously inviting you to drink, which is a sign of respect. Apologize to him at once. Sensing Mr. Wang's brewing anger, Jiang Shuiyan shouted at Li Mayan before he could erupt. Considering you are Yi Fei's cousin, I might overlook your insolence. But you expect me to apologize to that fat pig? Not a chance. Li Mayan retorted with a cold snort. You are asking for trouble. Shao Qi, take them inside. Make them apologize to Mr. Wang. Jiang Shuiyan was infuriated by Li Mayan's insolence. After all, she was merely a student, yet she dared to be so arrogant, relying on Yi Fei's reputation. If it weren't for Yi Fei, Jiang Shuiyan wouldn't have bothered with their fate. However, considering her future, she directed her frustration toward a group of security personnel nearby. Yes, at her command, 7 or 8 security guards in black suits rushed forward, surrounding Zhu Bufan and the others. Cousin, what are you doing? Yi Fei exclaimed, alarmed. He had suggested coming here merely to flaunt his status and to impress Su Fangfang. But now it had escalated into chaos, leaving him concerned about how Su Fangfang would perceive him moving forward. She spoke out of turn and must apologize to Mr. Wang. Stop causing trouble, Yi Fei. Jiang Shuiyan forcefully pulled him aside. Your cousin is truly insufferable. Li Mayan interjected once more. What did you say? Why are you all still standing there? Seize her. Jiang Shuiyan was utterly enraged. This insolent girl dared to insult her. Immediately, security guards lunged at Li Mayan. The sight left the others in shock. They were all high school seniors and had never witnessed such a scene. Even Su Fangfang was flustered, unsure of how to react. Just as a guard was about to reach Li Mayan, a figure stepped forward, shielding her. Zhu Bufan. Get lost. Zhu Bufan's cold snort echoed as he kicked the guard in the abdomen, sending him tumbling backward to the ground. This spectacle plunged the room into silence. Everyone, Su Fangfang, Jiang Shuiyan, Mr. Wang, and the surrounding staff and guests, staring in disbelief. Someone dared to act against the authority of the Shengshi dynasty? Did he not realize that the mysterious benefactor behind the Shengshi dynasty was a prominent figure in Tianhai City? Su Fangfang gazed at Zhu Bufan, who stood protectively in front of Li Mayan, and at that moment, he appeared almost celestial, exuding an aura of strength and confidence that etched itself in her mind. In that instant, she felt a yearning. How wonderful it would be to have someone who would stand up for her, no matter the circumstances. Meanwhile, the portly Mr. Wang seemed taken aback, momentarily surprised before a smirk of derision crept across his face. This young man truly did not understand the consequences of his actions. What are you still standing there for? Throw him out. Jiang Shuiyan, astonished that someone dared to act against the Shengshi dynasty, barked at the security personnel, still reeling from shock. Only then did the guards snap back to reality, grinning as they charged at Zhu Bufan. How audacious it was to challenge them within their own domain. Seeing 5 or 6 individuals rushing at Zhu Bufan, Su Fangfang's heart raced with fear. How could he possibly handle them all? Yet, no one dared to step forward. They were mere acquaintances of Zhu Bufan, and this was his territory. Who would dare intervene? Even Yi Fei, in that moment, remained silent. Stop! Su Fangfang cried out. But her plea went unheard as 2 guards closed in on Zhu Bufan, preparing to deliver a punishing blow before dragging him away. Amidst the chaos, Li Mayan was the only one who remained composed. Having witnessed Zhu Bufan's prowess firsthand, she was not afraid. Instead, she felt a rush of exhilaration and shouted, Zhu Bufan, teach them a lesson. Give them a good thrashing. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Zhu Bufan had already stepped forward, deftly dodging one assailant's punch and countering with a powerful blow to the adversary's nose. The impact sent the man reeling backwards, blood gushing from his nostrils. In one fluid motion, Zhu Bufan seized the wrist of a second attacker, yanking it forcefully, resulting in a sickening crack and a pained scream as the man's arm dislocated entirely. Unfazed, Zhu Bufan pivoted, executing a swift side kick that sent a third assailant sprawling. He followed up with another punch that connected squarely with the jaw of a fourth man, propelling him through the air. In mere moments, All 6 security guards who had charged to apprehend Li Mayan lay defeated on the ground. The spectacle left the onlookers dumbfounded, particularly Su Fangfang and her companions, who stared in astonishment at Zhu Bufan. In that moment, his figure dominated their thoughts. Who would have imagined that this typically reticent, handsome young man harbored such formidable strength? Those guards, once brimming with bravado, now lay subdued, and Su Fangfang's heart raced uncontrollably. Jiang Shuiyin stood frozen, equally shocked to discover that her cousin's classmate possessed such prowess. However, the commotion had already drawn the security forces of the Shengshi dynasty toward them. Within moments, over 30 men clad in black encircled Zhu Bufan and the others. A man in his 30s, bearing a scar on his forehead, emerged from the throng. "What is happening here?" he demanded, his expression darkening. This man, named Qiao Tong, was the venue's manager and a trusted enforcer under the Shengshi dynasty's owner, once a notorious figure in Tianhai City. Witnessing this chaos unfold in his domain, his countenance grew ominous. Upon seeing Qiao Tong, Jiang Shuiyin and Appo's face paled. She recalled a recent incident where a wealthy heir had caused a ruckus, only to have his arm broken on the spot by Qiao Tong. The gruesome memory lingered vividly in her mind. After that incident, the heir had never returned, while Qiao Tong continued to oversee the establishment without consequence. Now, with her cousin's classmate having injured a member of the Shengshi dynasty, she knew Qiao Tong would not let this slide. While she had little concern for Zhu Bufan's fate, she was desperate to protect her cousin from the fallout. After all, he was her blood relative. How could she explain any mishap to her aunt? "Qiao Ge, it was this young lady's disrespect towards Boss Wang that provoked this. I instructed my brothers to apprehend her as an apology, but this fellow took advantage of his skills and struck back. You must not let him go." Jiang Shuiyin pointed accusingly at Zhu Bufan and Li Mayan, resolute in her decision. "Oh, does he seem particularly formidable?" Qiao Tong replied with a cold smirk, his gaze sweeping over Li Mayan before settling on Zhu Bufan. "Let's see just how capable you are. Attack, but do not kill him." Surrounded by at least 30 of the Shengshi dynasty's guards, all clad in intimidating black, Yi Fei and the others turned pale, having never encountered such a scene. Hearing his sister direct blame at Zhu Bufan relieved them somewhat. Zheng Kai and his friends instinctively took a step back, wary of being caught in the fray. Yet Su Fangfang remained rooted in place, torn between fear and the knowledge that this turmoil stemmed from her actions. She could not simply stand by. "It's not like that, it's..." Su Fangfang began to defend Zhu Bufan and Li Mayan, but before she could finish, a powerful hand pulled her back. "Do not waste time reasoning with them." A steady voice resonated in her ears. Glancing at the broad silhouette before her, Su Fangfang felt momentarily disoriented, as if ensnared in a dream. In that fleeting moment, one of the men lunged at Zhu Bufan, throwing a punch aimed at his head. Zhu Bufan, having pulled Su Fangfang behind him, stepped forward and returned the blow, striking the assailant squarely in the face. The force sent the man stumbling backwards. Zhu Bufan then advanced, delivering a fierce kick to the opponent's chin, propelling him across the floor and knocking several others down in the process. Still, more men surged forward. Zhu Bufan swiftly dodged another punch, grasping the fist of another attacker and yanking him forward. The man lost his balance and fell, only to be met with Zhu Bufan's knee thrusting into his nose. Releasing his grip, the man collapsed to the ground, clutching his face and screaming in agony. Without pausing, Zhu Bufan deflected another attack, then landed a powerful blow to the chest of yet another assailant, forcing him to stagger backward. With a swift rotation, he executed a side kick that sent that man flying as well. Seizing another wrist, he yanked the attacker toward him and struck once more, landing a punch squarely on the nose, eliciting another pained cry. In mere moments, 7 or 8 more men lay defeated at his feet, many clutching their noses in distress. Recognizing the nose as one of the body's most vulnerable areas, Zhu Bufan had intentionally targeted it to conserve energy. However, it seemed unlikely that he could continue this approach for long. Thus, he resolved to bring the confrontation to a swift conclusion. No longer holding back, he surged forward like a raging tiger, launching a powerful punch that struck the first opponent in the chest, sending him careening away. The second punch followed suit, sending another man flying. The sequence continued, third, fourth, and fifth punches unleashed in rapid succession. By the time he had thrown 7 punches, 7 men had been sent sprawling, the last of whom flew over 10 meters before crashing into several others, collapsing to the ground, blood spewing forth. His face paled, and had Zhu Bufan not shown restraint, The outcome could have been fatal. At this point, nearly 20 men lay incapacitated, fear radiating from the eyes of those remaining as they regarded Zhu Bufan. Yi Fei, Zheng Kai, and the others could scarcely believe that this seemingly unimposing individual possessed such overwhelming power. Su Fangfang was utterly mesmerized by Zhu Bufan's prowess. His commanding presence had etched itself indelibly into her heart. Li Mayan, too, was astonished by Zhu Bufan's strength, realizing that he had single-handedly dispatched all these men with sheer force. Her admiration for him intensified, and in that moment, Zhu Bufan seemed to embody everything she cherished. She felt that bringing him here had been the best decision of her life. Jiang Shuyan was likewise stunned. Witnessing a single individual incapacitate all of Chao Teng's men without sustaining any injuries himself. Although 10 or so men remained, they now appeared terrified and hesitant to advance. Even the rotund figure of Wang Zong displayed a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. Lu Biao, it seems that you must lend a hand to Boss Li. The rotund man whispered to a 30-something man beside him. I fear my assistance may no longer be required. The man scoffed, glancing in the direction of Li Mayan, where a figure had already darted past. How dare you? Seeing the figure lunging at Li Mayan, Zhu Bufan bellowed. For Zhu Bufan, although he had been forcibly dragged into this situation by Li Mayan, who possessed the temperament of a spoiled young lady, he recognized the inherent kindness within her heart. Thus, his intervention stemmed from this understanding. With Zhu Bufan stepping in, he was determined to ensure that no harm befell Li Mayan and her companions. In the next moment, accompanied by Zhu Bufan's thunderous shout, he took a significant step forward. Instantly, a surge of fierce energy erupted, and his voice resonated throughout the hall, imposing a terrifying pressure that startled everyone, including Chao Teng, as though a mountain had descended upon them. At this juncture, Zhu Bufan did not employ any spiritual energy. Despite his readiness for confrontation, his adversaries were merely ordinary individuals, rendering the use of spiritual energy unnecessary. Moreover, the environment was lacking in spiritual energy, making it ill-suited for such a battle. Over recent times, through the Deluo body refinement technique, Zhu Bufan had significantly enhanced the resilience of his body and the power of his fists to an unimaginable level for an ordinary person. Therefore, he had no intention of relying on spiritual energy against these individuals from the Shengshi dynasty. Nevertheless, even without utilizing spiritual energy, the sheer aura of his presence was sufficient to leave Su Fangfang, Yi Fei, Li Mayan, and others awestruck, particularly Su Fangfang, who felt as though Zhu Bufan embodied the very essence of a war god, his formidable aura resonating deeply within her soul. Even Lu Biao was taken aback, seemingly unaware that this seemingly refined youth could emanate such a powerful presence. As for Chao Teng, feeling an overwhelming sense of fear rise within him, he experienced a surge of anger. How could he be intimidated by a mere boy? With this thought, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Do you dare? He said, raising the small knife in his hand, poised to leave a mark on Li Mayan's face. Sensing Chao Teng's movement, both Li Mayan and Su Fangfang screamed in unison. No. Meanwhile, Zheng Kai, who had been hiding among the crowd, found an unexpected surge of courage and charged towards Chao Teng, only to be seized by one of Chao Teng's subordinates and rendered unconscious with a swift slap. Zheng Kai, being an ordinary individual, was utterly incapable of rescuing Li Mayan. Consequently, everyone watched in despair as the scene unfolded. Just as the knife was about to graze Li Mayan's face, a broad, powerful hand suddenly appeared before her, grasping the sharp blade. The knife became immobile. It was Zhu Bufan's hand. Due to the distance, he could only seize the blade's edge, and in doing so, the sharp edge sliced into his palm. Crimson blood flowing down the knife and dripping onto Li Mayan's pristine shirt. Feeling the warmth at her collar, Li Mayan was momentarily stunned. When she looked up, she saw Zhu Bufan standing before her, gripping the knife that was meant to cut her face. Brother Zhu. Upon witnessing Zhu Bufan's bleeding hand, Li Mayan's heart trembled. Li Mayan, do not fear. As long as I, Zhu Bufan, am here, no one can harm you. Zhu Bufan chuckled softly, revealing a pair of pristine white teeth. Then, under the astonished gaze of Chao Teng, he swiftly swung his left fist and struck Chao Teng squarely in the face, sending him staggering backward. Zhu Bufan stepped forward, seizing Chao Teng's shoulder with his wounded right hand, and with his left fist, he delivered a powerful blow to Chao Teng's nose. The sound of a crack resonated as Chao Teng's nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth. Yet, Zhu Bufan showed no sign of letting up. Instead, he grasped Chao Teng's knife-wielding wrist and twisted forcefully, producing another sharp crack as Chao Teng's arm broke. A pained scream escaped his lips. Following this, Zhu Bufan seized his other arm and twisted it with equal force, breaking it as well, and then delivered a kick to Chao Teng's vital area. The sheer force not only sent him flying, but also produced a sound reminiscent of cracking eggs, accompanied by a wretched scream from Chao Teng, who broke into a cold sweat, instinctively trying to shield his critical areas. But his broken arms rendered him incapable of even that, leaving him to wail helplessly. This scene shocked everyone present once again, including the man named Lu Biao. He seemed taken aback, unable to fathom that this seemingly cultured youth harbored such a brutal side. His swift and decisive actions bore no resemblance to those of a mere student. It was as if Zhu Bufan had executed such deeds countless times before. The nearby Wang Zong's pupils narrowed, revealing a hint of fiery admiration for Zhu Bufan's tactics. In contrast, Jiang Shuiyin and others turned pale, unable to believe that the notoriously ruthless Chao Teng, known for breaking people's hands, could find himself in such a predicament. Yi Fei Zhengkai and others displayed expressions of shock, while Su Fanfang felt her breath quickening, her heart racing inexplicably. The thought of having a brother or boyfriend like Zhu Bufan grew stronger within her. How wonderful it would be. With such a protector, who would dare to trouble her? Who would dare to lay a hand on her? In response to everyone's astonishment, Zhu Bufan felt as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Ignoring the blood still flowing from his hand, he coldly addressed the fallen Chao Teng. I told you, you cannot harm her. At that moment, as Chao Teng's body hit the ground heavily, a guttural sound escaped his throat, nearly resulting in a mouthful of blood erupting forth. However, he managed to suppress it. For he was a veteran Special Forces soldier, and despite his dire situation, he would not allow himself to succumb. Although Chao Teng had successfully stifled the blood within him, he felt no pride in his current state. He, a ruthless warrior under the command of the powerful Shengshi dynasty, was accustomed to making others bleed, yet here he was, nearly brought to the brink of vomiting blood by a mere student. Thus, his face was painted with fury. However, at this moment, Chao Teng refrained from attacking Zhu Bufan again. During their previous exchange, he had come to realize that despite Zhu Bufan's youthful appearance, his combat experience and strength surpassed his own. Thus, to strike at Zhu Bufan now would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Moreover, with his injuries, Chao Teng lacked the capacity to engage Zhu Bufan further. Thus, Chao Teng could only glare at Zhu Bufan in frustration. Zhu Bufan had directly twisted Chao Teng's arms and proclaimed with an air of dominance that he had warned him not to touch her. At this moment, every onlooker was left in awe, their mouths agape. Meanwhile, Yi Fei's mind was a blank canvas. He had originally harbored thoughts of competing with Zhu Bufan, but now his thoughts had soared far beyond the earthly realm. Repeated blows and astonishing events had rendered him somewhat numb, as if nothing Zhu Bufan did could pique his curiosity any longer. In that instant, he profoundly understood that aspiring to rival such an individual was akin to courting disaster. At that moment, Zheng Kai gazed at Zhu Bufan with shining eyes, particularly after witnessing the moment when the floor shattered and Zhu Bufan sent a bodyguard, who appeared even more formidable than Chao Teng, flying. His expression was filled with admiration, and he even entertained the notion of taking Zhu Bufan as a mentor. Su Fangfang, Li Mayan, and others were equally astounded, although Li Mayan, having experienced so much shock, was beginning to feel desensitized. She remained unaware of the vast gap between herself and Lu Biao. However, the most astonished of all was the plump Mr. Wang. As Lu Biao's employer, he was acutely aware of Lu Biao's capabilities. While it was true that Zhu Bufan had just taken down over 20 individuals, Lu Biao could accomplish similar feats. Yet now, even someone as powerful as Lu Biao was sent flying by this young man with just 3 punches, leaving the impression that Lu Biao was utterly defenseless in his presence. How could this not leave Mr. Wang in shock? Such skill would make for an exceptional bodyguard. With this thought in mind, Mr. Wang suddenly grinned at the approaching Zhu Bufan and remarked, "What remarkable skills! Such talent should not go to waste. Why not become my bodyguard? I can offer you a monthly salary of 30,000. What do you say?" Just as Zhu Bufan was about to teach this instigator a lesson, he was taken aback by the offer. Become your bodyguard? 30,000 a month? Lu Biao, on the other hand, could only smile wryly, realizing that his own salary was only 20,000 a month. Now, his employer was offering 30,000. For a student, that seemed quite substantial. Would Zhu Bufan accept? And if he did, would Mr. Wang still want him around? 30,000. Zhu Bufan regarded Mr. Wang with an odd expression. If you think that's insufficient, I can raise it. We can negotiate. Seeing Zhu Bufan hesitate, Mr. Wang assumed he was considering the offer and quickly added. In his view, a monthly salary of 30,000 was already quite generous for a student. Zhu Bufan still wore a peculiar expression, realizing that Mr. Wang was indeed serious about hiring him as a bodyguard. How about this? I can offer you 50,000 a month, along with a year-end bonus. Furthermore, I will take full responsibility for the trouble you caused today. You may be aware of who the owner of the Shengshi dynasty is. His identity is no trivial matter. He will not let you off lightly for creating such a commotion. But if you agree to be my bodyguard, I will speak to Mr. Li on your behalf. Mr. Wang declared, seemingly quite impressed by Zhu Bufan. This prompted another wry smile from Lu Biao. 50,000. That was more than double his own salary. Mr. Wang was indeed generous, but considering Zhu Bufan's prowess, it seemed reasonable. A master of his caliber was not someone who could be easily hired with money alone. Meanwhile, Yi Fei and the others were each gasping for breath. 50,000 a month amounted to over 600,000 a year, a significant sum indeed. Chao Teng's expression darkened as he loathed Zhu Bufan even more. If Zhu Bufan genuinely agreed to become Mr. Wang's bodyguard, he would be unable to take any revenge, as Mr. Wang was a distinguished guest and friend of his boss. 50,000. That seems rather high. However, you did seem to harbor ill intentions toward my friend earlier. At this moment, Zhu Bufan regarded Mr. Wang with a teasing glint in his eye. Haha, I merely wish to have a drink with them. Now that they are your friends, rest assured, they will also be my friends, and I will ensure that no harm befalls them. Mr. Wang laughed heartily, as if he would spare no effort for someone as talented as Zhu Bufan. You may not possess the qualifications. Zhu Bufan replied coolly. Not qualified? Mr. Wang was taken aback. After all, he was a billionaire businessman. How could he not qualify to befriend a student? Furthermore, it was too late for such discussions. Zhu Bufan chuckled lightly, but the final word turned icy as he lunged forward, delivering a punch squarely to Mr. Wang's face. He then raised his knee, crashing it into Mr. Wang and Appo's abdomen. However, due to Mr. Wang and Appo's ample girth, Zhu Bufan felt as if he had struck a spring, his force rebounding against him. Unperturbed, Zhu Bufan seized Mr. Wang's shoulders to prevent him from collapsing backward, unleashing a flurry of slaps that echoed in the air. Within moments, the already portly Mr. Wang's face was transformed into that of a pig's head. Dazed, he staggered back several steps, nearly losing his balance. It took a considerable time for him to regain his senses, utterly astonished that this young man had dared to lay hands on him. Not only was Mr. Wang bewildered, but Lu Biao was also left in shock, struggling to comprehend why Zhu Bufan had rejected such a generous offer and even assaulted his employer. Did he not realize he had thoroughly offended someone who, while not a titan of Tianhai City, was nonetheless a wealthy business magnate? It would be a simple matter for such a figure to crush a student like Zhu Bufan. Su Fangfang was equally taken aback by Zhu Bufan's reaction, as he had actually struck the very man who initially sought to bully them. Mr. Wang had promised to assist Zhu Bufan with the issues regarding the owner of Shengshi dynasty. Though she did not fully grasp the extent of that owner's power, she sensed that anyone with so many subordinates must be formidable, and her concern was palpable. The most exhilarated among them was Chao Teng. His greatest fear had been that Zhu Bufan would truly accept Mr. Wang's offer and become his bodyguard, leaving him with no opportunity for revenge. Now, however, Zhu Bufan had actually struck Mr. Wang. Was this not courting death? Just then, a group of individuals entered through the main door, and upon spotting one of them, Chao Teng's eyes gleamed with excitement. A procession of people boldly strode into the Shengshi dynasty. Who dares to cause trouble on my turf? Do they wish to court death? One of them boomed as they entered. Ah, Mr. Li, you finally arrived. I came here merely to enjoy myself. But who could have anticipated that we would have such a villainous guest? Not only did he assault your people, but he also left me in this state. Mr. Li, you must avenge me, Mr. Wang exclaimed, rushing toward the newcomer. Mr. Li, it was him. As Zhu Bufan stepped into his rental apartment and opened the door, a figure lunged towards him. Before he could react, he was enveloped in a wave of sorrowful cries. Zhu Bufan, I am so sorry. It's all because of me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have committed murder. I apologize. Caught off guard by Lu Yanran's sudden embrace, Zhu Bufan found himself momentarily at a loss. However, in that moment, he felt it inappropriate to push her away. To claim that his actions bore no relation to Lu Yanran would be utterly implausible. Yet, he held no resentment towards her. At that instant, a voice resonated behind Zhu Bufan, interrupting the moment. "Excuse me, may I ask if you are Zhu Bufan?" Hearing the inquiry, Lu Yanran snapped back to reality and promptly released her hold on him. She herself was unsure of what had compelled her to act so impulsively when she saw him open the door. "I am," Zhu Bufan replied, turning to face three uniformed men standing behind him, fully armed, their guns trained directly on him. "What's going on?" he asked, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. "Zhu Bufan, you are now a suspect in a murder case. We are here under orders from our superiors to apprehend you. Please come with us immediately, or we will treat this as a resistance and be compelled to use lethal force." The three officers exhibited a wary demeanor, their attitudes far from amicable. "Very well," Zhu Bufan replied, maintaining a calm expression as he regarded the fully armed officers. Upon entering the community just moments ago, Zhu Bufan had already sensed something amiss. "What are you doing? You cannot apprehend him. He is not a murderer." As one officer signaled another to apply handcuffs on Zhu Bufan, Lu Yanran boldly stepped in front of him, exclaiming, "You have not clarified the situation, yet you resort to indiscriminate arrests. Miss, please do not obstruct our law enforcement, otherwise, we shall have no choice but to detain you as well." Subsequently, one officer forcefully moved Lu Yanran aside, and in the next instant, Zhu Bufan found himself handcuffed by the first officer. Throughout the ordeal, Zhu Bufan offered no resistance. As he was led away, the commanding officer, slightly perplexed by Zhu Bufan's compliance, couldn't he help but smirk coldly. Soon, Zhu Bufan was transported to the police station and confined within a cell. After securing him, the three officers departed. "Hey, I have successfully detained the individual. Strangely enough, he exhibited no sign of resistance during our capture. Rest assured, as long as he remains within our precinct, I possess 100 methods to ensure his demise. Just transfer the funds directly to my overseas account." The cell holding Zhu Bufan was not designed for regular inmates. Judging by its structure, it was evident that this was merely a makeshift detention facility. Thus, it is precisely because these five esteemed families select their offerings for the ranking competition almost every 3 years that this offering ranking contest has become immensely popular within the cultivation circles of Jiangbei. Furthermore, if one manages to secure a place among the top 10 on this ranking list, the rewards will be exceedingly generous. Consequently, cultivators from the entire district are drawn to this offering ranking contest with great anticipation. Naturally, the Jiangbei Cultivator Exchange Conference is not solely limited to the region of Jiangbei. As long as one is a cultivator and wishes to participate in the exchange, they are welcome to join the Jiangbei Cultivator Exchange Conference. However, a prerequisite is that one must indeed be a cultivator to participate. If you lack the most basic cultivation abilities, then do not harbor any illusions about the offering ranking contest. It is for this reason that Li Xiu refrained from allowing his sister, Li Mayan, to accompany him. As she is not a cultivator at all, even if he were to bring her along, she would not be able to gain entry. Of course, here, one can not only compete for rewards and aspire to become an offering of the 5 top families in the district, but also resolve personal grievances. There exists a platform known as the Life and Death Arena, where individuals with mortal enmities can directly challenge one another to life and death duels. Regardless of who it may be, if there exists animosity, you may challenge them in the Life and Death Arena. Even if the individual is a member of one of the 5 top families hosting the cultivation exchange, you may still issue a life and death challenge. However, the condition for engaging in such a duel is that the other party must accept your challenge. Otherwise, if you forcibly act, the next moment, law enforcement will swiftly eliminate you. Thus, this place maintains fairness and justice. Every 3 years, the Cultivation Exchange Conference attracts a multitude of cultivators. Historically, during its peak, the number of cultivators attending reached as high as 5,500. This year, however, how many will come to participate? This remains a mystery. Yet, judging by the number of vehicles en route to Xianlong Mountain, it is certain that this year's Cultivation Exchange Conference will see a substantial turnout. At this moment, Zhu Bufan and Li Xiu are also making their way to this location. Xianlong Mountain, though not particularly high at approximately 1,000 meters, is perpetually shrouded in a veil of ethereal mist, giving it an appearance reminiscent of a legendary paradise. As Li Xiu's vehicle approached the foot of Xianlong Mountain, Zhu Bufan felt the extraordinary aura of the mountain. In what should be a place lacking in spiritual energy, The atmosphere here is surprisingly abundant with it. At the foot of Xianlong Mountain, there is a vast square, which at present is filled with numerous parked vehicles. Li Xiu also parked his car in a corner of the square. Upon disembarking, he gazed towards the summit of Xianlong Mountain, where he could distinctly see an imposing structure. The architecture, somewhat antiquated, resembled the ancient buildings depicted in fantasy dramas, evoking a sense of grandeur and mystery at first glance. The square at the foot of Xianlong Mountain is spacious, yet there is only a single entrance to the mountain. Presently, two formidable-looking men guard this entrance. Each cultivator arriving here must pass through this entrance to ascend to the summit of Xianlong Mountain, including Li Xiu and Zhu Bufan, who also approach the entrance. Esteemed friends, please hold your entry tickets in hand. Additionally, as the venue is about to undergo renovations, every participant in the Cultivation Exchange Conference is required to pay a maintenance fee of 500,000. We kindly ask for your generous support and cooperation. The line to enter the Xianlong venue extended long, and at that moment, a resonant voice reached the ears of every cultivator arriving at Xianlong Mountain. What? We have to pay a maintenance fee? I was unaware of this. Hey, did you hear that? Following the announcement, a wave of fervent discussions erupted. I wasn't informed either. 500,000 may not seem like much for us cultivators, but it's still a significant sum. Had I known, I would not have attended this exchange conference. You only wish to reap the benefits without contributing. Are you not aware that the previous exchange conference sustained considerable damage due to the intense competition in the offering ranking contest? It is said that after this exchange, the venue must be repaired. Otherwise, the next conference may not take place here as scheduled. Oh, so that's the case. I initially thought the organizers were just trying to fleece us. Look, there are at least 10,000 friends here, and at 500,000 each, that adds up. Nevertheless, if that is the case, I believe we can manage to pay. Almost every friend present engaged in this discussion. However, upon understanding the reason, most cultivators felt they could comply, and those who had already entered began to pay. Consequently, those in the back also started to take out their phones, opening various payment apps. Yet, a small minority of cultivators were reluctant to pay the maintenance fee of 500,000 and attempted to enter without paying. However, this small group ultimately faced unfortunate consequences, as the two guardians at the entrance swiftly incapacitated them. Finally, after an hour had passed, it was Zhu Bufan and Li Xiu's turn. Since one entry ticket permits two individuals, Li Xiu proceeded to pay 1 million through a payment app, intending to bring Zhu Bufan inside. Just then, one of the guards at the entrance blocked Zhu Bufan and Appo's path. Kid, you are not a cultivator. What are you doing here? Step back immediately. Not a cultivator? The guard and Appo's words momentarily stunned Li Xiu, Zhu Bufan, and all the cultivators behind them. However, the next moment, a cultivator standing behind Zhu Bufan began to mockingly chime in. What? Not a cultivator and still dare to come here? Do you not know the rules of our cultivator exchange conference? Indeed, a mere mortal dares to join the festivities here. How audacious. There are always oddities every year, but this year seems particularly rife with them, remarked a burly man, scratching his ear dismissively. At this moment, Li Xiu was also taken aback. He never anticipated that Zhu Bufan was not a cultivator. Had he misjudged? This seemed implausible, as Zhu Bufan had effortlessly subdued dozens of his subordinates. And even his formidable warrior, Chao Tung, proved no match for him. How could he not be a cultivator? Could there be a mistake? He is indeed a cultivator. Perhaps due to Zhu Bufan having saved his sister twice, Li Xiu held a firm belief in Zhu Bufan's status as a cultivator. Moreover, Zhu Bufan's presence here was at Li Xiu's invitation. The burly man with a buzz cut, upon encountering Zhu Bufan, chose to disregard him entirely, which immediately ignited his fury. Listen here, you brat. Regardless of whatever trouble you've stirred up outside, you better hurry over there and clean yourself up, for I shall come to indulge you. Otherwise, I will end you. Zhu Bufan found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that this buzzcut brute would turn out to be so brazen. Nevertheless, Zhu had no intention of acquiescing to his demands. Damn it, kid, are you taking my kindness for granted? The burly man, expecting Zhu Bufan to comply, was taken aback when Zhu not only refused to follow his orders, but also closed his eyes, behaving as if the man were mere air. Instantly, the expression on the burly man's face soured. All right then, it seems I must teach you a lesson to make you obedient. Without hesitation, the burly man launched himself into action. In the next moment, he raised his foot and aimed a kick directly at Zhu Bufan's body. witnessing their companion and Appo's aggression. The other 6 men displayed expressions of cold detachment, as if they were mere spectators. One of them even jested, "Hey, Xiaohei, take it easy. Don't break your little pet. Rest assured, I know how to hold back." Laughter erupted among the 6 men, in their eyes. It was a foregone conclusion that Zhu Bufan would be beaten. However, at that very moment, Zhu Bufan also sprang into action. Ignoring him did not equate to being a passive target for punishment. As the formidable guardian of the entrance launched a swift strike towards him, the speed was so astonishing that Li Xiu had no time to evade. At that moment, his heart plummeted into the abyss. Consequently, Li Xiu had no choice but to gradually shut his eyes. How could he, a mere novice, hope to contend with a master of mid-level cultivation? In that instant, he could only wish that this expert would adhere to the conventions of the Taoist Exchange Conference. Otherwise, he might very well meet his demise here today. Alas, what a pity. After all, this young man is indeed a scion of the Li family. Such a loss it would be. Observing the guardian take action, many cultivators around began to sigh in silent lamentation. Suddenly, a voice, though not overly loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, proclaiming, "Do you seek to harm him without consulting me first? Half a minute? You must think highly of him. 10 seconds would suffice." A minute later, the 7 burly men lay sprawled on the ground, groaning incessantly. At this moment, each of them bore the marks of bruises. Their bodies painted in shades of blue and purple. Their eyes reflected an overwhelming sense of terror. Never in their wildest dreams did they anticipate that a seemingly fragile youth could incapacitate them so thoroughly, leaving them no chance to retaliate. "Are we still going to fight?" Zhu Bufan surveyed the men groaning on the ground, then spoke with an air of indifference. "No more fighting. We concede. It was our fault. We apologize." "Very well. If you say you will not fight, then so be it." With that, Zhu Bufan strode towards a nearby bed on the ground. The few men clustered near the bed, upon seeing Zhu Bufan approach, were nearly paralyzed with fear. Ignoring their trepidation, Zhu Bufan lay down on the bed without a second thought. He chose not to deliver a fatal blow to the 7 men. Recognizing them as mere pawns trapped in their unfortunate circumstances, uncertain of how long he had been asleep on that bed, Zhu Bufan was roused by an unpleasant, angry voice. "Oh, you, kid, seem to be sleeping quite soundly. Not too bad, I suppose." "Humph. The young man, rise immediately. I shall relocate you now. Take him away." In the interrogation room, Zhu Bufan's hands and feet were shackled to the interrogation table. The room was dimly lit, with only a solitary desk lamp casting a lonely glow. Before Zhu Bufan sat the 3 officers who had apprehended him. "Do you comprehend why we have detained you?" The lead officer inquired with a fierce glare. "Huh, I know well. Acting under orders, and then capturing me." Zhu Bufan retorted, "Young man, what nonsense are you spouting? If you continue with this drivel, I swear I will execute you on the spot." One officer, incensed by Zhu Bufan's response, slammed his hand on the table and shouted. They were indeed abusing their power. If the higher-ups became aware, the consequences would be dire. "Execute me? Huh, is that so?" Zhu Bufan scoffed. "What? Do you doubt it?" As Zhu Bufan smirked, one officer swiftly drew his service weapon and tossed it onto the table. "Now do you believe? Therefore, young man, you better cooperate, or I shall indeed put a bullet in you." How audacious! To threaten execution before the interrogation even begins. Who granted you such authority and audacity? Zhu Bufan remained undaunted at the sight of the officer brandishing his firearm. "Damn it, young man. It seems I must teach you a lesson before you will comply." "Very well, allow me to impart a lesson upon you." One of the officers spoke, promptly seizing his firearm and approaching Zhu Bufan. In the next moment, he prepared to strike Zhu Bufan's head with the weapon. The other 2 officers merely observed, showing no inclination to intervene. On the contrary, their faces bore expressions of indifference, as though they were mere spectators. "How dare you defy me?" Initially, this officer believed he would effortlessly draw blood from Zhu Bufan's head, especially since Zhu Bufan's hands and feet were restrained. However, what he did not anticipate was that just as the weapon was about to make contact with Zhu Bufan's skull, he suddenly moved. In an instant, Zhu Bufan stood up, snatched the firearm from the officer's grasp, and seized the officer's neck with his other hand. You. In that fleeting moment, the officer's face transformed into one of sheer horror. The other 2 officers mirrored this expression. "Do you often execute others? I presume you have never experienced the sensation of being executed yourself? Very well, today I shall grant you that opportunity." At this moment, Zhu Bufan's gaze turned frigid. No longer would he choose silence. Initially, Zhu Bufan had complied with his capture out of a genuine respect for the law. Yet, upon arriving here, he realized that everything was amiss. Since you operate in such darkness, why should I, Zhu Bufan, continue to show you any courtesy? Thus, Zhu Bufan took action. Young man, you must release our deputy director Tian at once. Do you not realize that this constitutes an assault on law enforcement? Assaulting an officer is a grave offense, one that could warrant the death penalty. Despite the vast differences in our circumstances, these officers have served for many years. And in an instant, they reacted, shouting at Zhu Bufan. Oh, really? Zhu Bufan replied with a cold chuckle. In the next moment, he pulled the safety catch off his firearm. What? What are you doing? The officers immediately fell into a state of panic. I must inform you that you are committing a crime. I am. One officer stammered, his throat gripped by Zhu Bufan. What am I doing? I told you. I'm giving you a chance to experience the sensation of being shot. Zhu Bufan sneered. No, you cannot. Do this. Bang. However, before the second officer could finish his protest, the sound of gunfire erupted. The moment the shot rang out, both officers were paralyzed by fear, their legs giving way beneath them. In an instant, they tumbled from their chairs. They could hardly fathom that Zhu Bufan had dared to fire a weapon, especially within the confines of a police station. This utterly shattered their understanding of reality. Ultimately, Zhu Bufan did not aim the shot at the officer's head, but rather directed it at the ceiling. Nevertheless, even this was sufficient to send one officer into a state of utter terror, leaving him in a puddle of his own fear. With a sudden gunshot, silence enveloped the interrogation room, yet the entire police station erupted into chaos. In an instant, the precinct was in an uproar. What had transpired? From where did the gunshot emanate? In one of the offices, a middle-aged man clad in uniform inquired of a police officer. Report, Chief. It originated from the interrogation room. The officer responded. The interrogation room? The middle-aged man paused momentarily. What exactly is happening? It was Deputy Chief Tian who was interrogating a suspect, but we are unsure how the gunshot occurred, the officer replied. Damn it. Tian Jintao has always abused his power with connections, but to actually execute a suspect within the interrogation room led an oppos. Go see. The middle-aged man seethed with anger. However, upon reaching the door of the interrogation room, he found that his subordinates were fully armed and ready. What was going on? The middle-aged man was taken aback. Report, Chief. The suspect seized Deputy Chief Tian's firearm and discharged it. What? The middle-aged man was immediately struck with shock. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. What is the current situation? Why have you not charged in to apprehend the assailant? Director, the prisoner claims his name is Zhu Bufan. He asserts that he is affiliated with higher authorities and demands an immediate audience with you. He alleges that Deputy Director Tian is colluding with nefarious individuals who intend to harm him, and he has already subdued them. We are uncertain of the veracity of his claims, and considering he is armed and has Deputy Director Tian in his custody, we refrained from intervening and awaited your arrival. Zhu Bufan. The middle-aged man paused, feeling a flicker of familiarity with that name. In an instant, memories surged back to him. Earlier that very morning, he had received a notification from above regarding Zhu Bufan, indicating that he was an operative for a covert national department and that the assassination of waist-legged Huo was part of his mission. This incident had already generated considerable buzz, and he had been preparing to dispatch personnel to investigate. Just as he was about to act, the notification arrived. Yet Deputy Tian had taken it upon himself to apprehend the individual. Now, the situation had escalated dramatically. The middle-aged man suddenly felt his thoughts spiral into confusion. Director. What is it? What shall we do now, Director? Oh, it's nothing. Everyone retreat. I will go in to meet him. Retreat. One officer exclaimed in surprise. But Deputy Director Tian is still in the hands of the assailant. I am aware. Is my authority as director ineffective? At the officer and oppos. S words, the middle-aged man and oppos. S expression darkened. Indeed, Director. Upon witnessing his superior's sudden change of demeanor, the officer dared not utter a word of dissent. The middle-aged man, known as Niu Yisho, possessed a peculiar trait. He always preferred to hold something back in his endeavors. In his youth, Niu Yisho had served in the military, where he had the potential to advance further in rank and position. However, due to his tendency to reserve a part of himself, he ultimately faced forced retirement following a mission where he chose to hold back. After his discharge, he was assigned to Tianhai City. And after more than a decade of hard work, he finally ascended to the position of police chief. After dismissing his subordinates, Niu Yishuo pushed open the door to the interrogation room and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was taken aback. Inside the room, Zhu Bufan sat leisurely, hands in pockets, legs crossed, exhibiting an air of complete indifference to the outside world. In stark contrast, Deputy Director Tian Jintao and two officers were battered and bruised, clad in nothing but tattered undergarments. Their hands and feet were bound, and they had been carelessly discarded in a corner of the room. Their mouths were stuffed with foul-smelling socks, clearly not their own. Upon seeing Niu Yishuo enter, Deputy Director Tian Jintao and the two officers immediately called out fervently. Their eyes filled with a desperate plea for assistance. Helplessly, the socks stuffed in their mouths rendered them unable to speak, while their hands and feet remained bound. Ultimately, they could only gaze dryly at Niu Yishuo. "Are you the boss around here?" Zhu Bufan inquired, casting a casual glance at Niu Yishuo as he entered. "In a sense, yes, I am the director here." Niu Yishuo chose not to intervene and free Tian Jintao and the others. On the contrary, a flicker of satisfaction coursed through him as he observed Tian Jintao's plight. This Tian Jintao often flaunted his connections, exuding arrogance and condescension. Niu Yishuo had long harbored disdain for him. Thus, he felt no compulsion to assist Tian Jintao and his companions. "Are these three under your authorization? Or are you completely unaware?" Zhu Bufan scrutinized the middle-aged man before continuing. Niu Yishuo was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly comprehended that, as the director, any actions taken by his subordinates must indeed receive prior approval. Zhu Bufan's inquiry either sought accountability or aimed to probe deeper. Niu Yishuo's expression grew somewhat grim. "While it is true that I am the director here, their actions do not fall under my command. Furthermore, may I ask if you are Zhu Bufan? Do you possess any form of identification?" Nevertheless, having spent years in the military, Niu Yishuo had acquired a certain acumen in navigating intricate situations. Therefore, he stated directly. Upon hearing Niu Yishuo's response, Zhu Bufan once more appraised him before producing his identification and military insignia. As Zhu Bufan produced his identification and military insignia, Niu Yishuo had not yet even glanced at the documents before he was struck with astonishment. In the next moment, he immediately stood at attention and saluted Zhu Bufan with a perfectly executed military gesture, exclaiming, "Good day, Commander." Zhu Bufan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this individual possessed such significant credentials? Initially, Zhu Bufan's inquiry was aimed at discerning whether Niu Yishuo was affiliated with Tian Jintao, which is why he had not revealed his identity right away. However, through questioning and observation, Zhu Bufan soon realized that Niu Yishuo was not part of Tian Jintao's faction, prompting him to disclose his own identity. Upon doing so, Zhu Bufan was genuinely surprised to discover that the matter at hand was of considerable importance, to the extent that a director would respectfully address him as commander. Everyone was left bewildered, Tian Jintao was dumbfounded, and the two police officers were equally astonished. Just how significant must one's status be to warrant such a greeting from the director? Typically, accustomed to being complicit and domineering, it became evident today that they had encountered a formidable obstacle, one that was indeed a substantial one. In contrast to the bewilderment exhibited by Tian Jintao and his companions, Niu Yishuo was even more astonished. The insignia of the hidden dragon. What does this signify? While the average person may remain oblivious, for someone like him, who has served in the military, such knowledge is inescapable. This insignia not only symbolizes strength, but also represents authority. Not to mention, even a mere local director, let alone the mayor of Tianhai City, would find that upon breaking the law, a member of the Hidden Dragon could take action without needing to report to higher authorities, swiftly resolving matters on their own accord. He said, "Can a mere director overlook this?" Certainly, that is not the crux of the matter. What holds significance is that each member of the Hidden Dragon group possesses formidable strength. It is rumored that a single member could withstand an entire small army, implying that they could effortlessly annihilate such a force with a mere flick of their hand, remaining unscathed. In the presence of such power, how could one not harbor respect and regard? Moreover, Zhu Bufan is exceedingly young. During his time in the military, Niu Yishuo had heard of the formidable barriers to entering the Hidden Dragon group. To gain admission, one must not only possess unparalleled strength and exceptional combat skills, but also exhibit extraordinary abilities and character. Of course, this primarily pertains to personnel within the military. Some may be exceptions, such as Zhu Bufan and a certain woman named Na. Niu Yishuo had once, by chance, encountered the unique insignia of the Hidden Dragon Group. Thus, when Zhu Bufan presented it, he immediately recognized it. Sir, that Tian Jintao dares to collude with traitors to harm you. Such treachery is unforgivable. Shall I execute them on the spot? Niu Yishou was genuinely taken aback. However, being a man of considerable experience, he quickly regained his composure. Upon regaining his senses, he cast a sympathetic glance at Tian Jintao and promptly addressed Zhu Bufan. Now that you are aware of my identity, it is likely that you are also cognizant of my actions from the previous day. Due to the disparity in our statuses, I find it inappropriate to divulge too much information. All I can say is that I am engaged in the execution of a mission. As for them, they will certainly be dealt with, but that discussion shall wait until after my departure. Given the significance of this matter, why not borrow it instead? Zhu Bufan began to ramble on without restraint. Regarding their handling, I trust you will meet my expectations. Otherwise, the consequences I understand, sir. I have always harbored a disdain for Tian Jintao, and now, this presents a splendid opportunity. Will Niu Yishou show any mercy? The clothing wholesale market is located at the intersection of the north and south cities. Upon exiting the police station, Zhu Bufan made his way directly to this clothing wholesale market. In Zhu Bufan's hometown, there exists a custom. Anyone who has been detained, regardless of the reason, upon their release, does not return home immediately, but first purchases a new set of clothing before heading home. This tradition has been instilled in Zhu Bufan since childhood. Therefore, he intended to buy a new outfit before returning home. Additionally, Zhu Bufan planned to check the balance on the card belonging to the crippled Hua to see if he could transfer any funds from it to his own account. Although the card was in his possession, it ultimately belonged to someone else. Originally, Zhu Bufan intended to transfer the funds into his own account after making inquiries. However, the bank informed him that to transfer the entirety of the funds from the card, it was imperative for him to be present in person. Inside the bank, Zhu Bufan nearly found himself in the police station again, but thankfully, a call to Director Niu resolved the predicament. Previously, Zhu Bufan's account balance rarely exceeded 3 digits, occasionally reaching 4. Thus, he was unaware that transactions exceeding 100,000 on a single day necessitated personal identification for processing. The funds in the account of the incapacitated Hor amounted to a staggering 5 million, which was the reason the bank denied Zhu Bufan's request. Upon exiting the bank, Zhu Bufan ventured to the clothing wholesale market, where he purchased a stylish outfit. After changing into it, he prepared to head home. Presently, Zhu Bufan's total assets summed to over 6 million. One might wonder why he sought out the wholesale market for clothing. Firstly, Zhu Bufan had grown accustomed to frugality, and his consumer mentality had not evolved despite his newfound wealth. Secondly, the process of cultivating immortality is inherently costly. Despite his nearly 7 million in funds, the expenses for purchasing medicinal materials for cultivation are far from sufficient. Hence, Zhu Bufan must be prudent. After leaving the wholesale market, Zhu Bufan walked to the street to hail a taxi home. Having not purchased new clothes for many years, he was reveling in the joy that his new attire brought him. And thus, he did not gaze ahead. A woman, her face etched with fear and urgency, rushed towards the spot where Zhu Bufan stood. In the next instant, a loud thud echoed as she collided with him. Had it not been for Zhu Bufan's swift reflexes, both he and the woman would have tumbled onto the street. "Miss, are you all right?" Zhu Bufan asked as he steadied her. I'm fine. I'm so sorry." The woman's face was awash with panic. "Run, you fool. Why aren't you running? I've chased you down an entire street." Zhu Bufan exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Just as he was about to reassure her that everything was all right, a boisterous voice interrupted, reverberating in his ears. Moments later, a burly man and several unruly thugs approached menacingly. Seeing this, the girl instinctively cowered behind Zhu Bufan, trembling in fear. "You should consider yourself lucky that I have my eyes on you. Yet you dare to flee. Are you seeking your own demise?" The burly man proclaimed arrogantly, encircling the terrified woman. "Please, I beg you spare me. I'm just a student." The girl's fear intensified at the man's words, prompting her to cling tightly to Zhu Bufan. "Ha, still a student, my goodness. I am truly fortunate, a student girl. Ha." Upon hearing the woman declare herself a student, the robust man could not help but burst into laughter. "Fifth Master, this is a student girl, congratulations. Look at her demeanor. She might still be a virgin." "Indeed, Fifth Master, just observe how tightly she holds her lower body. It must be so." Instantly, Several young men began to jest. The robust man, upon hearing his subordinate's remarks, relished the moment. "Kid, if you wish to live, quickly step aside. Do not obstruct my pursuit of women." In the next moment, the robust man's expression darkened as he turned to Zhu Bufan and bellowed fiercely. "No. Please, I beg you, save me." The girl clung even tighter, as if fearing Zhu Bufan might flee. At that moment, a large crowd had gathered around. Yet not a single soul dared to speak up or even call the police. Glancing at the girl clinging to him, Zhu Bufan remained silent. "Kid, did you not hear what my brother said? Hurry up and get out of our way, or I will end you." As Zhu Bufan showed no intention of leaving, one of the young men became furious. Zhu Bufan continued to stand there quietly, unperturbed. "Brother, is this kid deaf?" Observing Zhu Bufan's lack of response, the young man was instantly taken aback. "Deaf?" Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the man was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "What the hell? How dare that deaf mute obstruct my attempts to flirt? I'll take care of him." "Indeed, brother. You are absolutely right. How dare he interfere with my brother and Appo's pursuits?" The yellow-haired man chimed in, rallying his companions. "Let an Appo's take action." In an instant, the yellow-haired individual lunged forward. The sound of clashing echoed through the air. Observing this, the onlookers displayed expressions of sympathy. Some murmured, "Is he out of his mind? Can't he see that those individuals are not to be trifled with? He may be slender, but does he really believe he can emulate a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? What a fool." Waves of discussion erupted, and not a single person had faith in Zhu Bufan's chances. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment swept over the crowd. The yellow-haired assailant had not even laid a finger on Zhu Bufan before he was sent flying by a single kick, landing 3 meters away. "What?" The onlookers gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. "I will grant you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight, or you shall suffer the same fate." With that, Zhu Bufan finally spoke, his voice dripping with authority. 3 seconds. What can be accomplished in 3 seconds? The group of yellow-haired individuals, who had intended to strike, found themselves frozen in place, utterly bewildered. "You impudent youth, do you dare to meddle in the affairs of Lord Huangwu? Have you grown weary of life itself?" However, before the burly man could finish his words, Zhu Bufan struck once more. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the man's skull. Initially, Zhu Bufan had no intention of further engaging. He had merely kicked the punk away as a warning. Yet, the burly man, lacking in discernment, continued to babble foolishly. If not him, then who deserved to be struck? With a powerful blow, the man collapsed into unconsciousness. The sight of their leader being felled in a single punch sent the remaining punks fleeing in terror. Within moments, they vanished without a trace. The onlookers, witnessing this display, also began to disperse. As the yellow-haired ruffians retreated one by one and the burly man lay unconscious, Zhu Bufan took his leave of the scene. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he discovered that Lu Yanran was not home. Zhu Bufan paid it no mind. Instead, he began to gather his belongings, preparing to embark on a journey. Guided by the memories etched in his mind and the sensations he felt, he realized that to elevate his power, remaining in this bustling metropolis was futile. In this world, the spiritual energy was already scarce, and the incessant industrial activity of the city further diluted it. Thus, Zhu Bufan resolved to seek a most extraordinary place for his cultivation. Why is it said that the place Zhu Bufan intends to visit is extraordinarily peculiar? This location is home to 2 renowned mountains, one known as the Fire Mountain and the other as the Ice Mountain. It is said that within the Fire Mountain, temperatures soar year-round, resembling a perpetual furnace. Conversely, the Ice Mountain remains perpetually frigid, akin to an Arctic region, with temperatures plummeting to extreme lows. Strangely, these 2 mountains not only lie in close proximity to one another, but the flora upon their summits not only survives but flourishes abundantly. The Fire Mountain has never belched flames, and the Ice Mountain has never exhibited frost. According to the recollections of the fervent cultivator, such phenomena can only be explained in one of 2 ways. Either these mountains conceal rare spiritual materials of the heavens and earth, or they harbor unparalleled divine weapons buried within. Otherwise, such occurrences would be unfathomable, whether it be celestial materials or extraordinary weapons. For Zhu Bufan, a cultivator, this is a destination he must pursue. Although the area is currently sealed off by the authorities, Zhu Bufan, as a practitioner of cultivation, feels compelled to venture there. Naturally, he is also aware that this journey will not be an easy one. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Zhu Bufan has realized that this world is far removed from any reality he once knew. Just as Zhu Bufan sets forth toward this remarkable place, elsewhere, two women converse. Yao Yao, do you truly believe Zhu Bufan has been exonerated? Indeed, my father said it was a mistake made by the police. They arrested the wrong person. Oh, I see. That is indeed reassuring. That is reassuring. A woman has finally found solace. I said, Ran. You surely cannot have developed feelings for a man named Zhu Bufan, can you? I have never seen you so anxious over a man before. No, Yao Yao. Do not speak nonsense. Did I not tell you that he saved me? Haha, why are you so flustered? I merely spoke in jest. However, your reaction. Well done, Yao Yao. You have managed to ensnare me. Just wait until I deal with you. This peculiar location was discovered on the border of Yunnan and Guizhou. Once uncovered, the area was swiftly secured by the government, prohibiting anyone from approaching it. Otherwise, they would be treated as criminals. Zhu Bufan became aware of this place through his recent visit to the police station. The 7 robust men held in the temporary detention center were apprehended from this extraordinary sight. The deputy chief, upon observing the sheer physicality of these 7 men, who resembled ferocious beasts, deliberately arranged for them to teach Zhu Bufan a lesson. To his surprise, rather than disciplining Zhu Bufan, these 7 strong men were instead subdued by him. The leader, a bald giant, upon witnessing Zhu Bufan's exceptional skills, immediately regarded him as a practitioner of the mystic arts and thus revealed the existence of this place to him. Of course, in divulging this information, they had their own ulterior motives. They hoped that Zhu Bufan could facilitate their release from prison. Tianhai City is not far from the Yunnan Guizhou region. If one were to travel by airplane, it would only take a few hours to arrive. However, Zhu Bufan has no intention of flying. Currently, that area is under strict surveillance. It is uncertain whether tickets can even be purchased. Even if they could, it is likely that he would find himself in a prison upon arrival. Moreover, traveling by train or bus is not an option either. The only remaining alternative is to drive there or rent a car. Unfortunately, Zhu Bufan finds himself incapable of driving, as he neither possesses a driver's license nor the ability to operate a vehicle. Thus, he is left with but one path: to rent a car. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Zhu Bufan made his way to a car rental agency named Carefree Drive. Upon entering, he was greeted by a young man with a weathered backpack. What brings you here, young man? If you are here to distribute flyers, I must kindly ask you to leave. We do not entertain sales pitches. Zhang Guiqiang, the owner, stated bluntly, his demeanor cold and somewhat hostile towards the young men who often peddled pamphlets. Sir, I am not here to distribute flyers, Zhu Bufan replied, somewhat taken aback. Yet, he could not deny that his current attire did resemble that of a flyer distributor. Before being dismissed from his company, he had indeed worn similar clothing while conducting business. Not here to distribute flyers? You seek to rent a car? Zhang Guiqiang inquired, momentarily taken aback. Although my establishment is not a luxury car rental service, the daily rental fee starts at a minimum of 180. Are you certain you wish to proceed? What do you mean by that? Upon entering, he claimed to be a distributor of flyers, yet now speaks in such a manner, clearly displaying a disdain for others. Although Zhu Bufan possesses a commendable temperament, even he cannot endure repeated mockery. Thus his irritation began to surface. Young man, do not take offense. What I intend to convey is not as you might perceive. It is simply that today's youth, in their quest for ostentation, often resort to renting cars, only to subsist on instant noodles for an entire month. One must ponder the necessity of such choices, Zhang Guiqiang hastily explained, noticing Zhu Bufan's growing annoyance. Therefore, young man, are you certain you wish to proceed with the rental? Upon hearing Zhang Guiqiang's clarification, Zhu Bufan paused, realizing that the proprietor possessed a kind heart. Sir, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. It was rather ungracious. However, my intent in renting a vehicle is not for the sake of show. I am preparing for a long journey due to pressing matters. By the way, sir, is it possible to rent both a car and a driver here? Are you looking for a charter? Zhang Guiqiang was momentarily taken aback, but, upon seeing Zhu Bufan nod in affirmation, felt it inappropriate to press further. He then inquired directly, young man, where do you intend to travel? The Yunnan Guizhou region. Zhu Bufan responded casually. The Yunnan Guizhou region? Zhang Guiqiang's expression shifted immediately, though he quickly regained his composure. Ah, the Yunnan Guizhou region, I see. May I ask if your visit there is for tourism or for business? I have heard that the area has been somewhat unstable lately. If your purpose is leisure, I would advise postponing your trip. If it is for business and not urgently required, it might also be prudent to delay. Oh, Zhu Bufan squinted his eyes, keenly observing Zhang Guoqiang's recent demeanor, which left him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that this boss is aware of the events transpiring over there? If so, then this proprietor is certainly not as straightforward as he appears. Oh, indeed, my dear uncle. I am heading there because a friend has invited me to discuss a business opportunity. As you know, in these times, earning a living is no easy feat. And when an opportunity arises, one must seize it. However, I must inquire, why has the Yunnan Guizhou region become so unsettled of late? Has something occurred? Ah, it's nothing too serious, young man. As you know, we operate a taxi service that spans the nation. The drivers returning from the Yunnan Guizhou area have reported that the situation there has been quite volatile lately, with numerous roads seemingly blocked off. Is that so? Are you still accepting orders from that region? I could offer a higher price. Zhu Bufan scrutinized Zhang Guoqiang's expression, but after the initial change in color, there was no further alteration in his countenance. Of course, I've been wanting to venture into the Yunnan Guizhou area as well. Let us go together. Before Zhang Guoqiang could respond, a female voice chimed in. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan beheld a stunning girl, clad in a sky-blue t-shirt and of similar age to him, approaching directly. Xiao Jing, don't be foolish. Zhang Guoqiang immediately reprimanded upon seeing the girl approach. Father, I have grown up, and it is time for me to venture out and explore the world. Besides, you cannot possibly care for me for a lifetime. I must learn to face society independently. However, the admonitions from Zhang Guoqiang fell on deaf ears for the young girl. Absolutely not. I shall not allow you to go, regardless of what you say. Zhang Guoqiang insisted. Apologies, young man, but I fear I cannot fulfill your request at this moment. The proprietor remarked, perhaps you might consider another rental service. My sincerest apologies. Observing the proprietor's reaction, Zhu Bufan discerned that this individual was not to be underestimated, yet this concern was not within Zhu Bufan's purview. Very well. I shall seek another rental agency then. My apologies for the disturbance, Zhu Bufan replied before departing. Ultimately, Zhu Bufan secured a vehicle at another rental agency. Given that he offered a reasonable price, the rental service provided him with an experienced driver. Soon, Zhu Bufan set off for the Yunnan Guizhou region. Young man, it takes over 3 hours to reach the Yunnan Guizhou area. You may rest for a while, and I shall wake you upon arrival, the driver informed him. All right, I shall take a short nap. Thank you, my good sir, Zhu Bufan replied. Feeling no need for formality, since he was not the one driving and had business to attend to upon arrival. A brief slumber seemed a wise choice. Yet, just as Zhu Bufan closed his eyes, a sudden hard break jolted him awake. As he opened his eyes, he noticed the driver had exited the vehicle. And in a daze, he saw a girl in front of the car. I seem to recognize this girl. Zhu Bufan did not exit the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, he was engulfed by a cacophony from outside. In the next moment, the car door swung open. Hey, handsome, do you remember me? A stunning visage appeared as the door opened. Zhu Bufan was momentarily taken aback. How is it her? Hey, handsome, have you forgotten me? The girl inquired. I am the one from the Sui Exine car dealership. Mind if I join you? She continued. Don't worry, I'll cover my share. You've already paid quite a bit. So let's split it. Zhang Lingjing paid no heed to Zhu Bufan's potential objections and plopped down into the seat. Zhu Bufan felt somewhat helpless, with her already settled within. It was impossible to eject her. Moreover, he was curious to discern whether her destination aligned with his own. Very well, let us travel together then. Since I am heading that way, consider it a ride. No need for you to pay. Observing Zhang Lingjing fumble with her wallet, opening and closing it repeatedly, Zhu Bufan could no longer restrain himself. But how can I accept this? You are truly kind, handsome. Thank you. She chuckled. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's insistence on not requiring payment, Zhang Lingjing promptly returned her wallet to her bag. Zhu Bufan was left speechless. If she genuinely wished to contribute, did it necessitate the incessant opening and closing of her wallet? The vehicle swiftly exited Tianhai City and merged onto the Tianqian Expressway. In the vehicle, Zhu Bufan refrained from inquiring how Zhang Lingjing managed to escape from her father, and it appeared that she was merely a passenger in this fortuitous ride, not posing any questions to Zhu Bufan either. The car traversed the road steadily and smoothly. However, after an indeterminate duration of travel, as they were nearing the Yunnan Guizhou region, another vehicle unexpectedly emerged. In the next instant, This sudden intruder crashed directly into the car that Zhu Bufan occupied. The sound of crunching metal reverberated. If not for the experienced driver, they might have flipped over. Although the car remained upright, it teetered perilously close to the edge of a cliff. "Get out." The seasoned driver managed to halt the vehicle just in time. Yet the owner of the oncoming car seemed relentless, ramming into them once more. It appeared that this individual intended to send Zhu Bufan and his companions plummeting into the abyss. Witnessing this alarming scenario, Zhu Bufan, Zhang Lingjing, and the driver no longer hesitated. They swiftly exited the vehicle. Barely had they escaped when the very car they had occupied was violently hurled off the cliff. In that instant, the driver, overwhelmed with shock, collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a car suddenly appeared, and the occupants leaped out without plummeting over the cliff. In the very next instant, it veered directly toward the spot where Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing stood. "Handsome, have you offended someone? It seems they intend to run you over." At this time, Zhu Bufan discerned the individuals in the abruptly arriving vehicle, and Zhang Lingjing recognized them as well. Upon hearing Zhang Lingjing's words, Zhu Bufan offered no reply. He merely cast her a swift glance before leaping toward a high embankment beside the road. Due to Zhu Bufan's remarkable speed, the vehicle failed to collide with him. He had already ascended the embankment, which the car could not navigate due to the lack of a path. Consequently, the occupants of the car found themselves at a loss, and the vehicle came to a halt. In the next moment, four individuals emerged from the car. "Zhu Bufan, you have caused me to lose my livelihood, and I shall never again tread the official path. Today, I will see you dead." One of them spoke as soon as they exited the vehicle. No sooner had he finished than he drew a handgun and fired a shot at Zhu Bufan. Bang! The sound of the gunshot reverberated through the air. At that moment, the driver, who had slumped to the ground, witnessing this scene, could no longer muster the courage to remain. In an instant, he fled. "Handsome, would you like me to assist you? However, the meager sum you offered for a ride is insufficient." At that moment, Zhang Lingjing displayed neither fear nor hesitation. Instead, she approached Zhu Bufan and spoke directly to him. Having narrowly evaded a bullet, Zhu Bufan's expression darkened upon hearing Zhang Lingjing's words. "This woman is indeed extraordinary. Heh, so how much do you desire?" Zhu Bufan stared intently at this inscrutable woman. "Handsome, do you truly believe I lack money? What is it that you seek?" "What do I seek? My desires are rather simple. You have come to this Yungue region, clearly not as an ordinary individual, hence I propose a collaboration." Zhu Bufan's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing her proposal. It appears that this woman is here with the intention of acquiring something significant. "What if I refuse?" he inquired. "Refuse?" Zhang Lingjing was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she quickly replied, "Allow me to enlighten you, handsome. That something is likely known to more than just the two of us. I understand that these four individuals may not pose a significant threat to you, but do you truly believe you can manage the other forces alone?" As Zhang Lingjing spoke, Zhu Bufan's frown deepened. His purpose for coming here was merely to break through his current boundaries, and perhaps to find some valuable treasures. However, it seems this place is far more complex than he had anticipated. Judging by her tone, the items emerging in this locale appear to hold considerable allure. "Indeed, handsome. If you refuse to comply, I have no qualms about collaborating with them. After all, if cooperation fails, they become adversaries in these times. An enemy of my enemy is my friend, and I am more than willing to lend a hand to a friend." Upon noticing that Zhu Bufan had been silent for a considerable time, Zhang Lingjing immediately spoke again. "Are you threatening me?" Upon hearing Zhang Lingjing's words, Zhu Bufan's expression darkened slightly. Haha, this hardly constitutes a threat. I am merely assisting you in making a decision." "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Bufan's demeanor grew somewhat frigid. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Bufan ultimately acquiesced to Zhang Lingjing's proposal. As for the reasons behind his agreement, firstly, his current prowess was not particularly formidable. Given the circumstances, seeking a partner for collaboration seemed advantageous. Secondly, judging by Zhang Lingjing's tone, it appeared she had already made all necessary preparations in advance. Thus, Zhu Bufan consented. However, while he agreed, he resolved internally that once his strength had grown, he would certainly reclaim the grievances inflicted by Zhang Lingjing. "Zhu Bufan, stop hiding. Today, it is either your demise or mine. If you have the capability, come out and face me now." After firing several shots without hitting Zhu Bufan, Tian Jintao's fury escalated. Were it not for Zhu Bufan, Tian Jintao could only imagine how much he would be relishing this moment. Instead, due to Zhu Bufan's interference. Tian Jintao not only lost his position, but also had all his hard-earned assets seized. The mere thought of this incited a ravenous desire for retribution within him. At last, today, Tian Jintao learned that Zhu Bufan was heading to the Yunnan Guizhou region. Without hesitation, he gathered his 3 subordinates and pursued him relentlessly. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and he managed to catch up with the vehicle carrying Zhu Bufan at a highway exit just before reaching the outskirts of the Yunnan Guizhou area. Notably, this location was devoid of surveillance cameras. In an instant, he acted decisively, ramming his vehicle into Zhu Bufan's car, intent on sending him plummeting into the abyss. However, contrary to his expectations, Zhu Bufan narrowly escaped. Upon exiting his vehicle, Tian Jintao immediately fired at Zhu Bufan. Although Zhu Bufan could not easily dispatch the 4 men led by Tian Jintao, he was not overly troubled either. The reason he had refrained from engaging earlier was twofold. First, he was not yet capable of disregarding the continuous gunfire from his adversaries. Second, he recognized from the outset that Zhang Lingjing was no ordinary opponent and did not wish to reveal his strength prematurely. Thus, he had delayed taking action. In this moment, Zhu Bufan was even less inclined to strike. Since Zhang Lingjing had offered to assist him in resolving the current predicament, why would he exert himself when there were free laborers available? This presented an ideal opportunity to assess the true capabilities of Zhang Lingjing. Upon receiving Zhu Bufan's agreement, Zhang Lingjing displayed no signs of surprise or joy. Rather, her expression remained composed, as if Zhu Bufan and Apos' acquiescence was entirely within her expectations. Now that I have promised you, shouldn't you fulfill your vow immediately? Zhu Bufan clasped his shoulders, wearing an expression that suggested he would merely observe. Zhang Lingjing, noticing Zhu Bufan's demeanor, narrowed her eyes and replied, "Certainly. However, your plans may very well fall through." Without waiting for any reaction from Zhu Bufan, she swiftly produced a feminine handgun. A lady's pistol? Indeed, she is a clever individual. Zhu Bufan, casting a glance at Zhang Lingjing, remained outwardly composed. As the handgun emerged, Zhang Lingjing acted without hesitation. In the next moment, the sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. Each shot was precise and unflinching, as if she were merely slaughtering poultry. This woman. Zhu Bufan felt a chill sweep through him. Despite his earlier ruthlessness in dispatching the crippled-legged Hoa, he still grappled with inner turmoil following that act. Though he masked it well, managing to display no signs of distress. In stark contrast, this woman approached murder with the nonchalance of a daily meal. How ruthless is she? How many lives has she taken? Well, I have resolved your trouble. Now we can set off. Remember, we are partners from now on. Do not stab me in the back, or else. Zhang Lingjing cast a cold glance at Zhu Bufan and spoke. Without waiting for his response, she promptly entered the vehicle driven by Tian Jintao. Zhu Bufan gazed at the silhouette of the woman, letting out a sigh of contemplation, and in the next moment, he too slipped inside. At this juncture, the location where they found themselves was still a considerable distance from their destination. Thus, they needed to rely on the vehicle for transportation, otherwise, the journey on foot would likely take several days. Zhang Lingjing drove steadily along the highway, while Zhu Bufan occupied the rear seat. At this moment, an unspoken understanding seemed to exist between them, as not a single word was exchanged. Time passed slowly, and nearly an hour later, an official temporary roadblock appeared before Zhu Bufan's eyes. Observing this makeshift checkpoint, a sense of inexplicable tension washed over him. "Hello, please pull over." A fully armed soldier approached as Zhang Lingjing brought the vehicle to a halt. "Excuse me, are you two planning to visit the Icefire Mountain?" "Yes." "Very well, please exit the vehicle. Follow me for a brief procedure, and then you will be allowed to enter the Icefire Mountain." "All right." Witnessing these developments, Zhu Bufan felt a wave of astonishment. The information he had received indicated that this area was under strict control by the authorities, with no one permitted to approach. Yet, here they were. However, Zhang Lingjing had already disembarked, leaving Zhu Bufan no choice but to follow suit. After stepping out of the car, Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing trailed behind the soldier. Throughout the journey, military tents were omnipresent, with soldiers clad in full gear patrolling the vicinity. Their expressions were stern and their demeanor indifferent, showing no reaction whatsoever to the arrival of Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing, as if their presence was an ordinary occurrence. Observing this scene, Zhu Bufan felt increasingly perplexed. Soon, a soldier escorted the two to the entrance of a sizable military tent. Please, step inside, the soldier said, halting and pulling open the tent flap. Zhang Lingjing simply expressed her gratitude with a brief thank you before entering. Although Zhu Bufan found the situation peculiar, he followed suit. Upon entering the tent, Zhu Bufan was struck by the resemblance of the interior to a grand conference hall. At that moment, approximately 300 individuals, both men and women, were already seated. There are 2 seats over there. Let us go, Zhang Lingjing suggested. All right, once seated. Zhu Bufan noticed that most of the attendees were young men and women, roughly of his age. Ah, Lingjing from the Tsangsong sect has arrived. I heard your father was quite reluctant to let you come here. Now that you are here, does he not treasure you dearly? Aren't you afraid of perishing in this place? A young man in a shirt spoke up immediately after they sat down. Guduyu, close your mouth. If you keep talking, no one will mistake you for a mute. Zhang Lingjing's expression remained unchanged despite the man's comments. Humph. Zhang Lingjing, do not get too complacent. As long as we enter the ice fire mountain, if no one else kills you first, I shall be the one to do so. Said Guduwei. Is that so? Then let us see if you possess the capability to do so, Zhang Lingjing retorted with a cold smile. Everyone, please quiet down. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all of you for heeding the government's invitation to this place, the Ice Fire Mountain. Since you have arrived here, I trust that you are all exceptionally capable individuals. However, before you officially enter the Ice Fire Mountain, I must remind you that a moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Therefore, if anyone wishes to leave now, I will not hinder you. But should you choose to stay, you must sign a life and death contract, after which you may directly enter the Ice Fire Mountain. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared on the stage. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he began to speak. Upon seeing him, Zhu Bufan was taken aback. How could it be him? Zhu Bufan exclaimed in astonishment. He never expected to encounter this middle-aged man here. Indeed, this man was Long Aogu, who had previously provided Zhu Bufan with the Hidden Dragon military emblem and official documents. After speaking, Long Aogu gazed at the 300 individuals seated below. When his eyes landed on Zhu Bufan, a peculiar smile emerged on his face, as if he had anticipated Zhu Bufan's presence here. This smile left Zhu Bufan even more astonished. Approximately half an hour had passed when Long Aogu, noticing that no one had departed, signaled for the more than 10 soldiers stationed by the podium to distribute the life and death contract to each individual present. Zhu Bufan was no exception and received his own copy. Now that the life and death contracts were in everyone's hands, he cautioned that if anyone was still unprepared, they were free to leave. However, he emphasized that signing this contract would signify their agreement to participate in the upcoming trial and selection process. Once agreed upon, the official would bear no responsibility for their lives or deaths. Therefore, he urged everyone to exercise utmost caution. Now, you may proceed to sign the contract as stipulated. Once signed, please hand it to me, and you will be permitted to leave. After your departure, designated personnel will escort you to the Ice Fire Mountain. Life and death contract? Trial and selection? What on earth was happening? Zhu Bufan found himself momentarily bewildered. Zhu Bufan, why are you dazed? Hurry up and sign. We made a pact. Don't you wish to enter the Ice Fire Mountain? Are you afraid? Just as Zhu Bufan was lost in thought, Zhang Lingjing spoke up. Oh. Zhu Bufan snapped back to reality. You sign first. After you finish, wait for me outside. I have a few other matters to attend to. All right. I understand. Zhang Lingjing chose not to elaborate further, her confidence bolstered by Long Aogu's earlier smile, affirming that her gamble had indeed been correct. Thus, she directly signed the contract of anger and handed it over to Long Aogu before stepping out of the military tent. After Zhang Lingjing departed, Zhu Bufan did not hasten to affix his signature. Instead, he remained seated, quietly awaiting the passage of time. Approximately half an hour later, as most attendees had vacated the venue, Zhu Bufan finally rose and approached Long Aogu. Young man, what a coincidence, we meet again. Long Aogu exclaimed upon noticing Zhu Bufan's approach. Indeed, we meet once more. However, I cannot help but think that this reunion is hardly fortuitous, Zhu Bufan responded, casting a discerning glance at Long Aogu. I can see you have many questions, Long Aogu chuckled. Ask away. I shall divulge all that I am able. Is there truly anything left for me to inquire? From the very beginning, you have been luring and calculating my every move. Can you reveal to me what should remain unsaid? Zhu Bufan retorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Long Aogu. You are quite astute, young man. However, your presence here cannot solely be attributed to my manipulation. You must remember, you have taken a life. Is that so? Consider this. Coming to this place is highly beneficial for you. At the very least, you have the opportunity to enhance your strength and broaden your horizons. I believe you harbored such intentions when you followed my design to arrive here. Long Agua continued, smirking. Zhu Bufan remained silent. Indeed, my young friend, were it not for the boundless potential I perceive in you and your commendable abilities, I would not extend my assistance. By the way, that insignia of the Hidden Dragon Legion and the accompanying document are merely in your temporary possession. Should you fail to emerge unscathed this time, I shall undoubtedly reclaim them. Conversely, should you successfully navigate this ordeal, the rewards you receive will far exceed those two items. You are familiar with magical artifacts, I presume? This time, our official reward comprises 30 unique artifacts, which are unparalleled by those found in the trading markets. Thus, my young friend, one might say you stand to gain immensely. Or do you not agree? I hold a different perspective. Since you can present such formidable artifacts, this matter is likely more intricate than it appears at first glance. Young one, you truly possess a keen intellect. Very well. Since you are a candidate for the Hidden Dragon Group, whom I have chosen, I shall divulge some information. Indeed, we will select 30 individuals from those who have participated in the Ice Fire Mountain trial to undertake a special mission. As for the nature of this mission, I am currently unable to disclose such details. Only if you can survive this trial and secure a position among the top 30 will I reveal it to you. Oh, is that so? Then I shall choose to forfeit, Zhu Bufan scoffed, and in the next moment, he tossed the life and death contract into Long Aogu's hands, turning swiftly towards the exit without a hint of hesitation. Young man, do not depart so hastily. Is it not permissible for me to share further details with you? From the onset, Long Aogu had calculated against himself, and now he refrained from disclosing the true purpose of this endeavor to Zhu Bufan. What reason, then, did Zhu Bufan have to remain and be manipulated? Not long ago, our officials uncovered a rather extraordinary location. Why do I deem it extraordinary? Because this place permits entry solely to cultivators aged 25 or younger. Any who exceed this age are immediately obliterated by a mysterious force upon entry. Consequently, after deliberation among the higher-ups, it was ultimately decided to select a group of civilian cultivators for exploration through a rigorous trial. Thus, we find ourselves in the current predicament. To explore. You are treating us as mere cannon fodder. Zhu Bufan scoffed coldly upon hearing Long Aogu's account. Long Aogu, upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, felt an immediate flush of embarrassment wash over his face. When one considers the plans from above, it indeed appears to be the case. However, I have consented. Is that so? Splendid. Subsequently, Zhu Bufan affixed his signature to the life and death contract and then departed. Captain, I believe he is merely a mid-stage chi practitioner at best. Captain, is that really necessary? After Zhu Bufan exited the military tent, a soldier approached Long Aogu. Xiao Wu, your perspective is misguided. A person's potential cannot be judged solely by their current level of cultivation, Long Aogu remarked, gazing thoughtfully at the tent's entrance. Only those who have attained the master level can unleash their inner energy through a decisive strike. Most importantly, what he unleashed was not merely internal energy, but rather a person he had never encountered before. How could he not treat such an individual with the utmost seriousness? Upon exiting the military tent, the assembly was led to a vast open square. When Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing arrived at this location, they found 300 individuals standing in the square. At the forefront stood 3 elderly men, each approximately 60 years of age. One bore a stern expression, another exuded warmth, while the third was all smiles. At this moment, the 3 elders radiated an extraordinary presence as they faced the 300 young cultivators. The aura emanating from them was immensely powerful, unmistakably indicating their prowess. I believe all fellow cultivators have gathered now. One of the stern-faced elders began after surveying the distance. Today, we actively responded to the nation's call, thus organizing this trial and selection process, a fact that I trust is clear to all present. Now, I shall refrain from further unnecessary discourse and outline the rules for this occasion. First, the duration of the trial within the Ice Fire Mountain is limited to 3 months. Secondly, the primary objective of this endeavor is to hunt the ferocious beasts residing within the Ice Fire Mountain. As for any personal vendettas you may wish to settle here, feel free to pursue them. Furthermore, should one fail to remain for the full 3 months and instead depart prematurely, we shall deem such an individual a fugitive. A fugitive signifies a voluntary renunciation of this opportunity for growth and selection, thereby rendering subsequent rankings irrelevant to you. Ultimately, this pertains to the classification of standings, which will be determined based on the quantity of ferocious beast fangs you present upon your return after 3 months. The greater the number, the higher your rank shall be. Now, this encapsulates the essence of our trial and selection process, and I wish all of you, esteemed fellow practitioners, the best of luck. Moments ago, Master Ma elucidated the fundamental rules. Now, allow me, an elder, to briefly assign you. As the stern-faced elder concluded his words, a kindly old man began to speak. Dear practitioners, those among you who cultivate primarily with the essence of Yang, please stand on my side. Whereas those who cultivate with the essence of Yin shall gather beside Master Qi. Upon hearing this elder's address, all present began to move. Yet Zhu Bufan remained rooted in place. He was utterly uncertain whether his cultivation leaned more towards Yang or Yin. Glancing at Zhang Lingjing, he initially assumed that women's cultivation would naturally gravitate towards Yin. However, she promptly positioned herself beside Master Niu. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Bufan recalled that his practice was the Great Luo body refinement technique. Since it focused on body refinement, it undoubtedly inclined towards the essence of Yang. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, he followed suit and stood beside Zhang Lingjing. Observing that Zhu Bufan did not immediately position himself beside Master Niu, Zhang Lingjing was taken aback. According to conventional logic, as a man, Zhu Bufan would typically lean towards the cultivation of masculine energies. Thus, upon Master Niu's pronouncement, he should have promptly joined the master's side, rather than hesitating for a moment before moving. Could it be that his cultivation leans towards the more feminine aspects? Zhang Lingjing pondered. Soon, the grouping was completed. A total of 178 individuals stood beside Master Niu, while 122 gathered alongside Master Qi. The majority of those by Master Niu were men, reflecting their inclination towards robust energies. Zhang Lingjing mused, if you had entered the volcano first, I might have granted you an additional month of life. However, since you chose to enter the ice fire instead, I regret to inform you that I shall be forced to eliminate you upon entry. No sooner had Zhu Bufan positioned himself beside Zhang Lingjing than a mocking voice echoed. Oh really? Do you know why I chose to enter the glacier first? Zhang Lingjing retorted with a laugh. Gongdu, you remain silent. Because I intend to kill you, Zhang Lingjing declared, her eyes ablaze with intent. Haha, brother, did I hear correctly? This woman claims her primary reason for entering the glacier is to eliminate you. A portly fellow exclaimed. Well, if she wishes to kill me, she must first demonstrate that she possesses the capability. Gongdu, you replied, unfazed by Zhang Lingjing's threat. Very well. Fellow cultivators, since everyone has made their choice, let us commence our journey into the mountains. Master Niu and Master Qi exchanged glances and, after checking the time, spoke simultaneously. In the next moment, the grand procession of 300 individuals was divided into 2 factions, each heading in opposite directions. The Ice Mountain and the Fire Mountain were not far apart, merely separated by a regular peak. Zhu Bufan and his companions swiftly arrived at the foot of the Ice Mountain, following Master Niu. Upon reaching the base of the Ice Mountain, the first sensation that gripped everyone was an intense cold. This cold penetrated to the very bones. Yet, despite the extreme chill, there were no signs of snow or ice. On the contrary, the entire Ice Mountain was lush with vibrant greenery. The spiritual energy was abundant. It appeared that the journey was not in vain. Observing this scene, Zhu Bufan snapped his fingers. His purpose for coming here was to harness the plentiful spiritual energy for his cultivation. He cared little for the trivial trials and selections, nor for the useless artifacts and tasks. At this moment, the exterior of the Ice Mountain was encircled by towering walls. Outside these walls, fully armed soldiers patrolled diligently. Upon seeing Master Niu's arrival, they all rendered a precise military salute. Esteemed fellow cultivators, this is the entrance to the Ice Mountain. Please proceed over there to collect a backpack, Master Niu announced. The backpack is crafted from a unique material, rendering it impervious to both water and fire. The purpose of providing each of you with such a backpack is to facilitate the collection of the formidable beast's large fangs. Moreover, within this backpack lies a water bottle, intended for your hydration needs. Now, you may embark on your journey. Remember, in this frigid weather, your tasks are twofold: to hunt the ferocious beasts and to seek out sources of water. A water source lies 10 kilometers from the main gate. I wish you all the best of luck. In the next moment, All 178 individuals present moved towards the grand gate. Once everyone had entered, the gate closed behind them. Upon crossing the threshold, a biting cold immediately assaulted every pore of Zhu Bufan's being. However, he felt no chill, for he was fully engaged in the Deluo body refinement technique, continuously absorbing spiritual energy to counteract the external cold. To survive for 3 months on the ice mountain, water is, of course, essential. Yet, where there is water, there are undoubtedly ferocious beasts. The youthful men and women who entered alongside him were all cultivators, so they harbored no fear of the beasts. Thus, they made their way directly towards the water source. Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing were no exceptions. Zhang Lingjing. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Lonely Feather, what are you up to?" As this voice echoed, several figures swiftly surrounded Zhang Lingjing. And since Zhu Bufan was by her side, he too found himself encircled. "What do you intend to do?" "The solitary," you sneered. "What do you think I'm going to do?" "Naturally, I aim to deal with you." "Ha ha, you shall." Your words carry a certain ambiguity. The tone in which you speak suggests a plan to engage in unsavory acts followed by violence. In an instant, a cacophony of raucous laughter erupted around them. The initial instigator, a plump fellow, guffawing heartily, remarked, "Come on, Zhou Fatty. I'm here to conduct serious business. I have no time for your jests." He rolled his eyes, but he mused, "Zhou Fatty, your suggestion is worth considering." Having said this, Yu's gaze began to scrutinize Zhang Lingjing's form. His eyes slithered like a serpent, weaving back and forth between her bosom and lower body. "If you intend to act, then do so. Do not linger and disgust us, bringing shame upon the solitary clan." Zhang Lingjing's expression darkened significantly as she felt Yu's gaze rove over her, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yu chuckled coldly, yet he refrained from immediate action, instead turning his attention to Zhu Bufan. "Who are you, lad? Do you wish to meddle in the affairs of the solitary family?" "Oh, my name is Zhu Bufan, and I have no desire to involve myself in your family's matters," Zhu Bufan replied, somewhat exasperated. Just moments ago, he had intended to leave, but Yu's underlings had barred his exit. "Then why don't you just leave?" The solitary Yu searched his memory, realizing that there was no one by the name of Zhu Bufan, and he bellowed at him. "Young man, if you wish to avoid demise, swiftly vacate the premises and do not obstruct our endeavors. Otherwise, I shall deal with you as well." At that moment, Zhou, the portly figure, delivered a decisive blow. Upon hearing their words, Zhu Bufan remained silent. It was then that Zhang Lingjing glanced over, her restraint in taking immediate action stemming from her observation of Zhu Bufan, her temporary ally, and the choice he would make. Should Zhu Bufan opt to retreat, she would not hesitate to eliminate him upon their next encounter. Thus, she awaited his decision. "Why are you still here? Do you seek death?" The disdain in Gu Duyu's voice sharpened as he noticed Zhu Bufan's reluctance to speak or depart. "The reason I have yet to leave, young Master Gu, is that I find it rather difficult to do so. Perhaps you might demonstrate how it is done?" At that moment, Zhu Bufan feigned a struggle, his demeanor suggesting he was indeed unable to depart. "What? Asking Gu Duyu to demonstrate?" Zhou, the chubby one, and Li, the bald-headed, were taken aback. Zhang Lingjing, however, could not suppress her laughter, prompting those around them to join in the mirth. In an instant, Gu Duyu's expression darkened considerably. As the heir of the Gu family, it was utterly intolerable for someone to challenge him so openly. "You shall perish," he bellowed. Zhou Li seized him. In the next heartbeat, Gu Duyu lunged forward, his fist aimed directly at Zhu Bufan. "Humph! Lonely you, your adversary is me." In an instant, Zhang Lingjing also made her move. With a mischievous smile gracing her lips, she swiftly sidestepped and positioned herself directly in front of Zhu Bufan, confronting Lonely Yu. "Huh, you foolish woman. You've arrived just in time." Within the blink of an eye, Lonely Yu and Zhang Lingjing were embroiled in a fierce battle. "Kid, having offended our esteemed lonely young master, your demise is inevitable." Fat Zhou sneered at Zhu Bufan, advancing step by step. Simultaneously, the bald-headed Li and his 2 lackeys also approached Zhu Bufan. Hey, I advise you not to come any closer, or I shall take action. Believe me, my own abilities frighten even me." As the group closed in, Zhu Bufan feigned terror, retreating dramatically. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, his hands were secretly gathering strength. "Damn it, turns out he's just a coward relying on women to survive. How pathetic." The bald-headed Li, towering at over 6 feet, spat disdainfully upon noticing Zhu Bufan's apparent fear. This man, true to his name, possessed a cruel disposition and struck with ferocity. Initially, Zhu Bufan had no intention of joining the fray, preferring to observe. However, why encircle me without allowing me to leave? Surely, I do not mind your presence, as I am close enough to her. But to encircle me and audaciously proclaim, "Kid, do you intend to meddle in the affairs of the lonely clan?" For that insolent remark, I am compelled to intervene. Certainly, there exists an additional motive for Zhu Bufan's actions. He has long harbored the belief that Zhang Lingjing follows him with ulterior motives. However, Zhu Bufan fails to comprehend what exactly Zhang Lingjing desires. Nevertheless, this opportunity allows Zhu Bufan to profoundly astonish this woman. Regardless of her intentions, she must remain silent. Otherwise, he would eliminate her with the same ease as one would slay a chicken. Young man, your support has vanished. I grant you a chance. If you can muster the strength to crawl from this icy mountain, I shall let you go. Otherwise, this shall be your final resting place. Li Guangtou mistakenly regarded Zhu Bufan as relying on Zhang Lingjing, which accounted for his previous arrogance. Now that Zhang Lingjing was ensnared by the solitary feather, it was only natural for him to seek vengeance against Zhu Bufan and eliminate him thereafter. Zhu Bufan's face revealed signs of contemplation. Observing his pensive demeanor, Li Guangtou and his companions presumed that Zhu Bufan had conceded. Yet, in the next moment, he declared, "Brother Bald, let me tell you. The last person I spoke to with similar words has likely had grass grow tall upon his grave by now, so you should join him." With a swift motion, Zhu Bufan unleashed two powerful strikes aimed at Li Guangtou's legs. In an instant, Li Guangtou's legs were shattered. The next moment, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The energy emanated outward. You possess the mastery of a grandmaster. Witnessing Zhu Bufan's decisive action, the rotund Zhou was left utterly astonished. In the next moment, he immediately fled, closely followed by the other two henchmen. At that moment, the solitary Yu, who was fiercely engaged in combat with Zhang Lingjing, heard Zhou Pongzi and Apos' shout. He dared not linger any longer. In an instant, after delivering a powerful punch that sent Zhang Lingjing staggering back, he too hastily made his escape. The retreat of Yu was executed without a hint of hesitation, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, exuding an aura of inner strength. A master of his realm? As he made his getaway, Zhang Lingjing chose not to pursue him. Instead, she stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to Zhu Bufan, this young man who was of a similar age to her own. It was only then that she recalled her father's insistence that she forge a strong bond with Zhu Bufan and avoid any offense against him. At the time, she had felt a sense of defiance, questioning why her father would fear a mere junior official so much. Only now did she truly comprehend the gravity of the situation. A master of such youth, regardless of the faction, would undoubtedly be highly valued, and even within her own sect, he would stand out among the elite. Establishing a good rapport with someone of his caliber would be immensely beneficial, not only for herself, but also for her father. The mere thought of the events that transpired at the highway made her skin crawl. If Zhu Bufan had truly lost his temper back then, would she still be standing here now? The more she pondered, the colder her back felt. At that moment, Li Guangtou sat on the ground with great difficulty, his face contorted in agony, clearly suffering from the pain of his shattered leg. However, he did not yield to Zhu Bufan. His eyes remained steadfastly locked onto him. I've already stated that when I resort to violence, even I am filled with trepidation. Why can you not believe this? Zhu Bufan observed the bald man with a hint of pity. Humph, there is no need for superfluous words. To perish beneath the hand of a master at such a young age, I, Li Guangtou, deem it a worthy end. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's utterances, Li Guangtou scoffed, "Yet do not revel in your triumph. You are not the sole master in this world. My family boasts several, among whom one has reached the pinnacle of the late master stage. I have faith that my kin shall avenge me. Strike if you must." With that declaration, Li Guangtou closed his eyes. No. I shall not take your life. On the contrary, I shall release you. It is not out of fear of your so-called family, but rather because I sense a flicker of spirit within you that appeals to me. What did you say? You will not kill me. Li Guangtou, resignedly awaiting death with his eyes shut, was taken aback as Zhu Bufan declared mercy. Indeed, I shall spare you. Zhu Bufan affirmed with a nod. Thank you. However, I am a person who avenges grievances. Once I have ascended to the master stage, I shall undoubtedly seek retribution. Observing Zhu Bufan's nod, Li Guangtou refrained from being overly sentimental. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Despite having his leg shattered by Zhu Bufan's blows, Li Guangtou was a man of remarkable resolve, laboriously supporting himself with his hands and departing in an inverted position. Releasing Li Guangtou, Zhu Bufan felt no remorse for his decision. At that moment, Zhang Lingjing no longer exhibited her previous arrogance. Instead, she stood respectfully to the side, refraining from opposing Zhu Bufan's choice to let him go. Zhu Bufan cast a glance at Zhang Lingjing, his expression revealing little. He understood that he had achieved the desired effect. Thus, Zhu Bufan spoke directly. Let us proceed to the source of the water. Both Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing, as cultivators of the mystical arts, traversed the terrain with remarkable swiftness. Nevertheless, it took them over 3 hours to reach the so-called source of water. Is this truly the source of water? Indeed, it appeared to be so. A vast lake materialized before them, its waters astonishingly unfrozen despite the frigid weather. This lake was a still one, with fish swimming freely within its crystal-clear depths. Upon arriving at the water source, the first instinct was to fill their bottles, prompting Zhang Lingjing to swiftly retrieve hers. Wait, Zhu Bufan called out, halting Zhang Lingjing as she prepared to draw water. He then shouted towards a patch of grass near the water and Oppo's edge, "Come out." In response, 3 men leapt forth from the thicket, clad in tattered garments. They bore the marks of hardship upon their bald heads, their faces bearing the scars of branding, their clarity diminished by the passage of time. The presence of the 3 individuals was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing even that of the group which had besieged Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing earlier. Are they wild men? Upon realizing this, both Zhang Lingjing and Zhu Bufan were momentarily taken aback. Judging from their appearances, these 3 were not part of the group that had entered with them. Who are you? What brings you here? Zhang Lingjing inquired boldly. Ha! You wish to know who we are and what our purpose is here? Upon hearing Zhang Lingjing's words, the 3 bald men burst into hearty laughter. Little girl, allow me to enlighten you. We are criminals exiled to this place, waiting for you inexperienced youngsters. As for the men among you, we shall eliminate them without hesitation. The women, however, we shall capture and exploit relentlessly until their demise. Oh, it seems fortune smiles upon us today, as we have found a female among your ranks. The leading bald man declared, his gaze greedily scanning Zhang Lingjing's form. The 2 men accompanying him mirrored his intent. Seeking death, Zhang Lingjing exclaimed furiously upon hearing the bald man's words. In the next instant, she sprang into action, drawing a feminine handgun and firing a shot directly at the leading bald man. A gun, you say? It's been many years since I've encountered such a thing. The bald leader also sprang into action, swiftly charging toward Zhang Lingjing, merely tilting his head aside as he advanced. What? Can one truly evade bullets? Zhang Lingjing stared in disbelief as the lead bald man effortlessly dodged the bullet fired from her gun, leaving her momentarily stunned. Ha ha, little girl, brace yourself, soon. Grandpa will have his way with you. The lead bald man chuckled heartily as he dodged the bullet. In the blink of an eye, he was at Zhang Lingjing's side, raising his hand to deliver a powerful blow to her temple. Bang! However, the punch did not follow its intended trajectory, for Zhu Bufan had intervened. From the very beginning, Zhu Bufan sensed something amiss in this place. Even though he and Zhang Lingjing had taken a bit of time to deal with the troubles caused by the likes of Good Yu, there shouldn't be an absence of people at this water source. Thus, upon his arrival, Zhu Bufan remained on high alert. At last, he spotted the 3 men. After delivering a punch, Zhu Bufan stood his ground, while the lead bald man stumbled back a few steps. Had his 2 companions not caught him, he might have fallen further. You dare to ruin Grandpa's plans? You little brat, do you have a death wish for striking our boss? Indeed, kid. Here's your chance. If you willingly sever your own legs, we might let you go. Observing the commotion from the 2 bald subordinates as they raged at the sight of their leader being struck, Zhu Bufan merely cast a cold glance and calmly stated, Now, you can either answer my questions truthfully or choose to end your own life. What? End my own life? Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, one of the bald men burst into laughter. However, before he could fully relish the moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that he would find himself having his neck snapped in an instant. Now, may I pose a question that warrants your full attention? Indeed. It was at the very moment when the bald man was laughing that Zhu Bufan seized the opportunity, swiftly positioning himself beside the man, grasping his neck, and effortlessly breaking it. In that instant, the leader of the bald men and the remaining henchmen gasped in shock. You claim to be criminals. What crimes have you committed? Why have you been exiled here? How long have you endured this confinement? How many more criminals like yourselves are there? And what is their strength? Zhu Bufan, undeterred by the astonishment reflected in the eyes of the two surviving bald men, proceeded to inquire directly. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's questions, the two men hesitated no longer. Having witnessed Zhu Bufan effortlessly repel their leader with a single punch and eliminate one of their own, they recognized his overwhelming prowess and ferocity. We are guilty of murder. We have been cast into this place to train young cultivators like yourselves. We can scarcely recall how long we have been here, yet every year we encounter young practitioners such as you. In this vast expanse, we remain uncertain about the number of criminals akin to ourselves, as the sheer scale of this iceberg is overwhelming. Nevertheless, it is evident that there are indeed many individuals like us within. Most of them possess abilities at the Qi training stage. However, I have heard whispers that among us, a few have ascended to the pinnacle of the master stage. Upon hearing this, Zhu Bufan felt a tremor of unease within. Although he had yet to grasp the precise classification of power levels in this world, he had encountered the term master stage numerous times. The pinnacle of the late master stage? Undoubtedly, such individuals surpass him in strength. The notion of the late pinnacle stage? How absurd. Such figures, if they were to exist outside, would undoubtedly command respect. Why would they remain in this place? As Zhu Bufan pondered, Zhang Lingjing interjected. I assure you, I am not speaking in jest. There are indeed a few who have reached the pinnacle of the late master stage. As for their reasons for not departing from here, we are equally in the dark. However, one thing is clear. This place is exceptionally conducive to cultivation. I believe you have sensed it as well. My guess is that their decision to stay is likely motivated by a desire to break through to another realm. Upon hearing Zhang Lingjing's words, the lead bald man turned pale, cautiously glancing at Zhu Bufan, only to find his expression unchanged. It was then that he dared to speak. The young man before me, I have answered all your inquiries. I wonder if you might consider sparing us brothers now? The leader, visibly submissive, cast a glance at Zhu Bufan, while another bald accomplice mirrored the same expression. Very well, you may depart, Zhu Bufan remarked. Thank you. In the next moment, the leader, with cupped fists, expressed his gratitude and gestured to his companion before turning to leave. However, the instant the two bald men pivoted away, Zhu Bufan sprang into action. With a series of resounding strikes, both men collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Initially, Zhang Lingjing had been quite displeased with Zhu Bufan's decision to spare these criminals, particularly since they had brazenly insulted her moments earlier. Yet, given Zhu Bufan's formidable prowess, she felt powerless to intervene. What she did not anticipate, however, was Zhu Bufan's true intent. He had not truly released them, but rather sought to lower their guard before easily dispatching them. Instantly, Zhang Lingjing's pupils constricted, her gaze towards Zhu Bufan solidifying with newfound clarity. Did they think to ambush me? I am not so naive. Just moments prior, Zhu Bufan had discerned from the leader's eyes that their fear was but a fade, a mere act to facilitate their escape. Such individuals, once granted freedom, could easily rally a multitude against you. Although Zhu Bufan harbored no fear, he was reluctant to invite unnecessary trouble upon himself at this moment. Thus, he swiftly eliminated two individuals. It appeared that the so-called trials and selections were far more complex than we had initially presumed. After dispatching the two, Zhu Bufan spoke. Indeed, we have been deceived. No wonder we encountered numerous bloodstains on our way here. I had initially believed them to be the remnants of ferocious beasts. It seems this place harbors not only ruthless beasts but also savage, exiled criminals. Zhang Lingjing lamented. Utterly unprepared for the arduous and perilous nature of this expedition to the ice mountain. Well, let us fetch some water and then seek a suitable place to spend the night. Zhu Bufan paid no heed to Zhang Lingjing's lamentations, instead gazing at the darkening sky. After collecting water, Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing quickly departed from the source. Remaining near the water at night was far from a prudent choice. Typically, ferocious beasts would come to drink at night. To linger there would be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Once they left the water source, they wandered aimlessly, encountering no further exiled criminals, though they did come across a few ordinary beasts. However, these creatures posed little threat and were swiftly dealt with by the two. As the sky grew increasingly dim, they still found themselves without a suitable refuge for the night. At that moment, a cave appeared before the two individuals. The entrance of the cave was modest in size, just wide enough for two people to pass through. Surrounding the cave were numerous thickets, and within, an oppressive darkness loomed, evoking a sense of dread. In the frigid expanse of the ice mountain, not only were there ferocious beasts, but also exiled criminals. Thus, spending the night within the cave was decidedly preferable to remaining lost in the forest. Before them lay the cave. If they were to enter and conceal the entrance with the surrounding foliage, it would likely go unnoticed by any passerby. Although the light of day was dwindling, Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing hesitated to enter the cave immediately. They were acutely aware that it could be a haven for exiled criminals or a lair for predatory beasts. Hence, they took a moment to observe their surroundings. As they cautiously approached the darkened cave, they noticed remnants of severed limbs and the remains of unidentified ferocious creatures scattered about the entrance. The state of these dismembered limbs suggested that they had been violently torn away by some monstrous beast. Could these be the arms of our companions who entered with us? Zhang Lingjing gasped, her body shivering involuntarily as she spoke. Zhu Bufan cast a glance at the remnants of clothing left upon the severed limbs, fully aware that these dismembered parts belonged to the very group that had entered earlier. We must tread carefully. This could very well be a lair for ferocious beasts. Zhu Bufan cautioned. Is it possible for us to refrain from spending the night here? Zhang Lingjing, poised to move forward, inquired as she stood her ground. You may choose to forego the night here, but I, for one, shall remain, Zhu Bufan replied, halting his advance and turning to face Zhang Lingjing. A hint of anger tinged his voice. In times like this, what are you afraid of? If fear is your companion, you should not have come in the first place. Zhang Lingjing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at his words. After all, she was a striking beauty with a figure to match. Did he, as a mere man, not consider her feelings? Nonetheless, she recognized that staying by Zhu Bufan's side was the wisest choice, for she had witnessed his formidable strength firsthand. Very well, we shall spend the night in this cave. Despite her discontent, Zhang Lingjing acquiesced and followed him. Perhaps it was fear that caused her to inadvertently step upon a brittle twig. In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed through the air. A fierce roar erupted from within the cave, sending a chill down their spines. Upon hearing this roar, Zhang Lingjing's face turned ashen, while Zhu Bufan's expression darkened considerably. Yes, I apologize, it was not my intention. Zhang Lingjing hurriedly spoke to Zhu Bufan. Humph, had it been intentional, I would have slain you on the spot. Zhu Bufan retorted coldly. In the icy expanse of this place, there exists no absolute bond of cooperation when faced with the dual threats of self-interest and mortality. Zhu Bufan could, at times, exhibit a ruthless disposition. Naturally, Zhang Lingjing had never possessed genuine intent to collaborate with him. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, Zhang Lingjing's body trembled immediately, and in the next moment, she stood rigidly in place. Following a roar, a colossal dark figure emerged directly from the mouth of a shadowy cave. As this imposing shadow appeared, it completely obstructed the entrance of the cave. What manner of beast is this, so immense that it entirely blocks the cave's entrance? Zhu Bufan, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the creature, felt a chill of fear. Yet, he did not succumb to panic. With a thunderous roar, the beast charged forward, first striking its chest with two powerful fists. Emitting a strange cry, before dashing towards the location where Zhang Lingjing and Zhu Bufan stood. Goodness, is that a gigantic gorilla? The ground trembled with each thunderous step of the creature. As it ran, the gorilla emitted eerie sounds, reverberating through the air in a manner that was undeniably terrifying. Before long, the formidable gorilla wreaked havoc wherever it ran, obliterating everything in its path with its long, clawed arms. In its wake lay a colossal tree, roughly the size of a human thigh, which it effortlessly snapped in half with a single blow. Witnessing such sheer destructive power and ferocity, Zhang Lingjing was rendered speechless. She had never encountered such a terrifying creature before. This was her first encounter with such a fearsome beast, leaving her utterly paralyzed with fear. Just then, the gorilla charged directly towards them. In an instant, it raised its massive forelimbs and aimed a paw directly at Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing. Goodness, this cowardly woman truly lacks courage, Zhu Bufan thought, realizing that if that paw were to land, it would surely spell doom for them. Without hesitation, he sought to evade the impending strike. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingjing remained frozen in disbelief, prompting Zhu Bufan to curse under his breath. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan sprang into action, swiftly moving to Zhang Lingjing's side. He clasped her in a protective embrace and, without a second thought, executed a roll on the ground, clumsily propelling them both to safety. The gorilla, seeing its mighty paws fail to crush the two humans in one swift motion, was overcome with rage, realizing that not only had it not vanquished them, but they had also managed to escape. In the next moment, the creature struck its chest fiercely with both front paws. Almost immediately, it lifted its right foot and aimed a powerful stomp at Zhu Bufan. "What the hell, you banana?" As the gigantic foot of the gorilla descended towards him, Zhu Bufan's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He glanced at Zhang Lingjing, who remained dazed in his arms, and in that instant, he decided to take action without hesitation. With a sudden surge of determination, Zhu Bufan forcefully propelled Zhang Lingjing away from him. In the following heartbeat, he clenched his fist tightly and met the descending foot of the gorilla with a punch. A resounding thud echoed through the air. At that moment, Zhu Bufan felt as though his fist had collided not with the foot of a ferocious beast, but rather against a solid rock, nearly numbing his arm with the impact. However, the gorilla seemed wholly unfazed by the encounter. Instead of continuing its assault, it withdrew its foot. Yet, Zhu Bufan's retaliatory strike had thoroughly enraged the beast. In a fit of fury, the gorilla let out a long, thunderous roar that reverberated into the sky. Roar. The next instant, it lunged at Zhu Bufan with relentless aggression. The gorilla's mode of attack was remarkably straightforward. It relentlessly swiped at Zhu Bufan's body with its powerful forelimbs and stomped its feet towards the very spot where he stood. Despite the seemingly simple nature of these assaults, Zhu Bufan found himself in a state of utter disarray. This cannot continue, he thought. At this rate, even if I don't meet my demise at the hands of the gorilla, I shall surely perish from sheer exhaustion. As he narrowly evaded yet another of the gorilla's strikes, he cursed inwardly. Throughout the encounter, Zhu Bufan observed that this particular gorilla was not only massive in stature, but also possessed an extraordinarily tough hide. No matter how he struck, he could not penetrate its defenses. Initially, Zhu Bufan had aimed for a decisive blow to the creature's head, but after delivering several punches, the gorilla merely seemed amused, as if being tickled. It appeared that he needed to deliver a truly substantial blow to its skull. As the gorilla grew increasingly frustrated at its inability to vanquish such a feeble human, it began to beat its chest in anger and launched yet another flurry of attacks toward Zhu Bufan. How can I deliver a potent strike to its head? He pondered, evading while contemplating his next move. At last, a small, bare hillock came into his line of sight. This time, you shall not escape your fate. You wretched beast, a smirk crept across Zhu Bufan's lips as he let out a fierce shout. In the next moment, he sprinted towards the summit of the hill with fervent determination. At that moment, the formidable gorilla, upon sighting Zhu Bufan, fled in panic once more. Instantly, it thumped its chest vigorously several times, roaring in defiance. The next moment, the gorilla charged towards Zhu Bufan. "Come on, you wretched creature. I shall send you to your ancestors, allowing you to embark on a journey to seek enlightenment." Despite the gorilla's pursuit, Zhu Bufan exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Soon, he reached the summit of a small hill, while the gorilla had only ascended partway. Zhu Bufan recognized that the opportunity had arrived. In an instant, he sprang into action, leaping down towards the area where the gorilla stood. This time, instead of fleeing, Zhu Bufan chose to confront the beast head-on. In a fleeting moment, the gorilla struck its chest once more, roaring with apparent delight. As Zhu Bufan descended, the gorilla extended its claws and swiped at him with fierce determination. With a resounding thud, followed by a jarring bounce, the gorilla's head shattered spectacularly. In the next heartbeat, the sky was drenched in a rain of blood and flesh. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Bufan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Though he had endured a powerful blow from the gorilla, the triumph of vanquishing the beast brought a subtle smile to his lips. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan lay limply on the ground. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration and comfort. However, at that very instant, the spirit energy of the ice mountain surged forth, relentlessly assaulting him. With a thunderous roar, Zhu Bufan swiftly sat up. In an instant, he unleashed the great Luo body refinement technique, fully aware that this time, he would directly break through to the second level of body refinement. 3 hours later, Zhu Bufan finally opened his eyes. As he had anticipated, he had successfully ascended to the second level of body refinement. A mere moment of introspection revealed that his entire being was suffused with a formidable energy. "You're awake." At that moment, a voice broke the silence. Zhu Bufan glanced at Zhang Lingjing and nodded. He had assumed she had departed already. I thought you were cultivating, so I refrained from disturbing you. After such an extensive period of practice, you must be hungry. Here, have some. Zhang Lingjing offered him a handful of wild fruits. I sincerely apologize. I not only failed to assist you, but may have even hindered your progress. As he gazed at the wild fruits, Zhu Bufan felt a stir of emotion. This woman, Zhang Lingjing, had not only refrained from sabotaging him during his cultivation, but had also taken the time to gather wild fruits for him upon his awakening. Perhaps he had misjudged her character. It seems I must alter my attitude towards her in the future. Thank you. Zhu Bufan spoke. It is I who should express my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I might have been torn apart by that colossal gorilla, like those others. Zhang Lingjing said with a hint of trepidation. You needn't thank me. Aiding you is akin to aiding myself. Now, having squandered so much time, let us retreat into the cave and rest. We shall resume our endeavors tomorrow, Zhu Bufan suggested. Very well. The two then hastened into the cave. As they walked, Zhu Bufan casually carved a substantial piece of flesh from the headless corpse of the gorilla, and upon entering the cave, he skillfully concealed the entrance with thickets. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped them, rendering their hands invisible. After their entry, Zhang Lingjing, whether out of fear or another sentiment, unexpectedly clasped Zhu Bufan's arm. Zhu Bufan paid her action no heed. At that moment, he retrieved a lighter from his possession and ignited a generous pile of dry twigs and branches he had gathered while covering the cave entrance. The flames flickered to life, swiftly illuminating the entire cavern. With the cave now aglow, it soon became evident that it was not particularly spacious. Its structure revealed it to be a limestone cave, adorned with stalactites dripping incessantly from above. Gazing upwards at the stalactites, they resembled the two mounds upon a woman and Appo's chest. This observation elicited a faint blush upon Zhang Lingjing's face. As the campfire blazed, Zhu Bufan, having simply prepared a large chunk of gorilla meat, commenced the roasting process. What flower is this? It's so beautiful. At that moment, Zhang Lingjing, seemingly emerging from some hidden corner, plucked an extraordinary flower, entirely snow white, and brought it to her nose for a delightful sniff. Zhu Bufan, who had just engaged in a fierce battle with the gorilla and practiced for over 3 hours, was now quite famished. Although he had consumed a few wild fruits earlier, they proved insufficient to satiate his hunger. Thus, he was diligently tending to the roasting gorilla meat when he heard Zhang Lingjing speak, prompting him to lift his gaze. Upon doing so, he immediately noticed the peculiar flower in her hand. Initially, he could not identify this extraordinary blossom, but soon unease washed over him. Don't smell it. That flower is poisonous. What? Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhang Lingjing had already brought the flower close to her nose. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's warning, she paused. Yet she did not discard the remarkable flower. There's no poison in it. After inhaling its fragrance and noticing no signs of poisoning, she responded with a hint of curiosity. Zhu Bufan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just then, a memory surged forth from the depths of his mind. This is a stalactite cave, within which grows a peculiar flower, the one that Zhang Lingjing holds in her hand, a flower that is entirely snow white and exquisitely beautiful. This flower is known as the aphrodisiac blossom. True to its name, its purpose is to incite desire. Generally, when one encounters this flower, as long as it is not plucked and brought close to the nose, one will not be poisoned. However, it is evident that Zhang Lingjing has already succumbed to its effects. At this moment, when she claims that the flower is harmless, Zhu Bufan finds himself at a loss for words. After all, he cannot ascertain the veracity of his memories. Naturally, considering the nature of this aphrodisiac, Zhu Bufan is hesitant to provide an explanation. Oh, as long as it's not poisonous, perhaps I misinterpreted it. My apologies, Zhu Bufan remarks. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's response, Zhang Lingjing feels a twinge of curiosity. Nevertheless, observing Zhu Bufan as he lowers his head to tend to the roasted meat, she refrains from pressing the matter further, choosing instead to assume that he merely made an error in judgment. The sizable chunk of gorilla meat rotates back and forth in Zhu Bufan's hands. Soon, the meat emits a series of sizzling sounds, followed by an enticing aroma that fills the entire stalactite cave. Inhaling this delightful scent, Zhu Bufan finds himself swallowing hard. He is undeniably hungry. However, the meat is only medium rare at this point and requires a few more minutes to fully cook. Meanwhile, an unusual change begins to manifest in the demeanor of Zhang Lingjing. She appeared increasingly dazed, her eyes gradually losing focus, while an overwhelming heat enveloped her entire being. Casting a glance at Zhu Bufan, who sat across from her, engrossed in tending to the barbecued meat, her body ignited with even greater warmth. In that moment, Zhang Lingjing found herself bewildered, uncertain of the cause of her discomfort. The sizzling meat continued to crackle and pop, yet she unexpectedly uttered, "I feel so hot." Zhu Bufan, fixated on the tantalizing barbecue, eagerly awaited its perfect doneness. This substantial piece of gorilla meat was truly a delectable treasure. Even in the absence of condiments such as oil, salt, pepper, vinegar, or garlic. This chunk of gorilla flesh was, in strict terms, considered spiritual meat. In her recollections, spiritual meat was far more exquisite and flavorful than ordinary meat, delectable even without any seasoning. Moreover, consuming this spiritual meat would greatly benefit Zhu Bufan's cultivation. Thus, he was filled with anticipation. However, at that moment, Zhang Lingjing complained of feeling hot. What could be the matter? "Oh, you're feeling warm? Then perhaps you should move back a bit," Zhu Bufan casually suggested, assuming she was simply overheated from the fire. Yet, after uttering those words, a sudden realization struck him. In an instant, he lifted his gaze, only to behold Zhang Lingjing. Her expression entranced, her face flushed with a deep crimson hue, as her hands began to unfasten her clothing. At that moment, she had already shed her outer garment. She noticed Zhu Bufan gazing at her and immediately threw him a captivating glance. In that moment, it seemed as if Zhu Bufan was the delicacy in her eyes. Upon receiving Zhang Lingjing's alluring look, Zhu Bufan's body trembled involuntarily. Goodness, is this desire awakening? This woman is truly troublesome. Observing Zhang Lingjing in such a manner left Zhu Bufan speechless. Nevertheless, Zhang Lingjing possessed an admirable figure. Her prominent assets were quite striking. As he beheld the sight of Zhang Lingjing, now clad only in her lingerie, Zhu Bufan swallowed hard. As a typical man, few could resist such temptation when faced with a woman like her. Zhu Bufan was indeed a man, and a perfectly normal one at that. Having reached his current age, he had only experienced a deeper connection with Chun Bixia, who had cast him aside. He had never been intimate with another woman. The comfort of such intimacy was something every man reminisced about. Thus, as he looked at Zhang Lingjing, he found himself entranced. Should he yield to her, or resist? His mind began to wrestle with these conflicting thoughts. Just then, in the midst of his internal turmoil, Zhang Lingjing, like an amorous creature, pounced upon Zhu Bufan. She wrapped her arms around him and began to kiss him fervently. Comparing Zhang Lingjing to a lustful creature was not an exaggeration. As he endured her enthusiastic advances, Zhu Bufan could only feel a mix of bewilderment and resignation. At this moment, Zhu Bufan found himself somewhat awakened. With newfound clarity, he promptly pushed Zhang Lingjing away. However, she had already succumbed completely to the intoxicating effects of the aphrodisiac flower, rendering her mind and senses impervious to his attempts to disengage. After being shoved aside, Zhang Lingjing lunged at him once more, her fervent attacks becoming increasingly disordered. Zhu Bufan felt a profound discomfort at her relentless advances, leaving him at a loss for words. Despite the allure of surrendering to this woman, who possessed an exquisite physique and striking beauty, he was determined to avoid entanglement. Furthermore, Zhu Bufan's journey in cultivation had profoundly transformed his mindset. Although Zhang Lingjing was a practitioner of the Tao, she paled in comparison to those who truly shared his level of cultivation. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths seldom conspire together. Thus, Zhu Bufan had no intention of succumbing to her allure. What does cultivation truly entail? It is the nurturing of one's true self and the fortification of one's heart in the pursuit of the Tao. Zhu Bufan had no emotional foundation with Zhang Lingjing. To engage with her merely on a physical level would reduce him to the status of a beast. Animalistic mating is devoid of emotion, and he refused to be likened to such creatures. Moreover, should he take advantage of Zhang Lingjing, the heartache she would experience upon awakening would be considerable. Resolute in his decision, Zhu Bufan pushed her away once more. However, after several attempts, he realized that this endless cycle was not a viable solution. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate the root of the problem entirely. Once again, as Zhu Bufan pushed away the woman Zhang Lingjing, he began to earnestly search through his memories. Initially, Zhu Bufan intended to directly inquire about the enchanting spirit of the cultivation madman. However, ever since its first appearance, this spirit had not manifested again, regardless of how fervently Zhu Bufan called for it. it remained unresponsive. On several occasions, Zhu Bufan even suspected that the spirit had perished. Yet, following the conventional narrative, it seemed that the spirit had merely exhausted too much divine energy during its first emergence and thus fell into a deep slumber. Given the inability to awaken the enchanting spirit, Zhu Bufan resolved to delve into the memories that the spirit had forcibly implanted within him. Fortune smiled upon him, as he ultimately unearthed a crucial fragment of memory pertaining to a divine physician. Within this memory, there was a significant introduction to the effects of a certain aphrodisiac flower's essence. The symptoms exhibited by individuals affected by this essence were strikingly identical to those currently manifested by Zhang Lingjing. Consequently, Zhu Bufan chose to bypass that aspect and focused on the methods of alleviation. According to the divine physician's recollections, there were two methods to restore an individual affected by the aphrodisiac essence back to normalcy. 1. To engage in a physical encounter with an opposite-sex partner, which would automatically resolve the condition after one night. 2. To administer a spiritual acupuncture treatment. The primary condition for this acupuncture was that the practitioner must be a cultivator, as the process necessitated the integration of spiritual energy. In this regard, Zhu Bufan found himself quite fitting. However, he soon found himself in a position of considerable embarrassment and helplessness. The first source of embarrassment lies in the absence of needles. The second source of discomfort is the peculiar requirement to perform acupuncture not only on the front and back of the poisoned individual's torso, but also on the inner thigh area. Witnessing this method of alleviation, Zhu Bufan felt a deep sense of dismay. What kind of technique is this? Could this so-called divine physician possibly be a lecherous doctor? Why not directly attack the lower regions instead? Nevertheless, faced with Zhang Lingjing's relentless advances, each more forceful and fervent than the last, Zhu Bufan had no choice but to acquiesce to the divine physician's directives. Spiritual acupuncture. The first essential for spiritual acupuncture is, indeed, the needle, and the absence of such presents a considerable dilemma. However, a smile soon graced Zhu Bufan's lips as he noticed an object in Zhang Lingjing's hand. In the next moment, hesitation vanished. He swiftly seized the item from her grasp and dismantled it with purpose. Before long, Zhu Bufan had resolved the issue of the needle. With that matter settled, the next step was to administer the acupuncture. Observing Zhang Lingjing charging towards him once more, Zhu Bufan shook his head in resignation, pondering how he could proceed under such circumstances. In a decisive moment, he delivered a powerful blow to the back of her head. Instantly, Zhang Lingjing fell unconscious. As he beheld her slumped form, a wave of regret washed over Zhu Bufan. Zhu Bufan smacked his forehead in frustration, lamenting to himself how foolish he had been not to knock her unconscious earlier. However, despite the missed opportunity, he remained resolute in his intention to save Zhang Lingjing. Those afflicted by the lust-inducing flower's essence would perish within a day if not rescued, rendering mere unconsciousness insufficient for true salvation. Observing the nearly disrobed woman before him, Zhu Bufan shook his head in resignation. Yet, in the next moment, he dispelled his doubts and, drawing upon the memories of the divine healer within him, commenced the intricate healing ritual. Time slipped away gradually, and after 2 arduous hours, he finally completed the final acupuncture needle. At that moment, the flush that had once adorned Zhang Lingjing's face faded entirely, revealing her in a tranquil slumber. Seeing her thus, Zhu Bufan exhaled a sigh of relief. Without further hesitation, he seized the long-neglected roasted meat and began to devour it ravenously. After consuming a substantial portion of the primate meat, he contentedly patted his belly and collapsed into a deep sleep. Perhaps due to the exertion of performing spiritual acupuncture on Zhang Lingjing, he was utterly fatigued. The following day, Zhu Bufan was jolted awake by a piercing scream. "Ah, Zhu Bufan, what have you done to me last night? I shall end your life." As Zhu Bufan was still struggling to shake off the remnants of slumber, a powerful punch came hurtling towards his face. What on earth is wrong with this madwoman so early in the morning? Instantly, Zhu Bufan squinted his bleary eyes and raised his hand to block the blow. Bang! The sound echoed as Zhang Lingjing's forceful strike was deflected back. "I shall end your life. I shall end your life." Alas, in that moment, Zhang Lingjing resembled a rabid dog. After being thwarted by Zhu Bufan, she unleashed another 2 ferocious punches in his direction. Not only that, but she also lifted her foot to kick directly at him. What madness is this so early in the day? If you continue this way, do not blame me for being ungracious. Zhu Bufan was utterly speechless. He could not fathom what had possessed this woman. Not only had she disturbed his sleep with a howl, but now she was attacking him like a lunatic. It was as if he had committed a grave sin against her, akin to a vendetta. Zhu Bufan felt a profound sense of bewilderment, tinged with a hint of indignation. How dare you question my sanity? Ask yourself what you did to me last night. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, Zhang Lingjing was filled with an overwhelming desire to eliminate him on the spot. In those bygone days, I once rejected even the boy I held dear. Little did I anticipate that my first experience would be bestowed upon that insignificant man, Zhu Bufan, and within this rugged cavern, no less. The mere thought of it filled Zhang Lingjing's heart with indignation. What have I done to you? Zhu Bufan retorted, exasperation evident in his tone. What have you done? Huh? Zhu Bufan, you actually have the audacity to deny it. I swear, I shall end you. At his words, Zhang Lingjing nearly spat blood in disbelief. This scoundrel, who had taken advantage of her, still refused to acknowledge his actions. In the next moment, she charged at Zhu Bufan once more. Observing her reckless advance, Zhu Bufan felt an indescribable frustration well up within him. However, a sudden realization struck him. The previous night, after performing spiritual acupuncture on her, he had been too famished and fatigued to procure a suitable outfit for her to wear. Consequently, upon awakening, she had discovered herself clad in nothing but her undergarments, which were perilously close to being removed. How could he have overlooked such a crucial matter? In a moment of self-reproach, Zhu Bufan slapped his forehead. Witnessing this, Zhang Lingjing's conviction only intensified. Ah, I shall slay you, you beast in human guise. I will end your life. Zhang Lingjing cried out in a frenzy. Suddenly, the fierce assault was directed straight at Zhu Bufan. Wait, you must listen to me. This is a misunderstanding. Zhu Bufan was at a loss for words. However, at this moment, it seemed that the fault lay with him. Humph, I won't listen. I refuse to hear anything you say. I shall end your life. Bang, bang, crack. In the next moment, Zhang Lingjing was no longer inclined to heed Zhu Bufan's words. She launched into an all-out attack. As she relentlessly assaulted him, Zhu Bufan felt a deep sense of helplessness. In desperation, he had no choice but to subdue Zhang Lingjing. Zhu Bufan, go ahead and kill me. After being subdued, Zhang Lingjing wore a face marked by disappointment and sorrow. No, it truly is not as you think. Please, allow me to explain. Zhu Bufan held her hands tightly, pinning her to the ground. Upon hearing her words, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Humph, just end my life. After what you have done to me, you refuse to acknowledge it. Since I cannot defeat you, nor can I take your life, then you might as well do it for me. My existence in this world has lost all significance. At this moment, Zhang Lingjing displayed an expression of utter desolation. Sighing, Zhu Bufan felt a genuine pang of remorse. After all, during the time he had been administering acupuncture to her, he had indeed taken some liberties. Yet, he was also curious about where this woman had procured another outfit to wear earlier that morning. At this moment, however, this was not his primary concern. The pressing issue was to elucidate the situation to her. Thus, Zhu Bufan promptly stated, well, it is truly not as you perceive. You must recall that I cautioned you last night against inhaling the fragrance of that flower. Unfortunately, I was too late. Do you know what that flower is? It is known as the aphrodisiac blossom. Once one has inhaled its scent, it induces, well, arousal. I believe that although you have succumbed to its intoxicating effects, your memory should remain intact. Zhu Bufan spoke with genuine earnestness. After delivering his explanation, he refrained from further words and simply gazed at Zhang Lingjing, whom he had pinned to the ground. At that moment, Zhang Lingjing, who had initially contemplated ending her life, began to reflect upon the events of the previous night after hearing Zhu Bufan's words. As memories flooded back, she recalled the occurrences from last evening. Just as Zhu Bufan had mentioned, despite being under the influence of the flower's poison, her memories had not faded. She vividly remembered the passionate actions she had taken toward Zhu Bufan. The mere thought of it caused her face to flush with embarrassment, turning a deep shade of crimson. In the next instant, she wished to find a place to bury herself. The realization struck her, not only had he not taken advantage of her vulnerability, but he had also intervened to save her. At this moment, Zhang Lingjing found herself at a loss for words. How remarkable it was that a man, under such temptation, had exhibited such restraint and integrity. Otherwise, the man would be impotent. There could be no other possibility. However, upon observing Zhu Bufan, a seemingly diminutive man, Zhang Lingjing found it implausible that he could be impotent. Therefore, The only feasible conclusion was that Zhu Bufan was indeed a decent and upright man. It was quite disheartening to realize that she had unjustly accused such a good man. Of course, after speaking, Zhu Bufan did not immediately release Zhang Lingjing, nor did he hasten her in any way. For him, clarifying the misunderstanding was of utmost importance. At that moment, witnessing Zhang Lingjing's profound embarrassment as she lowered her head almost to the ground, Zhu Bufan understood that she had begun to recall the events of the previous night. Well, it seems you have remembered what transpired last night. I shall release you now, but I must caution you. Do not bite me again as you did earlier, otherwise I shall not be so courteous, Zhu Bufan declared, and without awaiting her response, he promptly let her go. Once released, Zhang Lingjing felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. In an instant, she darted to a corner, turning her back to Zhu Bufan. At that moment, she was engulfed in shame, realizing that someone had come to her aid. Yet she had attempted to harm him. Having released Zhang Lingjing, Zhu Bufan did not contemplate further involvement. With the misunderstanding clarified, he saw no reason to linger and thus exited the cave without a backward glance. Leaning against the corner, Zhang Lingjing found herself at a loss on how to confront Zhu Bufan. However, avoiding the situation was not a viable solution, especially given her nature. A mistake had been made, and it was hers alone. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Lingjing resolved to sincerely apologize to Zhu Bufan. Although she harbored no expectations of his forgiveness, she could not allow him to dismiss her presence. Within this icy realm, upon learning of the exiled criminals, some of whom were masters of formidable prowess, Zhang Lingjing became resolutely determined to remain by Zhu Bufan's side, even if she failed to secure a position among the top 30 in this trial. For the sake of survival, she needed to follow him. Yes, I am sorry. This time, it was my fault. Where is he? Zhang Lingjing swiftly turned around, only to realize that Zhu Bufan was no longer in the cave. Gazing at the empty cavern, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Had he departed, thereby denying her the chance to accompany him? In the next instant, any hesitation vanished. She hastily slung her backpack over her shoulder and dashed toward the entrance. Zhu Bufan, just now, I was in the wrong. Truly, I was wrong. I apologize. Upon exiting the cave, she discovered that Zhu Bufan had not left, but was instead standing cautiously beside a grand tree. Without hesitation, Zhang Lingjing rushed over to him. Zhu Bufan, truly, I am sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Hush. Zhu Bufan, I genuinely made a mistake. Hush. Zhu Bufan, do not wear such an aloof demeanor. Last night, can you honestly claim that you did not take advantage of me? After apologizing repeatedly, Zhu Bufan not only failed to grant forgiveness, but also audaciously commanded me to silence myself. Consequently, Zhang Lingjing grew increasingly impatient. She thought to herself, I have sincerely apologized. What more do you desire? Thus, in the next moment, she shouted at Zhu Bufan, Are you out of your mind? Get lost. I will not cater to you. Zhu Bufan, equally perplexed, had just encountered a rather peculiar flying beast upon emerging from the cave. This creature was entirely ice-colored, adorned with a pair of white wings and possessing striking blue eyes. Its size was modest, yet its flying speed was astonishingly swift. Upon discovering such a beast, Zhu Bufan was determined to observe it closely. According to his recollections, this creature appeared to be an ice beast. The ice beast is a remarkable spiritual creature. If captured and tamed in its youth, it could later serve as a mount, with an ice beast as a steed. Traversing 1,000 miles in a day would be an effortless feat due to its remarkable speed. Furthermore, the ice beast is also classified as an offensive spiritual creature. As it matures, its attacking prowess increases. It is said that an adult ice beast possesses strength comparable to that of a pseudo-immortal, making it extraordinarily formidable. However, this ice creature proves to be exceedingly difficult to reach maturity. The reason Zhu Bufan refrained from immediately capturing it was twofold. First, the little being possessed remarkable speed. And second, the mere presence of an ice creature in this location was perplexing. Primarily, he harbored doubts as to whether this truly was an ice beast. After all, the world he presently inhabited was far removed from the realm of cultivation depicted in the memories of a certain fixated cultivator. Consequently, Zhu Bufan resolved to investigate further before making any decisions. Although the world he currently traversed allowed for swift travel, even by airplane, he remained deeply intrigued by such spiritual beasts. Thus, he had been exceedingly cautious, fearing he might startle the creature. Finally, when he observed it resting upon a great tree, he prepared to study it closely. To his surprise, However, Zhang Lingjing abruptly leaped into view. While her sudden emergence was not particularly alarming, as he could merely caution her to tread lightly and refrain from speaking, she shockingly responded to his warning with a loud shout. This action ignited Zhu Bufan's ire. Consequently, he immediately directed his anger towards Zhang Lingjing. Upon hearing his outburst, she felt a swell of indignation. All she had intended was to offer an apology. Was it truly necessary for him to ignore her and raise his voice? Overwhelmed by her stubborn nature, Zhang Lingjing could no longer contain herself. Woo, Zhu Bufan, you are heartless. I merely wish to apologize to you, and yet, woo. In that moment, she sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Upon witnessing Zhang Lingjing suddenly crouch down and weep, Zhu Bufan's face was instantly filled with innumerable expletives. What in the world is happening? My spirit beast has fled, and yet I am being blamed for it? Ultimately, Zhu Bufan conceded. He could not bear to see a woman in tears, especially one who was genuinely distressed. Thus, he uttered, please don't cry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you like that. However, to his dismay, she paid him no heed and only wept louder. Watching Zhang Lingjing's sorrowful state, Zhu Bufan felt a pang of headache and was at a loss. He was neither adept at comforting women nor knew how to soothe them, leaving him frozen in place. At that moment, a cacophony of intense fighting erupted nearby. Upon hearing the tumult, Zhang Lingjing abruptly ceased her crying and lifted her head. There's a fight, she remarked. Zhu Bufan, initially taken aback, soon nodded in agreement. Let us go take a look. All right. It's good that you're not crying anymore, he readily assented. The sounds of the altercation were not far from where they stood, and it took them but a brief moment to arrive at the scene. Upon their arrival, Zhu Bufan beheld a group of 8 men encircling a smaller group of 5. Among the 8-man squad, Zhu Bufan discerned that 3 individuals possessed exceptionally formidable strengths. In contrast, within the 5-man team, only one member could rival the prowess of those 3. At this moment, the 5-man team huddled together, encircled by the 8. With the atmosphere charged with tension, Shen Xiaolong, Panda Hai, He Yun, we all came together for the Ice Mountain trial. Why must we take things to such extremes? Moreover, we face not only ferocious beasts, but also the vicious exiled criminals. Why can we not unite? Spoke the leader of the 5-man team. Tianqiao, we understand the situation you described. However, we are now 2 factions. Why persist in your stubbornness? He Yun replied, his face filled with resignation. Mu Tianqiao, you know my character well. This time, we have refrained from employing lethal force because of your presence. Otherwise, well, now, if you simply hand over your backpacks, I will allow you to leave safely. If you continue to resist so obstinately, I can only express my regrets. Shen Xiaolong declared. Indeed, Tianqiao, we are sworn brothers outside. I advised you to make the right choice back then, but you refused to listen. We cannot be held accountable for that. Panda Hai urged, hastily adding, quickly, toss your backpacks over and depart. Otherwise, I shall not be merciful. Hurry, or you shall meet your demise. Shen Xiaolong, Panda Hai, He Yun, how could you have transformed into this? Mu Tianqiao spoke with a hint of urgency. Transformed, you say? Mu Tianqiao, do you not comprehend the purpose of our participation in this trial and selection? It is to acquire that magical artifact. Look at me, merely 2,000 have passed, and I have effortlessly obtained over 1,000 formidable fangs. Now, consider your own tally. I previously stated that only the Plunderer's Alliance is suited for us. Yet you insisted on aligning with the Hunter's Alliance. Do you grasp what this signifies? It is sheer folly. Shen Xiaolong laughed heartily. You, the Hunter's Alliance? The Plunderer's Alliance? What manner of alliances are these? It has been but 2 days since entering the Ice Mountain. Have these individuals truly united? Long Xiao, why waste our breath on them? I propose we eliminate them directly to save time. Moreover, with so many of us, I fear the emergence of a band of exiled criminals could pose a significant threat. At this moment, Panda Hai whispered to Shen Xiaolong. However, He Yun hesitated, seemingly torn by emotion. But what? Do you not see how Mu Tianqiao no longer regards us as brothers? Since he shows no compassion, we must abandon our loyalty. Panda Hai spoke coldly. Long Xiao, what say you? Very well, let us proceed as Dahai suggests. He Yun, I understand your sentimental inclinations, yet this is not the time for such feelings. Shen Xiaolong declared. However, Mu Tianqiao, just leave it to me and the sea. You should handle the others. Shen Xiaolong continued. In the next moment, he immediately issued the command to attack. Zhu Bufan, let us lend a hand to those 5. As the impending battle loomed, Zhang Lingjing spoke up. Zhu Bufan was taken aback. Among those 5, there is a dear friend of mine. I do not wish for her to come to harm. Zhang Lingjing implored, her gaze beseeching Zhu Bufan. I know I am putting you in a difficult position, but very well. Zhu Bufan glanced at Zhang Lingjing before striding out. Initially, Zhang Lingjing had intended to persuade Zhu Bufan fervently, yet his sudden departure left her momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, seeing Zhu Bufan had already stepped outside, she followed suit. Wow, who would have thought it would be so lively here? Zhu Bufan exclaimed as he emerged. The 2 factions preparing to clash froze upon hearing his words. Hey, kid, who do you think you are? At that moment, a burly man from the 8-member team, annoyed by Zhu Bufan and Zhang Lingjing's interruption, shouted back, if you don't want to die, get lost. Or I'll make you the first to fall. Who am I? I am your grandfather. Telling your grandfather to scram seems rather impolite, doesn't he it? Zhu Bufan retorted. Instantly, the 5 members of the opposing team burst into laughter. The imposing man, infuriated and humiliated, instantly transformed in countenance and lunged toward Zhu Bufan. Yet, before he could reach Zhu Bufan, he was abruptly sent hurtling backward. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers as they witnessed the spectacle. It was him. Indeed, it was him. At that moment, someone recognized Zhu Bufan, and the crowd fell silent, turning their attention to the individual who had made the identification. It was unmistakable. The aura of his internal energy was palpable. Do you recall the incident at the Ice Mountain, when a single individual had incapacitated Li Guangtou with just 2 strikes? Could he possibly be that master? Indeed, it was him. What? It truly is him. Goodness, how could we possibly encounter him here? Jingjing, Shuangxue, are you all right? Zhang Lingjing, upon emerging, rushed towards an extraordinarily beautiful girl. The girl, although taken aback, felt a wave of relief upon seeing her dear friend. I'm fine, Jingjing. How have you been these past few days? Zhang Lingjing had accompanied Zhu Bufan, and upon her arrival, she immediately approached a woman from a 5-member team, engaging in conversation. The implications were clear, and in an instant, the morale of every member in that 5-person team surged dramatically. Particularly, there stood a diminutive man who, after wiping the blood that had trickled from the corner of his mouth, cast a haughty and provocative glance at the opposing team of 8. At that moment, his demeanor seemed to convey a message. Were you not quite arrogant just a moment ago? Now, can you display that arrogance before me? In the presence of a master, you are utterly insignificant. At that instant, the expressions of Shun Xiaolong and Panda Hai, along with their companions, grew decidedly grim. Among the 8, the strongest was Shun Xiaolong. However, his abilities merely reached the latter stages of qi cultivation, and he had yet to attain the pinnacle. Thus, how could he possibly contend with a master? In that fleeting moment, uncertainty began to permeate the minds of the entire team. Esteemed elder, one of them ventured, it seems you may have become separated from us upon entering. Hence, you chose not to join our alliance. However, should you decide to join our Raiders alliance now, I am confident that the position of vice leader would rightfully belong to you. Shun Xiaolong's countenance darkened. Initially, he had been skeptical of Zhu Bufan's status as a master. Yet having witnessed Zhu Bufan's formidable technique against his own men, he swiftly adopted a demeanor of utmost respect, approaching Zhu Bufan to express, indeed, esteemed elder, should you choose to join our Raiders alliance, you would undoubtedly be our vice leader. Panda Hai also stepped forward, eager to curry favor. How despicable! Mu Tianxiao gazed at Shun Xiaolong and Panda Hai, who were attempting to win over Zhu Bufan, and immediately exclaimed, Senior, you must not heed the words of these 2. Their plunderers' alliance is nothing but a band of thieves. Please, do not acquiesce to them. He continued, Indeed, their alliance is devoid of humanity. Rather than hunting ferocious beasts themselves, they only seek to rob us. Such an alliance is nothing short of a bandit organization. Senior, you must not place your trust in them. In an instant, the 2 factions engaged in a verbal skirmish. Shun Xiaolong, Panda Hai, Mu Tianxiao, and others all turned their attention to Zhu Bufan, awaiting his decision. Even Zhang Lingjing cast her gaze towards Zhu Bufan, uncertain if he would truly side with her. To be the vice leader, after all? Zhu Bufan regarded Shun Xiaolong and Panda Hai with an enigmatic smile. Indeed, Senior, I can assure you that should you choose to align with our Plunderers Alliance, you would undoubtedly become our vice leader. Shun Xiaolong responded with unwavering confidence. Oh, and how many members does your Plunderers Alliance currently comprise? Replying to you, Senior, we presently have a total of over 30 members in our alliance. Zhu Bufan nodded thoughtfully. That does seem quite commendable. Upon seeing Zhu Bufan's affirmation, Xin Xiaolong and Pan Dehai felt a wave of relief wash over them, while Mu Tianxiao and his companions, in stark contrast, wore expressions of profound dismay. Originally, the prowess of Mu Tianxiao's quintet was already inferior to that of Xin Xiaolong's team. If Zhu Bufan were to join them now, Mu Tianxiao's group would be effortlessly vanquished. This was unacceptable. Instantly, Mu Tianxiao turned to Zhu Bufan and said, "Senior, while I cannot guarantee that you would attain the position of vice leader within our Hunters Alliance, I assure you that our alliance is no less formidable than the Predators Alliance. You must consider this carefully." Mu Tianxiao's demeanor was exceedingly sincere. "Oh please, Mu Tianxiao. Your Hunters Alliance is well known to me. Your leader is merely at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. How could you possibly compare to our Predators Alliance? If it weren't for the slight utility your leader perceives in you, you would have likely been eradicated long ago. Do you not believe it?" Pan Dehai mocked. "Pan Dehai, you," Mu Tianxiao retorted, exasperated. "What of it? In Ice Mountain, strength reigns supreme. Besides, there are not only ferocious beasts here, but also formidable exiled criminals. I have heard that among these exiles, there are several who have attained the realm of masters. Have you considered that if—" "Are you little brats speaking of us?" Before Pan Dehai could finish his sentence, a hearty laughter erupted. "Who is it?" At the sound of the laughter, everyone immediately became alert. In the next moment, a figure materialized before them, followed closely by several other silhouettes. Exiled criminals. No one could ascertain who first let out a cry, but in an instant, all present were taken aback. At that precise moment, the first figure to emerge unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the one who had shouted. In the blink of an eye, that individual was sent hurtling backwards, spewing forth blood before losing consciousness. What? The release of internal energy, the mastery of a grandmaster level. Suddenly, everyone present was left in utter disbelief. "Oh, how amusing it is to see you speak out of turn." After the exiled criminal dispatched one individual, he couldn't help but grin. Yet, it mattered little. "I am here to eliminate you all, and your awareness of it changes nothing." Observing this scene, panic enveloped the crowd. An exiled criminal of grandmaster caliber had appeared. In the next moment, who would dare linger in this place? Flee swiftly. Just then, another voice rang out in alarm. In an instant, chaos ensued as everyone began to scatter in all directions, including Xin Xiaolong and Pan Dehai. A grandmaster could effortlessly crush 10 practitioners at the late stage of energy refinement. Among those present, only Zhu Bufan possessed the grandmaster level. Where were the others? Moreover, Zhu Bufan was not affiliated with the two main alliances. Who could predict whether he would lend them aid? Thus, at this moment, the only prudent choice was to escape. Consequently, a frenzy of flight ensued, with all desperately seeking to evade the impending threat. Yet, could matters be so simple? Do you truly think you can escape? Hey. The leader of the exiled criminals gazed at the fleeing individuals. A sinister smile adorned his face, brimming with an insatiable bloodlust. In the next instant, he sprang into action. With a series of thunderous punches, he dispatched 2 slower runners, their heads exploding upon impact. Once the leader had struck, the other criminals who accompanied him naturally joined the fray. In an instant, a chaotic chase ensued. The leader, a bald man clad in tattered rags, bore an unsettling aura, accentuated by the weeds clinging to his attire. Despite his disheveled appearance, he exuded an oppressive presence. After eliminating the 2 escapees, he refrained from further violence, instead fixing his gaze upon Zhu Bufan, as if he had discerned that Zhu was the strongest among the group. At that moment, Zhu Bufan remained still, his attention unwaveringly locked onto the bald leader. "Listen, young man, I am offering you a chance. If you willingly sever your own limbs, perhaps I shall find favor in my heart and spare your life. Otherwise, I assure you, your demise will be most gruesome." After a prolonged silence, the bald leader finally spoke, a mocking tone lacing his words. "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Bufan chuckled lightly, remarking, "Since you have said this, allow me to share a revelation. You are the 3rd individual to address me in such a manner. As for the 2 who preceded you, well, their graves are now overgrown with tall grass. I trust your fate will not linger far behind." With a smirk, he added, You possess quite the audacity. However, it matters little, for in the face of absolute power, all efforts are rendered futile." The leader of the exiled criminals proclaimed. In the next moment, he chose not to engage in further banter with Zhu Bufan and immediately launched an assault. A powerful fist surged toward Zhu Bufan, exuding an aura of inner energy. As he prepared for a direct confrontation, "Child, cease your struggles. All your efforts shall be in vain." The leader's aura soared, enveloped by a mysterious force. As the potency of his punch seemed to reach its zenith, his gleaming bald head shone brilliantly against the icy backdrop, his eyes crackling like lightning as he bellowed, "You, pitiful brat, still lacking in maturity, shall meet your demise." In that moment, the demeanor of a master-level warrior was unmistakably revealed. Zhu Bufan's expression grew serious as he regarded the incoming punch. This was, without a doubt, the most formidable adversary he had encountered in his lifetime. Faced with such a strike, Zhu Bufan had little time for contemplation. In the next instant, he retaliated with his own fist, prepared to meet the leader's attack head-on. One punch radiated with inner energy, while the other was enhanced by spiritual force. In an instant, their fists collided with a resounding impact. With a resounding thud, a tempest erupted, scattering debris across the ground. A nearby exiled criminal was sent hurtling backward from the force of the two combatants' clash, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to maintain his footing. Observing this, the leading criminal narrowed his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. In the next moment, he composedly declared, "I did not expect you to be a master at such a young age. Alas, it is unfortunate for you, for today, you shall meet your demise." With that, a thunderous roar escaped the leader's lips, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable murderous intent. If this youth were not eliminated now, who knew what he would become if allowed to grow? Following his fierce proclamation, the leader moved like the wind, his fists akin to boulders, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds with every strike. In an instant, a series of explosive sounds enveloped Zhu Bufan from all directions, trapping him in a maelstrom of violence. The leader's combat experience and ruthlessness far surpassed Zhu Bufan's, and he unleashed his most lethal techniques without hesitation, aiming to swiftly vanquish his opponent. The seasoned criminal's prowess eclipsed that of Zhu Bufan, and within moments, Zhu Bufan found himself ensnared by the deadly onslaught. After exchanging several blows with the leader, Zhu Bufan sensed his vitality waning, his body beginning to falter under the relentless assault. Originally, as Zhu Bufan was training at the first level of body refinement, he had slain a waist-legged criminal named Hua, who was at the late stage of Qi refinement. Zhu Bufan believed that he had successfully advanced to the second level of body refinement and could contend against those of master-level power, perhaps even vanquish them. However, it has now become apparent that he had underestimated the complexity of strength in this world. Zhu Bufan found himself overwhelmed by this realization. At that moment, he glanced around and noticed that the trio of Shun Xiaolong, Panda Hai, and He Yun had vanished without a trace. In contrast, those left behind were in dire straits. The 8-member group, aside from the 3 who had fled, had been entirely annihilated. The 5-member group fared little better, apart from Mu Tianxiao, who was desperately holding on. Only the woman named Shuangxue remained. Her survival was solely due to her gender, as the exiled criminals had spared her for their own nefarious purposes. As for Zhang Lingjing, she too was alive, sharing the same fate as Shuangxue, her femininity offering her a similar reprieve from death. "Young man, cease your futile struggles. Your fate will mirror theirs." At that moment, Mu Tianxiao, despite his valiant efforts, was ultimately struck down by a powerful exiled criminal, his head crushed in a single blow. Following this brutal act, the hulking criminal approached the lead bald-headed exile, while the remaining exiled criminals swiftly encircled Zhu Bufan. Upon witnessing such a scene, the leading bald exiled criminal fixed his gaze upon Zhu Bufan and spoke. At this moment, although Zhu Bufan had narrowly survived the lethal strike from the bald leader, he was far from unscathed. Indeed, one could aptly describe Zhu Bufan's condition as utterly wretched, and this is no exaggeration. His garments had been torn into shreds, clinging to him like tattered remnants, while his hair stood on end, matted with debris. His face was obscured by grime, rendering it nearly impossible to recognize him as Zhu Bufan. Furthermore, his body was marred with numerous wounds, from which blood flowed incessantly. His state was more grievous than that of a severely injured soldier. "Boy, given your current state, what means do you possess to contend with me? Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Take your own life." The leader of the exiled criminals remarked nonchalantly, seemingly devoid of any interest in further combat against Zhu Bufan. Meanwhile, the captured Zhang Lingjing and Li Shuangxue gazed at Zhu Bufan with eyes brimming with despair, lost in their thoughts as they contemplated the uncertain fate that awaited them. an unimaginable scenario that they dared not envision. Suicide. You may find yourself disappointed. Zhu Bufan replied with a sardonic smile, offering no further elaboration. Arrogance must be paid for, and today, you shall pay with your life. The leader taunted. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate my demonic 6 slashes. Zhu Bufan bellowed, and in the next instant, he sprang into action. The so-called 6 slashes of the Mad Demon is the signature technique of the Mad Demon of cultivation. When the Mad Demon implanted his memories into Zhu Bufan's mind, he simultaneously infused him with some of his renowned martial skills. This set of 6 slashes is divided into 6 distinct stages. The first slash, slay the swine and hounds. The second slash, vanquish phantoms and specters. The third slash, cut through mountains and rivers. The fourth slash, decimate gods and men. The fifth slash, sever the universe. The sixth slash, tear open the heavens. The essence of the 6 slashes of the Mad Demon is straightforward. As one progresses through the stages, their power intensifies exponentially. Upon mastering the first stage, one can effortlessly slay their adversaries as if they were mere animals. Upon achieving the second stage, even malevolent spirits fall before them with ease. And by the third stage, one possesses the might to cleave the very land itself. Reaching the final stage would grant the ability to rend the skies asunder. While this may sound like an exaggeration, the implication remains clear. The further one advances, the more formidable they become, ultimately capable of shattering the very firmament. Initially, as Zhu Bufan practiced the Grand Luo body refinement technique, he also trained in the 6 slashes of the Mad Demon. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, Zhu Bufan had refrained from employing this martial technique until now. However, today he found himself compelled to use it. Despite having only grasped the first stage just the previous day, the 6 slashes of the Mad Demon? What is that? The bald, exiled criminal was momentarily taken aback by Zhu Bufan's words, yet in the next instant, he sensed an ominous danger approaching him. This feeling was so profound that even he could not articulate its origin, yet it was undeniably vivid. As soon as Zhu Bufan finished speaking, he felt a surge of energy rising within him, with spiritual essence flowing from all directions towards him. In a mere moment, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy formed above his head. Upon witnessing this swirling phenomenon, all the exiled criminals were momentarily astounded. What sorcery is this? They had never encountered such a technique before. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. However, at this very moment, Zhu Bufan let out a thunderous shout. In the next instant, the vortex of spiritual energy above him coalesced into a massive sword of spiritual essence. As the great sword materialized, an overwhelming aura of destruction surged forth, sweeping over everyone present. In that instant, an invisible pressure bore down upon them, nearly forcing them to the ground. Even the bald, exiled criminal, a master of the realm, felt the tremendous weight of this force. He had never witnessed such an unusual technique before. It was a first for him. Gazing at the immense sword, he seemed to lose any thought of resistance. Yet, being a ruthless and battle-hardened exile, he quickly shouted, "Run!" Unfortunately, it was too late. As the great sword took form, it descended directly upon the location of the exiled criminals. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Wherever the colossal sword of spiritual energy passed, utter destruction ensued. Dust billowed. Trees and people alike were cleaved in twain. Among all the exiled criminals, only the bald leader survived this devastating strike. Yet, despite his survival, his condition was far from favorable. At this moment, every inch of the bald exiled leader's body was marred by wounds. Even his face had been grotesquely disfigured, while his arms revealed ghastly white bones. His appearance was tragically pitiful and terrifying. However, he had no time to ponder his own dreadful transformation. He dared not linger. Just moments ago, had he not summoned every ounce of his inner energy to withstand the blade, he would surely have met his demise. If another strike were to follow, death would be his only fate. Thus, he fled without hesitation. Observing the bald exiled leader's retreat, Zhu Bufan made no attempt to impede or pursue him. Even though he had unleashed the first strike of the demonic 6 slashes, in that moment, Zhu Bufan felt utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Had he not seen that one exiled criminal still clung to life, he would have collapsed from sheer weakness. Thus, after the bald criminal leading the band of exiled felons made his escape, darkness enveloped Zhu Bufan's vision, and in the next moment, he collapsed onto the ground. When Zhu Bufan regained consciousness, it was already dusk a day later. At that moment, He found himself still within the cavern of a colossal gorilla, but this time, there was an additional presence, a woman named Li Xuanxue. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to discover that he lay upon a bed of dried grass. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingjing and Li Xuanxue were roasting the flesh of a fierce beast by the fire. "How long have I been unconscious?" Zhu Bufan inquired as he rose and seated himself beside Zhang Lingjing. "Ah, you are awake?" Zhang Lingjing exclaimed, startled by his voice. A reaction mirrored by Li Xuanxue. "Indeed, you have been in a coma for an entire day and night," Zhang Lingjing replied. "Zhu Bufan, do you know? You truly frightened me to death at that moment. I could hardly fathom what I was about to face, but you." "Thank you, Zhu Bufan. Brother Zhu, I too am grateful to you. Had it not been for you, I would scarcely believe." Li Xuanxue interjected. "You need not thank me. My act of saving you was unintentional. By the way, could you elaborate on the nature of your alliance?" "Brother Zhu, it is as follows. After we were attacked by a group of exiled criminals at the water extraction site, we learned that within this icy mountain not only lurked formidable beasts, but also powerful exiled offenders. Our primary objective in entering this frozen realm was to hunt these ferocious creatures. Recognizing the peril of undertaking such a venture alone, our group proposed forming an alliance to collectively hunt these beasts and procure their formidable fangs. Unfortunately, while some were eager to engage in the hunt personally, others sought to acquire the beast's fangs without lifting a finger, leading to the eventual division into two factions. Li Xuanxue gradually narrated this tale to Zhu Bufan. From her account, Zhu Bufan discerned that, apart from these two alliances, there existed individuals akin to himself and Zhang Lingjing, who, due to their own considerable strength, preferred to navigate the icy terrain independently. Furthermore, through Li Xuanxue's discourse, Zhu Bufan gleaned the official rationale behind gathering everyone in this volcanic expanse to hunt the beasts and obtain their fangs. It was revealed that during a specific time each year, the icy and fiery mountains would converge, resulting in the formation of a spiritual spring. This spring, said to be a pool entirely composed of gathered spiritual energy, served as an ideal cultivation ground for these ferocious beasts. Thus, during this designated time each year, all the beasts from the icy and fiery mountains would flock to this spiritual spring to absorb its energy. The ferocious beasts draw upon the essence of spiritual energy primarily through their elongated fangs. It is rumored that the spiritual spring has been specially prepared by the twin mountains of ice and fire for these formidable creatures. Whenever someone attempts to enter the spring at a designated time in hopes of reaping its benefits, they are met not by the beast's ravenous attacks, but rather by an enigmatic force that obliterates them. This mysterious power is so profound that upon stepping into the spring, an invisible pressure swiftly reduces one to mere dust, which then scatters across the expanse of the spiritual spring. Consequently, the authorities have dispatched numerous cultivators to investigate, all of whom have met with the same grim fate. This has prompted the officials to delve deeper into the reasons behind such occurrences and to uncover what truly lies within. Thus, they seek the fangs of these ferocious beasts for research purposes, establishing a hierarchy based on the acquisition of these fangs during each trial and selection. In the ensuing days, Zhu Bufan, Zhang Lingjing, and Li Xuanxue chose not to venture elsewhere. They remained in the vicinity of the stalactite cave, hunting the ferocious beasts to procure their fangs. By day, they hunted to obtain the fangs, while by night, they dedicated themselves to cultivating and breaking through their limits, occasionally fetching water from the nearby source. Time flowed swiftly, and a month and a half passed in this manner. In the span of the past 1.5 months, the ferocious beasts surrounding the stalactite cave have been nearly eradicated by the trio. During this period, each of them has amassed a considerable bounty of beast fangs. Zhu Bufan has collected 10,000 fangs, while Zhang Lingjing and Li Xuanxue have each acquired over 7,000. These beast fangs, aside from those initially provided by the 5-person and 8-person teams, also include those obtained from hunting the surrounding ferocious beasts and plundering the Raiders' alliance. Simultaneously, during this month and a half, Zhu Bufan has successfully advanced to the 5th level of body refinement. Through relentless battles with the ferocious beasts, his combat experience has become exceedingly rich. Zhu Bufan is confident that, at this moment, he could stand his ground against even a late-stage master cultivator without faltering. Now, at the 5th level of body refinement, he is comparable to a mid-stage master cultivator. Likewise, Zhang Lingjing and Li Xuanxue have also made significant progress during their skirmishes with the beasts, each reaching the pinnacle of the late stage of qi refinement. Although Zhang Lingjing and Li Shuangxue have only achieved a single breakthrough, their accomplishments are no small feat. The path of cultivation for practitioners differs from that of immortality seekers. Cultivators must undergo a prolonged accumulation of experience, engage in fierce battles, and continuously refine the internal energy within their bodies while seeking the opportune moment to break through their realms. In contrast, early-stage immortality seekers primarily rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance their levels. Thus, Zhu Bufan's advancement has been swifter than that of the two women. Certainly, the reason Zhu Bufan experienced such a swift and smooth breakthrough is largely attributable to the wisdom gleaned from the experiences of others. The memories residing within his mind are far from superficial. Presently, the ferocious beasts surrounding the stalactite cave have been nearly exterminated. Thus, if Zhu Bufan, Zhang Lingjing, and Li Shuangxue wish to continue hunting these fearsome creatures to procure their formidable fangs, they must seek a new locale. Otherwise, it would be impossible to encounter any more ferocious beasts in this vicinity. They could, however, pursue some of the more formidable beasts nearby. Yet, those formidable adversaries are not ones that the trio can contend with at this juncture. Just a few days prior, they undertook a probing expedition and barely managed to return. Therefore, challenging the powerful beasts surrounding the stalactite cave at this moment is not a prudent decision. Having prepared adequately and gathered sufficient water, the three set forth to explore another corner of the ice mountain. However, the instant they stepped outside the stalactite cave, a tremor reverberated through the ground, shaking the very earth beneath them. Before they could fathom the cause, a thunderous roar echoed in their ears. What could this be? Zhang Lingjing clutched a nearby tree to steady herself, preventing her body from swaying uncontrollably as she spoke. Li Shuangxue's expression mirrored her confusion. This must be the result of the merging of the ice and fire mountains. Witnessing this scenario, Zhu Bufan steadied himself, his gaze profound, as he peered into the distance. It should be noted that, at that moment, I too had heard that when the ice mountain and the volcano converged, the two mountains would begin to tremble violently, shaking the very earth beneath. From the current state of affairs, it was evident that the merging of these two mountains was indeed occurring, Li Shuangxue remarked. At this moment, she clung tightly to a sturdy tree, preventing her body from swaying dangerously with the tremors of the ground. Brother Zhu, it seems that relocating is no longer an option for us. For the foreseeable future, we will likely have to endure a spell within this cave. Li Shuangxue glanced into the distance before continuing. The earth's violent shaking persisted unabated. Zhu Bufan remained silent. Approximately 5 hours elapsed before the tremors began to subside. Finally, around 3 in the afternoon, the earth ceased its quaking. It has finally stopped. Upon witnessing the cessation of the tremors, both Li Shuangxue and Zhang Lingjing let out long sighs of relief. The earlier upheaval had left them in a rather precarious state. Yet, just as the shaking came to an end, a cacophony of roars and thundering footsteps erupted from the distance. Roar, roar, thud, thud. Upon hearing these sounds, the three of them cast their gazes toward the source. In that moment, they all understood that the roars and thumping were the cries of ferocious beasts. Once the two mountains merged, they would give rise to a spiritual spring, drawing these ferocious creatures to absorb its ethereal essence. Thus, the current sounds of roaring and running were indeed emanating from these wild beasts. Since all the ferocious beasts have rushed towards the spiritual spring, hunting them down to obtain their formidable fangs is undoubtedly futile for the time being. Brother Zhu, we should return to the cave. There is no other option now. If we venture forth again, we will surely face a collective assault from all the beasts, lamented Li Shuangxue with a tinge of regret. Upon hearing Li Shuangxue's words, Zhu Bufan remained silent. While other cultivators might instinctively choose to stay put, Zhu Bufan harbored a different perspective. The spiritual spring, as its name suggests, must be a place where an abundance of natural spiritual energy converges. Given its nature as a gathering point for such energy, one can only imagine the richness it possesses. Zhu Bufan's cultivation relies entirely on spiritual energy. The more abundant it is, the more advantageous it becomes for him. Thus, he was genuinely inclined to explore the spiritual spring. His gaze remained fixed intently on the direction where all the beasts were heading. Brother Zhu, you cannot possibly be contemplating a visit to the spiritual spring, can you? Observing Zhu Bufan's unwavering focus on that direction, Li Shuangxue exclaimed in alarm. While others may not possess extensive knowledge about the spiritual spring, She was quite familiar with it, for her father had ventured there many years ago, and it was during that trip that he had completely departed from her life. Brother Zhu, please do not harbor any intentions towards the spiritual spring. Its dangers are far beyond our imagination. Although I acknowledge your formidable strength, the perils of the spiritual spring are not as simple as you might envision, Li Shuangxue continued. Zhu Bufan, do you truly intend to venture to the spirit spring? Upon hearing Li Shuangxue's words, Zhang Lingjing felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Zhu Bufan, I must insist, this is absolutely inadvisable. Rest assured, I shall not act impulsively. After listening to the heartfelt advice from the two women, Zhu Bufan averted his gaze momentarily, then revealed a reassuring smile before slowly responding. The two women, upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, felt an immediate sense of relief. Through the course of their interactions, Zhang Lingjing and Li Shuangxue perhaps had not even realized that they had gradually come to regard Zhu Bufan as their pillar of support, feeling somewhat unable to part from him. Typically, when a man becomes a woman's anchor, it signifies one profound truth. She has fallen completely in love with him. Very well, let us return to the cave for now. I estimate that in the coming days, we shall find ourselves with little to occupy our time. Zhu Bufan spoke. Indeed, it remains uncertain how long the spirit spring will remain open. The three then retraced their steps back to the stalactite cave. Perhaps due to the harmonious blending of the ice and fire, the cave no longer felt unbearably cold. Rather, it was surprisingly temperate. Above them, the stalactites began to drip incessantly, producing a melodious sound as the water cascaded down. It has ceased. Initially, on that military square, three elders gazed intently in one direction. Yes, it has ceased. How many do you reckon will survive this time? Who knows? Alas, one can only hope for a few more days of life. As dawn broke, illuminating the sky with a gentle light, Zhu Bufan abruptly awakened from his slumber. After a brief moment of contemplation, he pinched his fingers to calculate the time before sitting up. It had been 3 days since the merging of the ice and fire mountains. During these days, Zhu Bufan occasionally ventured out with Zhang Lingjing and Li Shuangxue to gather wild fruits and catch a few fish. However, each evening, he dedicated himself to diligent cultivation. Yet, one thought lingered in his mind, to glance once more towards the direction of the spiritual spring. It was time to visit the spiritual spring, Zhu Bufan murmured to himself. In the next moment, he sprang into action, gathering his belongings. Once he had finished, he turned to glance at the still sleeping Zhang Lingjing and Li Shuangxue. Without hesitation, Zhu Bufan departed from the cave. The spiritual spring lay at the confluence of the ice and fire mountains, precisely at the terminus of the glacier. Given Zhu Bufan's current pace, it would take him half a day to reach the end of the glacier from his cave. Thus, after half a day, Zhu Bufan arrived at the glacier's termination. Upon his arrival, he discovered a vast cavern at the junction of the ice and fire mountains, from whose entrance abundant spiritual energy continuously emanated. Even from a distance, Zhu Bufan could distinctly sense the richness of this spiritual energy. It seems that the spiritual spring is indeed within this cave. Observing the cave from which spiritual energy continuously emanates, Zhu Bufan smiled faintly. In the next moment, he immediately approached the entrance of the cave. However, just as he took a step toward the cave's mouth, an invisible pressure bore down upon him with formidable force. Is this the legendary mysterious power? Zhu Bufan pondered as he felt this intangible weight. Nevertheless, he had no intention of retreating. Thus, he pressed on. 10 steps, 11 steps, 12 steps, 13. As Zhu Bufan neared the 13th step, a series of crackling sounds emanated from within his body, and a wave of pain surged into his head. Inhaling sharply, Zhu Bufan drew a deep breath. The pain felt akin to running against a fierce wind, one that compressed his entire being, forcing a raw ache throughout his body. Yet, Zhu Bufan remained resolute. At this moment, he could not articulate why, but a voice within him seemed to beckon him, urging him to explore the depths of the cave. 14 steps, 15 steps. Whoosh. As Zhu Bufan took 2 more steps forward, blood suddenly surged from his body. Goodness, you reckless boy, are you trying to throw your life away? Wake up at once. Just as Zhu Bufan was about to take his 16th step, a resonant and powerful voice echoed in his ears. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan jolted awake. Upon awakening, the pain coursing through his body elicited a series of groans. What on earth is happening? You have the audacity to question what's going on. If you wish to live, retreat immediately. Devotee of immortal cultivation? At the sound of this voice, Zhu Bufan was momentarily taken aback, but without a moment's hesitation, he promptly retreated. You certainly possess a boldness, daring to intrude upon the sacrificial array. Are you not afraid? Your cultivation level has surprisingly reached the 5th stage of body refinement. No wonder. Wait, this cannot be. Have you already entered the realm of immortal cultivation? Having retreated to his original position, the devotee of immortal cultivation began to mock him. The sacrificial array. Zhu Bufan's expression was one of confusion and bewilderment. What on earth is that? Listen here, boy, I ask you, have you truly entered the realm of immortal cultivation? However, the devotee of immortal cultivation did not await Zhu Bufan's response, his voice filled with urgency. No, Zhu Bufan replied, puzzled by the urgency in the voice. What is happening? No, do not deceive me, boy. If you have not entered the realm of immortal cultivation, then enlighten me on the nature of this sacrificial array. Indeed, there is nothing of the sort you mentioned regarding the sacrificial array. I confess that I am quite perplexed. However, I can assert with utmost clarity that I remain within my own world. Is it truly non-existent? Yet, the cultivation madman appears to harbor doubts. It is indeed non-existent. Zhu Bufan exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Very well, if that is the case, then it is fortunate. Otherwise, with your current strength, your arrival in the realm of cultivation would undoubtedly lead to your demise. The cultivation madman seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Then tell me, O madman, what precisely is this sacrificial array you spoke of earlier? Zhu Bufan inquired. You impudent brat, how dare you ask? Are you aware of the terrors that the sacrificial array entails? Do you still dare to come here? Are you not afraid of death? The origins of the sacrificial array trace back to the orc race. The orcs are a hybrid species, possessing both beastly and human traits. They are innately formidable, capable of transforming into both human and beast forms. Given their inherent bestial nature, they are naturally warlike, reveling in conquest across various planets. By a stroke of fortune, during one of their campaigns into an unknown star domain, the orcs chanced upon a tome of formations, which contained the records of the sacrificial array, a most peculiar and malevolent formation. From that point onward, the orcs devoted themselves to the study of this sacrificial array, ultimately mastering its cultivation. Henceforth, whenever the lifespan of an orc chieftain drew near its end, they would select an extraterrestrial planet and encase their chieftain in ice, thus evading the cycle of heavenly reincarnation. When the time comes for the chieftains to be summoned, they will utilize the sacrificial array to bring them back. During the process of encasing these chieftains in ice, it is not uncommon for some exceptionally gifted and formidable young elders to be taken as guardians for these chieftains. Thus, many years later, the strength of these elders has become immensely powerful. In times of crisis for the orc clan, it is customary to first summon these elders. As for the frozen chieftains, they will not be summoned back easily unless the entire orc race is on the brink of extinction. After all, to revive a chieftain of immense power, it requires a sacrifice of at least trillions of lives. Conversely, summoning those exceptional and formidable elders demands far fewer sacrifices. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it is predominantly the elders of the orc clan that are summoned through the sacrificial array. This sacrificial array can be considered a unique formation of the orc clan. The core of the sacrificial array necessitates an artifact known as the Spirit Guiding Pearl, a celestial-level treasure exclusive to the orc clan. Thus, upon encountering the sacrificial array, the first reaction of a fervent cultivator would be, Zhu Bufan has arrived in the realm of cultivation. Judging by the scale of the sacrificial array at the Ice Fire Mountain, it is evident that this is a formation designed to summon back an elder of the orc clan. However, based on the current state of the sacrificial array, it will require at least a century to successfully summon this elder back. The two mountains of ice and fire. The total number of spiritual beasts barely exceeds 100,000. Yet to successfully summon a dignitary from the orc tribe through the sacrificial formation requires a minimum of 80 million living beings. Even considering past accumulations, the souls absorbed by this formation amount to just over 10 million. Therefore, within a century, the dignitary of the orc tribe cannot descend upon Earth. However, the crux of the issue lies in how a planet as spiritually depleted as Earth could possess such a bizarre and malevolent sacrificial formation. Earth is merely a peculiar planet, its spiritual energy exceedingly scarce, rendering it almost unsuitable for practitioners of cultivation. Yet, the sacrificial formation has manifested here. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? For a moment, Even the fervent cultivator found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, he chose to set aside his confusion for the time being, as he had his own plans. Listen, young one. While I cannot fully comprehend why your world harbors such an evil formation, I must caution you that despite the spiritual barrenness, there are still plenty of formidable beings here. Therefore, in the future, if you can act discreetly, do so. Otherwise, you may find yourself unaware of the manner of your demise. Well then, encountering this sacrificial formation may not be entirely adverse. At the very least, the spiritual energy here is at least 20 times more abundant than outside. Such a rich source of spiritual energy is rare even in the realm of cultivation, making this place exceptionally conducive to training. Perhaps this is all part of some grand design. In the beginning, when I infused memories into your mind, I withheld an exceptional technique, intending to bestow it upon you only when your strength had reached an unparalleled level and you had entered the realm of cultivation. However, it now appears that imparting this supreme technique to you for cultivation at this moment would be an exquisite choice. The cultivation madman sighed as he spoke. After conversing with the Zhu Bufan found himself deeply ensnared in astonishment. He had never anticipated that such a nefarious formation existed in this world. The slaughter of countless beings as a sacrificial offering to summon back a revered elder, a clan leader, was utterly insane. When Zhu Bufan heard the cultivation madman recount how, in the cultivation realm, the orc tribe had mercilessly exterminated all living beings in over 1,000 cities as sacrifices to summon a prodigious clan leader, his heart surged with indignation. Although Zhu Bufan was not an extreme idealist, these were, without a doubt, living lives. Just as Zhu Bufan was engulfed in righteous fury, a piece of information surged into his mind. The basic introduction to the supreme technique, the peerless eye of insight, is as follows. Cultivation requirements. In an environment rich with spiritual energy, one must cultivate through the heart method of the peerless eye. Upon mastery of this technique, one can gain the ability to see through illusions, ensnare souls, and transform others into puppets. Ultimately, upon achieving great mastery, one's eyes can unleash the true fire of the peerless. The unparalleled true fire possesses the capacity to annihilate all, even if the adversary is a genuine celestial being. With a mere glance, it can obliterate them entirely. Note, as of now, no individual has cultivated to the pinnacle of mastery. Most can only attain a minor level of achievement before they find themselves unable to progress further. Lord Mad Demon, is it really true that these extraordinary eye powers are that formidable? Upon perceiving the information manifesting within his mind, Zhu Bufan was instantly astounded. The ability to see through, to capture souls and turn them into puppets. These fantastical elements from novels truly exist. At that moment, Zhu Bufan was overwhelmed with exhilaration and excitement. Youngster, do not rejoice too soon. This superior cultivation method, I too have yet to fully master. I merely acquired it by chance from a celestial sphere in the possession of a celestial farmer. As for whether this technique is as powerful as it claims, I remain uncertain. Very well. Since I have awakened this time and you have received this opportunity, I shall lend you my assistance. As the words of the cultivation mad demon faded, Zhu Bufan had yet to respond. In the next instant, a swirling black, demonic energy enveloped his entire being. Moments later, Zhu Bufan found himself standing at the entrance of the spiritual spring cave. Young man, for the time to come, you need only to diligently cultivate your extraordinary eye within this cave. Remember, do not wander aimlessly, otherwise you may meet your demise here. Rest assured, given the current circumstances, it is unlikely that the spiritual beasts within will emerge from this spirit spring cave for at least 2 months, so there is no need for concern. Just as Zhu Bufan was processing this revelation, a faint and weary voice from the cultivation madman reached him. Lord Madman, are you all right? Noticing the frailty in the madman's voice, Zhu Bufan surmised that this latest endeavor had significantly drained the cultivation madman's strength. A wave of emotion washed over him. But soon after, worry took precedence. Young man, I am fine. It is just that this time, in my efforts to assist you, I expended quite a bit of my soul energy. I fear that for a considerable duration, I will remain in a state of slumber. Therefore, you must remember, do not stray from this place. 2 months hence, regardless of the progress you make with your extraordinary eye, you must leave this location. Otherwise, you will surely perish here. The cultivation madman insisted fervently. However, no sooner had the madman finished speaking than his voice fell silent once more. Zhu Bufan understood that the cultivation madman had once again succumbed to sleep. Standing within the confines of the cave, Zhu Bufan realized that he was no longer under the influence of that mysterious force. Perhaps the cultivation madman employed some means to shield him. Shaking off his apprehension, Zhu Bufan acknowledged the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him and resolved not to waste it. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan seated himself and commenced his cultivation of the unparalleled eye of insight. Meanwhile, within the depths of the stalactite cave, Zhang Lingjing and Li Shuangxue awakened to find Zhu Bufan inexplicably absent. They immediately began their search for him. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months elapsed. At this juncture, in a secluded corner of the ice mountain, a young man murmured to himself, "Ah, it is indeed due to the obstruction of its blood vessels that this leg has become useless. Very well, since you are my subject, I shall restore your leg to health." In the next instant, the young man concentrated his spiritual energy in his right hand and, with a decisive motion, struck a small ice beast. Miraculously, the once feeble creature suddenly regained its ability to run. As 2 months had gone by, the young man, realizing that he would not obtain the so-called magical artifact, felt no joy in healing the ice beast. It was time for him to depart this place. In the following moment, the young man left the ice mountain. As he departed, the ice beast he had healed ceased its running and gazed longingly at his retreating figure. Perhaps Zhu Bufan himself never anticipated that this seemingly inept ice beast would not only save his life later on, but also become his extraordinary steed. In the first-class cabin of a flight to Tianhai City. "Excuse me, beautiful, may I have your phone number? What is your name?" The woman turned her head, ignoring the man, yet he persistently inquired, "What is your QQ number? What is your WeChat ID?" Still, the woman remained unresponsive. At that moment, a sweet voice resonated, "Sir, your water." The man turned to see a flight attendant, a sly grin creeping across his face. In the next instant, the woman exclaimed, "Ah, what are you doing?" It was then that Zhu Bufan awoke from his slumber. Following the source of the sound, he was taken aback. The flight attendant possessed an exquisite figure, tall and graceful, with a waist as slender as a willow, and particularly, her bosom seemed to defy the laws of gravity, proudly standing out. "Wow, what an impressive figure!" Zhu Bufan couldn't help but exclaim. The woman turned, shaking off the water that had splashed onto her, only to find, much to her surprise, Zhu Bufan's gaze fixated on her chest, which ignited her anger. "I'm truly sorry, beautiful, it was unintentional. Let me help you dry off," the man with the crew cut said, as he prepared to extend his wicked hands toward the woman's chest. "Ah, pervert!" The beautiful flight attendant shouted in indignation. "What perversion? Madam, I'm merely assisting you in drying off." The man's face wore an innocent expression, yet his greedy eyes were fixated on the flight attendant's bosom, revealing his ulterior motives. The man sported a buzz cut, his body adorned with tattoos, exuding an aura that suggested he was no paragon of virtue. With a lewd grin, he seized the delicate hand of the beautiful flight attendant, saying, "My dear, I merely wish to assist you in drying off those water droplets. What are you afraid of? Let go of me." The flight attendant struggled, her face flushed with indignation. However, her distress only served to inflame the man's desires further. He gripped her arm with one hand, while the other brazenly reached towards her chest. "Ah, what are you doing?" Panic surged through her, and her countenance shifted as she looked around for help. Regrettably, the majority of the surrounding passengers merely gawked, and upon meeting the fierce gaze of the buzzcut youth, they shrank back in fear. Most aboard the aircraft were affluent individuals, and it seemed to echo the adage that those with wealth often possess a greater fear of peril. "Listen up. Anyone who dares to meddle in my affairs will face dire consequences once we disembark." The buzzcut youth barked menacingly at the onlookers. Just as his hand was about to make contact with the ample bosom of the flight attendant, suddenly, a hand shot forth, swiftly landing upon his lecherous grasp. "How dare you think such a beautiful place is within your reach?" A calm voice resonated in the buzzcut youth's ears. The intercessor was none other than Zhu Bufan. Momentarily taken aback, the buzzcut man found himself confronted by a young man who appeared disheveled, yet stood with an imposing presence. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Zhu Bufan's intervention, the flight attendant, Lu Yi, expressed her gratitude and hastily took refuge behind him. "How dare you interfere in my affairs?" the buzzcut man exclaimed arrogantly. He was notorious in the area, a local bully whom everyone avoided and deferred to. He had a reputation for intimidating others, and rarely did anyone dare to confront him. Now, humiliated by a figure who resembled a mere laborer, His fury was palpable. What is it to you? I'll hit you every time I see you, you fool. Zhu Bufan casually dug at his ear, completely unfazed by the man's threats. Hearing this, Lu Yi felt a twinge of concern. Was he intentionally provoking the adversary? The onlookers, intrigued, gathered around, their expressions reflecting a cold detachment as they witnessed the unfolding drama. Do you even know who I am to dare lay a hand on me? The buzzcut man seethed. Do you think you're some big shot? Why would I need to know you? Zhu Bufan retorted with a sardonic smile, dismissively curling his lip. You're asking for trouble, boy? A mere laborer dares meddle in my affairs and dreams of being a hero? I'll make sure to cripple you today. The buzzcut man spat angrily. Zhu Bufan replied, I have no interest in meddling in others' business, but since you're bullying my girlfriend, I can't just stand by. At this, Lu Yi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she muttered, Who is your girlfriend? Dream on. Nevertheless, she recognized that Zhu Bufan was indeed defending her, so she refrained from elaborating further. I find it hard to believe a guy like you could have such a beautiful girlfriend. The buzzcut man scoffed. Is that so? Zhu Bufan replied. Very well, allow me to demonstrate. With that, Zhu Bufan turned abruptly, cupping the flight attendant Lu Yi's face in his hands. Suddenly, he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. Lu Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind momentarily blank as she stood frozen in place. You. As reality returned, a surge of anger coursed through her. That was her first kiss, stolen by this scoundrel. Moreover, they had only known each other for a mere 20 minutes. How could he dare to act in such a manner? Just as Lu Yi was about to explode with fury, Zhu Bufan quickly covered her mouth and turned to the crew-cut man, a faint smile gracing his lips. So, do you believe me now? If you know what's good for you, scram. The crew-cut man, enraged, clenched his fists and charged at Zhu Bufan. It was evident to all that he was the aggressor. Zhu Bufan was merely defending himself. He shouted to the onlookers around him. In an instant, Zhu Bufan sprang into action, his feet propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning, arriving before the crew-cut man in the blink of an eye. How dare you? Zhu Bufan roared, and without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap across the crew-cut man's face. Zhu Bufan refrained from using any internal power. Yet the force of his strike sent the man flying, crashing into the seats of the aircraft, several teeth shattered in the process. The sight left everyone around them utterly astounded. To propel a man weighing at least 130 pounds with such ease required an extraordinary amount of strength. How dare you strike me? The buzzcut man covered his mouth and struggled for a while before finally managing to rise, utterly astounded. Slap. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Bufan delivered another resounding slap, causing the buzzcut man to spin 3 times on the spot, stars dancing in his eyes. I hit you, what of it? Zhu Bufan sneered. You scoundrel. The buzzcut man staggered back to his feet, like an unyielding cockroach, his fists clenched as he swung at Zhu Bufan. However, Zhu Bufan effortlessly seized his arm and twisted it, eliciting a blood-curdling scream of agony from the man, who was drenched in cold sweat and howled like a slaughtered pig, ultimately losing consciousness. In that fleeting moment before he succumbed, he gritted his teeth and issued a threat. You wait. Once I disembark, I will ensure you lie lifeless in the streets. Zhu Bufan paid no heed to his menacing words, nonchalantly returning to his seat. An hour later, at the Luohong airport in Tianhai City, a disheveled man made his appearance. It feels wonderful to be back. Zhu Bufan spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply. It had been a long time since he had seen his parents. Yes, it's time to return home. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan exited Luohong airport. Upon leaving, he did not choose to return to his rented room. Instead, he hailed a taxi, heading straight for the bus station. Zhu Bufan's hometown was nestled in a small mountain village located in Gao'el County of Tianhai City. This quaint village was named Jijiakan. The village is named Jijiakan because nearly all of its inhabitants bear the surname Zhu. Of course, there are a few families with different surnames, who, it is said, took refuge here during times of hardship. The villagers of Jijiakan welcomed them, and thus, they settled in this place. However, among these outsiders, it is rumored that 1 or 2 families possess considerable influence, though the reason for their residence in this remote mountain village remains a mystery. Jijiakan is still relatively underdeveloped. The road leading to the village was completed only 5 years ago. Nevertheless, with the construction of this road, Jijiakan has undergone some transformation. The once earthen-walled houses have largely been replaced by modern brick and tile homes. Zhu Bufan's family is doing fairly well. Although Zhu Bufan has repeated his studies 3 times, costing his family a significant amount of money. His father, Zhu Bufan, through diligent labor and assisting others, has managed to build a small two-story house. While seated in a car, Zhu Bufan reminisces fondly about his mother's dumplings, craving the taste so much that he wishes he could fly back home immediately. Originally, when he received 300,000 from Chen Shiqing, he intended to send it all back to his family. However, he hesitated, realizing that such a sudden influx of wealth might shock his ordinary rural parents, who hold many traditional beliefs. If he were to become suddenly wealthy, it would undoubtedly lead them to worry and speculate. Thus, on that occasion, Zhu Bufan merely returned 10,000 yuan. "Mom, Dad, I miss you," he silently expressed to himself in the car. After approximately 3 hours of travel, Zhu Bufan finally arrived at Zhu family village. Stepping out of the vehicle, he took a deep breath. "This is the essence of my hometown. How wonderful." In the next moment, he hurriedly made his way towards his home. Upon reaching the quaint little villa, Zhu Bufan was taken aback by the number of people gathered outside. He noticed several familiar faces, including the village elders and some relatives, all gazing expectantly at the entrance. Could it be that they anticipated my return, and my parents are preparing a feast? Zhu Bufan mused joyfully to himself. "Uncle, Aunt, why are you all outside? Come in and sit." Naturally, Zhu Bufan greeted the familiar faces. "Xiaofan, you're back?" The elders, upon hearing their names being called, turned around in astonishment. Their expressions were filled with sheer shock. "Xiaofan, don't go inside. Hurry. Leave quickly and come back later." It seemed that the elder had encountered many situations in life, for he quickly regained his composure. However, the next moment, he unexpectedly grasped Zhu Bufan's arm and urged him with a sense of urgency. As Zhu Bufan observed his granduncle restraining him and urging him to leave in haste, he momentarily fell into a state of bewilderment. However, he quickly blurted out, "Granduncle, what is the matter? Why are you insisting that I leave immediately and return after a while?" "No, I've just come home. I need to stay here for a few days first." Yet, it did not take long for Zhu Bufan to sense that something was amiss. Could it be that an incident had occurred at home? In the next instant, he hesitated no longer. He sought to break free from his granduncle's grip and enter the house. Observing Zhu Bufan's determination to proceed inside, his granduncle tightened his hold, exclaiming, "You stubborn child, do you think I would wish you harm? Heed my advice and return to work. Come back home after some time." "Indeed, Xiaofan. Do hurry back to your duties. When you return later, your second aunt will have prepared delicious meals for you." At this moment, his third granduncle and second aunt echoed similar sentiments. Zhu Bufan, sensing an increasing urgency, realized that something significant had transpired at home, and it was evidently related to him. With this realization, Zhu Bufan's composure shattered. In the next heartbeat, he forcefully pried his granduncle's fingers away and readied himself to step into the house. "Oh, Bufan, you dare to return. Thus, it is rather convenient for me, as I no longer need to trouble your parents. Now that you have returned, I am relieved." However, just as Zhu Bufan reached the doorway, a mocking voice resonated. He then beheld 3 young men with yellow hair and a crew-cut leader standing in the bedroom to the right of his home. While Zhu Bufan did not recognize the 3 yellow-haired youths, he was familiar with the crew-cut young man, named Zhu Liang, who hailed from the same village. Zhu Liang's father was the village chief of Zhu family village, and he often wielded his father's influence to act tyrannically within the village. Nevertheless, Zhu Liang possessed a certain degree of capability. A few years prior, he single-handedly gathered the idle youths from Zhu family village and its neighboring hamlets, forming a local gang. Consequently, Zhu Liang's arrogance and dominance in Zhu family village escalated. He would extort protection fees, harass young women in the village, steal livestock from others, and even toss snakes into their homes. Anything that promised profit was fair game for him. Thus, it is safe to say that Zhu Liang was a bully in Zhu family village. At this moment, Zhu Bufan's parents found themselves cornered in their own bedroom. The 3 yellow-haired ruffians glared menacingly at them, seemingly poised to strike. Yet, standing defiantly in front of his parents was a young woman, Zhao Qian. As he gazed at the woman standing protectively before his parents, Zhu Bufan initially felt a moment of surprise, but gratitude soon flooded his heart. In the current predicament, had Zhao Qian not shielded his parents, the bully Zhu Liang might have perpetrated unspeakable acts. "Brother Bufan, I knew you would surely return," Zhao Qian exclaimed, her eyes alight with relief upon spotting Zhu Bufan at the doorway. She immediately approached him and affectionately linked her arm through his. "Let go of my Chanqian's hand. You worthless pig," or I shall swiftly break all 4 of your legs." Zhu Liang's countenance darkened at the sight of Zhao Qian clinging to Zhu Bufan's arm. "Fanner, why have you come back?" Sigh. At this moment, Zhu Bufan's father, Zhu Buchuan, wore an expression of deep resignation. Simultaneously, the worry etched on Zhu Bufan's mother's face intensified. "Fanner, you should not have returned." Zhu Buchuan's visage clouded with profound helplessness, while his mother remained at a loss for words, her concern growing more palpable. "What is happening?" Zhu Bufan inquired, seeking clarity. "What is happening?" "Haha, Bufan the pig, do you realize you have offended someone you cannot afford to cross? Therefore," Zhu Liang laughed mockingly, commanding his 3 underlings, "Seize Bufan the pig. This time, I shall reap a great fortune." In the next moment, he directed his henchmen to act. Upon hearing Zhu Liang's words, the 3 young men with yellow hair immediately revealed a menacing glint in their eyes, grasping their weapons as they turned towards Zhu Bufan. Witnessing this, Zhu Bufan's parents became frantic, ready to confront the trio of thugs. However, at that moment, Zhao Qian swiftly positioned herself in front of Zhu Bufan, exclaiming, "Zhu Liang, what are you planning to do? I warn you, if you dare to lay a finger on my brother Bufan today, I will not let this matter rest." With Zhao Qian's interruption, the 3 yellow-haired ruffians were momentarily at a loss. Zhao Qian, an outsider to the Zhu family village, nonetheless hailed from a lineage of considerable influence. It was once said that during her father's birthday celebration, the town's mayor personally attended the festivities at Zhu family village, and it was rumored that the county chief nearly came as well. However, it was reported that due to unforeseen circumstances, he was unable to appear. Yet he later took the initiative to deliver gifts and extend his apologies. This incident spread throughout Zhu family village and even reached neighboring villages. Despite being an outsider, Zhao Qian's family earned a reputation that commanded respect. Henceforth, no one dared to underestimate the Zhao family. In fact, the village chief would personally bring 2 bottles of fine wine to pay New Year's visits each year. It is said that the roads leading to Zhu family village were constructed largely due to Zhao Qian's family, illustrating the considerable influence her father wielded. Thus, even though Zhu Liang has managed to gather a group of idle youths from the surrounding villages and form a gang, and despite the fact that his father serves as the village chief, Zhu Liang still dares not openly confront the Zhao family. Moreover, Zhu Liang harbors feelings for Zhao Qian, which further restrains him from taking any rash actions. "Qian, why must you be like this? When I sought out the parents of Bufan Zhu, you mentioned that grievances have their origins and debts have their owners, advising me to speak directly to Zhu Bufan himself. Now that Zhu Bufan has returned, you obstruct me." As Zhao Qian stood defiantly in front of Zhu Bufan, a fleeting shadow of malice crossed Zhu Liang's face. In the next moment, he spoke to Zhao Qian with a tone of resignation. "I will not relent. You cannot lay a finger on my brother Bufan today." Unfortunately, Zhu Liang's sense of helplessness bore no weight in Zhao Qian's eyes, as she stood firmly before Zhu Bufan, hands on her hips, embodying the spirit of a fierce protector. Her stance conveyed a clear message. Anyone who dared to harm her brother Bufan would have to step over her dead body first. "You stubborn girl, hurry home. You spend all your time running around recklessly." However, just then, a middle-aged man entered, grasping Zhao Qian and pulling her towards the exit. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Zhao Qian protested as her father tugged her along. Clearly displeased, she quickly shook off his grip and retorted angrily, "What do you mean? What am I doing? You unruly child. You have been nothing but trouble, causing disturbances outside. If I hadn't come here today, who knows what kind of dire situation you would have created. Come, let us return home at once." However, Zhao Qian's father paid no heed to her anger, firmly grasping her and pulling her towards the exit. "I refuse to go back. I asked you to help brother Bufan and his family. If you choose not to assist, so be it, but now you attempt to stop me? I absolutely will not return." Unfortunately, Zhao Qian possessed considerable strength, managing to break free from her father's grip. In the next moment, she rushed to embrace Zhu Bufan, hiding behind him and calling out. Zhu Bufan's face flushed with embarrassment as Zhao Qian clung to him, yet he made no effort to push her away. After all, she was only trying to help him. Rejecting her would surely hurt her feelings. "You impudent girl, you're growing up and gaining independence, are you? Just wait. I shall teach you a lesson today." Seeing his daughter act so defiantly, Zhao Qian's father felt a surge of anger rising within him. He strode over to Zhu Bufan, raising his hand, poised to strike Zhao Qian across the face. However, as his hand was lifted, A glimmer of regret and helplessness flickered in his eyes. Uncle Zhao, is this really necessary? Although Qian can be a bit unruly at her core, she is genuinely kind-hearted and innocent. If you trust me, I can speak with her and ensure she returns home obediently. As Zhao Qian's father raised his hand, poised to strike her, Zhu Bufan swiftly grasped the elder's wrist, preventing the blow from landing. Initially taken aback by this sudden intervention, Zhao Qian's father ultimately relented. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiaofan, I have heard some whispers regarding your situation. I understand that young people can be impulsive, yet you must recognize the magnitude of the forces you are opposing. My abilities are limited, and I cannot offer assistance to your family. I implore you not to involve us in this matter. Father, what are you saying? If you want to help, then just don't. Why must you speak in such a manner? Zhao Qian retorted, her voice laced with defiance. It's all right, Uncle Zhao. This predicament is of my own making, and I shall bear the consequences myself. Rest assured, I will ensure that Qian returns home, without implicating your family, Zhu Bufan replied, his expression unwavering despite Zhao Qian's father's words. He understood that in the harsh reality of society, further discussion would yield no fruitful outcome. No, I refuse to go back, Zhao Qian exclaimed, panic rising as she grasped Zhu Bufan's intentions. Silence, you foolish girl. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Do you realize whom you are offending? Zhao Qian's father chastised her loudly. Humph! Zhao Qian scoffed in response. Qian, do you trust your brother Bufan? At this moment, Zhu Bufan chose not to respond to Zhao Qian's father, instead turning to Zhao Qian with earnest intent. Dear Qian, please do not say anything further. I shall not return home with my father. I intend to remain here today, and shall see if Zhu Liang dares to act recklessly. Qian, after months of our separation, do you truly doubt your brother, Zhu Bufan? Since childhood, the bond between Zhu Bufan and Zhao Qian has been remarkably close. Whether at school, tending to cattle, or gathering fodder, Zhao Qian has always clung to Zhu Bufan's side. Whenever she made a mistake or encountered trouble, she would invariably seek Zhu Bufan's assistance without delay. In turn, Zhu Bufan has always been there for Zhao Qian, helping her navigate through her predicaments. This unwavering support has fostered in Zhao Qian an immense trust and reliance on him. As long as Zhu Bufan is by her side, she feels no fear. She is also exceedingly obedient to his wishes. Wherever Zhu Bufan suggests, she follows without hesitation. Thus, Zhao Qian holds Zhu Bufan in the highest regard. However, the current situation has changed, for Zhu Liang is now the leader of a gang, a matter of grave concern, causing Zhao Qian to hesitate. Silly girl. Rest assured that your brother Zhu Bufan will handle this matter with care. You need only return home and wait for Uncle Zhao. Once I have resolved this issue completely, I shall come to play with you. Seeing Zhao Qian's uncertainty, Zhu Bufan reassured her once more. All right, brother Bufan, I trust you. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words once more, Zhao Qian initially furrowed her brow. However, after a brief moment, she took a deep breath and spoke directly. After Zhao Qian finished her words, she promptly exited the door of Zhu Bufan's residence. Xiaofan, today, thank you, Uncle Zhao. Zhao Qian's father, witnessing his daughter's departure, turned to Zhu Bufan and expressed his gratitude before following Zhao Qian out. Oh, Bufan, I never realized you possessed such spirit. Very well, considering your tenacity. As long as you come with me obediently today, I assure you I shall not lay a hand on you. Zhu Liang, relieved by Zhao Qian's departure, felt a weight lifted from his heart. He was quite familiar with Zhao Qian, and had she acted stubbornly, the plan to bring Zhu Bufan for accountability would surely have been thwarted. Nonetheless, with Zhao Qian now gone, Zhu Liang was immensely pleased. This time, after bringing Zhu Bufan to account, he could securely acquire hundreds of thousands of yuan. Just the thought of it made Zhu Liang uncontrollably excited. It was revealed that ever since Zhang Lingjing assisted Zhu Bufan in vanquishing the pursuing Tian Jintao and his 3 companions at Icefire Mountain, the Chen family had already commenced their plans against Zhu Bufan. Although Chen Shiqing, the debauched young master, was somewhat ineffectual within the Chen family, he remained, without a doubt, the legitimate son of the current head of the Chen family. Initially, the head of the Chen family had no intention of seeking vengeance against Zhu Bufan, for it seemed that Zhu Bufan was indeed a practitioner of the way. However, the predicament arose from the fact that the Chen family had but one son, Chen Shiqing. Thus, under the desperate pleas of Chen Shiqing, the family patriarch ultimately found himself compelled to instruct his subordinates to take action against Zhu Bufan. Just as they were about to execute their plan, Zhu Bufan vanished without a trace, inciting great ire among the members of the Chen family. Nevertheless, through subsequent investigation, it was discovered that Zhu Bufan hailed from Zhu family village. Consequently, the Qin family set out for this village. Despite their efforts, they were unable to locate Zhu Bufan. However, they encountered Zhu Liang. Upon further inquiry, the Qin family learned that Zhu Liang was a notorious local bully. Being unfamiliar with the rural landscape, the Qin family recognized the advantage of enlisting the help of the locals for their endeavors. Thus, they conspired with Zhu Liang and promised him a reward of 50,000 yuan if he could uncover Zhu Bufan's whereabouts. Naturally, Zhu Liang was more than willing to accept this proposition. From that point onward, Zhu Liang led a group to inquire about Zhu Bufan's whereabouts from his parents. Should they refuse to divulge information, he intended to resort to a measure of intimidation. However, to his astonishment, Zhao Qian unexpectedly appeared and intervened. Zhao Qian's intervention led her to frequently visit Zhu Bufan's home, and at times, she even stayed there. This situation began to trouble Zhu Liang, especially given the esteemed status of the Zhao family. Furthermore, Zhu Liang harbored a deep affection for Zhao Qian, leaving him momentarily at a loss for a suitable solution. However, the thought of the 50,000 yuan sparked an idea within him. He decided to enlist the Qin family to issue a warning to the Zhao family. To his surprise, this strategy proved effective. The individuals troubling Zhu Bufan were indeed formidable, to the extent that even the Zhao family held them in fear. Thus, the events of today unfolded. What astonished Zhu Liang even more was Zhu Bufan's unexpected return. It was a clear instance of effortless fortune. In that moment, Zhu Liang resolved to take Zhu Bufan directly to the Qin family, which could potentially yield even greater financial reward. As the Qin family had merely tasked him with locating Zhu Bufan, he thought to himself, "Hurry up, Bufan, will you choose to walk with me? Or shall I compel you to come along?" Zhu Liang gazed at Zhu Bufan, his heart racing with excitement. In his eyes, Zhu Bufan represented nothing short of wealth. Just then, Zhu Bufan's father, Zhu Buchuan, interjected, "Xiao Yang, we are from the same village. Why must you trouble my son? Rest assured, my son, today I will stand firm, even at the cost of my own frail body, to prevent them from taking you away. The misdeeds they have committed are well known in our community. If you accompany them, it is likely that trouble will ensue." As soon as Zhu Buchuan uttered these words, he positioned himself directly in front of Zhu Bufan. Witnessing this act, Zhu Bufan felt a profound sense of emotion. It is often said that parents would sacrifice anything for their children, and at this moment, Zhu Bufan truly comprehended that sentiment. However, the Zhu Bufan of today is no longer the same as before. "How dare you, old fool, take my kindness for granted?" Just then, one of the three yellow-haired individuals, seemingly unable to tolerate Zhu Buchuan any longer, wielded a weapon in his hand and prepared to strike Zhu Buchuan on the head. "Oh, what are you doing? Stop this at once." Seeing this unfold, Zhu Bufan's mother cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, Zhu Liang wore a mocking expression on his face. Instead of stopping his subordinate from committing violence, he appeared quite pleased, as if he believed Zhu Buchuan deserved a severe lesson. Just as the weapon was about to descend upon Zhu Buchuan's head, which would surely lead to dire consequences, a powerful hand suddenly seized the assailant's weapon. Bang! In the next moment, the sound of a collision against the wall reverberated. In the next instant, although the blood streaming from Zhu Buchuan's head went unnoticed, the sight of a certain yellow-haired youth, who was about to strike Zhu Buchuan, being sent crashing against the wall was impossible to overlook. What? A single kick sending someone hurtling against the wall? Is that even human? In the following moment, Zhu Buchuan's bleeding head remained unobserved, while the same yellow-haired youth, poised to attack, was launched against the wall by Zhu Bufan's kick, leaving him in a state of uncertainty regarding his fate. What? A single kick propelling a person to collide with the wall? Is that still human? While it is conceivable that some special forces might achieve such a feat, witnessing someone being kicked against the wall in such a manner was a first for them. Consequently, Zhu Liang and the two remaining yellow-haired youths were left in a state of shock. Naturally, Zhu Bufan's parents were equally astonished, gazing at their son with bewilderment, momentarily feeling as though they scarcely recognized him. In their memories, Zhu Bufan, despite his unfortunate academic fortunes, had always been a well-behaved and sensible child, never engaging in brawls. However, today, Zhu Bufan exhibited such prowess that it profoundly altered their perception. Yet, they also felt a sense of relief. With such formidable abilities, Zhu Bufan would no longer be subjected to bullying in the future. Indeed, Zhu Bufan's act of forcefully thrusting a particular young ruffian against the wall could be deemed as an act of mercy. Had it not been for the presence of his parents, the fate awaiting this yellow-haired youth would likely have been far more dire. After 2 months of cultivation at the entrance of Lingquan Cave, Zhu Bufan may not have experienced significant elevation in his realm, yet his physical prowess, explosive strength, and the force behind his kicks and punches have undergone a remarkable enhancement. It can be asserted that a mere punch from Zhu Bufan now possesses the capability to render an ordinary individual unconscious. Of course, this does not account for the utilization of spiritual energy, should he choose to harness it. An ordinary person could very well find themselves fatally struck by a single kick from him. Although Zhu Liang was taken aback by Zhu Bufan's display of strength, he quickly regained his composure, for he was the leader of a gang. Bufan, I never imagined you would become so formidable, with just one kick. You have incapacitated one of my subordinates. But what does that matter? We still have at least 3 men on our side, while you are alone. Are you planning to enlist your parents in this confrontation? I advise you to be wise, or I shall ensure you regret it. Upon hearing their leader's words, the 2 yellow-haired ruffians also snapped back to reality and immediately directed their threats towards Zhu Bufan. Indeed, kid, if you know what is good for you, come along with us. Otherwise, we might just target your parents first. Despite their blusterous words, the 2 yellow-haired thugs displayed a marked restraint in their demeanor and actions compared to earlier. It seems that Zhu Bufan's recent actions have indeed left a profound impression on them. Oh, is that so? Initially, upon hearing Zhu Liang's words, Zhu Bufan had intended to follow them directly, as he had previously asserted that the troubles he created must be resolved by himself. Unfortunately, these 2 blonde ruffians brazenly threatened to target Zhu Bufan's parents first. At that moment, Zhu Bufan was genuinely enraged. What does it mean to involve one's family in misfortune? How dare you speak of harming my parents in my presence? Are you courting death? Thus, in the next instant, Zhu Bufan's gaze turned icy, and he immediately took action. He raised his fists and struck out at the 2 ruffians with precision. In the blink of an eye, before they could even react, anguished cries escaped their lips. Astonishingly, both of the ruffians found one of their legs brutally broken. This was utterly unbelievable. It defied comprehension. They had merely witnessed Zhu Bufan flailing his fists in the air, yet somehow, each of their subordinates had suffered a broken leg. Zhu Liang could scarcely fathom the scene before him. However, Zhu Bufan had assaulted his subordinates right in front of Zhu Liang, and this was the second instance. Therefore, could Zhu Liang possibly swallow this indignity? Even if he could, he would lose face and no longer be able to assert his authority in front of his own subordinates. Thus, in the next moment, Zhu Liang bellowed at Zhu Bufan, Bufan Zhu, what on earth have you done? Do you realize that you are courting death? Do you have any idea how many members my Zhu family gang possesses? I must inform you that my Zhu family has a formidable reputation spanning 200. However, before Zhu Liang could finish his vehement outburst, Zhu Bufan had already struck again. With a resounding slap, he delivered a blow to Zhu Liang's face. Why you dare to hit me? Stunned by the force of Zhu Bufan's strike, Zhu Liang covered the half of his face that had been smacked, gazing at Zhu Bufan in utter disbelief. Why would I not? Zhu Bufan replied, a cold smirk playing on his lips. In the next moment, another slap echoed through the air, landing squarely on Zhu Liang's face. This time, Zhu Bufan struck with such force that blood erupted from the corner of Zhu Liang's mouth. Why you? Zhu Bufan, I will make you pay. I will ensure your parents accompany you to the grave. The sound of slaps continued to ring out. Slap, slap, slap. Zhu Liang had initially believed that his rage would compel Zhu Bufan to recognize his grave error and beg for mercy, but to his dismay, Zhu Bufan not only refused to kneel but escalated the assault instead. A relentless barrage of slaps resounded against Zhu Liang's face, swiftly transforming it into a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. Zhu Bufan, I beseech you, please cease your assault. I implore you. If you strike me again, my visage shall be utterly ruined. At this moment, Zhu Liang was thoroughly terrified. This was no longer the Zhu Bufan he once knew, but rather a veritable demon, a demon that reveled in delivering slaps. As Zhu Liang's face became a canvas of flowing blood, Zhu Bufan ultimately relented. Zhu Liang, he declared, I shall spare you today. But should you ever show disrespect toward my parents again, do not blame me for taking your life next time. Having ceased his slapping, Zhu Bufan fixed Zhu Liang with a murderous glare. Truth be told, he had been inclined toward lethal intent. Had it not been for their shared upbringing in the same village, he would have likely snapped Zhu Liang's neck instead of merely slapping him. In essence, while Zhu Bufan could endure an affront to himself, any disrespect directed at his parents was utterly intolerable. Why yes, Zhu Liang stammered, nodding vigorously in response to Zhu Bufan and Appo's warning. Take your companions and leave. With a deep breath, Zhu Bufan bellowed at the compliant Zhu Liang. At that moment, Zhu Liang dared not linger any longer. In the next instant, he fled with his 3 lackeys in tow. Wait, however, before Zhu Liang could escape through the door, Zhu Bufan's voice echoed once more. What is it? Upon hearing this, Zhu Liang trembled, his body quaking, and his 2 henchmen, one of whom had a broken leg, shuddered as well. You must return and inform the Chen family that I, Zhu Bufan, shall personally visit them in a couple of days. Very well, I shall certainly convey your message. After Zhu Liang, along with the 2 limping youths with yellow hair and another unconscious one, supported each other and departed, Zhu Bufan's parents gazed at him with a look of unrecognition. Son, how have you transformed? Zhu Bufan's father, Zhu Buchuan, began to speak. However, he ultimately refrained from uttering the words, "We do not recognize you." Instead, he expressed, "Son, why do you seem as if your father and I have never seen you before?" Although Zhu Buchuan did not articulate it, Zhu Bufan's mother boldly stated what was on her mind. "Oh, come on, Mom and Dad, that's not true. I merely enrolled in a martial arts class while working outside recently. I had intended to inform you, but I feared you would accuse me of squandering money, which is why I kept it to myself." Noticing the profound confusion etched on his parents' faces, Zhu Bufan recited the lines he had prepared. A martial arts class? Upon hearing this, Zhu Bufan's parents were taken aback in unison. However, Zhu Buchuan quickly responded, "Indeed, a martial arts class is excellent. It not only strengthens the body, but also serves to protect the homeland." Good, good, good. Yet, immediately after, a look of concern washed over Zhu Buchuan's face. "Son, have you gotten involved with someone we cannot afford to offend?" At the same time, Zhu Bufan's mother glanced over. "Mom, Dad, it's nothing to worry about. You know I work in sales, right? Sometimes, the products we sell may have issues. Just recently, I sold a malfunctioning machine to someone, and they came to find me. I suppose they couldn't locate me initially, so they asked Zhu Liang to track me down. Please don't overthink it. Mom, I'm quite hungry. Could you please prepare something to eat?" Noticing his parents' concerned gazes, Zhu Bufan remained composed and recited the explanation he had already devised in his mind. Upon hearing his words, the elderly couple felt somewhat reassured, though their worry lingered. "Son, if that's the case, does it mean there will be financial repercussions? Just wait here. I'll go get something. If you sold a faulty item, we must handle it appropriately. We cannot act like fraudsters," Zhu Bufan's father, Zhu Buchuan, asserted as he began to head towards another room. "Yes, your father is correct. We must conduct ourselves honestly. Dad, Mom, rest assured. The items I sold do not belong to me, but to the company. Therefore, any losses incurred should be covered by the company, so you need not worry. Mother, I am truly famished. Your son returned home to save some money, and I haven't even had lunch." Observing that his father was about to fetch some money, Zhu Bufan immediately seized his father's arm and remarked, "My child, when I advise you to economize, it does not entail skipping meals. Very well, I shall prepare something for you right away." Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, his mother quickly expressed her discontent before promptly heading to the kitchen. Zhu Bufan remained at home for merely 2 days, yet during that time, he did not remain idle. To ensure that he would no longer be disturbed in the future, Zhu Bufan decided to confront Zhu Liang once more. Zhu Liang was a local bully, and it was uncertain when he might cause trouble again. Hence, Zhu Bufan felt that the previous lesson imparted to Zhu Liang had not been sufficiently impactful, prompting him to seek Zhu Liang out again. This time, in order to deliver a resounding warning, Zhu Bufan brazenly killed one of Zhu Liang's subordinates right before his eyes. Moreover, this act was executed so stealthily that it went unnoticed. To take a life without anyone realizing it left an indelible mark on Zhu Liang's memory. Before him, one of his own had perished. If it was not Zhu Bufan, then who could it possibly be? Consequently, Zhu Liang stood there, utterly stunned and bewildered. Observing Zhu Liang's dazed expression, Zhu Bufan was certain that this time he had indeed instilled a profound memory within Zhu Liang. Even if Zhu Liang were to contemplate causing trouble again in the future, he would need to weigh his options carefully. After all, Zhu Bufan's act of killing Zhu Liang could be executed with utmost stealth, leaving no trace behind. In addition to this matter, Zhu Bufan had also commissioned the construction of a house specifically for himself. Currently, he possessed nearly 7 million in savings. Although his family's residence was indeed a brick-and-tile structure, it was regrettably too small and had yet to undergo any renovations. Thus, Zhu Bufan planned to build a small villa. His parents had toiled for half a lifetime, and it was high time they enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Simultaneously, Zhu Bufan had his own aspirations. He intended to cultivate in Zhu family village from now on, allowing him to accompany his parents while practicing. This was indeed a significant joy in life. Thus, Zhu Bufan was resolute in his plan. Although he was uncertain about how far he could progress on the path of immortality, he believed in the importance of cherishing familial bonds while he still could. Otherwise, regrets would come too late after death. 2 days later, when matters were nearly settled, Zhu Bufan departed from home and boarded a bus back to Tianhai City. This time, he aimed to decisively resolve the issues concerning the Chun family and subsequently terminate the lease on the apartment he had rented with Lu Yanran. After approximately 3.5 hours, Zhu Bufan arrived at the entrance of the rented apartment. Standing before the door, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. This room is filled with the poignant memories of Zhu Bufan's heartache. Although he and Chen Bixiao were together for only a fleeting few months, Zhu Bufan devoted himself wholeheartedly during that time. The past is eternally the past, yet from this moment forward, I, Zhu Bufan, shall indeed be extraordinary. He sighed and then retrieved his keys to unlock the door. Regarding Chen Bixiao, he harbored no resentment. Such is the nature of reality. A woman possesses the right to choose what she deems happiness. Upon opening the door, Zhu Bufan was taken aback to find that Lu Yanran was absent, just as she had been when he last departed. Had she moved away? Confusion washed over him, yet a glance around the room convinced him that she had not. If she is not here now, I shall wait for her until evening, he murmured to himself as he stepped into his bedroom. To his astonishment, the room was remarkably clean. He had expected his bedroom to be in disarray, thick with dust, given that he had been away for over 3 months. However, at this moment, his space was immaculate, devoid of any speck of dust. Zhu Bufan was genuinely surprised. It was astonishing that after such a lengthy absence, the room remained so tidy. This is quite fortunate, as it spares me the effort of cleaning. Although he felt a tinge of gratitude, he surveyed the room and nodded in approval. Having made up his mind, Zhu Bufan would not procrastinate. In the next moment, he began to gather the remaining items in his possession. He opened the wardrobe, retrieved the clothes within, and prepared to stow them into his tattered suitcase. Just then, a chill breeze swept directly against his back. After a mere 0.0001 seconds of reaction, Zhu Bufan instinctively struck out. In the next instant, a resounding bang echoed through the room. Following that, the bedroom door was violently slammed, producing a loud clang. Who are you? After delivering a punch, Zhu Bufan finally discerned the identity of the assailant behind him. It was a woman clad in a white shirt and blue jeans, her long hair cascading elegantly, her face strikingly beautiful, and her figure exceptionally alluring. This woman possessed the makings of a stunning beauty, yet at that moment, she appeared quite disheveled. Just moments ago, she had intended to incapacitate the thief Zhu Bufan with a swift kick, but to her astonishment, not only had she failed to subdue him, but she had also been forcefully pushed back several steps by his punch, colliding with the door, which then emitted a loud crash. At this moment, Lu Yanfei felt her temper boiling over. When had she ever been treated in such a manner? And by an alleged thief no less. Thus, there was no way Lu Yanfei would entertain any further conversation with Zhu Bufan. In the next moment, Lu Yanfei straightened up from the doorway, and the following instant, she delivered a sweeping kick directly aimed at Zhu Bufan. Zhu Bufan found himself at a loss for words, simultaneously engulfed in confusion. Why was this woman exhibiting such a volatile temperament? Moreover, what brought her here? However, at that moment, Zhu Bufan did not possess the luxury of time to ponder these two inquiries. As Lu Yanfei's sweeping kick approached, he swiftly raised his right hand and effortlessly deflected it. In the next heartbeat, a resounding thud echoed through the air as Lu Yanfei's attack was easily thwarted by Zhu Bufan. Zhu Bufan had so readily neutralized her sweeping kick, leaving Lu Yanfei's face awash with astonishment. How could this thief be so formidable? Who had her sister offended? Hey, beautiful, who exactly are you? Do I bear you any animosity? Zhu Bufan inquired as he noticed Lu Yanfei frozen in place, no longer making any aggressive moves. Who are you? What are you doing in my sister's house? Speak up. Are you a thief? Lu Yanfei's gaze was icy, fixed intently on Zhu Bufan, her demeanor akin to that of a vigilant guard. Your sister? Zhu Bufan was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, he scrutinized the unexpected woman before him and discerned a resemblance to Lu Yinran. Ahem, well, beautiful. You've misunderstood. I am not a thief. I am the one who shares the rental with your sister. I trust she must have mentioned me. My name is Zhu Bufan. As Zhu Bufan observed Lu Yanfei's cold, watchful gaze, he realized she had undoubtedly mistaken him for a thief. Otherwise, her demeanor would not have been so. In that instant, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. After a 3-month absence, he had not anticipated returning to find himself labeled a burglar. How novel. However, the next moment plunged Zhu Bufan into an even deeper embarrassment, prompting an urge to flee. Ah, so you are Brother Zhu, Lu Yanfei exclaimed. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. I thought we had an intruder when I saw you rummaging through the cabinet. As she spoke, Lu Yanfei swiftly approached and grasped Zhu Bufan's arm. Brother Zhu, do you know how much I admire you? My sister has shared so many stories about you. Coughing slightly, Zhu Bufan felt increasingly uncomfortable with her grip and was about to free himself from her hold. Yet before he could, Lu Yanfei exclaimed, Oh, Brother Zhu, have you not eaten yet? Wait here, I shall prepare something for you. With that, she released his arm and promptly made her way to the kitchen. Cough. Dear sister, I have already eaten, so there's no need. Zhu Bufan stammered, taken aback by Lu Yanfei's sudden shift in demeanor. How could the icy demeanor transform so swiftly into such charming playfulness? Oh, is that so? Oh, no. Brother Zhu, do you dislike the meals prepared by Sister Yanfei? Is that so? Boo-hoo. Brother Zhu, let me tell you, my cooking is indeed delightful. So please do not turn your nose up at it, all right? Speaking of which, Lu Yanfei does possess a dual nature when she engages in combat. She transforms into a ruthless killing machine, yet in moments of peace, she embodies a playful and gentle little girl. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Yanfei was sent abroad at a tender age. Witnessing her sorrowful tears over this matter made Zhu Bufan's heart clench. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Zhu Bufan reluctantly allowed Lu Yanfei to prepare meals for him. It must be said that Lu Yanfei indeed possesses culinary skills. Her dishes were quite delectable. Around 7 in the evening, Lu Yanran finally returned home. Upon seeing her, Zhu Bufan promptly approached Lu Yanran to convey his intentions. After sharing his thoughts, he noticed Lu Yanfei emerging from the bedroom, and in that instant, Zhu Bufan disregarded Lu Yanran's feelings, hastily dragging his already packed suitcase and exiting the room. Watching Zhu Bufan flee, Lu Yanran was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that the man she had longed for over the past 3 months, upon his return, would declare his intention to leave Tianhai City and no longer remain in this place. Originally, Lu Yanran intended to inquire about the reasons behind the circumstances, but regrettably, Zhu Bufan did not afford her even a moment's opportunity to speak. Gazing at the grand door, Lu Yanran's expression abruptly turned icy. Heh, Zhu Bufan, do I truly hold so little significance in your eyes? Zhu Bufan, I loathe you. In truth, it is unfair to blame Zhu Bufan for denying Lu Yanran a chance to express herself. Primarily, he could not tolerate the duality of Lu Yanfei's character. Consequently, this led to an extended period of discord between Lu Yanran and Zhu Bufan. After departing, Zhu Bufan immediately retrieved his phone to contact the chief of the police station, Niu Yishou. The reason for reaching out to Niu Yishou was that Zhu Bufan was unaware of the specific location of the Qin family, and he sought to obtain that information from him. Of course, Zhu Bufan had already established contact with Niu Yishou. The current call was merely to request the necessary details. At this moment, Zhu Bufan was seated in a somewhat secluded corner of the Xingyue bar, his suitcase resting at his feet. After savoring a glass of beer, he grew increasingly frustrated at Niu Yishou's absence. He had asked for the precise location of a family, expecting a straightforward message to be sent to his phone once the information was found. Yet, here he was, left waiting in the bar, perplexed by Niu Yishou's intentions. Zhu Bufan awaited the arrival of Niu Yishou, while at a diagonal position from him, 3 buzz-cut youths were coldly fixated on Zhu Bufan. To be precise, their attention was directed at the suitcase resting by his feet. It was rather unusual for someone to bring a suitcase to a bar, and such rarity often conceals a hidden secret. It likely contained a substantial sum of cash. Thus, Zhu Bufan found himself under scrutiny. Brother, should we act now? Inquired one of the buzz-cut youths. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he was met with a resounding slap. What are you thinking? Are you out of your mind? Another youth retorted angrily. Not only does brother who's bar have surveillance cameras, but taking action on his turf is tantamount to courting death. Yes, yes, brother, I was wrong. The chastised youth quickly recognized his folly upon hearing his brother's words. And in the next moment, he timidly asked, then, brother, what should we do? We can't just let this go, can we? With a look of regret, the youth gazed at his leader. It would be such a pity to let such a prime target slip away just like that. However, before he could fully express his regret, another slap landed on his head. Are you foolish? When did I say I would let you go? If we are to take action, it should only be after he leaves the bar. Do you understand? Yes, yes, boss, I understand. The buzzcut youth, on the verge of tears from yet another beating, was nearly in despair, while the other buzzcut youth chuckled in amusement. Zhu Bufan had long since noticed these three buzzcut youths. From the moment he stepped into the Xingyue bar with his suitcase, he observed the curious and perplexed expressions on the faces of the others, in stark contrast to the overt joy and blatant greed displayed by these three. It seemed that they had likely encountered similar situations before. As for Zhu Bufan, he had no intention of initiating conflict with them at that moment. His primary objective for being there was to extract the specific location of the Chun family from Niu Yishou, hence the only course of action was to wait. Approximately an hour later, around 9:30 in the evening, Niu Yishou, the chief of police, finally arrived at the Xingyue bar. At that moment, he donned a black hat and a long black coat. As soon as he entered, he sat directly opposite Zhu Bufan. Observing Niu Yishou's attire, Zhu Bufan had initially intended to give him a proper lesson, but at that moment, he found himself suppressing a smile. Observing the attire of the individual opposite him, Zhu Bufan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. I merely requested the specific location of the Chen family, yet you seem to treat this as a clandestine meeting. Of course. Zhu Bufan felt quite speechless. Apologies, Officer Zhu, I was caught in traffic and arrived late, Niu Yishou said apologetically as he took a seat. In the next moment, he handed over a note. Officer Zhu, here is what you requested. Zhu Bufan did not immediately reach for the note Niu Yishou offered. Instead, he gazed intently at him. An address could simply have been sent to my phone via text. Your choice to meet in person suggests you have other matters to discuss. Speak freely, Director Niu. What is it that you require? Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, Niu Yishou's expression turned slightly awkward. Moments later, he began, Officer Zhu is indeed no ordinary person. Nothing escapes your keen perception. My purpose for this meeting, besides delivering what you requested, is to make a rather unusual request. Very well, Zhu Bufan nodded, allowing Niu Yishou to continue without interruption. You see, Officer Zhu, my family member has been frail since childhood, prone to illness at the slightest oversight. Recently, I fortuitously encountered a wise individual who revealed that her ailment stemmed from an inherent coldness within her body. To prevent future illnesses, it is imperative that she wears a talisman imbued with extreme yang energy. It just so happens that I have learned about an upcoming artifact exchange meeting in a month. I wish to assist my wife in acquiring a potent yang artifact, but my knowledge of such artifacts is limited. Therefore, I would like to request the esteemed Officer Zhu to accompany me and assist in selecting this potent yang artifact, whether it be a jade pendant or a piece of jewelry. I wonder if Officer Zhu would be so kind as to lend a hand. Niu Yishou spoke with utmost sincerity. Ah, is that so? I truly feel delighted for your wife. It is indeed a blessing for her to have you as her husband. However, Director Niu, what makes you so certain that I possess knowledge of artifacts? Upon hearing Niu Yishou's explanation, Zhu Bufan did not immediately express his thoughts, but instead chuckled and inquired. Officer Zhu, please do not overthink it. The reason I believe you are knowledgeable about artifacts is that those who can enter the Hidden Dragon group are generally practitioners of the Tao. It is only natural for such practitioners to understand artifacts. Oh, I see. Zhu Bufan still refrained from making a statement and instead picked up a piece of paper to examine it. Upon reading, he was rendered speechless. The note not only contained the specific location of the Chen family, but also detailed the division of their members' strengths. Of course, there was also a check tucked within. It appears that Director Niu has made quite thorough preparations for his wife. Zhu Bufan remarked with a smile. Indeed, I find myself with no other options. Otherwise, I would not have the audacity to seek your help, Officer Zhu. Niu Yishou's expression bore a hint of bitterness. Very well. Since Director Niu has shown such sincerity, what reason do I, Zhu Bufan, have to delay any further? Zhu Bufan readily consented to the arrangement. instructing Director Nyo to contact him directly via phone at the appropriate time. All right, Zhu Commander, I shall express my gratitude to you on behalf of my family. Nyo Isho replied with a chuckle. No need for such formality, Director Nyo, Zhu Bufan said, taking a sip of beer before stowing the note and check into his bag. Ah, it's nothing, Zhu Commander. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. My family awaits my return. Apologies for the inconvenience. Certainly. There is no problem. You may head back, Zhu Bufan responded. After Nyo Isho departed, Zhu Bufan did not rush to leave. He was not one to squander time frivolously. Thus, he resolutely remained seated, finishing the bottles of wine he had ordered before contemplating his exit. As he prepared to leave, Zhu Bufan made a deliberate gesture to ensure that the three crew-cut individuals could follow him without hindrance. He opened his leather suitcase and nonchalantly retrieved a stack of money. With a swift motion, he brandished it before tucking it into his pocket. This stack amounted to 5,000 yuan, originally intended as compensation for Lu Yanran. After all, his abrupt decision to terminate their rental arrangement left her in a predicament, as she would now have to seek alternative housemates. In a spirit of humanitarianism, Zhu Bufan intended to provide Lu Yanran with a buffer period, offering her 5,000 yuan, as he found himself in a position of financial comfort. Unexpectedly, Lu Yanran had a sister emerge from nowhere, and this sister possessed a rather dual personality, leaving Zhu Bufan in a state of bemused disbelief, ultimately causing him to forget the entire incident. Thus, the 5,000 yuan found its way into the suitcase. Consequently, Zhu Bufan was emboldened to engage in actions that would entice the three buzzcut youths. After executing this maneuver, he promptly dragged the suitcase away from the bar. Boss, you truly are remarkable, one of the buzzcut youths exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Zhu Bufan casually produce a stack of money. I initially assumed that, given his shabby appearance, the suitcase contained nothing of value, but it appears he indeed possesses a fortune. Delighted by his subordinate's praise, the leading buzzcut youth beamed with pride. Boss, he's leaving. Let an Oppos follow him. Yes, boss. Haha, tonight, we shall reap a windfall. After departing from Junhua Bar, Zhu Bufan strolled leisurely down the street, while the three buzzcut youths cautiously trailed behind him. Lowering his gaze, Zhu Bufan caught sight of the three shadows following him, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. In the next moment, he confidently made his way into a dimly lit alleyway. Brother Hu and his two companions have set their sights on a new prey. At that moment, in a private room of the Junhua Bar, a young man resembling a lackey spoke to a man seated nearby, indulging in a cigar. Beside this man was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Oh, is that so? Those three rascals obtained a substantial sum from me last time, yet they showed no respect. This time, the cigar-smoking man flicked the ash from his cigar, his expression shifting. Guapi, summon 5 of my brothers. Understood, Brother Hu. As Zhu Bufan entered a dimly lit alley, he immediately clutched his suitcase tightly to his chest, feigning great fear. In the next moment, he dashed deeper into the alley. Observing Zhu Bufan attempting to flee, the three buzzcut youths exchanged sly smiles before swiftly pursuing him. Upon catching up, they promptly blocked the exit of the alley. Hey there, why are you running with that suitcase? The leader of the trio grinned maliciously as they sealed off the exit. Who are you? Why are you following me? As the three buzzcut youths obstructed the alley and Oppos' exit, Zhu Bufan realized they had taken the bait. However, Zhu Bufan sought to toy with these individuals, promptly adopting a facade of profound fear, clutching his box even tighter. I must inform you, he warned, that you ought not to covet the riches within my box. Otherwise, I shall summon assistance. Haha, big brother. It turns out this fellow is a wealthy fool. One of the buzzcut youths erupted into laughter upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words. Fool. The leader of the trio was taken aback for a moment, yet he soon joined in the laughter. After all, if Zhu Bufan were not a fool, why would he venture into such a dimly lit dead-end alley, and to declare that no one should covet the contents of his box? Clearly, this lad was indeed a simpleton. Given that he was a fool, and moreover, a wealthy one at that, the leader's mind immediately sparked with mischief. Hey there, young man. Do not be afraid. Rest assured, we are not here to lay claim to the riches within your box. We merely wish to ascertain just how much wealth you possess. Ah, so you are following me merely to see how much money is in my box. You should have mentioned it earlier. You gave me quite a fright. I thought you intended to rob me. Haha, young man, you jest. We are all good people here. Do you truly believe that good people would rob you of your wealth? Indeed, that is true. A good person would never steal money from my box, Zhu Bufan said, with a foolish expression. At that moment, the two buzz-cut lackeys, overhearing the exchange between their leader and Zhu Bufan, found themselves utterly bewildered. Weren't we here to rob him? Why is it suddenly about how much money he has in his box? However, one of the buzz-cut lackeys soon grasped the situation. It appeared that the boss intended to play a trick on this simpleton. Consequently, he quickly chimed in. Indeed, little brother. My elder brother is correct. We are all good people, and good people do not steal your money. Now, as good people, we wish to see just how much money you have in your box. Shouldn't you show it to us? One lackey understood the jest, but the other remained confused. Thus, in the next moment, the bewildered lackey exclaimed, Boss, ergo, what are you two doing? Weren't we here to rob? Fawzi, shut your mouth. If you utter another word, I shall not share a single coin with you this time. Observing that his subordinate was about to ruin their scheme, the buzz-cut leader swiftly reprimanded the remaining lackey. At this, the reprimanded lackey's face turned an ashen shade. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. We clearly came here to rob, so why are we concerned with how much he has? Have I said anything wrong? Why are you yelling at me, boss? Observing his subordinate fall silent, the crew-cut leader exhaled a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he addressed Zhu Bufan, saying, Brother, look at us. We are all good people. Come, show me your box. I wonder how much money is inside. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing these words, Zhu Bufan initially displayed a contemplative expression, as if genuinely pondering the implications of what the crew-cut youth had just asserted. Consequently, a glimmer of arrogance flickered in the eyes of the crew-cut leader. All right, come and take it, he added. Noticing the slight arrogance in the leader's gaze, Zhu Bufan's lips curled into a subtle smirk, and his tone shifted to one of coldness. Perceiving this chill in Zhu Bufan's demeanor, the crew-cut youth was momentarily taken aback, and a hint of wariness arose within him. However, when Zhu Bufan unhesitatingly extended the suitcase, that wariness vanished without a trace. In the next moment, the crew-cut leader stepped forward, instinctively reaching out to grasp the suitcase. Just as he was about to claim it, a look of excitement illuminated his face. Regrettably, at that very instant, his hand grasped nothing but air. Moreover, not only did he grasp at thin air, but he was also met with a colossal fist. Bang! Ouch! Two distinct sounds echoed in succession. In the next moment, the leading young man with a buzz cut immediately covered his right eye with his hand. Struck in the eye, he wore an expression of utter astonishment. You dare to hit me? You are not an idiot. He chuckled, an idiot? Upon hearing the buzz-cut leader's inquiry, Zhu Bufan merely chuckled in response. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Bufan delivered another punch to the leader's left eye. Bang! Instantly, both of the leader's eyes swelled, resembling those of a panda. Damn it, how dare you strike my eyes? Ouch! I will make you pay for this. Within moments, his two eyes had been ruthlessly damaged by Zhu Bufan, and the leader was immediately engulfed in rage, hurling threats at Zhu Bufan. After his outburst, he turned to his two subordinates, exclaiming, What the hell are you doing? Are you just watching? Get over here. Yes. At that moment, the two buzz-cut subordinates finally snapped back to reality. They had never anticipated that Zhu Bufan would dare to strike their leader, and to do so by hitting both eyes was simply outrageous. Consequently, the two subordinates were momentarily stunned, rolling up their sleeves and clenching their fists. The two regained their composure and charged towards Zhu Bufan. This situation is utterly aimed at seeking Zhu Bufan's demise. Damn it, everyone, just stop right now. However, at that moment, a voice, both arrogant and infused with anger, rang out. What the hell? Whose dog is this that isn't leashed? Upon hearing this, the leading young man with a buzz cut immediately felt an additional surge of fury. Having already been struck in the eyes twice by Zhu Bufan, he was already seething. But now, someone dared to impede his quest for vengeance. How could he not be infuriated? Thus, he turned around, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Unfortunately, upon turning, he was left dumbfounded. Ah, Tiger Brother, it is you. My apologies, I was speaking rather loudly. I hope I didn't startle you. The moment the newcomer was recognized as Tiger Brother, the man known as Rat instantly cowered. Well, Rat, you've become quite bold in these past few days. Tiger Brother remarked. Ah, Tiger Brother, you flatter me. I merely did not realize it was you, which is why I spoke so loudly. Had I known it was you, even 100 of my bravado would not have allowed me to speak so disrespectfully. Rest assured, should I dare to speak to you in such a manner again, I would certainly meet a dreadful fate. In comparison to Tiger Brother, Rat was truly like his namesake, merely a small rodent. Once his words were spoken, he looked at Tiger Brother with a submissive demeanor. The rat believed that someone of Brother Tiger's stature would not be preoccupied with such trivial matters. Therefore, after speaking, the rat felt no concern. Unfortunately, the reality proved otherwise. At that moment, Brother Tiger bellowed, "Next time?" In the next instant, he delivered a swift kick directly to the rat's body. "Damn it, next time. The one thing I despise most in my life is next time." The rat was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone like Brother Tiger would take this matter to heart. However, this was not the time for dwelling on the issue. In the following moment, the rat quickly scrambled to his feet, and the next moment, he found himself standing before Brother Tiger, dropping to his knees with a thud. "Brother Tiger, I was wrong. I apologize, it is all my fault. I beg you to spare me this once, please. Brother Tiger, please have mercy on our elder brother. It was unintentional." At this juncture, the two younger brothers also knelt down. "So you are the rat? Fine. Considering your sincerity, I shall temporarily overlook your transgression. However, you have indeed offended me. I have heard that today you encountered a plump lamb, and coincidentally, I am in need of funds. Therefore, how about you relinquish your lamb to me?" "Relinquish it?" Upon hearing this, the rat's face turned pale. Initially bewildered by Brother Tiger's anger over such a minor issue, he now realized that Brother Tiger had set his sights on his lamb. The rat's heart burned with indignation. Yet, in the presence of a formidable figure like Brother Tiger, was there any point to his anger? "Very well, Brother Tiger, since you hold my possessions in such high regard, how could I possibly refuse you? This plump lamb, I shall offer it to you." "Ha. Thank you, my friend. Ha. A plump lamb? To think that one would consider me a mere sheep for slaughter." The corners of Zhu Bufan's mouth twitched in irritation. At once, Zhu Bufan's temper flared. "Hey, have you all come to a consensus? If so, then let us act together. I would rather not squander my precious time." Zhu Bufan's demeanor was decidedly impatient. "Have you reached an agreement? An agreement to act together? How audacious. Indeed, it takes a certain bravado to speak in such a manner. Initially, I believed this lamb was merely awaiting its fate. Yet, to my surprise, it possesses quite the spirit. This time, Brother Tiger has misjudged the situation. How dare you speak to us in such a manner, you fool?" Upon witnessing Zhu Bufan's boldness towards Yang Hu, one of the younger men accompanying Yang Hu stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Zhu Bufan. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged at Zhu Bufan with a punch aimed directly at his head. "One man, is it? Huh. I specifically called for you to join together, yet you choose to rush in alone to prove your loyalty. Very well, I shall oblige you." With this underling making his move, Zhu Bufan remained utterly unconcerned, casually remarking. Zhu Bufan's nonchalance only served to incite the indignation of Yang Hu's followers, who felt he was looking down upon them. In an instant, they felt as though their faces had been slapped repeatedly. "Shunzi, take him down." "Yes, Shunzi, finish him off. Damn it, this kid is too arrogant." Thus, in a fleeting moment, several of Yang Hu and Appo's subordinates began to hurl insults. However, Zhu Bufan paid little heed to their jeers. At that moment, when Shunzi swung a punch, Zhu Bufan retaliated. As Zhu Bufan made his move, three distinct sounds echoed: bang, crack, Allah. Once the cacophony subsided, it became evident that Shunzi had not only failed to incapacitate Zhu Bufan, but had instead collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. This left Yang Hu and his cohorts utterly dumbfounded. Despite Shunzi's considerable strength, he had been effortlessly brought down by Zhu Bufan with a single strike. "I say, are you all going to come at me one by one, or will you charge in together?" After subduing one of Yang Hu's subordinates, Zhu Bufan refrained from further aggression. He simply clapped his hands and, with an air of nonchalance, smiled. "You reckless fool, I shall make you regret your arrogance." Observing Zhu Bufan's unabashed bravado, another of Yang Hu's subordinates stepped forward, prepared to strike. "Xiao Wu, wait." At that moment, however, Yang Hu interjected. "What is it, Huli?" Upon hearing his superior Yang Hu speak, Xiao Wu ultimately refrained from immediately attacking Zhu Bufan. Instead, he turned respectfully towards Yang Hu and said, "You are no match for him. Step back. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands." Yang Hu and Appo's expression remained utterly inscrutable. Just moments ago, when Zhu Bufan made his move, Yang Hu had already discerned that Zhu Bufan was no ordinary adversary, likely a cultivator akin to himself. However, the situation had escalated to this point, leaving Yang Hu with no room for retreat. Thus, he resolved to confront the matter personally, sparing his subordinates from further harm. Upon hearing his leader's words, Xiao Wu's face immediately reflected his discontent. Nevertheless, he ultimately complied with Yang Hu's command. In the next moment, he stood aside. Observing Xiao Wu's retreat, Yang Hu chose not to utter another word. Instead, he cast a significant glance at one of his subordinates before finally fixing his gaze upon Zhu Bufan and declaring, "Kid, I must admit, I am quite impressed. You are the most audacious individual I have encountered. To dare strike at my subordinate in my presence. Do you have any notion of who I, Yang Hu, am in this bar street? My arrogance is my own affair. As for your identity, it bears no relevance to me. All I know is that you intend to rob me. And for those who dare to rob me, there is but one fate. Death. Death. Huh. You are far too arrogant, young man. Since you wish for my demise, what further words do I have? Prepare to face the consequences." In the next moment, Yang Hu sprang into action. With a swift motion, he positioned himself beside Zhu Bufan. Upon reaching Zhu Bufan, Yang Hu unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Zhu Bufan and Appo's temple. This strike was directly targeted at his vital point. Those versed in martial arts understand that a punch, wielded with sufficient force and speed, can potentially claim a life when it strikes the temple. Thus, Yang Hu was resolutely intent on ending Zhu Bufan's existence. With unwavering confidence in his own speed and strength, Yang Hu believed that even if Zhu Bufan was a practitioner of the same caliber, he could still prevail. However, Yang Hu's confidence soon met its match. Just as his fist was poised to connect with Zhu Bufan's temple, Zhu Bufan made his move. In an effortless manner, he reached out and seized Yang Hu's fist. What? Caught by Zhu Bufan, Yang Hu was taken aback. Nevertheless, being a seasoned warrior, he quickly retaliated with his other hand, intending to break free from Zhu Bufan's grasp after delivering the blow. Alas, the scenario he envisioned was one of beauty, while reality proved to be harsh. Ultimately, Zhu Bufan did not grant Yang Hu the opportunity to escape. After capturing Yang Hu's fist, Zhu Bufan immediately countered with a punch directed at Yang Hu's body. The next moment, a resounding thud echoed through the air. In the next moment, Yang Hu's body was pierced through entirely by the punch delivered by Zhu Bufan. Blood gushed forth from Yang Hu, staining the ground, accompanied by the visceral contents of his abdomen, such as intestines and liver. This transpired in an instant, leaving all present utterly astounded. "Brother, you have slain our elder brother. Comrades, avenge him. Kill this wretched scoundrel." At that moment, an unknown voice rang out. Immediately, Yang Hu's 5 underlings charged towards Zhu Bufan. Observing the approach of Yang Hu's subordinates, Zhu Bufan's expression revealed a sense of resignation. It was indeed rare for them to seek vengeance rather than flee. However, these 5 ruffians could not be allowed to live. Zhu Bufan had no choice but to eliminate them. Thus, in the next instant, he took action once more. The sounds of combat echoed, crack, crash. 30 seconds later, all 5 of Yang Hu's underlings lay defeated at Zhu Bufan's feet. As for the trio of buzzcut youths, they had already been dispatched by Yang Hu's men, rendering Zhu Bufan's intervention unnecessary. After dealing with Yang Hu and his associates, Zhu Bufan dragged his suitcase and exited the dimly lit alley. Yet, as he reached the mouth of the alley, he sensed someone watching him from behind. In an instant, he turned around, only to find nothing there. A wave of perplexity washed over Zhu Bufan. Could it have been a mere illusion? However, in recent days, an inexplicable sensation has enveloped Zhu Bufan. He has persistently felt the piercing gaze of unseen eyes upon him. Yet, whenever he attempts to seek out the source of this scrutiny, he finds nothing but emptiness. It appears that he must urgently elevate his extraordinary ocular abilities to a higher realm. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan swiftly departed from that place. Once he had completely vacated the dimly lit alley, a figure of a middle-aged man materialized. Upon his arrival, the man immediately shook his head, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips as he remarked, "This lad certainly possesses audacity, leaving without tidying up after himself. Alas, young man, this marks the 2nd time I have come to your aid. I hope you do not disappoint me this time." With that, the middle-aged man took decisive action. Meanwhile, Zhu Bufan, dragging his suitcase, strolled nonchalantly down the street. At this hour, nearly 11 o'clock, approaching midnight, the streets, though still inhabited by a few pedestrians, lacked the bustling crowds of daylight. Occasionally, one might encounter a couple engaged in rather provocative displays. At this moment, Zhu Bufan paid no heed to those couples. Instead, he cast his gaze forward. Shangping Hotel? In the next moment, Zhu Bufan murmured to himself, "Yes, tonight it shall be you." Shortly thereafter, he dragged his suitcase into the Shangping Hotel, the Dewan Royal Garden, a luxurious villa complex developed by Dewan Royal Real Estate, sprawling over an expansive area, featuring the most advanced modern designs. Residents here are either affluent or wield considerable influence. Despite its distance from the city center of Tianhai, the roadways leading to the main urban area are well connected, allowing for a mere 20-minute drive, perhaps due to the wealth and status of its inhabitants. The road from the Dewan Royal Villa complex to the city is remarkably smooth and devoid of traffic. Thus, the following morning, Zhu Bufan swiftly arrived at this location. Upon reaching the Dewan Royal Garden, he cast a brief glance and sighed, marveling at the advantages of wealth. The villas constructed here are predominantly independent, with half of them nestled directly into the stunning mountains, while the other half has transformed the very mountains into gardens, lawns, and golf courses. It is said that the minimum price for a villa within the Dewan Royal Garden is a staggering 500 million. However, acquiring a villa here necessitates not only substantial financial resources, but also influential connections. It is said that on the day the Dewan Royal Villa complex opened, nearly all the high-ranking officials, affluent individuals, and influential figures of Tianhai City gathered there. Regrettably, some were unable to secure a property. However, the undisclosed transactions behind this failure remain shrouded in mystery. Through intelligence provided by Niu Yixio, Zhu Bufan discovered that the Chun family resides in Villa No. 3 within the Dewan Royal Villa district, effectively making it their stronghold. While the Chun family may not be considered a prominent clan in Tianhai City, the formidable influence they wield is far from ordinary, which is why they were able to establish a presence in this prestigious area. Further intelligence revealed that the Chun family possesses considerable strength. Aside from the family patriarch, Chen Shiqing, whose father, Chen Zhanrong, is a late-stage grandmaster. The family also boasts 2 additional grandmasters, albeit at the early stage. Moreover, the number of individuals at the late-stage Qi refinement realm within the Chun family reaches an impressive 10. Yet, what does this signify? Even against a peak late-stage grandmaster, Zhu Bufan is confident in his ability to contend with them, especially considering that the Chun family lacks any peak late-stage grandmaster experts. Thus, Zhu Bufan harbors no fear. At this moment, within Villa Number 3 of the Dewan Royal Villa complex, nearly all members of the Chun family remain in deep slumber, save for the bodyguards, gatekeepers, and patrollers. However, at that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the morning, the sound of a door being violently struck. With that resounding thud, the entrance to Villa No. 3, belonging to the Chun family, shattered open. Who could it be? The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the Chun family's vigilant guards, who possessed such audacity to strike at the Chun family and Oppo's door. Surely, they must be tired of living. Just then, a corpulent man, wielding a handgun, appeared at the doorway, followed closely by 5 impeccably dressed bodyguards in black suits, each armed with a pistol. "Hey, fatty, where are you looking? The one who knocked is right here." The moment the rotund man arrived at the door, he began to scan the area in search of the perpetrator. Yet, upon noticing Zhu Bufan, he completely overlooked him. This left Zhu Bufan feeling rather embarrassed. "Damn it seems my bravado has backfired," he thought. In the next instant, Zhu Bufan shouted at the man, "You." Upon hearing Zhu Bufan claim responsibility for the door, the chubby man's face, laden with flesh, instantly animated. He gazed at Zhu Bufan in disbelief. "Did you really break the door?" Faced with this inquiry, Zhu Bufan felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Indeed, it was I who did it. Now listen here, fatty. I'll give you a chance. Go call your family head and Chen Shiqing to come out immediately, and I will refrain from storming into your residence today. I will settle matters right here outside your home." Upon hearing Zhu Bufan declare, "Indeed, it was I who smashed the door," Chen Pongzi found it hard to believe. After all, the grand entrance of the Chen family had been imported directly from the renowned German company, Shini, known for its state-of-the-art anti-theft and explosion-proof designs. While this door might not withstand a missile strike, it was certainly capable of repelling bullets. How could someone who appeared to be nothing more than a mere child possibly breach the Chun family's formidable door? However, the subsequent words of Zhu Bufan piqued Chen Pongzi's interest. Originally named Chen Axing, Chen Pongzi, despite his corpulent physique, possessed remarkable intelligence. Otherwise, how could he have ascended to the position of captain of the Chun family's patrol guards, lacking any martial arts training or combat skills? Thus, in the next moment, Pengzi ceased to regard Zhu Bufan as an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, aware that Zhu Bufan might indeed be a formidable practitioner of the mystical arts, he remained cognizant of the fact that this was the Chun family territory. "Young man, I advise you to admit your mistake and compensate for the damage to my family's door. Should you comply, I can assure you that the Chun family will forgive your foolish actions this morning. But should you remain obstinate, do not blame me, Pengzi, for lacking compassion," he stated. As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at one of his subordinates. The astute subordinate, upon receiving Pengzi's cue, promptly dashed into the villa. To all of this, Zhu Bufan did not intervene. Rather, he watched with keen interest. "Young man, should you promptly admit your mistakes and offer compensation, there may still be a chance for redemption. Otherwise, once our clan leader arrives, the matter will no longer be one of mere apologies and reparations." Observing one of his subordinates hastening into the villa, Zhu Bufan did not intervene, which momentarily eased Fatty's trepidation. Though not a practitioner of the mystical arts, Fatty was acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by such individuals. He understood that despite being armed alongside several bodyguards, should Zhu Bufan choose to act, he and his companions would scarcely have the opportunity to fire a single shot before meeting their demise. A solitary figure daring to invade the Chun family estate. It would be folly for anyone lacking skill or genuine capability to attempt such a feat. This is a truth that anyone with a modicum of intelligence would readily comprehend. Thus, Fatty refrained from rash actions, resorting instead to verbal intimidation. In any other circumstance, should an ordinary individual dare to display such arrogance before him, it would not be Fatty himself who would take action. Rather, the bodyguards eager to curry favor would swiftly intervene. "Ah, is that so? How fortuitous. I have come here today specifically to seek your clan leader. However, I advise you to summon him with haste. Otherwise, his fate will soon mirror your own." "Oh. And do remind your insufferable young master, Chen Shiqing, to hurry as well." Despite Fatty's threats, Zhu Bufan remained unfazed. Zhu Bufan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a cold, penetrating gaze upon Fatty. Under the weight of Zhu Bufan's icy stare, Fatty felt a sudden surge of anxiety and fear. At that moment, a chilling sensation gripped his heart, akin to being targeted by a malevolent demon. In the next instant, Fatty's body began to tremble uncontrollably, rendering him speechless. As Fatty struggled to find his voice, a rather distinct bodyguard beside him broke the silence. "Fatty, what have you accomplished? You still think to summon the family head? I believe we can handle this brat ourselves." Hearing the bodyguard's words, Fatty felt a sense of helplessness. Observing his dismay, the bodyguard immediately felt a surge of arrogance. He then turned to Zhu Bufan, declaring, "You kid, what are you? Can't you open your eyes and see where you are? Indeed, this is the Chen family. Do you think a wretch like you can act brazenly here? Listen well. I'm giving you 3 seconds to admit your mistake and offer compensation, then sever your own legs. If you comply, I may let you off today. Otherwise, I will make you taste the barrel of my gun." The bodyguard was exceedingly arrogant, and upon finishing his words, he brandished his handgun, his expression conveying the notion that it was only natural for the Chun family to use firearms without consequence. At that moment, the remaining 3 bodyguards, upon hearing the words of the special bodyguard, raised their firearms, aiming directly at Zhu Bufan. Their demeanor suggested that should the first bodyguard take action, they would swiftly follow suit. "Heh, you mentioned 3 seconds, did you not?" Zhu Bufan, after casting a glance at the bodyguard, calmly replied, "Indeed, young man. I am referring to 3 seconds. So what is it? Are you prepared to admit your mistake and offer compensation, perhaps even sever your own legs? If that is the case, then I..." Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's inquiry about the 3 seconds, the bodyguard's arrogance soared to unprecedented heights, and he cast a scornful glance at Pengzi. His expression seemed to convey a message. "Pengzi, you are typically a shrewd individual. Why do you appear so cowardly today?" In response to the bodyguard's disdainful gaze, Pengzi's face immediately betrayed a bitter smile, filled with regret and helplessness. The identity of this special bodyguard was not to be underestimated. Although he was not a practitioner of the way, he was not particularly amicable towards Pengzi either. However, it was rumored that he was a relative of the second-in-command of the Chen family. Thus, despite Pengzi's discomfort towards this individual and his desire for Zhu Bufan to eliminate him, he knew that should Zhu Bufan carry out such an act, misfortune would inevitably befall him. Consequently, Chun Patzi resolved to intervene and prevent Zhu Bufan from taking action. However, Chun Fatty had yet to intervene. In the next moment, a piercing scream filled the air, and in the very next instant, this particular bodyguard was brutally struck, his skull shattered, blood spattered everywhere, even staining Chun Fatty's clothes. In that instant, everyone was left in shock. Chun Fatty's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. Moments later, he roared at Zhu Bufan, You dare to kill a member of the Chun family in our own home. You are doomed. Oh, really? Zhu Bufan paid no heed to Chun Fatty's fury, instead responding with a wry smile. Fatty, let me tell you. I came here today specifically to stir up trouble for your Chun family. Do you think I fear killing? I strongly advise you to summon your family head immediately, or else you shall be next. Zhu Bufan seemed entirely unperturbed by his own anger, even threatening Chun Fatty in return, causing the latter's already plump face to flush a deep shade of purple. He was left speechless. Oh, little brother, you possess quite the audacity. Not only have you shattered my Chun family's gates, but now you dare to commit murder here. Do you think my Chun family is without power? At that moment, a loud voice resonated through the air. In the next moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward without hesitation, followed by a throng of people behind him. Are you the head of the Chun family? Zhu Bufan inquired with a smile on his lips, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, I am Chun Zhanro, the patriarch of the Chun family. Young man, you have shattered the entrance to my home and taken the lives of my kin, yet you stand here so brazenly. I cannot help but wonder from whence you hail and who your father is. If you do not divulge this information today, I fear you will find it impossible to leave this territory of the Chun family unscathed. Chuckling lightly, Zhu Bufan replied, There is no need for such circumlocution regarding the forces behind me. I shall candidly inform you, Chun Zhanro, that I am but a humble individual, and my name is Zhu Bufan. The implications of Chun Zhanro's words were evident to anyone, which is why Zhu Bufan chose to forego any pretense of power or intimidation and spoke plainly. Zhu Bufan. Upon hearing this name, Chun Zhanro was momentarily taken aback, as it seemed unfamiliar to him. So this is Zhu Bufan. I, Chun Shiqing, must admit I underestimated you. I have been searching for you everywhere, and here you are, right in my own home. At that moment, Chun Shiqing stepped forward with determination. Father, this is the wretch who broke my legs. You promised to avenge me, and now this scoundrel stands before you. Father, please take action. Chun Zhanzhong was initially lost in thought, but upon hearing his son's words, he instantly understood the gravity of the situation. So it is this young man. Young man, I must say, I did not anticipate that you not only shattered my son's legs, but have now come to wreak havoc and take lives within the Chun family. What exactly are your intentions? What are my intentions? The head of the Chun family. Allow me to inquire, what are your motives in sending people to find my parents? Zhu Bufan chuckled heartily. Oh, you broke my son's legs? And since I could not locate you, naturally, I sought out your parents. Is there any fault in that? Indeed, head of the Chun family, your reasoning is flawless. If you are elusive, then it is only fitting that I trouble your parents. Well then, today, I have come to your Chun family to claim both your and your son's lives. Father, do you see how arrogant he is? Hurry and take action. Young man, your bravado is quite something. You wish to take the lives of both me and my son? Very well, I am keen to witness how you intend to do so. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, Chun Zhanzhong's expression darkened. This was the first time he had encountered such a brazenly arrogant youth. Thus, in the next moment, he swiftly ordered one of the Chun family members behind him. First, incapacitate him completely, then leave him to the young master for further handling. Understood. In an instant, the Chun family member sprang into action, immediately directing his assault towards Zhu Bufan. He swiftly appeared before Zhu Bufan, and in the next moment, he extended his sharp hands. The instant his hands shot out, they resembled eagle talons, lunging directly at Zhu Bufan's head with astonishing speed, leaving behind a flurry of claw-like shadows. Observing the rapid approach of these talon-like hands towards him, Zhu Bufan displayed not a trace of panic. Even though these hands were swifter than any he had previously encountered, Zhu Bufan remained remarkably composed. In an instant, the eagle-like hands reached the top of Zhu Bufan's head, poised to grasp it. At that moment, a faint smile crept upon Zhu Bufan's lips, followed by his declaration, "You are too slow." The next second, Zhu Bufan immediately retaliated. Too slow? Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's exclamation, the Chun family disciple was momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Bufan unleashed a casual punch. Instantly, an invisible force erupted from his fist, generating a series of crackling sounds in the air as it surged towards the Chun family disciple. What? Internal energy released externally, a master level? In that fleeting moment, astonishment engulfed everyone. Shadow, retreat immediately. You are no match for him. Do not confront him head-on. Witnessing this, Chen Zhanrong could no longer maintain his composure and promptly shouted. Regrettably, Chen Zhanrong was ultimately a step too late, accompanied by a sound akin to a gasp. The next moment, one of the Chun family disciples was sent flying by Zhu Bufan's punch, resembling a kite severed from its string. After tumbling through the air, he crashed to the ground, immediately spewing forth blood. In an instant, the Chun disciple lost consciousness and fell into oblivion. Young man, I, Chen Zhanrong, have underestimated you. However, this realization only confirmed what I suspected. Your audacity to confront my Chen family alone is a testament to your capabilities. Yet, I never anticipated that you would be a master, and at that, a master under the age of 25. Witnessing yet another of his family members effortlessly dispatched by Zhu Bufan, a fierce chill ignited in Chen Zhanrong's eyes. Patriarch, allow me to deal with this young man. At that moment, Chen Kai stepped forward from the Chen family ranks. Casting a glance at the brave Chen Kai, a flicker of gratitude crossed Chen Zhanrong's face. It was indeed commendable. Despite knowing the formidable opponent they faced, a member of the Chen family was willing to rise to the occasion, which was a source of solace. However, Chen Kai was merely a novice who had just entered the realm of masters, and thus, Chen Zhanrong could not permit him to engage. Consequently, he immediately admonished. Xiao Kai, I understand your intentions for the family, but this individual is not someone you can contend with. Patriarch. Chen Kai responded, clearly feeling somewhat discontented by Chen Zhanrong's words. The opponent was merely around 23 years of age. He could hardly believe that Zhu Bufan was indeed a true master. Xiao Kai, one must not judge by appearances. Alas, I cannot blame you, as you have only recently stepped into the realm of masters. With a sigh, Chen Zhanrong continued. In any case, heed the words of the family head, and you shall not go astray. You may leave now. Observing the defiance in Chen Kai's eyes, Chen Zhanrong felt a pang of regret. Young man, at under 25 years old, you have already reached the master realm. I must commend your extraordinary talent. However, it is regrettable that you failed to practice restraint. I believe that in a few years, you could dominate your surroundings. Yet, you have chosen to offend the Chen family. Very well. I, Chen Zhanrong, shall today eradicate an extraordinary cultivator. With that declaration, Chen Zhanrong immediately sprang into action. In an instant, he took a great stride forward, followed by a powerful palm strike directed at Zhu Bufan. In the next moment, a tremendous wave of black energy erupted from his palm, surging forth towards Zhu Bufan with unstoppable force. It was as if 1,000 horses were galloping, a tempest rising. In the blink of an eye, this colossal wave of darkness completely engulfed the area where Zhu Bufan stood. Chen Zhanrong was a genuine master at the pinnacle of his power. A master of such caliber was indeed formidable. This strike was nothing short of earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Just behold the might of this black tidal wave. It seemed that any mere mortal who came into contact with it would be utterly obliterated. The dark, towering wave suddenly surged forth, enveloping the air with a cloud of black dust, resembling a tempest that threatened to devour both sky and earth. In that fleeting moment, the black dust emerged like malevolent demons, their twisted mouths snarling menacingly. In an instant, they lunged towards Zhu Bufan. However, contrary to the expected fear, Zhu Bufan stood resolutely in place, displaying no trace of trepidation. Observing the infernal apparitions before him, he remained remarkably composed, unmoving. The members of the Chen family, witnessing his stillness, hastily concluded that Zhu Bufan was paralyzed by fear, lacking even the courage to resist. Thus, they erupted into derisive laughter. I thought this fellow was formidable. Look at him now. Our master has made his move, and he is utterly stunned. Indeed, see how he dares not even shift, let alone fight back. Humph, in the presence of our master, he is utterly insignificant. Does he dare to oppose us? Each Chen family member joined in mockery of Zhu Bufan. At that moment, one of the Chun disciples, eager to curry favor, remarked to Chen Zhanrong, Master, you are truly remarkable. I hold you in the highest esteem. Look, that boy, after your strike, is so intimidated he doesn't even dare to move. Upon hearing the sycophancy of his kin, Chun Zhanrong remained unresponsive, his gaze shifting to Zhu Bufan. A frown creased his brow, and his expression turned grave. A master-level powerhouse ought not to be so intimidated as to remain utterly motionless under his influence. There must be something amiss. Thus, Chun Zhanrong heightened his vigilance. At that moment, as Chun Zhanrong had surmised, Zhu Bufan made his move. With a resounding shout, he proclaimed, "Dare not move? Is that so? Then allow me to show you what true immobility looks like. Madman S6 First slash, strike down the swine and hounds." Following his thunderous declaration, Zhu Bufan's entire being surged with an escalating momentum. In an instant, the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment began to converge upon him from all directions. The next moment, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy materialized above Zhu Bufan's head. What manner of bizarre technique is this? Witnessing this sudden transformation, the entire Qin family was engulfed in astonishment. They had never encountered such an extraordinary display. Even Chun Zhanrong had not witnessed its like before. His frown deepened considerably. However, being a high-ranking master at the late stage of his cultivation, Chun Zhanrong, despite having never seen such an unusual technique, was not easily intimidated. Thus, in the next moment, he bellowed, "A mere parlor trick." He then unleashed another powerful palm strike. As he unleashed his strike, the dark, monstrous wave instantaneously grew more ferocious and menacing. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal demon wave became tangible, and the demon's expression twisted into a more sinister snarl, baring its fangs. In mere moments, it surged toward Zhu Bufan, seeking to engulf him. "Has it strengthened? Ha, splendid!" Zhu Bufan exclaimed, unperturbed by the approaching dark wave. Instead, he erupted into laughter. The next instant, a colossal sword materialized above his head. As the great sword formed, a cataclysmic aura emanated forth, accompanied by an intangible pressure that rippled through the air. Witnessing the emergence of the immense sword, the members of the Chun family were struck with astonishment. How could such a gigantic blade come into existence? Unfortunately, no one had the answer. At that moment, Zhu Bufan bellowed, "Slash!" The very next instant, the enormous sword above him swung down toward the black, monstrous wave. A resounding crack echoed, and to their disbelief, the dark wave was shattered into oblivion by Zhu Bufan's strike, vanishing without a trace. In this surreal moment, the Chun family members were left with expressions of incredulity, staring blankly as if they could not fathom what had just transpired. At that juncture, Zhu Bufan shouted once more, "Frenzied demon 6 slashes, second slash the apparitions." As the Chun family members were still grappling with the shocking demise of their patriarch at the hands of Zhu Bufan, an extraordinary transformation took place. The massive sword that had hovered above Zhu Bufan's head morphed into a colossal black blade, several times larger than its predecessor, its formidable presence magnified beyond measure. With the emergence of this dark sword, it surged forth towards Chun Zhanrong and the other members of the Qin family. "Run!" Chun Zhanrong bellowed in desperation. Alas, it was too late. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air. "Ah, ah!" Within the blink of an eye, over a dozen members of the Qin family were reduced to mere specters beneath the descending black sword. At that moment, Chun Zhanrong found his arm severed, blood gushing forth from his wounds, painting a grim tableau of carnage. "What?" he stammered, terror gripping him. "Rest in peace. You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Qin family. I have powerful allies." Fear coursed through him as he confronted the reality of his situation. He had never encountered such a formidable adversary, especially one so young, not yet 25. In a desperate bid for mercy, he attempted to leverage the influence of his family to intimidate Zhu Bufan. Unfortunately, his calculations were woefully misguided. With a chilling declaration, "Rest in peace," Zhu Bufan surged forward, closing the distance in an instant, and unleashed a devastating punch aimed squarely at Chun Zhanrong. No! The moment his scream pierced the heavens, a rain of blood and flesh descended from the sky. The once mighty Chun Zhanrong, a dominant figure within his domain, was obliterated by Zhu Bufan's overwhelming might. At this moment, not far from the entrance of the villa, a middle-aged man stood alongside a group of individuals from the Qin family, all of whom were transfixed by the sight of Zhu Bufan at the threshold. Their faces were etched with shock and fear. Not a sound dared escape their lips, nor did they even breathe audibly. In their eyes, Zhu Bufan resembled a malevolent specter, a harbinger of death that struck terror into their hearts. Thus, they remained rooted in place, paralyzed by dread. "Father!" At this moment, Witnessing Zhu Bufan shatter his father's body with a single blow, Chen Shiqing let out a heart-wrenching wail. Despair washed over his face, and he curled into a corner, trembling uncontrollably. In that instant, Chen Shiqing was engulfed by profound regret. He lamented the folly of provoking such a formidable demon. Given a chance to rewind time, he would unhesitatingly choose to refrain from troubling Zhu Bufan after their encounter in the hospital. Alas, it was too late. Desperation was palpable on Chen Shiqing's face, his gaze reflecting a profound desolation. Slowly, he closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable wrath of Zhu Bufan. After departing from the Chen household, Zhu Bufan returned directly to the Shangping Hotel. Despite his earlier deliberation, he ultimately could not bring himself to spare Chen Shiqing. There is an old adage, mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty to oneself. Zhu Bufan, unwilling to tread the path of regret, resolved to eliminate Chen Shiqing once and for all. After eliminating Chen Shiqing, Zhu Bufan departed from the Chen residence. As for the other surviving members of the Chen family, Zhu Bufan chose not to extinguish their lives. True to his initial declaration, his intent during this visit was solely to eliminate Chen Zhanrong and Chen Shiqing. Thus, there was no need for the complete annihilation of the Chen clan. At this moment, within room 315 of the Shangping Hotel, a middle-aged man sat nonchalantly on a sofa not far from Zhu Bufan. "Young man, you possess remarkable strength," he remarked, referring to Chen Zhanrong, the head of the Chen family, a master of the late stage, and a local tyrant, whom Zhu Bufan had dispatched with merely 2 strokes of his blade. The middle-aged man, seated with an impassive expression, scrutinized Zhu Bufan intently. In response to the unexpected presence of this man in his hotel room, Zhu Bufan's face was marked by vigilance. Director Long, to what do I owe the pleasure of your unexpected visit?" he inquired, as he settled onto the bed, facing Long Aogu directly. Zhu Bufan, you question my sudden appearance? Pray tell, what have you been up to during this time?" A total of 23 individuals, comprising petty thugs and members of the Chen family, have met their demise today. What do you suppose has prompted my visit? Long Aogu's gaze turned icy, and in the next moment, he rose abruptly from the sofa, adopting a menacing posture towards Zhu Bufan. "Oh, is that so? I had the distinct impression that a pair of eyes had been tracking me incessantly these past few days. Initially, I dismissed it as mere paranoia, but today, I am convinced. May I inquire, Director Long, what is the reason behind your scrutiny?" Confronted by the imminent threat posed by Long Aogu, Zhu Bufan exhibited not an ounce of fear. Rather, he spoke with an air of nonchalance, remaining comfortably seated upon his bed. "Are you not afraid that I might seize you?" Long Aogu inquired. Observing Zhu Bufan's demeanor, rather than expressing anger, a faint smile graced Long Aogu's face. "Come now. If you truly intended to capture me, I doubt you would have waited until now," Zhu Bufan replied. "Pray tell, what brings you here, Long Aogu? I cannot fathom that you seek to inquire about the ferocious beast's fangs or the emblem of the hidden dragon army." Young man. I indeed did not misjudge you," Long Aogu chuckled, resuming his seat upon the sofa. "You are correct. My purpose today is not to apprehend you, nor to demand any possessions. Instead, I am here to propose a transaction that would be entirely beneficial for you." "A transaction?" Zhu Bufan was taken aback. "Indeed, a transaction," Long Aogu affirmed. "Do you know why I was able to present you with the emblem of the hidden dragon army upon our first encounter?" Zhu Bufan remained silent. "It is because I sensed a certain affinity between us, a connection that reveals we are akin in nature," Long Aogu continued. "Akin in nature?" Zhu Bufan pondered, somewhat perplexed. "Precisely. Now, let me enlighten you about a unique group that exists within our world, the practitioners of supernatural abilities," Long Aogu elaborated. "Practitioners of supernatural abilities?" Zhu Bufan's confusion deepened. The origin of the extraordinary practitioners of the mystical arts can be traced back to a meteor shower that occurred 10,000 years ago. In that ancient epoch, within the vast expanse of the eastern continent's largest forest, there dwelled a community of humans who had subsisted through agriculture since time immemorial. These individuals were inherently simple and industrious. However, one fateful day, the heavens unleashed a deluge of black meteors, which persisted for 3 consecutive days. During this cataclysm, every living thing in that forest, both flora and fauna, perished beneath the relentless onslaught of the dark meteor rain. Yet, a handful of the forest's inhabitants miraculously survived. From that moment onward, those who endured were bestowed with extraordinary abilities, capabilities beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. These are what I refer to as Endopos, extraordinary powers. Endopos, the practitioners of these mystical arts emerge through the cycles of the Great Path and the passage of time, giving rise to a cadre of individuals who could cultivate their powers and possess these unique abilities. Long Aogwa stated, and in the next instant, he casually flipped his palm. The extraordinary powers can be classified into various categories, the most prevalent being those associated with the elements: water, fire, metal, wood, and earth. Additionally, there are powers related to wind, thunder, electricity, ice, and more. My own ability lies within the domain of wind. With a mere flick of his hand, a gentle breeze swept through, and astonishingly, a glass cup resting atop the television cabinet shattered into countless fragments. This left Zhu Bufan utterly speechless, as he could scarcely comprehend how Long Aogwa had executed such a feat in an instant. Following the rapid advancements of modernity, extraordinary individuals have been further categorized into those with innate powers and those with artificially bestowed abilities. The term natural ability user refers to an individual who awakens the latent powers within their own body without any external assistance. In contrast, a synthetic ability user is created through advanced modern technologies, such as genetic recombination, which stimulates the potential within certain individuals, thereby producing an artificial ability user. Long Aogwa continued his discourse. Through his elucidation, Zhu Bufan realized that those who practice ability cultivation are indeed a formidable group, possessing extraordinary powers and excelling in martial arts. However, due to a series of transformations, the number of ability users in the world has significantly dwindled, making the ability cultivators even scarcer. Consequently, synthetic ability users have become exceedingly precious. The creation of synthetic ability users is not a simple task. Numerous nations aspire to develop them, as these individuals can dramatically enhance a country's military prowess. Should synthetic ability users be widely deployed within the armed forces, the resulting combat effectiveness could increase not merely tenfold or 20-fold, but potentially by hundreds or even thousands of times. Hence, synthetic ability users are highly coveted by every nation. Fortuitously, in Tianhai City, there exists a renowned geneticist who has achieved remarkable breakthroughs in this field. He has successfully produced a synthetic ability user, leading to his burgeoning fame. Many nations are eager to acquire the research outcomes of this geneticist, hoping to generate a substantial number of synthetic ability users for their own military forces. Consequently, operatives from various nations infiltrated the realm of Huaxia, their objective being the research findings of a particular genetic expert and the expert himself. In response, our nation mobilized substantial personnel and resources to safeguard this geneticist. Alas, during the escort of this expert to the capital, a traitor emerged within the escort team. This betrayal led to the tragic demise of the geneticist, with the research findings subsequently seized by the nation of H. In light of this treachery within the escort unit, an urgent directive was issued to all members of the Hidden Dragon Group, a resolute command to retrieve the geneticist's research findings before H could manufacture artificial superhumans. Should retrieval prove impossible, destruction of the findings was imperative. The nation must not allow H to jeopardize our interests or those of the entire world. Thus, for these past years, the members of the Hidden Dragon Group have relentlessly pursued this endeavor. Regrettably, while a nation that possesses such groundbreaking findings undoubtedly prioritizes their protection, despite the tireless efforts of the Hidden Dragon Group, they have been unable to reclaim the research findings of this genetic expert, let alone destroy them. They have not even come close. However, during these years, although the members of the Hidden Dragon Group could not approach the research findings, they uncovered a little-known secret. H is incapable of producing artificial superhumans. As for the reason, it turns out that although H acquired the geneticist's research findings, the expert had left behind a crucial element. In the endeavor to create an artificial superhuman, the most indispensable element is a unique gene recombinase. Without this crucial enzyme, the conception of an artificial superhuman is utterly impossible. Thus, the H nation, both now and for eternity, will never be able to fabricate such beings, even if they possess the research achievements of any geneticist. However, the H nation is not to be underestimated. Somehow, they have discovered that this specific gene recombinase resides within the daughter of a certain geneticist. Consequently, if the H nation wishes to produce these artificial superhumans, they must target the geneticist's daughter. Over the years, countless skilled operatives have been dispatched to Huaxia to pursue this objective, but regrettably, they have all been vanquished by members of the Hidden Dragon organization, including Long Aogwa. Initially, the state planned to relocate the daughter of this esteemed geneticist to the capital for protection. However, she insisted on remaining in Tianhai City. Her rationale was that this unique gene recombinase was located within Tianhai City, and she aimed to discover it and contribute to her country using her father and Appo's legacy. Thus, in pursuit of this exceptional gene recombinase, the state decided to allow the geneticist's daughter to stay in Tianhai City and even enrolled her in Tianhai Medical College. This time, Long Aogwa sought out Zhu Bufan with the intention of having him safeguard the daughter of the geneticist for a year. In exchange, Long Aogwa can permit Zhu Bufan to enter the special place that only cultivators aged 25 and below are allowed to access, as previously mentioned by Long Aogwa. Moreover, the actions that Zhu Bufan has undertaken during this period will not be pursued, and there will be intervention from above to directly resolve the conflict between Zhu Bufan and the Chen family. The Chen family in Tianhai City is not considered a prominent family. However, it is backed by the esteemed Chen family from the capital. The Chen family of the capital is one of the 5 great families, possessing immense power that is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. It is said that the Chen family of the capital not only wields significant influence in both commerce and politics, but also boasts an ancestor who has reached the pinnacle of the late saint stage. In a world where strength is revered, a figure of such caliber commands respect even from the nation's leaders. Therefore, the Chen family of the capital is not to be underestimated. Although the Chen family in Tianhai City is merely a minor branch of the capital's lineage, it is nonetheless affiliated with the illustrious Chen family of the capital. Consequently, should you harm the head of this branch and its descendants, it is only reasonable that individuals from the main family would send formidable experts to exact vengeance upon you, even if they do not regard this branch with much esteem. Thus, it appears that Zhu Bufan may be destined for a path of evasion. For the Chen family of the capital is far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Certainly, as Zhu Bufan embarks on the path of evasion, it is of little consequence, for he is indeed a practitioner of the mystical arts, and a person of immense potential at that. However, has Zhu Bufan considered the plight of his parents? They are of advanced age and are not practitioners themselves. Can they survive the vengeance of the Chen family in Kyoto? It is precisely this point that Long Aogwa leverages to negotiate with Zhu Bufan. Through their discourse, Zhu Bufan has come to a profound realization of this truth. Nevertheless, he does not immediately acquiesce to Long Aogwa's proposals. The impression Long Aogwa leaves is that the matter at hand is likely more intricate than he has portrayed, and there are elements unknown to Zhu Bufan. Thus, he requests 3 days to contemplate the situation. By the time Long Aogwa departs, it is already past 11 in the evening. Originally, Zhu Bufan intended to check out of the hotel and return home, immersing himself in rigorous cultivation henceforth, forsaking any involvement in the affairs of the world. Yet, the arrival of Long Aogwa has completely disrupted Zhu Bufan's plans. In this moment, he must engage in earnest reflection. He steps out of the hotel and finds himself on a street known as Snack Street. Here, he intends to indulge in some barbecued delicacies and purchase a few bottles of wine to savor the breeze by the riverside. As expected, Snack Street lives up to its reputation, bustling with attractive men and women, each pair reveling in the culinary delights offered along the thoroughfare. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Bufan ceased his idle chatter and approached a barbecue stall to place his order. Before long, he had procured both the skewers and a bottle of wine. Departing from the bustling food street, he made his way towards the riverbank. However, at that moment, a figure collided directly with him. Bang! Zhu Bufan was already in a rather indifferent mood. Otherwise, he would not have sought out the barbecue and a bottle of wine to enjoy the evening breeze by the river. Yet, how could someone be so oblivious as to crash into him? Moreover, this careless individual had sent his barbecue and wine tumbling to the ground. Wasn't that infuriating? Of course, Zhu Bufan had been preoccupied with opening the wine and had failed to watch where he was going. Instantly, he lifted his head, ready to hurl a few choice words at the person who had bumped into him. Phrases like "watch where you're going" or "think before you step out." However, upon raising his gaze, Zhu Bufan's expression shifted. The one who had collided with him was a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. While the attractiveness of the woman did not inherently affect Zhu Bufan, her current state of unsteadiness and dazed eyes immediately captured his attention. as if she were on the brink of collapsing. "Please, help me," the woman implored, her voice barely audible. At that moment, Zhu Bufan furrowed his brow at her plea, withholding his response. Not far from where Zhu Bufan and the woman stood, a BMW suddenly came to a halt. The BMW came to a halt, and from it emerged a middle-aged man, slightly portly and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, accompanied by a robust figure clad in a standard suit. Upon their descent, they immediately fixated their gaze upon Zhu Bufan and a certain woman. Observing this scene, Zhu Bufan's brow furrowed deeper. It was evident that the woman had been drugged, and the dosage appeared to be quite substantial. "I implore you, please help me." At that moment, the woman's eyes grew increasingly dazed, her entire body seemingly on the verge of losing control. Suddenly, she lunged towards Zhu Bufan, wrapping her arms around him in an unrestrained manner. "Hey, beautiful you. Try to regain your composure." The woman's unexpected actions left Zhu Bufan utterly speechless. Alas, the effects of the drug had taken hold, and despite his attempts to push her away, he found himself unable to extricate himself from her grasp. "Kid, that's my wife. What the hell are you doing? I give you 3 seconds to let her go, or I promise you will regret it." At that moment, the bespectacled middle-aged man, witnessing the woman in an embrace with Zhu Bufan, was immediately consumed by rage. This woman was one he had painstakingly pursued, and she was now in the arms of a man he did not recognize, who appeared to be nothing more than a destitute loser in his eyes. Thus, how could this bespectacled man possibly endure the situation? At this moment, Zhu Bufan found himself utterly speechless. Being inexplicably accosted by a woman was, to be frank, quite undesirable. After all, he could hardly recognize her as someone else. Consequently, a sense of irritation brewed within him. Nevertheless, this woman had been drugged, and Zhu Bufan had no intention of holding her accountable. What preoccupied his thoughts was how to awaken her from this state. However, at that very instant, the audacious culprit behind the drugging brazenly shouted at Zhu Bufan. This outburst ignited Zhu Bufan's fury. How dare he? If you hadn't drugged this woman, would I have been so recklessly assaulted? Now, I find myself subjected to her indiscriminate nibbles? Enraged, he thought, "You want me to release your property, do you? Well, I, Zhu Bufan, shall do no such thing. Not only will I not relinquish her, but I shall also lift her into my arms." In the next moment, Zhu Bufan promptly swept the woman off her feet. "What the devil? You insolent brat, you dare disobey me? I commanded you to let go, yet you persist. And now you even have the audacity to hold my wife? You truly possess a remarkable amount of gall. Do you not fear that I shall render you utterly incapacitated today?" As Zhu Bufan not only refused to surrender the property but also cradled her in his embrace. It appeared as though he were vying for the goods. At that moment, the bespectacled middle-aged man's expression darkened, his gaze turning exceedingly sinister as he spoke. "Oh, is that so? Feel free to act, but I must warn you, soon enough, your foundation may shatter." Cradling the woman in his arms, Zhu Bufan exhibited no discernible emotion as he stood there. He gently caressed her face before responding, You, young man, I assure you, your demise is imminent. I will ensure your end." The threat directed at Zhu Bufan was expected to instill fear, for it was evident from his appearance that he was a mere impoverished wretch. However, contrary to expectations, Zhu Bufan not only displayed no trepidation but audaciously remarked that soon his foundation would crumble while touching his own belongings' face. This provoked the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses into a fit of rage. In the next moment, he bellowed at the bodyguard who had accompanied him from the vehicle. "Are you simply idle? Go forth immediately and deal with this." "Yes, boss, understood," replied the bodyguard, his face betraying no emotion in response to his employer's ire. After all, he was bound to unconditionally obey the commands of the slightly plump man with glasses, who had invested a considerable sum in his services. Thus, without hesitation, the bodyguard charged towards Zhu Bufan. It turns out that this woman is the CEO of a company, and the slightly plump, bespectacled middle-aged man is also the head of a different firm. During an unforeseen gathering, this bespectacled man encountered the woman, and from that moment on, he became utterly captivated by her appearance. Consequently, he embarked on a fervent pursuit of her affection. Initially, he believed that the strength of his own company would enable him to completely win her over. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The woman displayed a complete disregard for him, considering even a lingering glance or a few words as superfluous. This treatment deeply wounded the man's pride. Although he intended to pursue her through conventional means, The woman's indifference was unyielding and disrespectful. Ultimately, after being publicly humiliated when 99 roses were thrown at him, he began to meticulously devise a plan to win her over. After a year of careful plotting, the man finally saw his schemes bear fruit. Yet, just as he thought he could savor his success and enjoy the woman's company, an unexpected rival named Zhu Bufan emerged, throwing him into disarray. Especially when the slightly plump, bespectacled middle-aged man witnessed Zhu Bufan caressing the face of his quarry right before him. His expression resembled that of a man grieving a deceased father. Thus, a murderous intent surged within him. He resolved to eliminate Zhu Bufan. Without delay, he issued a command to his bodyguard. Upon receiving his employer's orders, the bodyguard immediately sprang into action against Zhu Bufan. He swiftly maneuvered to stand beside Zhu Bufan, and in the next moment, he swung his fist, aiming directly for Zhu Bufan's head. Initially, the bodyguard had dismissed the idea of engaging with Zhu Bufan, given his unassuming appearance. However, witnessing his employer's fury left him with little choice. After all, he was paid to follow orders. Aware of the formidable strength behind his punch, the bodyguard tempered his power. As he did not wish to kill Zhu Bufan with a single strike, his intention was merely to render him unconscious. As he unleashed his blow, a confident expression emerged on the bodyguard's face. He was certain that his punch would indeed incapacitate Zhu Bufan. However, at that very moment, Zhu Bufan retaliated. With a resounding thud, the scene unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to the bodyguard's expectations. Instead of being struck, Zhu Bufan launched a powerful kick that sent the bodyguard flying across the room. The bodyguard, now sprawled on the ground, bore an expression of sheer disbelief. His entire facial expression seemed to convey the sentiment: "This is impossible, absolutely inconceivable." Yet, alas, the truth remained unchanged. In the next moment, the bodyguard suddenly felt a tickle in his throat and promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Almost instantaneously thereafter, he collapsed, succumbing to a faint induced by sheer rage. At this juncture, the plump, bespectacled middle-aged man was utterly dumbfounded. How could such a scrawny lad have dispatched his bodyguards so effortlessly? It was beyond belief. "Why, you don't come any closer." As he observed Zhu Bufan advancing towards him, panic instantly washed over the man's face. "I warn you, you mustn't approach." The plump man stammered, "I am." "Ah!" A shriek pierced the air. In the next instant, the middle-aged man doubled over, clutching his groin. His face contorted in agony, emitting cries that were almost unbearable to hear. Any astute observer would recognize that Zhu Bufan had effectively rendered him incapable of further wrongdoing. After neutralizing both the plump man and his bodyguard, Zhu Bufan carried the woman back to the Shangping Hotel. In dealing with a man like the bespectacled one, there were only two options: either take his life or incapacitate him from committing further crimes. Thus, Zhu Bufan had chosen to eliminate his capacity for harm. Looking down at the woman he held in his arms, Zhu Bufan sighed. "Well, since we have come this far, we might as well see it through to the end." Thus, returning to the Shangping Hotel, Zhu Bufan entered his room, cradling the woman in his arms. Upon reaching the interior, he gently laid her upon the bed. At that moment, the effects of the drug were evidently nearing their zenith, as the woman began to frantically tear at her garments. In the next instant, a sound echoed, "Rip," as she shredded her clothing to pieces. Astonished by the sudden revelation of her form, Zhu Bufan found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Without delay, he took action. Time trickled by, and soon, Zhu Bufan wearily withdrew his hand from the woman's abdomen. Alas, at last, the task was complete. Stretching his body, he murmured to himself. A glance out the window revealed a pale sky, and he realized that he had spent an entire night detoxifying this woman. Casting one last look at her, serene and soundly asleep, he swiftly grabbed his suitcase and departed without a backward glance. 3 days later, at the entrance of Tianhai Medical College, a young man clad in rather shabby attire appeared, dragging along a somewhat tattered suitcase and clutching a letter. Indeed, this young man was Zhu Bufan. After 3 days of contemplation, he had consented to the deal proposed by Long Aogu. Therefore, he had come to report to Tianhai Medical College. Tianhai Medical College, a renowned institution in Tianhai City, is famous not only throughout the nation but also possesses a remarkable reputation on the global stage, particularly for its medical programs. However, curiously, the most distinguished program at Tianhai Medical College is not in the field of medicine. This may seem perplexing, given that it is primarily a medical university. Yet, its most acclaimed discipline is, in fact, business and politics. This phenomenon is not uncommon among many universities in the country, where prestigious programs do not necessarily align with the institution's name. The prominence of the business and politics program at Tianhai Medical College can be attributed to the emergence of a prominent leader and a business magnate from this discipline in its early years, which significantly contributed to its reputation. Over time, through sustained development, this program has solidified its status as the college's flagship offering. Moreover, Tianhai Medical College's business and politics program has indeed cultivated numerous talents for the business and political realms. It is said that upon learning of one's graduation from this program, others often regard them with newfound respect, sometimes even willing to offer substantial financial incentives for their expertise. Consequently, the program has garnered considerable acclaim, further elevating Tianhai Medical College to a perennial first place ranking among universities in Tianhai City. Thus, many affluent and influential individuals have sent their offspring to Tianhai Medical College. As a result, the institution has unequivocally transformed into a bastion for the elite. Consequently, the tuition fees at Tianhai Medical College have skyrocketed, leaving some aspiring students to merely gaze upon its gates in despair. Nevertheless, as a state-owned university, Tianhai Medical College swiftly implemented a series of favorable policies. Each year, it opens its doors to a select group of special admissions students. This program is designed for those who, despite their exceptional academic prowess, hail from underprivileged backgrounds and cannot afford the steep tuition. In essence, as long as one achieves the requisite scores for admission, they may boldly apply, free from the burden of tuition fees for 4 years. Thus, the term special admissions has come to symbolize the plight of economically disadvantaged students at Tianhai Medical College. This time, Zhu Bufan entered Tianhai Medical College as a special admissions student. Naturally, the status of special admissions students at Tianhai Medical College is not as lowly as one might presume. After all, the institution is astute. If one is fortunate enough to secure a spot as a special admissions student, they must maintain commendable academic performance, with no failures permitted. Consequently, the unique characteristics of the special admissions program at Tianhai Medical College swiftly garnered attention nationwide and even globally. At this moment, Zhu Bufan stood at the entrance of Tianhai Medical College, feeling a twinge of reflection within. In the past, despite 3 attempts, I failed to gain admission to a university. Yet here I stand today, enrolled in the finest institution in Tianhai City. Ah, how truly unfathomable fate can be. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan cast a glance at the photograph of a beautiful woman clutched in his hand, then proceeded to drag his tattered suitcase into the Tianhai Medical College. Hey, you there, stop. Suddenly, a portly security guard from the booth at the entrance called out to Zhu Bufan. Almost immediately, the rotund guard hurriedly exited the booth. Young man, judging by your attire, you must be the special admit our director Wang mentioned. The guard scrutinized Zhu Bufan from head to toe before speaking leisurely. Zhu Bufan was taken aback by the guard's examination, but ultimately nodded in affirmation. Damn it, this long hour has likely led me astray. Otherwise, why hasn't Director Wang shown up? Yes, that's me. What of it? Zhu Bufan responded. If that is indeed the case, then there's no mistake. Young man, don't question it, just follow me. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's confirmation, a flicker of disdain crossed the guard's face. Without waiting for Zhu Bufan's agreement, he strode ahead, resolute and unperturbed. Confronted by the chubby security guard's demeanor, Zhu Bufan chose not to take offense. He was already aware of the special admissions for Tianhai Medical College, so he deemed it unnecessary to engage further. However, Zhu Bufan was no longer the same person he once was. Thus, he couldn't help but internally curse the old scoundrel. Long Aogu. Following closely behind the portly guard, Zhu Bufan was soon escorted to the entrance of an impressively upscale male dormitory. All right, kid, I've brought you here. From now on, you can find the dormitory supervisor, old Wang, to make arrangements. Goodbye. With that, the chubby guard left without a backward glance. Zhu Bufan merely cast a glance at the security guard, who was leaving with a baton slung over his shoulder, his expression remaining unchanged. In the next moment, he stepped directly into the grand dormitory before him. Upon entering, the dormitory supervisor proved to be quite amiable. Upon hearing that Zhu Bufan was a special admit, the supervisor promptly arranged a dormitory for him and even personally assisted him upstairs, offering to carry his worn suitcase. Before long, Zhu Bufan found himself at the door of room 520. As they reached the entrance, The supervisor hastily set down Zhu Bufan's suitcase and, with a flustered demeanor, exclaimed, "This will be your dormitory from now on." Without delay, he hurriedly departed. Observing the departing dormitory supervisor, Zhu Bufan furrowed his brow, pondering whether there lay some terrifying presence within. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the notion as improbable. Thus, he chose to disregard the peculiar behavior of the supervisor and prepared to enter room 520. However, at that precise moment, voices emanated from within. "Hua Xiao, the dorm supervisor just mentioned that a special recruit will be staying with us today. Shouldn't we prepare a grand welcome for him?" "Haha, Su Tianxing. Who doesn't know what your grand gesture entails?" "Haha, Tao Tao, you know me best. But can you really blame me? After all, he is a special recruit. And isn't it customary to extend exceptional hospitality to such individuals?" Upon hearing the lively banter from the dormitory and recalling the earlier supervisor's reaction, Zhu Bufan realized he had fallen victim to a prank. Nonetheless, he felt indifferent at that moment. In the past, he would have promptly sought out the supervisor to request a room change upon hearing such conversations in room 520. However, the current Zhu Bufan had no intention of seeking a new dormitory arrangement. In his high school days, he had not been a stranger to the torment inflicted by the school bullies. In fact, he had frequently endured such experiences. I vividly recall a particularly poignant moment from when Zhu Bufan first entered high school. At that time, Zhu Bufan inadvertently brushed against another student, who then accused him of assaulting him and demanded compensation for medical expenses. Zhu Bufan, lacking any financial means to pay, recognized this demand as a blatant attempt at extortion. Consequently, he refused to acquiesce to their demands, which incited a violent retaliation against him. Despite Zhu Bufan's efforts to defend himself, the aggressors outnumbered him, resulting in his hospitalization. The ensuing medical costs were a burden he could not bear alone. Regrettably, the culprits had some influence, which obstructed Zhu Bufan from obtaining any form of restitution. Thus, the entirety of his medical expenses fell upon his parents, who had only recently scraped together enough money for his tuition. Faced with this dire situation, Zhu Bufan's father was compelled to sell their old sow to cover the medical bills. This event left Zhu Bufan's mother in such distress that she nearly cried her eyes out. This experience etched itself deeply into Zhu Bufan's memory, fostering a profound animosity towards those thugs. Did they offer me gifts? Did they treat me with special regard? Very well. Today, I shall unveil to you a grand gesture. A special reception. Upon overhearing the conversation within dormitory 520, Zhu Bufan silently mused to himself, and in the next moment, he boldly pushed open the door to the room. As the door swung ajar, the scene within revealed 4 individuals, each perched upon a bench, clutching a lit cigarette in hand, while 2 of them were also indulging in a can of beer. At the precise moment Zhu Bufan entered, all 4 turned their gazes towards him. "Ah, Hua Xiao. Tao Tao, how's he look? Our new roommate has arrived." Su Tiansong exclaimed after taking a deep drag from his cigarette, swiftly rising to his feet with a playful demeanor. "Indeed, our new roommate has made his entrance. Allow me to share that he possesses quite the impressive background. Can you guess what it is? That's right. He is a special admission student at our university. With such an illustrious title, shouldn't we all present him with a grand token of welcome?" At this moment, Lu Tao also stood up to voice his agreement. "Tao Tao, you speak the truth. With a special admissions student joining our ranks, it is imperative that we bestow upon him a fitting gift." Su Tiansong immediately concurred, and in the next moment, he swiftly ushered Zhu Bufan into the dormitory. "Come now, my dear special admission roommate, how can you stand outside? Step in and converse." As Su Tiansong pulled Zhu Bufan inside, he promptly closed the dormitory door with a firm kick. Zhu Bufan, taken by Su Tiansong's insistence, neither flinched nor offered any resistance. He was eager to observe how these individuals would proceed with their antics. "Haha, special admission new roommate, come. To welcome you into our dormitory as our new companion, we have prepared a grand gift for you. Let us go and take a look." With that, Su Tiansong placed a hand on Zhu Bufan's shoulder and began to guide him toward the balcony. Seeing Su Tiansong's enthusiasm, Zhu Bufan simply set his suitcase down by the doorway and allowed himself to be led. Soon, he found himself at the balcony, while the remaining 3 roommates, Hua Xiao, Lu Tao, and Hao Zi, wore expressions of amusement as they watched the unfolding scene. "Hua Xiao, do you think this fellow will be overwhelmed by Su Tiansong?" "Overwhelmed? That would be even better. After all, he is nothing more than a lowly special admission student by nature. My father enrolled me in this school. And who could have foreseen that I would be mingling with this group of despicable, impoverished special admissions? Not only does this diminish my standing, but it also subjects me to my father's constant reprimands. Reflecting on the situation evokes a profound sense of ire. When Zhu Bufan was pushed to the balcony of the dormitory, Su Tiansung's previously cheerful expression abruptly transformed. In the next moment, he let go of Zhu Bufan's shoulder, disdainfully brushed off his arm, and pointed at two large red barrels, exclaiming, "Kid, this is the grand gift we have prepared for you. What do you think? Do you like it? Ah, so this is the grand gift you have prepared for me." Zhu Bufan's lips curled into a faint, icy smile as he gazed into the barrels. Indeed, it was true. "Listen here, I loathe your kind, the despicable and impoverished special recruits. Why is it that despite your wretchedness and poverty, you feel entitled to excel beyond us?" Zhu Bufan's irritation simmered. "Because of your antics. I return home only to face my father's wrath. Therefore, it is only fitting that we offer you a proper reception, special recruits. I am granting you half an hour to wash all the socks and underwear from these barrels. Otherwise, today you shall dine on excrement," Su Tiansung declared, his fury palpable. "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing Su Tiansung's words, Zhu Bufan's lips naturally twisted into a smirk. "What is this? It seems you are unwilling to heed my words." Su Tiansung and Apos' expression shifted dramatically as he noticed Zhu Bufan and Apos' smirk. "Let me be frank with you. 5 others before you have disregarded my commands. Do you know what their fate was? Young lad, if you dare to attempt that 6th one today, I assure you, your fate will be far more dismal than theirs. Is that so?" Zhu Bufan sneered. "What? Seeing your demeanor, you seem to doubt it, do you? Very well. Young lad, you aspire to surpass those 5 others, but alas, how could that be? Today, I shall demonstrate to you how I handle a group of privileged students like you. Is that so?" Zhu Bufan sneered again. "What? Your expression reveals disbelief. Doesn't he it? Very well, young lad, you aim to outshine those 5, but alas, how could that be? Today, I will show you how I manage this group of privileged students." As Su Tiansung spoke, he immediately lunged at Zhu Bufan. At that moment, Hua Chenyu, Lu Tao, and Haozi all turned their gazes towards him. Their expressions were laced with mockery, and their eyes reflected profound disdain for Zhu Bufan, as if they believed he would inevitably follow the unfortunate path of those 5 privileged students. After casting a glance, they lost interest. At that moment, Hua Chenyu and Haozi even raised their bottles with joviality, clinking them together in celebration. As Su Tiansung spoke, he directly advanced towards Zhu Bufan, extending a hand to seize the back of Zhu Bufan's head. His intentions were unmistakable. He aimed to forcefully press Zhu Bufan's head into the large red barrel filled with numerous foul socks. Su Tiansung's countenance was marked by intense disdain and indifference. His movements were swift. However, he miscalculated one crucial detail. Zhu Bufan was not akin to the other special recruits he had previously bullied. At the very moment Su Tiansung made his move, Zhu Bufan uttered a single phrase, seeking death. With that, he too launched into action. Su Tiansung was quick, yet Zhu Bufan's speed eclipsed his own. Zhu Bufan first raised his right hand, skillfully intercepting Su Tiansung's grasp, and in the next instant, he seized Su Tiansung's head, forcefully pinning him into a large barrel brimming with foul-smelling socks. Su Tiansung found himself utterly immobilized, emitting a series of repulsive sounds from his mouth. "I give you 3 seconds to release my brother, or I assure you, you shall not leave room 520 today." Upon hearing Su Tiansung's distress, Hua Chenyu, Haozi, and Lu Tao turned their gazes toward him. "Release him? Very well." In the face of their threats, Zhu Bufan merely chuckled. In the following moment, rather than releasing Su Tiansung, he placed a foot firmly on his back. With a sharp crack, Zhu Bufan exerted considerable force. "How dare you disregard my authority?" he thought, observing the audacity of this special recruit as he defiantly provoked him further. In the next moment, Hua Chenyu could no longer remain seated. He stood up abruptly and hurled a bottle of wine directly at Zhu Bufan. Simultaneously, Haozi also threw his bottle towards Zhu. In an instant, the 2 unfinished bottles traced elegant arcs through the air, with the remaining liquid cascading down from them, releasing a fragrant aroma of wine. Soon, the 2 bottles were on a direct collision course with Zhu Bufan and Apos' body, poised for an intimate encounter. However, just then, Zhu Bufan made his move. Without even a glance, he casually unleashed 2 punches forward. The next moment, a pair of resounding thuds echoed through the air. In an instant, the incoming bottles were shattered into fragments by Zhu Bufan's strikes, the shards scattering across the ground at his feet. Observing Zhu Bufan's prowess, Hua Qinyu's expression darkened, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. In the following moment, Hua Qinyu exchanged a knowing glance with Haozi. Promptly, Haozi took the cue and dashed out of the dormitory 520. Release my brother Su Tiansong and kneel to beg for mercy. Perhaps I may spare you, otherwise. As Haozi rushed to summon help, Hua Qinyu's demeanor hardened significantly. What would happen next? However, Zhu Bufan was unfazed by Hua Qinyu's threats. With an air of intrigue, Zhu Bufan gazed at Hua Qinyu and remarked, "Very well, young man, you possess quite the audacity." At this moment, it became evident that Zhu Bufan showed no signs of yielding, which genuinely incensed Hua Qinyu. In the Tianhai Medical College, Hua Qinyu was regarded as a prominent figure. When others encountered him, they would invariably greet him with, "Greetings, young Master Hua." Yet today, the very student he loathed most, a special admit, had audaciously defied him not once, but twice. Consequently, he was seething with anger. Within the depths of his mind, he vowed that when Haozi summoned reinforcements, he would ensure that Zhu Bufan, the special admit, would be brought to his knees, groveling at his feet. Haozi was remarkably swift in rallying support. Before long, a dozen ruffian students armed with steel pipes appeared in the 520 dormitory. They addressed Hua Qinyu with a curt, "Young Master Hua." One of the thugs then proclaimed, "Listen here, I shall grant you one last opportunity. If you release my brother immediately, kneel, and ensure that my shoes are devoid of any dust. Thereafter, obediently washing our undergarments and sleeping on the floor each day, I might just let you go today." Witnessing his comrades gather in full force, Hua Qinyu once again issued a menacing ultimatum. "Is that so? Today, I, Zhu Bufan, extend an opportunity to you, my dormitory mate. If you and your companions vacate room 520 immediately and greet me with a respectful hello, elder brother, I shall grant you mercy." However, Zhu Bufan remains unyielding. This infuriates Hua Qinyu to the brink of fury. "You shall pay for this," he exclaims. In the next moment, he commands his gang of over a dozen thuggish associates armed with steel pipes, "Brothers, attack. I shall take responsibility for any consequences." Instantaneously, the gang of rough university students brandishes their steel pipes and charges at Zhu Bufan. As they rush toward him, Zhu Bufan's expression remains inscrutable. In the blink of an eye, he forcefully stomps down once more, and then he strikes. At that moment, Su Tiansai's face pales. Just as Zhu Bufan exerted his force, he felt several bones in his back snap under the pressure. With the stench surrounding him and the piercing pain radiating from his back, Su Tiankai can no longer endure the agony and loses consciousness. After delivering a decisive blow, Zhu Bufan pays no heed to Su Tiansai's state, charging directly toward the group of thugs. Given his deep-seated disdain for ruffians, Zhu Bufan naturally felt no obligation to be courteous. In that very moment, the 520 dormitory erupted with a cacophony of sounds, chattering, clattering, booming, and cries of dismay. Approximately half a minute later, the once boisterous atmosphere of the 520 dormitory fell into a haunting silence, now filled only with lamentation. At this juncture, Zhu Bufan proclaimed, "May I now reside in the 520 dormitory? May I forego washing my filthy socks and underwear? Then, should you not greet me with utmost respect, addressing me as big brother henceforth?" Indeed, indeed. At that moment, Zhu Bufan towered over Hua Qinyu, Haozi, and the others, asserting his dominance. In stark contrast, Hua Qinyu, Haozi, and Lu Tao gazed up at him with expressions of sheer terror, responding meekly. The preceding half-minute had exposed them to an experience unlike any they had ever encountered in their lives, shattering their previous understanding of reality. They were astounded to discover that such formidable individuals truly existed in the world. Consequently, fear enveloped them, and they were utterly terrified. In an instant, the three of them collapsed to their knees before Zhu Bufan, awaiting his judgment with a sense of profound humility. "Then, why do you not depart?" Zhu Bufan remarked with a flicker of disdain crossing his features as he regarded the trio, who resembled obedient lapdogs. Yes, we shall leave at once." Hua Qianyu, Lu Tao, and Haozi were momentarily taken aback by Zhu Bufan's words. However, in the next instant, they promptly responded and hurriedly made their way toward the dormitory's exit. Although they were uncertain as to why Zhu Bufan chose not to confront them, the fact that he was allowing them to depart spurred them to leave with great urgency. Thus, Hua Chanyu, Lu Tao, and Haozi moved with remarkable swiftness. Yet, just as they reached the doorway, Zhu Bufan's voice resonated behind them. Upon hearing his words, the trio's faces turned ashen. Was Zhu Bufan merely toying with them? Nevertheless, even if he were indeed playing games, they dared not express any dissatisfaction. Brother, do you have any further instructions? They ventured, turning to face him, their expressions grim and their bodies trembling with trepidation. They were uncertain of Zhu Bufan's intentions and proceeded with utmost caution. Do you truly wish to depart so easily? Zhu Bufan's words confirmed their worst fears. He would not let them off the hook so readily. Upon hearing this, they immediately fell to their knees. Please, brother, have mercy on us. We did not intend to offend you. We wish to study diligently and improve ourselves, aspiring to become valuable members of society. They implored with desperate sincerity. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I had mentioned that I would certainly let you go, however. Do you require my assistance in tidying up after your companions and your belongings? Observing the expressions of the three individuals, Zhu Bufan felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness. Such is the nature of reality. If one possesses status and exceptional prowess, others will undeniably regard them with fear. Nevertheless, Zhu Bufan was not one to bully the weak or shy away from the strong. Thus he spoke directly. So you do not intend to take action against us? The three individuals appeared momentarily taken aback by Zhu Bufan's words. However, they quickly responded, Brother, you need not assist us. We shall tidy up ourselves. Just give us 3 minutes. 3 minutes will suffice. In the next instant, the trio set about gathering their possessions. Time swiftly elapsed, and soon after, Hua Chanyu, Lu Tao, and Haozi had transported all their belongings and their underlings out of dormitory 520. Consequently, Zhu Bufan found himself alone in the dormitory. Surveying the entirety of dormitory 520, he noted that it was, indeed, quite spacious, far larger than the dormitory from his high school memories. Within this room, amenities such as a television, air conditioning, a water heater, a sofa, and a water dispenser were all present, aside from the addition of 3 extra beds compared to a typical one-bedroom apartment. This dormitory was equipped with everything one might desire. Goodness, these 3 truly knew how to indulge in the pleasures of university life. Observing the furnishings of dormitory 520, Zhu Bufan couldn't help but curse under his breath. People often say that college life is slightly better than high school. However, the configuration of your dormitory 520 is not merely a little better, but vastly superior. Nonetheless, this is Zhu Bufan's first experience in a university setting, and he is yet to grasp the specifics. Perhaps the rumors about Tianhai Medical College's accommodations hold some truth. Thus, Zhu Bufan refrains from lamenting excessively over this matter. In the next moment, he casually selects a bed, places his belongings upon it, and steps out of dormitory 520. At this juncture, outside the entrance of Tianhai Medical College, in a daily necessities supermarket, Zhu Bufan is engaged in a spirited negotiation with the shop owner. Sir, considering the quantity of items I am purchasing, can't you offer me a discount? My dear boy, I truly cannot lower the price. I operate on a very slim margin. If I grant you a discount, it would be as though I worked in vain. Moreover, I have been stationed here at the entrance of Tianhai Medical College for many years and have never given anyone a discount. Sir, as a mere student, I implore you to extend a small concession to me. Think of it as a contribution to the nation's charitable endeavors. As Zhu Bufan continues his back and forth over prices with the supermarket owner, an astonishing piece of news ripples through the halls of Tianhai Medical College. Hey Zhou Ming, have you seen the news on our campus network? What is going on? What is happening? I must inform you that a significant event has transpired at our school. What kind of significant event? Lu Shangshan asked, incredulous. Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me what it is. Can't you see I still have a report to write? Zhou Ming replied, somewhat impatiently. All right, it seems you truly are unaware. Here, take a look. As Lu Shangshan spoke, he opened the campus forum on his phone and handed it to Zhou Ming. What is it? Honestly, just tell me. Why must I look? Zhou Ming grumbled, somewhat displeased with Lu Shangshan's antics. However, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. In an instant, he exclaimed, What on earth is this? Lu Shangshan, where did you get this? Zhou Ming gazed at the information on the phone, uncertain. Where did it come from? Doesn't it say right here? It's from our campus forum. However, whether this information is true, I cannot ascertain, Lu Shangshan replied. I believe it is mostly true. Look, there are images attached. If there are images, then it must be genuine. Indeed, I also believe it to be true. At that moment, within Tianhai Medical College, the majority of students were engrossed in discussing a sensational piece of news on the campus forum. A newly emerged special admission student has decisively defeated Hua Chenyu. Who is Hua Chenyu? Every student of Tianhai Medical College is, to some extent, familiar with the name Hua Chenyu, for he is notorious within the institution as a bully, particularly tormenting the special recruits. Recently, this scoundrel faced a severe beating, which naturally sparked widespread discussion throughout the college. Consequently, the news swiftly spread among all the students of Tianhai Medical College. The majority who learned of this incident were filled with joy, excitement, and delight, as they were predominantly the special recruits who had previously suffered at the hands of Hua Chenyu. Their elation was so profound that some even ventured to the store to purchase a bottle of wine, planning to celebrate on the rooftop that evening. While many expressed happiness, excitement, and joy, others wore expressions of anger, their faces contorted as if they had bitten into something utterly distasteful. After Hua Chenyu, Lu Tao, and Haozi exited dormitory 520, they proceeded directly to a dormitory on the third floor, which housed solely special recruits. The reason for their arrival was clear. Having been expelled from dormitory 520 by Zhu Bufan, returning was no longer an option. Thus, they resolved to forcefully evict all the occupants of the third-floor dormitory and claim it for themselves. Upon their arrival, they brazenly drove out every resident of the dormitory without hesitation. After expelling all the occupants of the dormitory, they prepared to move in. However, at that moment, one of their underlings rushed in to inform them that news of Zhu Bufan's reprimand had spread throughout the campus, and nearly everyone in the school was now aware of it. Consequently, Hua Chenyu, Lu Tao, and Haozi sat in dormitory 321, their expressions dark and sullen, silently smoking in frustration. This incident marked the most humiliating moment for Hua Chenyu, Lu Tao, Haozi, and Su Tiansong, particularly for Su Tiansong, who not only gained notoriety, but also ended up in the school hospital. Hua Xiao, are we really going to let this matter slide? After a long silence, Lu Tao finally spoke, his face filled with indignation. Let it go? Lu Tao, you overestimate that special recruit. I, Hua Chenyu, have never endured such humiliation in my life. Do you think I can just forget it? Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, Hua Chenyu let out a cold snort. But Hua Xiao, how is that special recruit any different from the others? He is exceptionally skilled. We have lost more than a dozen brothers to his hands. If we simply let it go, what are we to do? Lu Tao replied. Skilled, you say? Lu Tao, this society lacks many things, but it certainly does not lack skilled fighters. If he is strong, then we shall find someone even stronger. Don't you think that way? We could exact our revenge? Hua Chenyu took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze turning steely. Hua Xiao, you're not planning to seek out Wu Xiao, are you? Upon hearing his superior's words, the understanding dawned upon Haozi immediately. In the next moment, he spoke up, and simultaneously, both of them declared, Indeed, let us seek out Wu Xiao. This fellow is quite formidable, but I wonder if he will maintain his prowess when confronted by Wu Xiao. Oh, how could I have forgotten about Wu Xiao? At that moment, Lu Tao slapped his forehead in realization. Haha, Lu Tao, this matter shall be entrusted to you. Remember, it is imperative that you handle it well, and strive to minimize any inconvenience to us, understood? Lu Tao responded with confidence. Haha, Hua Xiao, rest assured. Lu Tao guarantees to handle it splendidly. At the entrance of the daily necessities store, the proprietor ultimately yielded to Zhu Bufan, conceding a discount of 50 yuan. Upon seeing the reduction, Zhu Bufan promptly settled the payment and swiftly departed with his purchases. Observing Zhu Bufan leave with 2 hefty bags, the store owner displayed a rather helpless expression. Damn it, it's the first time I've encountered someone haggling in a supermarket. When Zhu Bufan returned to room 520, he found the dormitory supervisor escorting 3 individuals laden with luggage. Instantly, Zhu Bufan comprehended that this supervisor was aware of his having expelled Hua Chenyu, Lu Tao, and the others from room 520, hence, he was now arranging new roommates for him. As he gazed at the dormitory supervisor, Zhu Bufan felt a twinge of discomfort. His presence in dormitory 520 was undoubtedly attributed to the supervisor's careful arrangements. However, Zhu did not harbor any resentment towards the supervisor. After all, any dormitory supervisor faced with students like Hua Chenyu and Lu Tao would likely make similar arrangements. Thus, he bore no ill will towards the supervisor. Upon noticing that Zhu held no grievances, the supervisor promptly informed him, Zhu Bufan, henceforth, These three will be your new roommates. I hope you all can coexist harmoniously." He then exited dormitory 520 with remarkable haste. Watching the supervisor leave as if in flight, Zhu Bufan could only shake his head in resignation. At that moment, the three individuals brought in by the supervisor surrounded Zhu with palpable excitement and enthusiasm. "Classmate, do you realize how incredibly impressive you are? We hold you in the highest regard," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, that group led by Hua Chanyu has often bullied us special admit students. And now that you have taught them a lesson, it feels utterly gratifying." The three special admit students clamored around Zhu, showering him with accolades. Observing their enthusiastic praise, Zhu Bufan felt a sense of reflection. The phenomenon of the weak being bullied by the strong exists universally in one's youth. As long as one is unafraid of confrontation, one can navigate life with relative ease. However, upon entering university and the broader society, one must rely on genuine strength to make an impact, much like Hua Chanyu. Thus, Zhu Bufan did not feel particularly proud after teaching a lesson to Hua Chanyu and his companions. On the contrary, this experience imparted a crucial understanding to Zhu Bufan. In order to shield himself and his loved ones from future oppression, he must continuously cultivate his strength and expand his influence, thereby acquiring the means to protect those he cherishes. Through a brief interaction with the three special recruits, Zhu Bufan discerned that the somewhat lanky student was named Yi Yiming, while the bespectacled one was called Chen Xiang. As for the remaining individual, he went by the name of Zhang Pengfei. Zhu Bufan felt a twinge of surprise regarding Zhang Pengfei, who hailed from northeast China. One would typically expect such a person to embody the traits of a true man, yet Zhu Bufan found no evidence of such qualities in him. Even the distinct appearance characteristic of Northeasterners was conspicuously absent in Zhang Pengfei. Zhang's physique, akin to that of a typical Northeastern man, was indeed sturdy. However, this robustness was merely a manifestation of accumulated fat, rendering him simply overweight rather than truly strong. It was rumored that he had already reached a staggering weight of over 300 pounds. Zhang Pengfei's demeanor was characterized by a notable timidity, making him an easy target for anyone with a modicum of assertiveness. Consequently, many classmates speculated whether Zhang Pengfei had initially found himself in the wrong setting. As for Yi Yiming and Chen Xiang, these two hailed from a remote mountainous village. Reports indicated that their living conditions were even more impoverished than those of Zhu Bufan. However, these two individuals, through their relentless efforts, managed to gain admission to the prestigious Business and Politics program at Tianhai Medical College with outstanding results. This achievement is something Zhu Bufan cannot help but admire. In his own past, Zhu Bufan had to repeat 2 years before he was able to enter university. Thus, it is only natural that Zhu Bufan holds these two in high regard. He silently vowed to himself that if the opportunity arises, he would spare no effort in assisting them. The Business and Politics program, a hallmark of excellence at Tianhai Medical College. Consequently, many students within the college are enrolled in this distinguished program. As a result, the dormitory building where Zhu Bufan resides is predominantly occupied by students from the Business and Politics program. The Business and Politics building was specifically constructed for the elite program at Tianhai Medical College, serving as the venue for its instruction. At this moment, Zhu Bufan followed Yi Yiming, Chen Xiang, and Zhang Pengfei into a classroom that resembled a cinema. Zhu Bufan chose to report to Tianhai Medical College today, primarily because there was a class he needed to attend this afternoon. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed that a considerable number of students were already seated. Thus, it appeared that only a few spots remained available. After surveying the room, Zhu Bufan made his way to a seat in the back near the door. For Zhu Bufan, his presence here is dictated by his agreement with Long Aogua. Thus, he is not genuinely here to pursue academic endeavors. Therefore, Zhu Bufan sees no reason to vie for a position with those who ardently seek knowledge. Consequently, he settled into a seat at the back of the classroom without hesitation. As he took his seat, he began to survey his surroundings. There was another reason for Zhu Bufan's attendance in this particular class. The girl whom Long Aogua had tasked him with protecting would also be present. Since she was his charge, it was only fitting for Zhu Bufan to lay eyes on her. After sitting down, he commenced his search for the figure of this girl. Just as he was scanning the room, a brash voice pierced the air beside him. "Hey, kid, I have my eye on this spot. Now, get lost." Taken aback by the audacity of the remark, Zhu Bufan found it astonishing that someone would contend for a seat in the last row of a classroom. It was a first for him. However, upon glancing up, he quickly comprehended the situation. Before him stood a crew-cut man, accompanied by a rather attractive girl. The girl, with a submissive demeanor, leaned against the man's shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Bufan. "Hey, kid, didn't you hear what I said?" Lousy stated. "I have taken notice of your position. Now, I grant you a mere 3 seconds to vacate it. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face the consequences." Upon witnessing Zhu Bufan's utter disregard for his threat, the buzzcut man felt a surge of rage. Originally, he had intended to retreat with his girlfriend to a hotel. Yet she insisted on attending this particular class, leaving him in a state of frustration. Thus, he sought to take advantage of the situation by occupying a seat at the back near the door, hoping to extract some benefit from his girlfriend before proceeding. However, upon their arrival in the classroom, he was dismayed to find someone occupying that very spot. Consequently, he sought to intimidate Zhu Bufan into relinquishing his seat. 3 seconds to depart? Observing the buzzcut man's incessant bluster, Zhu Bufan remained unfazed, even allowing a smile to grace his lips as he regarded his adversary. The man's irritation grew, having already been pent up, and now faced with Zhu Bufan's indifference, he was seething with anger. In an instant, he contemplated resorting to violence against Zhu Bufan. However, at that moment, Zhu Bufan finally acknowledged him, which only fueled the man's arrogance. "Indeed, kid, I shall only give you 3 seconds to leave. If you do not comply, I will have no choice but to take action. Is that so? Is that so?" Zhu Bufan rose to his feet, a chilling smile playing upon his lips. "If you wish to address physiological issues, then perhaps you should reconsider provoking me. Do you believe me, Zhu Bufan, to be an easy target?" Upon witnessing Zhu Bufan rise to his feet, the buzzcut man was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure and bellowed at Zhu Bufan. "Kid, do you not believe me? Fine, you have guts, but such audacity comes at a price." In the next instant, the buzzcut man released his girlfriend from his grasp and lunged towards Zhu Bufan. However, Zhu Bufan was quicker to act. In that moment, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick aimed directly at the buzzcut man. With a resounding bang, the man's fist had yet to reach Zhu Bufan before he was sent sprawling backward by the force of the kick. "You dare strike me? Do you even know who I am?" the buzzcut man exclaimed, as he was propelled several steps back, colliding with a number of seated students before finally regaining his balance. Once stabilized, he sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Zhu Bufan. Typically, he was the one who bullied others, yet today, he had been struck by someone else, leaving him utterly astonished. "Well then, do enlighten me as to who you are. Are you perhaps the school's deputy principal?" Zhu Bufan, amused by the man's words, maintained his composure, but his expression soon turned serious. "Even if you were the deputy principal, I, Zhu Bufan, would not hesitate to retaliate." Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, the crew-cut man, momentarily flustered, found himself at a loss for words. Who was the director of education? It was none other than the crew-cut man's uncle. Anyone who had spent even a brief period at Tianhai Medical College would undoubtedly be aware that this man was Zhao Aigua, the director of education. However, Zhu Bufan was blissfully ignorant of this fact, and it was hardly his fault. After all, he had only just arrived. Zhu Bufan expressed his grievances because this director had offended him earlier that day. Before today, Long Aogu had informed Zhu Bufan that the principal would personally greet him at the school gate, given Zhu Bufan's official background. However, upon his arrival, the principal claimed to have urgent matters to attend to and sent the director, Zhao Aigua, in his stead. This was not inherently problematic, as the director wielded considerable influence within the institution. Thus, Zhu Bufan chose not to dwell on it. Yet, to his astonishment, upon reaching Tianhai Medical College, the director failed to appear. While this was not a significant issue, for Zhu Bufan was not one to prioritize face-saving. The situation took a turn for the worse when he found himself ensnared by a rather rotund security guard. Naturally, Zhu Bufan could not help but feel aggrieved. Who, after all, would engage in a brawl without provocation? Moreover, he had learned from his 3 roommates that this director was notoriously lecherous, cowardly towards the strong, and avaricious. Thus, when this topic arises, it inadvertently evokes the image of the legendary director of education. Of course, the reason Zhu Bufan mentions this director is not without his own ulterior motives. "What? You little brat, how dare you insult my uncle like that? It seems I must put an end to you today. However, if you immediately kneel down and beg for mercy while compensating me with 100,000 in medical expenses, I, Li Tongtian, will not hold this against you." and I shall refrain from informing my uncle about your disrespect. Otherwise, what then? Zhu Bufan had not anticipated the peculiar twist of fate that would lead to an encounter with the director's nephew seeking trouble. It is rather amusing that while Zhu Bufan has openly disrespected his uncle, Li Tongtian is scheming on how to extort him. Otherwise, what then? Let me enlighten you. If you do not comply, I will ensure your legs are broken, and I will instruct my uncle to expel you from Tianhai Medical College without hesitation. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's inquiry, Li Tongtian mistakenly interpreted it as a sign of fear. Li Tongtian, the nephew of Zhao Aigua, was indulged by his uncle due to Zhao's deep affection for his sister, who in turn showered her son, Li Tongtian, with love. Consequently, Zhao Aigua, being the director of Tianhai Medical College, granted Li Tongtian access to the prestigious business and politics program, a feat that would have been otherwise unattainable for him. With such a connection, Li Tongtian arrived at Tianhai Medical College with an air of arrogance, engaging in various mischiefs such as flirting, brawling, and extorting protection fees from others. His notorious behavior had become widely known, drawing the attention of many students who were present during his antics. Upon witnessing the commotion, they were taken aback, astonished that someone dared to confront the bully, Li Tongtian. This unexpected turn of events captivated their interest, sparking lively discussions among the onlookers. Who is that? One wondered. I've never seen him before. Perhaps he's new here. If that's the case, he's in for a rough time. Another chimed in, expressing concern for the newcomer. Li Tongtian usually relies on his uncle's position to intimidate others. How could he not know this? You must be mistaken. He just arrived, so how would he be aware? There is nothing to be done. Some express their skepticism regarding Zhu Bufan, while others gaze upon him with eager anticipation. How delightful it is that someone has finally risen to confront the troublesome Li Tongtian. Indeed, this wretched fellow has often bullied us, and at last, a challenger has emerged. I fervently hope that this individual will incapacitate Li Tongtian completely. Meanwhile, at that moment, a strikingly beautiful figure rose gracefully from her seat and proceeded towards Zhu Bufan and Li Tongtian. With an uncle serving as the director of education, Li Tongtian had been rather arrogant and domineering since his arrival at Tianhai Medical College. However, his bravado could only be directed at those special students lacking familial influence within the college. When faced with those of genuine power, Li Tongtian would quickly adopt a subservient demeanor, for his uncle is merely a minor director at Tianhai Medical College. Now, confronted with Zhu Bufan, Li Tongtian naturally perceived him as a special student and an easy target for his bullying. Hurry up, kid. I do not possess the patience to wait for you, Li Tongtian urged impatiently, wrapping his arm around his girlfriend. Which woman is being embraced by Li Tongtian? At this moment, under the gaze of the crowd, she not only displays no signs of shyness, but rather feels a sense of pride, even leaning flirtatiously into Li Tongtian's arms. It seems that, in her eyes, being held so publicly by Li Tongtian serves as a symbol of status. Hey, Li Tongtian, do you truly intend to find someone to break my legs and then have your uncle expel me from Tianhai Medical College? Faced with Li Tongtian's insistence, Zhu Bufan remains unperturbed, instead smiling as he gazes at Li Tongtian. Under the scrutiny of Zhu Bufan's amused eyes, an inexplicable tension grips Li Tongtian's heart. Could this person come from a family of considerable influence? Li Tongtian finds himself momentarily at a loss. If Zhu Bufan's family is indeed powerful, would he not be slapping his own face with his next move? However, Li Tongtian swiftly resolves to adhere to his initial judgment. A person whose entire outfit amounts to merely 1,000 cannot possibly hail from a prominent family. In a prestigious institution like Tianhai Medical College, students from influential families are typically ostentatious, eager for others to recognize their wealth and status. Thus, Li Tongtian is convinced that Zhu Bufan is merely putting on airs. Therefore, indeed, if you do not immediately kneel and apologize to me right now, compensating me with 100,000 in medical fees, I shall certainly find someone to break your legs, and then summon my uncle to ensure your complete expulsion from our school. Li Tongtian comprehended everything. Thus he elevated his voice slightly. After finishing his statement, he intentionally glanced around. His demeanor seemed to convey a silent warning to the students in the vicinity. Henceforth, keep your eyes wide open, for I, Li Tongtian, am not one to be trifled with. Moreover, it would be wise for you to voluntarily show me your respect. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Undoubtedly, Li Tongtian's actions at that moment bore fruit. The students, upon meeting his gaze, instinctively averted their eyes. with some even bowing their heads in submission, clearly intimidated by him. Listen closely. I am granting you a mere 3 seconds, should you fail to comply. Do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. The reactions of his classmates filled Li Tongtian with satisfaction. Consequently, he turned to Zhu Bufan, exuding confidence. Once Li Tongtian finished speaking, he raised his hand, distinctly forming a gesture of 3. His meaning was unmistakable. Listen well, I am truly giving you just 3 seconds. Once that time elapses, prepare to face my wrath. Observing Li Tongtian's audacity, Zhu Bufan smirked coldly. So it's you, Li Tongtian? Today, I shall send you soaring to the heavens. With that, Zhu Bufan immediately prepared to strike, his palms brimming with concentrated energy. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated. Li Tongtian, are you not aware that I detest being disturbed before class? Instantly, a striking figure appeared before Zhu Bufan and Li Tongtian. Long Na? The moment this enchanting figure graced the scene, the onlookers erupted in excitement. Who is Long Na? She is one of the top 10 beauties of Tianhai Medical College, the esteemed young lady of the Long family. Such a woman, possessing unparalleled status, beauty, and intellect, is bound to captivate anyone who lays eyes upon her. The fervor among the spectators was not merely due to the presence of Long Na, but rather the curiosity surrounding why the young lady of the Long family had chosen to appear here. Typically, the top beauties of Tianhai Medical College are known for their aloofness and lofty demeanor, seldom mingling with the crowd. Indeed, on ordinary days, even in the event of a tragic incident, such as someone jumping from a building, they would likely remain detached. Yet today, the young lady of the Long family, Long Na, had chosen to engage, which led to a flurry of speculation in the vicinity. Hey, what do you think Long Hua is doing here? How would I know? But one thing is certain, she is definitely not here for you. Come on, that's obvious. If she were to come for me, I would gladly trade 10 years of my life. Please, with your status, do you really think the Long Hua would come for you? Even if you were to sacrifice 50 years, it wouldn't make a difference. Who are you referring to? He muttered. Aren't you just a penniless wretch? Just then, Lady Long made her entrance, and his attention shifted entirely. Initially, Li Tongtian had been pondering the meaning behind Zhu Bufan's words. Li Tongtian, today I shall send you soaring to the ceiling. However, upon hearing that voice, his thoughts evaporated. In the blink of an eye, he was jolted back to reality. He swiftly pushed away the woman in his arms and turned to Lady Long, his demeanor shifting to one of ingratiating respect. My lady, has this rascal been a distraction to your studies? Fear not, I shall resolve this matter post-haste. As soon as Li Tongtian finished speaking, he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhu Bufan, ready to unleash his fury. Zhu Bufan, initially intent on sending Li Tongtian crashing into the ceiling with a single strike, was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a stunning woman. He could not help but acknowledge her beauty. Her delicate features seemed as if they had been sculpted by nature itself. Her long, flowing hair, a captivating shade of golden blonde, moved gracefully, evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer and inhale her enchanting fragrance. Particularly striking was her elegant blue gown, which accentuated her alluring figure, leaving onlookers lost in fanciful reverie. Thus, a woman of such exquisite beauty would undoubtedly inspire any man to embrace her without hesitation. However, at this moment, Zhu Bufan felt no such inclination. Rather, he harbored a slight discontent towards her. What could have provoked such feelings in Zhu Bufan? The answer lies in the fact that her sudden appearance disrupted his meticulously devised plans. How, you may wonder, did this enchanting woman intrude upon Zhu Bufan's intentions? Just moments ago, when Li Tongtian gestured, Zhu Bufan had already discerned the identity of the girl from Long Aogu who he was summoned to protect at Tianhai Medical Academy. As fate would have it, this girl was equally invested in observing the developments on his side. Consequently, Zhu Bufan had initially devised a strategy. He intended to showcase his abilities to her, hoping to entice her to approach him of her own accord. According to the agreement between Long Aogu and Zhu Bufan, the objective was for Zhu Bufan to forge a friendship with the girl while maintaining his anonymity and subsequently ensuring her safety. Any deviation from this plan could potentially evoke her aversion. Upon arriving at Tianhai Medical Academy, Zhu Bufan was already contemplating how to approach her, and now Li Tongtian had unwittingly facilitated this opportunity for him. According to the information provided by Long Aogu, this girl was a natural-born adept, endowed with extraordinary abilities. In the beginning, The reason why Zhu Bufan garnered such favor from Long Agua was due to the striking similarities in their extraordinary abilities. It was this resemblance that drew Long Agua's admiration towards Zhu Bufan. During their conversation at the Shangping Hotel, Zhu Bufan discovered that Long Agua had mistakenly perceived him as a person of the same ilk. This misjudgment further fueled Long Agua's interest in him. After their dialogue at the hotel, Zhu Bufan speculated that Long Agua's inclination towards him stemmed from his unique capability to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation and combat, leading to the erroneous belief that they belonged to the same category of individuals. In the realm Zhu Bufan inhabited, most adept practitioners relied on internal energy to inflict harm, whereas he possessed the ability to harness the spiritual energy of the universe to do so. This celestial energy, a gift of nature, was inherently different and could easily create a misleading allure between the two. Nevertheless, this natural misconception provided Zhu Bufan with an opportunity to draw closer to a particular girl. Since he could utilize spiritual energy to persuade Long Agua to perceive him as akin to himself, why could he not employ the same energy to make this girl regard him similarly? Thus, Zhu Bufan resolved from the outset to showcase his abilities to capture her attention. Little did anyone anticipate that just as Zhu Bufan felt the moment was ripe to showcase his skills, a stunning woman would unexpectedly appear. Her arrival, undeniably, thwarted Zhu Bufan's plans. With his intentions disrupted, how could Zhu Bufan feel any sense of satisfaction? Nevertheless, now that this woman had manifested, he was intrigued to observe her subsequent actions. If she indeed intended to engage in activities that displeased him, Zhu Bufan would not hesitate to ensure she faced dire consequences, even if she possessed undeniable beauty. "Listen here, you brat," Li Tongtian sneered, pointing at Zhu Bufan. "You and Apos V severely disrupted our esteemed Miss Long and Apos' class. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over 150,000 right now. Otherwise, prepare to face the wrath of Miss Long." His expression was rife with mockery. Li Tongtian believed that Zhu Bufan's interference had displeased the Long family's heiress, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. "Hurry up, kid. We have a class to attend." At that moment, among the onlookers, some began to grow impatient, convinced that Zhu Bufan's delay had irked Miss Long. This impatience, of course, was merely a display of their eagerness to curry favor. "Indeed, my fellow classmate, I advise you to be more perceptive. You see, Li Tongtian is the nephew of our school's director, and now our esteemed school flower, Long Na, has been influenced by your actions during class. It is essential to recognize the significant impact Long Na wields within the school. Her influence far surpasses that of a mere assistant director's nephew. Therefore, my dear classmate, it would be wise for you to concede gracefully. While some may express their impatience, there are also those who offer well-meaning advice, though one might question the sincerity of such counsel. After all, Zhu Bufan is a specially recruited student. To their eyes, Long Na's arrival only intensifies the likelihood of trouble for Zhu Bufan. At this moment, Zhu Bufan has just acquainted himself with 3 roommates, Yi Yiming, Zhang Pengfei, and Shen Xiang. In fact, when Zhu Bufan and Li Tongtian began their confrontation, these 3 had already gathered to observe the unfolding drama. Instead of stepping forward to defend Zhu Bufan, they chose to maintain a safe distance, quietly watching the spectacle. When Long Na appeared, Zhu Bufan's roommates not only remained silent, but even retreated further away. Their actions suggest a clear desire to avoid any association with Zhu Bufan. After all, even the slightest connection to him at this moment could render their lives at Tianhai Medical College rather unpleasant. Thus, they opted to keep their distance. Regarding the performances of Zhang Pengfei, Yi Yiming, and Shen Xiang, Zhu Bufan observed everything with keen insight. Initially, Zhu Bufan resolved within himself to extend his utmost assistance to these 3 individuals if the opportunity arose. However, their timidity and indifference have rendered such intentions futile. Is it still possible for Zhu Bufan to aid them? The answer is evidently clear: it is not. At this moment, the unexpected arrival of Miss Long, Long Na, led everyone to unanimously conclude that Zhu Bufan had severely disrupted her preparations for class, prompting her appearance. Consequently, they regarded Zhu Bufan with cold indifference. Yet, at this juncture, Miss Long Na spoke. "Li Tongtian, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. Allow me to clarify unequivocally that my previous statement was directed at you. Do you comprehend now? If you do, I kindly ask you to leave at once." What is happening here? Is it not the case that the distinguished school beauty, Long Na, has come to reprimand Zhu Bufan? but rather to admonish Li Tongtian. Miss Long Na continued, Li Tongtian, I think you have misconstrued my meaning. Let me reiterate clearly that my earlier words were intended for you. Now, do you understand? If you do, I sincerely request that you exit immediately. What? What is going on here? Could it be that the illustrious Dragon School Belle is not here to reprimand Zhu Bufan, but rather to deliver a lesson to Li Tongtian? A single utterance from the enchanting school beauty, Long Na, left all the onlookers utterly astonished. Some even rubbed their ears in disbelief, questioning whether they had indeed misheard. What? This? Li Tongtian found it hard to believe. The smile that had adorned his face was abruptly frozen in place. In the next moment, he gazed at Long Na in bewilderment. Miss Long, what? Li Tongtian, do you fail to comprehend my words? Or do you genuinely believe that I would take action against you while your uncle remains unscathed? Long Na stated with an air of finality, casting not even a glance in Li Tongtian's direction. Yet, despite her averted gaze, an unmistakable chill enveloped her expression. No, Miss Long, that is not my intention. Please, do not be angered. I shall leave at once. Upon witnessing the frostiness in Long Na's demeanor, Li Tongtian grasped the reality. She had not come to witness him reprimanding Zhu Bufan, but rather to stand up for Zhu Bufan himself. With this realization, Li Tongtian dared not provoke Zhu Bufan any further. Consequently, after uttering those words, he swiftly turned around, preparing to exit the classroom. Stop! Did I grant you permission to leave? However, just as Li Tongtian had taken a couple of hurried steps, a voice rang out, commanding attention. Who is speaking now? Suddenly, everyone was filled with curiosity. While it was her prerogative to ask you to leave, your decision to offend me for your own benefit is unacceptable. Now, you wish to depart so easily? Does that not imply that you, Zhu Bufan, are insignificant in their eyes? Indeed, it is Zhu Bufan who speaks boldly. Zhu Bufan originally intended to leverage Li Tongtian to realize his own ambitions. If he were to let Li Tongtian go now, would it not render his initial plans utterly futile? Moreover, Li Tongtian is a character who undoubtedly deserves a reckoning. How could Zhu Bufan possibly let him escape? The answer is clear. Zhu Bufan will not let this slip away. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel as though my mind is insufficiently sharp? The school beauty stands up for a specially admitted student, and now that student appears to be withdrawing without resolution. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, it seems he is intent on confronting Li Tongtian. Could it be that this special student shares an extraordinary connection with the school beauty, Long Na? Instantly, the onlooking classmates began to speculate. However, at that moment, Long Na paid no heed to their comments. Instead, she gazed at Zhu Bufan with astonishment. Although her actions were not intentionally meant to assist him, they nonetheless indirectly supported his position. Yet, Zhu Bufan appeared ungrateful for such a gesture. Consequently, Long Na felt a flicker of irritation. Long Na, the eldest daughter of the Long family, is known for her decisiveness and icy demeanor. Nevertheless, she harbors a fondness for attending Professor Feng's lectures. Today, she arrived punctually for his class. However, after this incident occurred, a troubling situation unfolded within the classroom, where students began to bully one another. Such occurrences are not uncommon, and Long Na had witnessed many similar incidents before, thus she did not find it particularly surprising. Yet, today's class was conducted by Professor Feng, who abhorred any form of disruption during his lectures. As the class time approached and the conflict between Li Tongtian and Zhu Bufan remained unresolved, Long Na felt a surge of anger. How dare they disrupt my favorite class and show such disrespect towards the esteemed Professor Feng? This was something Long Na could not tolerate. Consequently, Long Na decided to intervene. She had heard of Li Tongtian's notorious behavior, knowing that he often exploited his uncle's position as the school's director to bully students of lesser backgrounds. Therefore, when Long Na stepped forward, she confronted Li Tongtian directly. One must know when to cease their actions, for that is the mark of a wise individual. Otherwise, Long Na cast a frigid glare at Zhu Bufan, a hint of chill permeating her expression, before she began to issue her warning. What will happen otherwise? Zhu Bufan, however, disregarded Long Na's admonition. Not only did he dismiss her warning, but he also brazenly confronted her. You've spoiled my plans. How could I not retaliate against you? Long Na's frustration intensified as she regarded Zhu Bufan with an even colder demeanor. What about me? I must tell you, my classmate, that matters concerning me, Zhu Bufan, are to be resolved solely by myself. There is no need for anyone else to intervene. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from further interference. Long Na's expression had already grown icy, yet Zhu Bufan's subsequent words nearly pushed her to the brink of fury. However, she ultimately managed to contain her wrath. Very well. You wish to handle this on your own? Fine, I shall grant you that opportunity. With fierce anger gleaming in her eyes, Long Na glared at Zhu Bufan, Li Tongtian. Return here. I shall not concern myself with this matter any longer. Moreover, you had better ensure that this person before me is thoroughly beaten and cast out of Tianhai Medical Academy. Otherwise, tomorrow, it will be you who is left battered and expelled. Absolutely, Miss Long. I, Li Tongtian, assure you that I will execute this task splendidly. Just watch. Initially, Li Tongtian had been seething with indignation after being scolded by Long Na. Yet, with Zhu Bufan under her protection, he was compelled to stifle his fury and depart. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Bufan was rather foolish, unable to perceive that Long Na was merely offering him assistance. Instead of accepting this favor gracefully, he sought to create trouble for himself and inadvertently incited the wrath of the esteemed Miss Long. Consequently, Li Tongtian was determined to ensure that Zhu Bufan would pay a steep price for his insolence. Furthermore, Zhu Bufan had previously kicked Li Tongtian without any recompense. Thus, at this moment, Li Tongtian was positively reveling in his delight. Li Tongtian was utterly elated, yet the surrounding classmates were left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? This was far from the script they had anticipated, and they found themselves utterly perplexed. However, what truly confounded them was that at the very moment Long Na finished speaking, Zhu Bufan took immediate action. At this point, Li Tongtian remained blissfully absorbed in his immense joy, evident from the beaming smile adorning his face, as he contemplated his script. According to Li Tongtian's envisioned narrative, the next moment would see him leaping forward, delivering a slap with his left hand, followed by another with his right onto Zhu Bufan's face, culminating in a powerful kick to Zhu Bufan's abdomen. In that instant, Zhu Bufan would be sent flying by the force of Li Tongtian's kick. Next, Li Tongtian would elegantly turn his head, tossing his dashing, flowing hair in a suave manner towards the illustrious Long Na. Subsequently, the esteemed young lady of the Long family would gaze at Li Tongtian with profound admiration and infatuation, exclaiming, "Wow, Tian, you are so handsome. I am truly in love with you." Following that, Zhu Bufan would kneel before Li Tongtian, begging for mercy and compensation. Yet, the narrative ultimately belonged solely to Li Tongtian. At this moment, however, his body inexplicably began to rise upward. What on earth was happening? As Li Tongtian struggled to complete his script, he suddenly found his body rising uncontrollably. In the next moment, he exclaimed in astonishment, his expression reflecting profound bewilderment. Meanwhile, the onlookers, having undergone a series of transformations, gazed at Zhu Bufan as if he were a fool, eager to witness how this unaware imbecile would be thoroughly chastised by Li Tongtian, subsequently forced to compensate, and then unceremoniously expelled from Tianhai Medical College. After all, at this juncture, the Dragon family's esteemed young lady had already issued a stern warning. If Li Tongtian did not incapacitate Zhu Bufan and cast him out today, it would be Li Tongtian himself who would meet a similar fate tomorrow. Thus, given Li Tongtian's usual disposition, it was expected that he would first demand a compensation of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan from Zhu Bufan, followed by a severe beating that would leave Zhu maimed, before tossing him out of Tianhai Medical College. However, at this moment, not only did Li Tongtian refrain from attacking Zhu Bufan, but he inexplicably ascended towards the ceiling. This left everyone utterly stunned and perplexed. Yet soon enough, a realization dawned on someone. Zhu Bufan had previously declared that he would handle his own affairs without the interference of others. Therefore, with Li Tongtian inexplicably rising towards the ceiling, it became abundantly clear that Zhu Bufan was indeed the one taking action. The ability to elevate oneself effortlessly into the heavens is nothing short of mastery. Indeed, it rivals the feats of mythology. It is no wonder that others proclaim, "He shall resolve his own matters without the interference of others." Initially, I dismissed this as mere arrogance, but it is now evident that such confidence stems from genuine prowess. Damn that impoverished student. What have you done to me? Stop this at once. At that moment, the onlookers erupted into a chorus of murmurs. And if Li Tongtian remained oblivious to the fact that his inexplicable ascent was orchestrated by Zhu Bufan, he would be a fool indeed. Thus, in the next instant, Li Tongtian bellowed furiously at Zhu Bufan. He struggled vehemently, desperately attempting to halt his ascent. Alas, regardless of his efforts, his body continued to rise, and at an increasingly rapid pace. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, Li Tongtian's face paled in an instant. "Damn you, impoverished student. You must stop this at once, or I shall ensure you regret it," he shouted. "Do you not realize that my uncle is the director of education? Your actions will lead to your demise. I shall have him deal with you." In his desperation, Li Tongtian pleaded, "Please, stop my ascent." His cries grew incessant, and ultimately, he succumbed to tears. However, Li Tongtian's ascent showed no signs of abating. At this moment, the onlookers could no longer maintain their composure. Terror etched itself upon their faces. Initially, they had merely found the spectacle amusing and entertaining, but now, as Li Tongtian approached the ceiling, it was evident that this was no longer a trivial matter. The distance from the classroom floor to the ceiling was a staggering 5 meters. To effortlessly elevate an individual to such heights without the slightest risk of falling was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary person, unless one were a practitioner of the Tao. According to legend, such a practitioner could teleport individuals from one location to another in an instant. Presently, Li Tongtian was experiencing just that, which implied Zhu Bufan must indeed be a cultivator. Consequently, the gazes of the onlookers fixated upon Zhu Bufan, their expressions betraying their newfound anxiety. At the same time, Long Na's countenance reflected a similar turmoil. She was utterly unprepared to discover that this audacious candidate who had dared to provoke her was, in fact, a cultivator. Moreover, judging by the current circumstances, Zhu Bufan's prowess was formidable. Yet, in comparison, Long Na felt somewhat reassured, as her own family boasted several practitioners of the Tao. "Li Tongtian, was it? I have promised to break your legs." Just as Li Tongtian's entire body seemed poised to reach the ceiling, Zhu Bufan spoke. No sooner had Zhu Bufan's words left his lips than a crisp, resonant crack echoed throughout the classroom. "Ah!" In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed from high above. Just like that, silence enveloped the entire classroom. After a prolonged pause, a timid voice emerged from a student. I must not be mistaken, right? Did this just cripple Li Tongtian's legs? That's rather ruthless, isn't it?" At that moment, Zhu Bufan spoke again. "I have declared that I shall cripple your legs, and thus I shall indeed do so." As soon as Zhu Bufan's words fell, a chorus of gasps resonated throughout the classroom. To proclaim the destruction of one's legs and to follow through with it, such audacity. However, while the spectators were still in awe, a figure darted swiftly towards Li Tongtian, who was suspended in midair. To declare the intent to cripple one's legs is one thing, but to carry it out requires sheer dominance. This is not arrogance. It is the manifestation of absolute power, allowing one to act with such finality at any moment. At this juncture, Li Tongtian's agonizing screams permeated the hearts of all onlookers, causing them to widen their eyes in disbelief. To cripple someone midair? Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Thus, they stood dumbfounded, speechless, as they witnessed the unfolding spectacle. In that very moment, a figure approached Li Tongtian's side. In the next moment, a figure swiftly extended a hand forward, and with a decisive motion, struck down with tremendous force. A resounding crack echoed through the air, and then, in an astonishing display, the figure seized Li Tongtian and soared away. The speed of this mysterious figure was so extraordinary that none of the onlookers had the chance to comprehend the situation before the figure had already arrived at the podium. Immediately afterward, a powerful and resonant voice emanated from the podium, addressing Zhu Bufan. "Classmate Zhu Bufan, you are causing a disturbance in my classroom. Now, please accompany me to my office. Professor Feng has arrived." At this moment, all the students finally emerged from their stupor. Professor Feng. Meanwhile, Miss Long Na of the Long family hurriedly approached Professor Feng, greeting him with utmost respect. Indeed, in response to Miss Long's greeting, Professor Feng merely nodded slightly before turning to the two still gobsmacked students seated in the front row, instructing Huo Minxiang, Su Nuo, "You two must carry him to the hospital at once." As Professor Feng spoke, he pointed directly at Li Tongtian. "Understood, Professor Feng." For Huo Minxiang and Su Nuo, this was a moment of sheer astonishment. They had just witnessed Professor Feng's remarkable rescue of Li Tongtian in its entirety. They could hardly fathom that the professor they regarded with such familiarity was, in reality, a figure of immense power. Thus, they began to feel somewhat dazed. Typically, Professor Feng was a meticulous instructor, donned with a pair of large reading glasses, but today, consequently, Both of them started to speculate whether this was indeed the Professor Feng they encountered on a daily basis. However, upon a more careful examination of Professor Feng's visage, they remained convinced that this was indeed their familiar Professor Feng. After all, the face of the current Professor Feng was identical to that which resided in their memories. Yet at this moment, both were enveloped in profound respect for him. Therefore, in the next instant, they promptly agreed with great deference. They swiftly lifted the moaning and pained Li Tongtian and departed. Meanwhile, Zhu Bufan stood frozen in place, his heart experiencing a significant upheaval as he gazed intently at the amiable Professor Feng, who stood at the podium with his large reading glasses. Zhu Bufan had long since noticed the sudden appearance of this Professor Feng, yet he found himself utterly powerless to thwart the professor's intervention. Just moments ago, the palm strike delivered by Professor Feng in midair had effortlessly dispelled his control over Li Tongtian. Moreover, Professor Feng's speed in rescuing was astonishingly swift, leaving Zhu Bufan with no opportunity to retaliate. Thus, he became deeply vigilant. Although Professor Feng appeared exceedingly genial, Zhu Bufan could not ascertain the professor's true intentions. Faced with such formidable mathematics, Zhu Bufan had no choice but to remain on high alert. After all, Professor Feng appeared just in time to rescue Li Tongtian from Zhu Bufan's grasp. Zhu Bufan, there is no need to be so anxious. I merely require you to provide an explanation as to why you resorted to violence in my classroom. At that moment, Professor Feng spoke again. Is that so? Very well, I shall accompany you to your office. Faced with Professor Feng's insistence, Zhu Bufan furrowed his brow, yet ultimately acquiesced. Thus, he followed Professor Feng directly out of the classroom. Professor Feng's office was located on the 5th floor of the Business and Politics building. As Zhu Bufan trailed behind him, Professor Feng remained silent, and naturally, Zhu Bufan did not utter a word either. They swiftly arrived at the 5th floor. Upon entering the office, Zhu Bufan was taken aback to find an elderly gentleman seated within. The man had a square face and white hair, appearing to be in his 60s. At that moment, he sat calmly in a chair, and upon noticing Professor Feng's entrance, he spoke. Old Feng, you've arrived. Yes, old Xia, I have brought the person you requested. Thank you, old Feng. It was no trouble, it was merely a matter of convenience. However, old Xia, what I wish to convey is that you would do well to devote some time to managing the affairs of the school. Just look at the state of our institution now. Ah, old Feng, I wish I could. But, Sai, let it be. I shall take my leave for now. Very well. In the next moment, Professor Feng wearily exited the office. Come, young man, do not linger. Come and take a seat. After Professor Feng departed, the elder directly beckoned to the dazed Zhu Bufan. Although Zhu Bufan harbored numerous questions in his mind upon observing the composed elder before him, he did not allow this to impede his manners. Thus, he promptly approached and sat down. You must be Xiao Zhu. What kind of tea would you like? I have tea guanyin, pu'er, and large red dates. As soon as Zhu Bufan settled into his seat, the elder inquired while rising. Oh. In response to the elder's inquiry, Zhu Bufan felt somewhat perplexed, genuinely unable to decipher the elder's intentions. Nevertheless, undaunted by the elder's enigmatic demeanor, Zhu Bufan casually replied, I'll have pu'er. I've heard it is quite delightful. Very well. Then pu'er it shall be. The elder responded without a shift in expression, and in the next moment, he turned to prepare the pu'er tea. However, after the old man turned around, he did not move an inch. Not only did he remain rooted to the spot, but he also swiftly turned back and pressed down on Zhu Bufan's chair. Zhu Bufan, you truly possess audacity. You arrive at my institution and create chaos. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? The old man's gaze bore down on Zhu Bufan, as if ready to strike at any moment. Faced with the sudden shift in the elder's demeanor, Zhu Bufan exhibited no fear. Instead, he chuckled softly. You must be Principal Xia, am I correct? Indeed. I am Xia Zhigugu, the principal of Tianhai Medical College. What is it? Did my failure to personally welcome you lead you to believe you could run amok in my school? Xia Zhigugu's brow furrowed, his expression shifting dramatically. Haha, Principal Xia. You jest. The younger generation does not act recklessly merely because you did not come to receive me. Rather, it was your students who sought me out, leading to an unfortunate confrontation that I had no choice but to engage in. Haha, no choice. Your so-called no choice resulted in injuring over 20 students and rendering Director Zhao's nephew incapacitated. Now that truly is a no choice situation. Oh, does this mean that no matter how I explain, Principal Xia will remain unconvinced? Precisely. Xia Zhiguga's expression darkened. Then by all means, feel free to make your move. I shall be prepared to receive it. Do you truly believe that, being sent by the higher-ups, I would refrain from taking action against you? Allow me to enlighten you. Xia Zhigu began to bristle with indignation. In the next moment, he assumed a posture as if ready to engage in a brawl. Very well, Senior Xia. I have played along with your charade for long enough. Let us dispense with the pretense and speak plainly. You summoned Professor Feng to bring me here for what purpose? Exactly. Ah, indeed. You are indeed someone sent from above, and so swiftly you have unraveled my disguise. Xia Zhigu's face flushed with embarrassment, and in an instant, he produced some pu'er tea, brewing 2 cups. You see, little Zhu, you have been at our school for nearly a day now. I trust you have observed a portion of the school's situation, and since you are someone sent from above, I hope you can collaborate with me to eradicate certain malignancies plaguing our institution. Xia Zhigu returned to his previous seat, taking a sip of the freshly brewed tea, before speaking earnestly. Haha, Principal Xia, your strategy is truly commendable. You intend to utilize my assistance to cleanse the school of certain factions. Are you so certain that I will aid you? Xia Zhigu's solemn demeanor was evident, yet Zhu Bufan swiftly grasped the implications. It appears that Xia Zhigu seeks to leverage his influence to rectify the school, purging long-standing adversarial forces entrenched within Tianhai Medical College. Ahem, little Zhu, are you not the one sent from above? Furthermore, it appears that certain tasks are more readily executed by you, the younger generation, than by my elder self. Thus, I must trouble you with this matter. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, Summer Jigu's aged visage flushed with embarrassment. After all, it is somewhat unbecoming to exploit a younger individual. Though Summer Jigu himself possesses a certain shamelessness, he could not maintain his dignity in this instance. Young Zhu, I understand that your presence at our institution is driven by your own responsibilities. Nevertheless, you are, after all, a citizen of this nation. Therefore, joining forces with me would constitute a significant contribution to the educational endeavors of our country. Moreover, this matter is indeed relevant to your mission. That said, I wish to refrain from further elaboration and proceed directly to discussing my specific plans with you. As Summer Jigu spoke, Zhu Bufan's brow furrowed in concern. When Long Agua summoned Zhu Bufan to this university, he had already conveyed that the current Tianhai Medical College is a vastly different entity than it once was. It seems that a certain faction within the college has fallen under the influence of H country. However, conclusive evidence remains elusive. Ordinarily, dismantling a faction would be a trivial matter for the nation, yet this particular force is deeply entrenched, involving even certain high-ranking individuals. This is precisely why the authorities have refrained from taking action against it thus far. Thus, the agreement between Long Agua and Zhu Bufan entails that Zhu Bufan's visit to Tianhai Medical College is not solely to successfully approach and safeguard Professor Lung's daughter, but also to assist the nation in capturing significant evidence of collusion with the H country. Now, with Xia Zhiguga's utterance, does it imply that the principal is privy to certain knowledge? Very well, Principal Xia, your words shall be contemplated, unless there are other matters at hand. I shall take my leave. Once Xia Zhigugu concluded his exposition of the plan, Zhu Bufan preemptively interjected before Xia could speak again. Certainly, young Zhu. Take your time to ponder, as this is indeed a matter of great importance. However, I hope you can provide me with a prompt response. Xia Zhigugu, albeit somewhat helpless, refrained from pressuring Zhu Bufan, acknowledging the latter's standing as an envoy from above. Upon exiting the office, Zhu Bufan chose not to return to class, instead heading straight to his dormitory. Initially, Long Agua had not broached the subject of Xia Zhigugu with him. Thus, Zhu Bufan deemed it necessary to consult Long Agua before formulating any plans. You are Zhu Bufan, correct? At that moment, a student clad in a white martial arts uniform obstructed Zhu Bufan's path. Indeed, I am. What is it? Zhu Bufan inquired, puzzled, as he did not recognize this individual. You are indeed Zhu Bufan. The martial artist swiftly responded, young man, were you not the one who boldly declared your intent to challenge our esteemed Wu Xiao? Now, we have summoned you. As he spoke, his gaze was filled with malicious intent. If you are Zhu Bufan, then you are indeed correct. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's response, the student clad in martial arts attire immediately retorted, you, bold lad, did you not proclaim your intention to challenge our esteemed Wu Xiao? Now, we present Wu Xiao. The member of the Martial Arts Society spoke not only with arrogance, but also with an unmistakable air of contempt directed at Zhu Bufan, gazing at him with unabashed pride. Who is Wu Xiao? When did Zhu Bufan ever declare a challenge against him? Furthermore, if this so-called Wu Xiao seeks to trouble me, I kindly request he come forth himself. Since the other party shows no respect, Zhu Bufan felt no obligation to reciprocate. Thus, in the next moment, he addressed the suddenly appearing student in a martial arts uniform with unreserved candor. You are rather presumptuous. You boldly claimed you would challenge Wu Xiao, yet now you feign ignorance? Do you realize this is a grave insult to Wu Xiao? To insult Wu Xiao is tantamount to insulting our entire martial arts society. To the average listener, Zhu Bufan's words might suggest a misunderstanding, leading to his supposed challenge against Wu Xiao. However, this student, donned in martial arts attire, was a member of the martial arts society, rendering Zhu Bufan's statements mere disdain in the eyes of this student, a profound disdain for Wu Xiao. Thus, a member of the martial arts society found himself somewhat enraged. I believe you have misunderstood. I have not insulted the so-called martial young master you mentioned, nor have I disrespected your martial arts society in any manner. However, if your society were to seek trouble with me, Zhu Bufan, without any just cause, then what of it if I were to insult your entire martial arts society? In response to the ire of this society member, Zhu Bufan felt a sense of helplessness. It is often said that those devoted to martial arts tend to be single-minded, and this individual from the society seems to embody that notion. Otherwise, why would he think in such a manner? Moreover, Zhu Bufan understood one crucial point. The so-called martial young master was either being used as a pawn by others or genuinely seeking trouble with him. This prompted Zhu Bufan to address the society member in such a manner. Initially, he intended to convey that this member should return and advise the martial young master to avoid being a mere instrument in others' hands. Yet, the society member took this as a serious affront to their entire martial arts society. Consequently, the very next moment, this society member prepared to strike Zhu Bufan. You are truly audacious, showing no regard for our martial young master. Therefore, I shall first teach you a lesson on his behalf. With that, the society member lunged at Zhu Bufan. In the next moment, a member of the martial arts club raised his hand and struck directly at Zhu Bufan's brow with a punch. Observing the imminent attack from this club member, a profound sense of helplessness washed over Zhu Bufan's face. Given the evident lack of intelligence displayed by the assailant, it was uncertain whether this so-called martial arts youth was merely being manipulated like a pawn. However, in the blink of an eye, the punch was about to collide with Zhu Bufan's forehead. At this juncture, Zhu Bufan had no choice but to react. With a resounding impact, their fists clashed violently. To everyone's astonishment, Zhu Bufan's punch sent the martial arts club member staggering back several meters. The expression of sheer shock instantly appeared on the member's face. He had not anticipated that this special recruit, whom he had scorned and openly challenged, would possess such formidable strength. What does a special recruit signify at Tianhai Medical College? It epitomizes weakness, timidity, and inferiority. Yet today, this same recruit, who dared to challenge the martial arts youth, had decisively defeated him with a single blow. When did Tianhai Medical College come to possess such an extraordinary special recruit? How could the martial arts club remain oblivious to this? Consequently, the club member stood there, utterly stunned. Very well, I am not exaggerating. At present, you are certainly not my rival. Therefore, I, Zhu Bufan, reiterate my sentiment. If the so-called Wu Xiao you speak of intends to provoke me, kindly instruct him to approach me directly. If not, I urge you to convey to him that it would be prudent to refrain from being manipulated by others. At that moment, Zhu Bufan merely cast a casual glance at the bewildered member of the martial arts society a few meters away before speaking up. After uttering these words, he paid no heed to whether the martial arts society member remained in a state of shock. He simply proceeded into the dormitory building. Just as Zhu Bufan entered the dormitory, atop one of the teaching buildings at Tianhai Medical College, two elegantly attired gentlemen engaged in a discreet conversation. Brother Yuan, I have recently heard whispers of a remarkable figure emerging from our school. Indeed, there has indeed been the rise of a notable individual. Moreover, Brother Situ, you might never guess the identity of this person. What identity? He is a special admission student, someone we all look down upon. A special admission student? Precisely. He is indeed a special admission student. However, Brother Situ, do not underestimate this individual. Do you understand? Upon entering the dormitory, this exceptional student effortlessly subdued over 20 of Hua Chenyu's associates. Subsequently, he audaciously interrupted Professor Feng's class. shattering the legs of the teaching director, Zhao Aigua's nephew, before publicly rebuffing the advances of Long University's campus bell. Most strikingly, after all this commotion, this exceptional student seemingly faced no repercussions whatsoever. Can one truly consider him merely a simple exceptional student? Indeed, the audacity to cause such a ruckus in Professor Feng's class, coupled with the absence of any consequences, strongly suggests that his identity is likely far more complex than that of an ordinary exceptional student. I speculate that his arrival is intricately linked to a certain event. What do you mean? Precisely. I suspect he has come specifically for that matter. Then, Brother Yuan, shall I simply have someone eliminate him? No, Brother Situ, do you not think that having such an individual around for our amusement might alleviate our solitude? Haha. Brother Yuan, you speak the truth. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhu Bufan promptly retrieved his phone to contact Long Aogu. Through this communication, Zhu Bufan learned that President Xia's identity is far more significant than merely being the president of Tianhai Medical College. However, Long Aogu refrained from divulging excessive details, merely advising Zhu Bufan to cooperate with President Xia to the best of his ability when necessary. After concluding the call with Long Aogu, Zhu Bufan glanced at the time and realized it was precisely dinner time. Thus, he once again stepped out of the dormitory. Zhu Bufan did not opt to dine in the school cafeteria for dinner. Instead, he ventured outside the institution to a quaint home-style restaurant, where he swiftly ordered a meal of 3 dishes and a soup. His purpose for coming to Tianhai Medical College was solely to fulfill an agreement with Long Aogu, not to pursue academic studies. Furthermore, Zhu Bufan's current aspiration lay beyond such pursuits. He was intent on cultivating his skills in the art of immortality. Thus, he would never forsake his training merely to honor his promise to Long Aogu. The reason for his choice to eat outside the school was that after his meal, he sought a secluded and tranquil spot for his cultivation. Having finished his dinner at the modest eatery, Zhu Bufan departed from Tianhai Medical College. This place seems quite satisfactory. The concentration of spiritual energy appears commendable, he mused. After leaving the college, he diligently searched for a suitable location for his practice. After nearly 2 hours of exploration, he stumbled upon a reasonably appropriate area for cultivation, nestled in a corner of a park. At this hour, perhaps due to the early time, a few elderly individuals could be seen enjoying leisurely activities within the park. However, the number was sparse, with only an occasional sighting of an elderly gentleman or lady resting on a bench, basking in the cool shade. Upon entering the park, Zhu Bufan paid no heed to the elderly patrons. He instead gravitated towards a relatively remote and serene spot beneath a large tree, where he promptly settled down to commence his cultivation. After relentless cultivation, Zhu Bufan's realm had nearly reached the second transformation of the 7th layer of body refinement. However, he recently found himself stuck at this level, unable to break through despite his earnest efforts. This situation greatly frustrated him. Nonetheless, Zhu Bufan was resolute in his commitment to his training. Ever since he embarked on his path of cultivation, he had come to understand deeply that in order to protect his family and friends from being bullied in the future, he must strengthen himself. Thus, he settled beneath a great tree and initiated the Great Luo body refinement technique. As Zhu Bufan immersed himself in his practice, time seemed to slip away unnoticed. At that moment, he faintly heard a woman speaking. "Grandfather, it seems that someone has occupied our place ahead of time today." The woman's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "It's all right. Since someone has taken over, we will simply refrain from practicing here tonight." "No, grandfather. You come here to practice every night. Just wait for me. I will ask that person to leave." "Silence, my dear. It is not our place. We have not purchased it. Since they arrived before us, we have no reason to demand their departure." "But, grandfather." "Enough, silly. You need not say more." Though Zhu Bufan had his eyes closed in meditation, he could hear the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter with crystal clarity. Could this elderly gentleman also cultivate using spiritual energy, much like himself? Zhu Bufan's mind was filled with questions. Thus, in the next moment, he opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he beheld an elderly man, approximately 60 years of age, clad in traditional Tang attire, standing not far from him, alongside a girl of similar age dressed in athletic wear. At that moment, the old man was executing a series of martial arts moves that Zhu Bufan had never encountered before. Although unfamiliar with this particular style, it was evident from the old man's continuous practice that it was indeed a form of martial arts for cultivation. However, this style did not seem to utilize spiritual energy. Zhu Bufan cast a glance and felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to find someone akin to himself, with whom he could engage in dialogue, especially since his own progress had stagnated recently. Yet, it was clear that this elder was not of the same ilk. Thus, Zhu Bufan felt a sense of loss. Nevertheless, despite his disappointment, he did not lose hope. In the journey of cultivation, while communication is significant, ultimately, one must rely on self-realization. He picked up his phone to check the time and was astonished to discover that 3 hours had elapsed during his practice without him realizing it. After 3 hours, Zhu Bufan had achieved no tangible results. Once more, he glanced at the elderly man and the girl, and since they had come here while he had gained nothing, he decided to let them be. Thus, in the next moment, Zhu Bufan departed without hesitation. "Oh, little sister, why are you wandering alone at this late hour? Are you out for a stroll?" As Zhu Bufan made his way from the park back to the school, a voice laced with mockery reached his ears. "What do you intend to do?" Turning to the source of the voice, Zhu Bufan spotted 3 unruly youths cornering a girl clad in a flowing dress at a street corner. Due to the distance and the fact that the trio had completely encircled the girl, Zhu Bufan could not discern her features. "Huh. What do you think we are going to do? On this long, lonely night, we simply wish for you to accompany us for a stroll, enjoy some drinks, and engage in a conversation about life." One of them taunted. "Indeed, we merely desire your company. We harbor no ill intentions." The 3 youths leered at the girl, their gazes roving over her form, and one even could not suppress a droplet of saliva from escaping his lips. "You, what do you want?" The girl, trembling slightly at their words, mustered her courage and confronted the trio. "I am a student of Tianhai Medical College, and being so close to the campus, do you not fear my calling for help?" Upon hearing her words, the 3 youths paused, momentarily taken aback. However, in the next moment, one of the ruffians burst into laughter. "Haha, calling for help? Little sister, you truly are a student, aren't you? By the time you summon anyone, we will have already taken you away. Do you truly believe calling for help will be of any use?" Instantly, the 3 young ruffians erupted in boisterous laughter. You guys." Li Mayan felt a mix of frustration and anger. The reason she had ventured out alone today was to celebrate her best friend's birthday. Thus, she had chosen not to bring her bodyguards. After all, when one goes out to have fun, one must do so wholeheartedly. Little did she know that shortly after stepping out, she would encounter a group of troublemakers. "Haha, little sister, there's no need for futile struggles. Come, obediently follow us, and we will treat you well." At that moment, the 3 ruffians lunged towards Li Mayan. "I am the eldest daughter of the Li family. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" As she saw the 3 ruffians advancing towards her, fear washed over Li Mayan's face. No matter how headstrong or assertive she usually was, encountering such a situation instilled genuine terror in her. "Miss Li of the Li family?" Upon hearing Li Muyan's words, the 3 ruffians who were about to pounce paused in astonishment. "You are Li Muyan, the eldest daughter of the Li family from Jiangbei," one of the ruffians exclaimed, his expression betraying his shock. Observing their reaction, Li Muyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Initially, she had no intention of revealing her identity. Her goal was merely to intimidate these young thugs with her shouts. However, it seemed their resolve was unmoved, and as they reached out with malicious intent, she found herself compelled to disclose her true lineage. "Indeed, I am Li Muyan, the eldest daughter of the Li family from Jiangbei. Are you frightened now? If you are afraid, why don't you get lost?" Noticing their evident fear of her family, Li Muyan's confidence surged, and her voice rose a few notches. "Oh, so you are the eldest daughter of the Li family from Jiangbei. No wonder you are so beautiful." Li Muyan had anticipated that revealing her identity would send them fleeing in terror, prompting her to elevate her tone. To her astonishment, however, the ruffians showed no inclination to retreat. Instead, they began to mock her openly. "What? Are you not afraid of my family?" At that moment, Li Mayan's previously steady heart was suddenly filled with fear. "Haha, Miss Li, we certainly fear your family, as you are indeed affluent and influential. However, is your family here now?" One of the ruffians laughed heartily. "Indeed, Miss Li, can your family come to your rescue at this moment?" Another ruffian joined in the laughter. "Brother, today we truly have stumbled upon a stroke of luck, encountering a young lady from a prestigious family. Typically, we have encountered many young ladies, but a lady of such stature is a rarity. Just look at her fierceness, her figure, her beauty. If we were to, with the eldest daughter of the Jiangbei Li family today, wouldn't we become renowned? Haha, we would not just become renowned. I have heard that families place great importance on the reputation of their daughters. Who knows, after today, we might even find ourselves marrying into the Li family." The three ruffians exchanged mockery with one another. At this moment, Li Mayan's face turned an ashen hue. She could hardly believe the audacity of these three ruffians, who, upon realizing she was the eldest daughter of the Li family, dared to entertain such thoughts. In an instant, she was engulfed by overwhelming fear. In the next moment, Li Muyan felt an overwhelming urge to flee. "Oh, Miss Li, where do you think you're going?" However, as soon as she took a step forward, a ruffian youth barred her path. "Miss Li, you haven't yet attended to us three brothers. Do you really intend to leave?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, Miss Li, I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, not only might we have our way with you, but your limbs could also be severed without cause. Help! Help!" Faced with the lecherous and mocking expressions of the three ruffians, Li Muyan felt on the brink of despair. At that moment, she deeply regretted not bringing her bodyguard along. Yet, what good was regret? The answer was evidently, utterly futile. Thus, she began to scream, hoping someone would hear her and come to her rescue. Quickly, as her cries echoed, the leader of the ruffians immediately darkened his expression. In the next instant, he issued commands to his two accomplices. Hearing Li Muyan's desperate shouts, the faces of the other two ruffians also turned grim. After all, she was the esteemed Miss Li of the Li family. If this matter were to come to light, the consequences would be dire. Escaping with their lives would be a stroke of fortune. Thus, in unison, the three ruffians lunged towards Li Muyan. "No, please, don't. Do not come over here. Help!" As the three ruffians approached to seize him, Li Muyan cried out desperately, struggling with all his might. "Ah, you are truly staging a scene of blatant aggression. How thrilling, how captivating." However, at that moment, a jarring voice abruptly interrupted this unsettling tableau. Zhu Bufan had arrived at the scene, clapping his hands to draw attention. With the arrival of someone, the three ruffians halted their advance. Yet, at this juncture, Li Muyan had already been captured by two of them. "I advise you, young man, to refrain from meddling in our affairs, otherwise." The leader of the ruffians darkened his expression upon realizing that someone was intervening in their nefarious actions. "Otherwise what? Is that truly the case?" Bang! Zhu Bufan, having decided to assist the young woman, chose not to engage the ruffians further with words. In the next instant, he struck decisively, sending the leader of the ruffians flying with a powerful kick. The leader had intended to threaten, "Otherwise, I shall make your demise quite unpleasant." But before he could finish his menacing statement, Zhu Bufan preempted him. Being interrupted was of little consequence. After all, he could still speak his mind. However, what the leader of the thugs did not anticipate was that the suddenly appearing Zhu Bufan not only interrupted but also took immediate action. "You shall die." With a swift kick, Zhu Bufan sent the young thug flying. The thug's expression transformed into one of intense fury. In the next moment, he scrambled to his feet and drew a spring-loaded folding knife. Without hesitation, he charged at Zhu Bufan. Zhu Bufan was taken aback to see that the young thug had not succumbed to his kick. Initially, he had not exerted himself much against these petty ruffians. However, the lack of effort did not imply that his strike lacked force. On the contrary, had an ordinary person endured such a blow, they would undoubtedly have lost consciousness instantly. Yet, this young thug remained standing. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual. If he were not, the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. At this moment, Zhu Bufan's brow furrowed slightly. Nonetheless, he had no time to ponder further, for the young thug was already upon him, knife in hand, aiming for his heart. Zhu Bufan displayed no fear on his face. Instead, he swiftly retaliated with a powerful punch. In the next moment, before the knife wielded by the leading thug could strike, Zhu Bufan's fist descended upon the thug's head with tremendous force. "What? You're actually..." Indeed, the leading thug was a low-level cultivator. His presence here was merely the result of someone else's orders. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of a formidable opponent. Consequently, in the following instant, Zhu Bufan's punch obliterated the thug's head entirely. "What? This..." The remaining two thugs, witnessing their leader's head being explosively shattered by the sudden arrival, were rendered speechless. They stood frozen in place, momentarily forgetting the purpose of their visit. Li Muyan was equally astonished. Although she was the esteemed young lady of the Li family, she had never before encountered such a gruesome spectacle, leaving her motionless. At that moment, she even forgot to be afraid, neglecting to call for help. "Pray tell, why do you treat this young lady in such a manner?" And at whose behest do you act? For Zhu Bufan, taking a life was merely a commonplace occurrence. Therefore, after annihilating the thug's head, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. At this juncture, he coldly addressed the two still-dazed thugs. We. The two surviving thugs were evidently terrified, their voices trembling as they attempted to speak. Please. I beg you, spare us. We implore you not to kill us. We truly only wish to approach Miss Li without any directive from anyone. At that moment, the two ruffians, no longer daring to hold Li Mayan captive, immediately sank to their knees before Zhu Bufan. Is it truly so? Indeed. Zhu Bufan found their reaction peculiar. The leader of these ruffians was clearly no ordinary man. How could he not be under someone's command? Zhu Bufan cast another glance at the two trembling figures kneeling on the ground. Perhaps he was overthinking the matter? Yet, what did it matter to him whether others were under orders or not? He sighed, realizing he was being overly concerned. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Very well, you may leave. This affair was never his concern, and thus, he addressed the two kneeling ruffians with an air of finality. Yes. Upon hearing Zhu Bufan's words, the ruffians dared not linger any longer. In the blink of an eye, they scrambled away, still kneeling as they retreated. Observing their hurried exit, Zhu Bufan patted his stomach and mused to himself, indeed. It is time for me to depart as well. Consequently, without casting another glance at Li Mayan, Zhu Bufan prepared to leave the scene. However, what Zhu Bufan did not anticipate was that just as he prepared to leave, a girl forcefully clung to his arm. Excuse me, miss, please have some self-respect. Indeed. At that moment, Li Mayan had firmly grasped Zhu Bufan's arm. Thank you for saving me. However, I would like to ask you for another favor. Earlier, Li Mayan had been genuinely startled. Throughout her life, she had never witnessed someone's head being smashed in a single blow. Thus, she stood frozen in place. Nevertheless, being a girl from a prominent family, she quickly regained her composure. Once she was back to her senses, she noticed Zhu Bufan was about to leave. Li Mayan thought to herself, it was indeed getting late, and she could not possibly neglect her best friend's birthday celebration. Therefore, she devised a plan to have the unexpectedly arrived Zhu Bufan accompany her. Oh, pray tell, what further assistance do you require of me? Feeling slightly uncomfortable with Li Mayan holding onto his arm, Zhu Bufan forcibly withdrew his limb. I am on my way to celebrate a friend's birthday, and it is rather late now, especially after I just encountered. Upon having his arm pulled away, Li Mayan felt a tinge of disappointment. Typically, which man would not relish the opportunity to have their arm held? Yet, the man before her seemed rather unwilling. Do you want me to accompany you as a bodyguard for your friend's birthday celebration? Upon hearing Li Mayan's words, Zhu Bufan was taken aback. This girl truly had some nerve. Indeed, I understand that this may seem rather abrupt for you, but having witnessed the earlier incident, I am concerned. Before she could finish her thought, Zhu Bufan interjected, causing Li Mayan's face to flush with embarrassment. Oh, my dear lady, I believe you are overthinking this. Firstly, we are not well acquainted, and secondly, I am not one to serve as a bodyguard. If you have no other matters, I shall take my leave. Zhu Bufan was at a loss for words. How could this girl make such a request? No, wait. I can offer you monetary compensation. And I could even pretend to be your girlfriend for a day. Being outright rejected by Zhu Bufan drove Li Mayan to the brink of frustration. After all, she was a striking beauty, and for such a beauty to personally request your protection, one would hope for a more tactful refusal. Moreover, she was acutely aware of how many people would line up for the chance to be her bodyguard. Thus, Li Mayan felt an urge to unleash her fury. However, prioritizing her safety for the night, she chose to disregard Zhu Bufan's perceived insult and began to plead with him instead. Li Mayan's pleading might have seemed genuine in her eyes, yet to Zhu Bufan, it appeared as arrogance. Had she approached the matter differently, expressing her genuine fear of potential threats, Zhu Bufan might have considered her request. However, her manner of speaking did not convey that sentiment. In the next moment, Zhu Bufan immediately departed. Hey, don't go. Witnessing Zhu Bufan's swift exit, Li Mayan felt an overwhelming urge to scream in frustration. She truly could not comprehend this man. However, since Li Mayan had her own motives regarding Zhu Bufan, she hastily pursued him. Please, just agree to my request, she implored, her voice laced with genuine fear. Upon catching up, Li Mayan positioned herself in Zhu Bufan and Appo's path. Miss, please step aside. We are not acquainted, and I am under no obligation to assist you, Zhu Bufan retorted, irritation evident in his tone as he faced her persistence. "I refuse to move unless you acquiesce to my request," she insisted. Today, Li Mayan had already humbled herself significantly before a man. Yet he seemed utterly indifferent to her plight. At this moment, her temper flared. You, Zhu Bufan, exasperated, realized that he had inadvertently found himself entangled with an insistent nuisance. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to engage further with Li Mayan, as he was still quite hungry. Thus, in the next instant, he deftly sidestepped her and made a hasty exit. "Listen, if you don't agree today, I will go to school tomorrow and claim you assaulted me," Li Mayan shouted after him, desperation creeping into her voice as she watched Zhu Bufan evade her and begin to disappear from her sight. After deftly evading Li Mayan, Zhu Bufan hastened his pace. He felt a profound headache at the thought of this unreasonable young lady. Had it been a man behaving in such a manner, Zhu Bufan was confident he would have unhesitatingly dealt a resounding slap, rendering the offender unconscious. However, this was a woman, complicating matters considerably. Zhu Bufan, adhering to his principles, refrained from striking a woman, regardless of how unreasonable she might be, especially one intent on causing him harm. Thus, he resolved to evade her. As a cultivator, his speed far surpassed that of Li Mayan, allowing him to easily distance himself. However, to his astonishment, Li Mayan uttered certain words from behind him. Yet, Zhu Bufan felt no trepidation upon hearing them, as he had committed no wrongdoing. Furthermore, since Li Mayan was unfamiliar with him, he deemed it unnecessary to pay her any mind. Nevertheless, when Li Mayan called out his name, Zhu Bufan, he sensed that the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Upon hearing his name echoed behind him, Zhu Bufan abruptly halted in his tracks. "Now, can you agree?" Upon witnessing Zhu Bufan stop, a gleam of triumph illuminated Li Mayan's face, and in the next moment, she dashed towards him. "Agree?" Li Mayan exclaimed with a triumphant air as she stood before Zhu Bufan. "How dare you disregard me? You shall pay for this." Li Mayan's heart swelled with self-satisfaction. At that moment, Zhu Bufan abruptly turned around, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Li Mayan. "Do you agree? Do you realize that with your words just now, I could easily end your life?" Initially, Li Mayan had been brimming with confidence and joy, but at this instant, she was utterly petrified. In the next moment, she crouched down and began to weep. Woo-woo. Indeed, she was truly frightened to tears. She had never encountered such a terrifying gaze before. Just moments prior, she had intended to boast a little when Zhu Bufan turned around, but the sheer horror reflected in his eyes caused her to break down. What in the world was happening? Zhu Bufan was momentarily taken aback. When he first heard Li Mayan's words, he had been genuinely angered. He had extended his hand to rescue this girl, only for her to threaten him in return for his kindness, insisting he accompany her to celebrate her friend's birthday. Thus, Zhu Bufan had intended to teach her a lesson. Naturally, if she continued her unreasonable behavior, he would not hesitate to make her disappear, regardless of her status as the esteemed daughter of the Li family from Jiangbei. However, as he turned and began to speak, she suddenly burst into tears. Zhu Bufan was left utterly stunned. He thought to himself that if Li Muyan were to continue provoking him, it would be an easy matter to teach her a lesson, perhaps even silencing her for good. After all, he could not allow the absurdity of her running to Tianhai Medical College to claim that he had assaulted her. His purpose for being at Tianhai Medical College was to fulfill an agreement with Long Aogua, and such a ridiculous incident was absolutely unacceptable to Zhu Bufan. Yet, at that moment, the girl unexpectedly burst into tears, leaving Zhu Bufan at a loss for how to respond. For over 20 years, Zhu Bufan had harbored a deep aversion to the sight of a girl weeping. Whenever Chen Bixia, whom he had once cast aside, shed tears, he would go to great lengths to comfort her. He had not pushed away Lu Yin and when she cried in his embrace, revealing his genuine fear of a girl's tears. Now, faced with a girl in distress, Zhu Bufan felt utterly helpless. "Well, please don't cry. I promise you," he stammered. "Really? You truly promise?" She sobbed. "I swear I won't go back on my word," he affirmed. "All right then, come with me." Ultimately, Zhu Bufan found himself following Li Muyan. In front of a restaurant named Night Wanderer, a sweet-looking girl named Su Fangfang stood anxiously gazing into the distance. She was the good friend referred to by Li Muyan. "Fangfang, why are you standing outside? Today, you are the star." At that moment, Zhu Bufan and Li Muyan approached the entrance of the Night Wanderer restaurant together. "Muyan, you finally arrived. I thought you had forgotten that today is my birthday. What if you didn't come tonight?" Upon seeing Li Muyin, Su Fangfang breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, Fangfang, what are you saying? Even if I were to forget my own birthday, I could never forget yours. You're just being cheeky. Haha, come on, let us go inside. Our classmates are waiting for you. All right. Perhaps caught up in reminiscing with her close friend, Su Fangfang did not notice Zhu Bufan, who had accompanied Li Muyin. Just as she was about to enter, she finally noticed Zhu Bufan. Muyin, who is this? Su Fangfang exclaimed, her expression one of surprise. She was well aware of her close friend's character. Throughout her life, no man had ever caught her eye, and today, a boy was accompanying her. Moreover, judging by his attire, he was certainly not her bodyguard. In the next moment, Su Fangfang began to speculate. I apologize, Brother Zhu. I was caught up reminiscing with my dear friend and completely forgot about you. Truly, I am sorry. Fangfang, this is Brother Zhu, a person I consider to be one of my closest friends. You have no idea, but Brother Zhu has just rendered me a tremendous favor. Had it not been for him, you might not have seen me at all. Hearing her dear friend speak so highly of him, Li Mayan suddenly remembered Zhu Bufan. The moment she recalled him, she hurriedly spoke, anxious not to neglect him. Of course, she was genuinely concerned. What's wrong? Mayan, noticing Fangfang's furrowed brow, asked. Just now. Hello, Xiaofeng. I was unaware that today is your birthday. I came in haste and did not prepare a gift, but please accept this small trinket. I hope you won't take offense. Seeing that the conversation was about to divulge the earlier incident to Su Fangfang, Zhu Bufan quickly intervened, preventing Li Mayan from speaking. Su Fangfang is a close friend and confidant of Li Mayan, and if she were to share the details, it would surely frighten Li Mayan to tears, leaving Zhu Bufan in a position of having to appease her. Such an awkward situation was something Zhu Bufan could not allow. Therefore, he promptly interjected. Thank you, Brother Zhu. As Zhu Bufan approached to present his gift, Su Fangfang felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. After all, at that moment, Zhu Bufan appeared quite handsome. And coupled with his radiant smile, it left Su Fangfang feeling flustered. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Zhu Bufan, she felt a flutter of emotions stirring within her. After Zhu Bufan presented the gift, he cast a glance at Li Mayan. Initially, Zhu Bufan had not intended to offer a gift. However, fortune favored him as he happened to possess a hairpin in his pocket, which spared him from an awkward situation. This particular hairpin had been acquired from a bald, exiled criminal atop the ice volcano. Upon first encountering the hairpin, Zhu Bufan was captivated by its beauty and intricacy, prompting him to take it. He had originally planned to gift it to his childhood companion, Zhao Qian, believing she would appreciate its exquisite design. Yet, upon returning home, unforeseen events transpired, causing him to forget about it. Subsequently, he never sought out Zhao Qian again, but today, the hairpin found its purpose. Thus, Zhu Bufan produced it and presented it to Su Fangfang. At that moment, Li Mayan observed Zhu Bufan gifting such a distinctive hairpin to his good friend and confidant. And she was taken aback. Wasn't he a special admission student? How could he possess such a luxurious item? While others might perceive the hairpin as merely a charming and delicate trinket, to Li Mayan, it represented not only beauty and craftsmanship, but also considerable value. The small embellishments adorning the hairpin, resembling diamonds, were in fact crafted from a rare blue crystal unique to Italy. This particular blue diamond is exceedingly valuable. It is said that a single gram can be worth over 1 million. At this moment, the blue diamond embedded in the hairpin undoubtedly exceeds 1 gram, which left Li Mayan in a state of shock. She stood frozen in place. Brother Zhu, Mayan, let us proceed inside. Dinner is about to be served. At this juncture, Su Fangfang spoke up. Yes. Although taken aback, Li Mayan, being the daughter of a prominent family, quickly regained her composure. Once she collected herself, she and Zhu Bufan responded simultaneously. Subsequently, Zhu Bufan and Li Mayan followed Su Fangfang into the private room, which was a little over 10 square meters in size. Inside, 3 men and 2 women were already seated, with the table laden with an array of dishes. Mayan, you finally arrived. Zheng Kai has been waiting for you. Just as the trio entered the room, a young man clad in a white shirt burst into laughter. But his words faltered midway as he noticed Li Mayan entering while linking arms with a man. Beside him, the gentleman named Zheng Kai turned pale upon witnessing this scene. They were all classmates from middle school, and Zheng Kai had harbored a secret crush on Li Mayan since then. Even though they now attended different schools, he had not relinquished his feelings for her, a fact well known among their circle. He had hoped to seize the opportunity of Su Fangfang's birthday gathering to confess his feelings. But who could have anticipated that she would arrive with another man? In an instant, the atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. Xue Fangfang immediately discerned the crux of the issue and chuckled softly. Allow me to introduce. This is Mu Yan's elder brother, Zhu Bufan. Brother Zhu. These are my classmates with Mu Yan. This is Li Zhe, this is Zheng Kai, this is Yi Fei, this is Li Yuan, and this is He Dan. Upon learning that Zhu Bufan was merely Li Mu Yan's elder brother, the man named Zheng Kai let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Li Mu Yan interjected, Yi Fei, are you seeking to court death by jesting with me? Do you believe I want to tear you apart? The demeanor of Li Mu Yan shifted drastically when addressing others as opposed to Zhu Bufan. Ha ha, I am not jesting. Zheng Kai is actually preparing to confess his feelings to you today. Yi Fei laughed heartily, yet his gaze frequently drifted towards Xue Fangfang. When he noticed the butterfly hairpin adorning her head, his expression subtly changed. He recalled that she hadn't worn it when she left earlier. Could it possibly be a gift from Li Mu Yan? Zheng Kai, is there any truth to this? Li Mu Yan snorted, turning to fix a fierce glare on Zheng Kai, as if ready to pounce upon him at the slightest acknowledgement. In the face of Li Mu Yan's formidable presence, despite Zheng Kai having prepared extensively and receiving encouraging glances from the others, he still lowered his head and murmured, no. It's just that we are the best of bros. Li Mu Yan nodded in apparent satisfaction, clearly pleased with Zheng Kai's response. As for Zheng Kai, at this moment, a pang of sorrow struck his heart. Just a buddy? Could it be that he was merely regarded as a friend in her eyes? Zhu Bufan observed everything quietly, yet it bore little relevance to him. Thus he refrained from uttering a word. Meanwhile, the others sighed deeply. Yi Fei, wishing to say something further, quickly shifted the topic upon encountering Li Mu Yan's piercing gaze. Fang, your hairpin is truly beautiful. Did Mu Yan give it to you? Of course not. This is a token of affection from brother Zhu to Fang, Li Mu Yan declared with a smug expression, as if avenging the jest Yi Fei had made at her expense moments earlier. After her comment, she playfully stuck her tongue out at Zhu Bufan. Zhu Bufan initially felt anger rising within him, but upon witnessing Li Mu Yan's playful gesture, he was left utterly speechless. This woman, indeed. As her words hung in the air, the lively Yi Fei's countenance suddenly darkened. Su Fangfang was also the object of his affections, though he fell short academically compared to her and Zheng Kai. Yet, with his family's wealth, he believed he could win her over with his advantages. Who would have imagined that such a formidable rival would emerge so unexpectedly? Mu Yan, cease your jesting. Su Fangfang playfully glared at Li Mu Yan. Her delicate features flushed with a rosy hue, leaving one to wonder whether it was from